Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 995, Ye Xiao and Qin Feng. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Su Yun would actually obtain the final victory. Su Yun stood on the stage, his gaze incomparably calm. The referee shouted, "Next, we will invite the leader and the Saintess of Star Gate to appear." When this was announced, a middle-aged man from the crowd walked out. He was Tian Yong, the leader of Star Gate. He immediately flew down and landed on the stage. After that, the third senior sister of Su Yun also walked out. Her name was Miao Han. She was the Saintess of Star Gate, and Su Yun was also a disciple of Star Gate. He arrived in the profound star world a few months ago and entered the Star Gate. At this moment, everyone saw that the Saintess was none other than Su Yun's female companion. They saw Miao Han transform into the Saintess in the air. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Su Yun's female companion was actually the Saintess of the Star Gate. In other words, the Saintess had already fallen in love with Su Yun before the competition. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. No one had expected such a situation. How is this possible? The Saintess of the Star Gate was already with Su Yun even before the competition started. Could it be that the Saintess knew that Su Yun would win? At this moment, everyone understood that they had wronged Su Yun. The Saintess landed on the ground. But they didn't know that even Su Yun was shocked when he heard the referee inviting the leader of Star Gate and his third senior sister. He never expected this competition to have something to do with his sect, and he even more so never expected Star Gate to be related to Heaven Sword sect in some way. He raised his head and looked at the leader and his third senior sister with a surprised gait. At this moment, Miao Han's hair was tied up with a lotus hairpin. Her silver tassels were inlaid with diamonds sparkling. She had a pair of beautiful eyebrows, bright eyes, jade-like fingers, a slim waist, and snow-white skin. Her body was fragrant, and her feet were like little socks. Her elegant face was covered with light plum blossom makeup. Her originally delicate and pretty face had lost its tender innocence because she had become a woman, revealing a trace of charm that could seduce one's soul. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world and had touched the mortal world by mistake. However, the most unforgettable thing was her pair of bright and starry eyes. Miao Han was looking extraordinary. She landed beside Tian Yong and followed him to Su Yun. At this moment, the referee looked at Miao Han and Tian Yong, and asked, "Leader Tian, Saintess Miao, are you satisfied with this champion?" Tian Yong smiled and said, "Of course. How can we not be satisfied with such a genius?" Nodding his head, the referee looked at Miao Han. Miao Han immediately said, "You should already know my answer." At this moment, some people were disappointed, some people were envious, and some people were convinced by Su Yun's strength. Tian Yong looked at Su Yun and asked, "Su Yun, are you willing to take my daughter as your wife?" "Your daughter?" Su Yun was stunned. He has no idea who Tian Yang's daughter is. Nevertheless, even if he knew, he would not have accepted this offer. It is because he was in love with his third senior sister, Miao Han. Looking at Su Yun's expression, Tian Yong laughed loudly, and pointed at Miao Han, saying, "Meet my daughter, Tian Miao Han." Su Yun was startled when he heard this. He had never thought that his third senior sister was actually the daughter of Star Gate's leader. Coming back to his sense, Su Yun hurriedly smiled and nodded his head, "Of course, I'm willing." Ha 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 ha. Not only Star Gate's leader, but even Miao Han and other people watching him also laughed when they saw his flustered expression. At this moment, a black book appeared in Tian Yang's hand. On the book were the words, "Heavenly Sword Shadow Control." Tian Yong handed the Heavenly Sword Shadow Control to Su Yun and said, "Then, from today onwards, you are my son-in-law and the successor of the new sect leader of Heavenly Sword Sect. Remember, the Heavenly Sword Shadow Control is a technique that only the sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect and the sect master's children can cultivate. You are not allowed to teach it to others." Su Yun received the Heavenly Sword Shadow Control and nodded solemnly. At this moment, Tian Yong placed his daughter's hand in Su Yun's, then, he said to everyone, "From today onwards, Su Yun will be the sect master of Heavenly Sword Sect. Anyone who dares to disobey him will be killed without mercy, and at the same time, he will marry my daughter very soon." The heavy voice instantly entered everyone's ears. Everyone was incomparably shocked. So the rumors were all true. The winner of this competition would become the next sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. At this moment, Their gazes turned towards Su Yun. They knew that Su Yun was also a powerhouse. From his previous performance, as long as Su Yun was given time, his future achievements would probably not be lower than Tian Yang's. Maybe, it would be even higher. The referee was extremely smart. He immediately knelt down and said to Su Yun, Wang Shun pays his respects to the sect master, Star Gate's leader, and Saintess. Following Wang Shun's kowtow, the surrounding cultivators also immediately knelt down and said, we pay our respects to the sect master, Star Gate's leader, and Saintess. Their voices resounded across the sky and shook everyone's hearts. They were completely unaware that they have witnessed a historical event. In the future, Su Yun's name will soar and even the 2-year-old baby will know his name. Qin Feng was watching everything from a certain distance and was happy that his disciple was able to reach this height. He was about to go and appear in front of his disciple when he suddenly felt someone's presence behind him. He hurriedly turned around and found Ye Xiao standing. Who are you? Qin Feng was startled. It is because he did not even sense when and how Ye Xiao appeared behind him. He only felt Ye Xiao's presence because Ye Xiao let him feel it. This, at least, made Qin Feng feel that Ye Xiao is an expert and he should not underestimate Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao smiled upon hearing Qin Feng's question. He introduced himself with a polite smile. You can call me Ye Xiao. And you? Qin Feng looked at Ye Xiao and then replied with his name, Qin Feng. Ye Xiao nodded, saying, Qin Feng, I'm here because I have something very important to talk to you about. What? Important? Talk? Qin Feng sounded confused. Ye Xiao directly came to the main point, saying, actually, I know you are in the possession of an Empyrean rank treasure. I want something that is related to that treasure of yours. Empyrean rank treasure. Qin Feng's confusion increased instead of decreasing. He asked, what do you mean? Looking at his ignorant and confused face, Ye Xiao knew that Qin Feng is also clueless about the rank of infinity symbol just like him a few moments ago. He pointed at the infinity symbol on his back and said, I'm talking about this infinity symbol. Now this time Qin Feng was really shocked. The infinity symbol was his greatest secret. He had only told only 1 or 2 people about the infinity symbol, but now, a stranger appeared in front of him and was talking about his greatest secret. How could he not be shocked? Ye Xiao was not an idiot to tell him about the soul essence stored inside the mysterious space of the infinity symbol. He knew what to do and what not to do. Before coming to pursue Qin Feng, he had already thought of what to say. He spoke, since you are the owner of infinity symbol, you should know that infinity symbol is an extraterrestrial object. It is not from this universe, but came from outside somewhere. Qin Feng became even more alert when he heard this. He was one of the 2 people who knew about this fact. The other person is the love of his first life, a dark angel named Ye Xiao. He could not understand how and why Ye Xiao knows all this thing. Before he could ask anything, Ye Xiao continued, I'm also not from this universe. I came from a different universe. What? As if a bomb has exploded in Qin Feng's mind, he could not help but retreat a few steps and look at Ye Xiao as if he is looking at a very unique but ferocious monster. Author's note. Hello everyone, it's the author here. If you want to know more about Qin Feng, you should read my other novel, The Infinite Mystery. He is the main character of my other novel. Chapter 996, Let's Meet in Chaos. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard Ye Xiao saying that he is not from this universe. Since this is the case, then it means he is from a different universe. But, is that really the truth? Qin Feng found this too good to be true. However, when he thought about the infinity symbol on his right hand, he was not sure anymore. After all, he clearly knew that the infinity symbol came from beyond the universe he was living. Ye Xiao could see doubts in Qin Feng's eyes, but he didn't mind. Instead, he continued, yes, what you heard is the truth, I really am from a different universe. Otherwise, why do you think I know about your most important secret, the infinity symbol? Qin Feng felt conflicted and didn't know whether to believe Ye Xiao or not. But Ye Xiao didn't give him too much time to think. He continued to say, actually, I even know that you are cultivating a martial arts skill that helped you awaken a divine spear as your martial spirit. But you have to perfectly cultivate that cultivation technique for you to truly wield the power of divine spear. Right now, you can only wield a portion of its power. Now, Qin Feng was even more shocked. He could not help but started to think that Ye Xiao really is from a different universe. But again, a new question emerged in his mind. If Ye Xiao is from a different universe, then how does he know about the infinity symbol so much? Taking a deep breath, He asked, "What do you want from me? And what do you mean with Empyrean rank treasure?" Qin Feng asked the same question that Ye Xiao asked the domineering god crystal. "Maybe, this is fate." Ye Xiao smiled and shook his head. Then he told Qin Feng everything he knew about the Empyrean rank treasure. He also told Qin Feng a few things about chaos, causing Qin Feng to not know what to say. Qin Feng was really stunned and astonished. He could not help but start thinking of becoming strong enough to go to chaos. At this moment, Ye Xiao asked, "But the question is, can you do it? Can you defy the will of your universe? Will you dare to stand against your universe in order to go to chaos?" Qin Feng did not say anything, he just fell into deep thought. Ye Xiao also stopped, he did not continue saying anything and let Qin Feng think things through. "What do you want?" A few moments later, Qin Feng asked. Ye Xiao did not tell him in detail, he just said, "I want to enter the mysterious space of your infinity symbol. Don't worry, I won't be there for long. I'll come out soon." Qin Feng was not surprised knowing that Ye Xiao knows about the mysterious space. But he frowned and was immediately alerted. He asked, "Why do you want to enter the mysterious space of my infinity symbol?" "That I can't tell you, but don't worry, I will not harm you in any way. I will also give you a huge benefit as long as you let me enter the mysterious space of infinity symbol." Ye Xiao did not answer Qin Feng's question, he just asked Qin Feng to let him enter, and in return, he will give him a huge benefit. But how could Qin Feng let a stranger enter the mysterious space of infinity symbol? After all, it is his biggest secret and most treasured treasure. Maybe, knowing what Qin Feng was thinking, Ye Xiao immediately threw a tree of greed at Qin Feng, telling him the benefits of soul essence without letting Qin Feng know that the treasure he is talking about is called soul essence and it is stored at the deepest part of the mysterious space of infinity symbol. After knowing the benefits that the drop of soul essence could bring him, Qin Feng was immediately ready and brought Ye Xiao inside the mysterious space of infinity symbol. He also entered and wanted to tag along with Ye Xiao. He did not want to let Ye Xiao roam inside the infinity symbol on his own, for he has no idea what Ye Xiao will do. But how could Ye Xiao let Qin Feng do what he wants so easily? The moment he entered the mysterious space, he immediately released his divine sense, wanting to locate the 2 drops of soul essence. Well, he was shocked to see the starry sky-like scenery inside the mysterious space of infinity symbol. But he knew now is not the time to admire the scenery. Surprisingly, even with the help of his divine sense, Ye Xiao was unable to locate those 2 drops of soul essence which shocked him. At this time, domineering God Crystal's voice echoed in his mind, "How can a mere being living inside a source universe search for the soul essence of an expert from chaos?" It clearly taunted Ye Xiao, and without letting Ye Xiao say something, it immediately told Ye Xiao the location of soul essence. It turned out that the soul essence is hidden in the core of this mysterious space, and was confined in a spatial cage-like box. This was the reason why he was unable to sense the soul essence. His divine sense could not penetrate the spatial wall of the spatial box. To not let Qin Feng follow him, Ye Xiao immediately used his teleportation ability more than 3 times to appear in front of the cage-like spatial box that the domineering God Crystal talked about. After that, Ye Xiao directly stored the spatial box in his small universe. His space law would not work in the second universe or inside the mysterious space of infinity symbol, but it was not true for his small universe. In his small universe, he is the creator and he is the destroyer. He is the god and the controller of the entire universe. Everything inside his universe has to listen to his order. With his absolute control over the small universe's power, Ye Xiao was able to easily shatter the spatial box and obtain those 2 drops of soul essence. And it was at this time that Qin Feng arrived in front of Ye Xiao again. Qin Feng was stunned when Ye Xiao suddenly disappeared. But he was the owner of infinity symbol and could sense everything inside the mysterious space of infinity symbol other than that spatial cage-like box suspended in the starry sky. He immediately used his senses to locate Ye Xiao and appeared in front of him as fast as he could. But he still gave Ye Xiao a few seconds of time, and those few seconds were enough for Ye Xiao to do the deeds he wanted to do. After that, he started wandering here and there inside the mysterious space of infinity symbol, enjoying the scenery of the starry sky deeply from his heart. There also come a time when he arrived in front of a giant gate. This gate was really humongous. From Qin Feng, Ye Xiao understood that this gate could teleport anyone anywhere they want. Ye Xiao could not help but sigh again. Qin Feng's experiences were somewhat similar to his. He once also had a gate that could teleport him anywhere he wanted. Unfortunately, when the second universe left his body, it took back everything that it gave to Ye Xiao, including the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and his cultivation base. Ye Xiao also saw a very beautiful woman lying unconscious inside a coffin completely made up of ice. Qin Feng told him that she used to be a mighty being, but because of some unfortunate events, her martial spirit was the heart and she lost all her power. And now, she is lying unconscious. She needs a drop of primordial beast's blood essence if she wants to wake up again and recover her damaged martial spirit. After that, Ye Xiao wandered inside the mysterious space of infinity symbol for a few more hours before coming out. Then he took out a drop of soul essence and gave it to Qin Feng, saying, "The treasure I talked to you about is called soul essence. Here is a drop of soul essence that could benefit you greatly. Use it as you wish." When Ye Xiao took out the drop of soul essence, Qin Feng could already sense that this treasure is something that could really benefit not only his martial spirit but his very soul and his cultivation base. Not only this, but it could also bring him benefits in other directions. Although there was only one drop of soul essence, it was enough to cause Ye Xiao's heart to throb hard. He could also feel that the divine spear hidden in the deepest part of his soul was trembling. He could feel the divine spear's intent to swallow the soul essence. Since the transaction between the two people was completed, Ye Xiao said, "I have to return to my own universe now. Let's meet again if fate allows." Qin Feng nodded, then he thought of something, and spoke with a wide smile on his face. He said, "Let's meet in chaos." Chapter 997. Martial Spirit. Inferno Thunderbird. Ye Xiao arrived at a secluded place deep inside a vast forest. This place was covered in meters-tall long bushes and was completely hidden from the outside world. Instead of removing the bushes, Ye Xiao used his teleportation ability to directly appear in the middle, then he sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath, ready to swallow the drop of soul essence. Ye Xiao took out the drop of soul essence and swallowed it. The next instant, a storm-like soul force poured into Ye Xiao's divine sea. The newly appeared soul force was too violent, but Ye Xiao was still able to control it with slight difficulties. Now, he had to make choices. Ye Xiao didn't take long to decide though. He decided to evolve his soul again, and at the same time, see what kind of change this drop of soul essence will bring to his martial soul. Roar! A loud roar echoed in the surroundings and a gush of white fog slowly flew out from Ye Xiao's body and gathered above his head. If one looks carefully, one would be able to see the hint of golden light flashing in the white fog. Slowly, the outline of some kind of huge golden bird appeared in the middle of the fog. Ye Xiao raised his head and looked above. He saw a huge golden bird floating above his head. His eyesight was not affected by the white fog in the slightest. He could clearly see what this golden bird looks like. This huge golden bird had a golden flaming crown on its head. Its pair of eyes were also golden and a hint of intelligence could be seen in its eyes. Its pair of golden wings were also burning with golden flames, but other than flames, golden lightning could be seen flashing constantly around its entire body. Not only this, the bird's golden feathers had their own shine and uniqueness. Every single one of these feathers was capable of killing gods, for they contains a kind of poison even gods could not withstand. This was Ye Xiao's martial spirit, a golden inferno thunderbird. It is a known fact that just like phoenixes, thunderbirds are also legendary beasts. They are no less powerful than phoenixes and dragons. In fact, they could even kill legendary beasts like dragons. And Ye Xiao's martial spirit was the rarest golden inferno thunderbird, a legendary beast that could control and manipulate fire and thunder at the same time, not to mention the poison attributes in its golden feathers. Ye Xiao had a few questions regarding his martial spirit. It is because he was not from the second universe, and was able to awaken the martial spirit because he was cultivating second life frost transformation given by Queen. And according to Queen, he would be able to awaken an ice-attributed martial spirit after cultivating this technique. But the martial spirit he awakened had 3 attributes: thunder, fire, and poison. But it does not have an ice attribute. This caused Ye Xiao to be slightly confused. Anyway, because of the powerful soul essence, the golden inferno thunderbird started evolving. Ye Xiao has no idea how long the evolution process continued, but when his martial spirit evolved completely, he was surprised to see the wisp of purple lightning and purple feathers mixed in the thunderbird's golden body. Yes, it has changed. Ye Xiao has no idea what to call this bird. It still has all attributes of golden inferno thunderbird, but it was no longer pure golden inferno thunderbird. Many golden and purple strands of lightning could be seen flashing around its huge body. Its feathers had mixes of golden and purple. Only the golden fire didn't change. Its eyes also changed color from golden to purple though. It seemed that its poison attribute has increased by a certain margin, and its destructive power has become more violent. Let's not call you Golden, then. From now on, I'll call you Inferno Thunderbird. And your poison abilities will be your most powerful trump card from now on. Roar. As if to respond to Ye Xiao, the Inferno Thunderbird roared loudly. Its roars echoed in the sky and spread far wide. Ye Xiao kept the Inferno Thunderbird back and focused his attention on his divine sea, and was shocked to discover that his divine soul has already evolved from ancient divine soul to ancient divine emperor soul once again. But even so, the effect of that drop of soul essence had yet to die. According to the domineering god crystal, he could make use of the drop of soul essence and comprehend many laws or profound meanings of his comprehended laws at will. But currently, he was not in the heavens. It means he could no longer continue to comprehend laws or profound meanings. I made a mistake. Ye Xiao immediately realized how big of a mistake he made. He no longer hesitated and continuously used his teleportation ability to return to the fan village. He took a look around before leaving for the Shadow Forest. He arrived at the same place where he appeared after leaving the heavens, and fell unconscious. Ye Xiao had once come to this place and discovered the same altar with runic lines buried a meter deep inside the ground. Ye Xiao hurriedly stood up at the place where the runic altar was buried. Then a powerful force exploded out from his body, immediately removing the ground covering the altar. According to Queen, as long as Ye Xiao would stand on the altar, she would be able to sense him. Then she will activate the runes on the altar, and he would be able to return. As expected, not long after he stood on the altar, the runes started shining, and the next instant, a pillar of white light exploded and shot toward the sky. When the pillar of white light disappeared, Ye Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Ye Xiao's main purpose for coming to the second world was to awaken his martial spirit. He did not come here to explore the second universe or stay here to cultivate. He wanted to go back as soon as he awakened his martial spirit, but stopped because of domineering God Crystal's reminder. Now that his purpose of stopping was completed, he no longer had the mood to stay here. He knows that he doesn't have much time left. Heavens doesn't have much time left. Supreme Ancient Devil was on his way to heavens. He has to return and become stronger as soon as possible. At the same time, he has to fulfill his promise to the mysterious lady. He had to spend time with his women. He had many things to do. Ye Xiao once again appeared on the 9th floor of the 9-story pagoda's replica created by Queen. Taking a deep breath, he went outside the replica of 9-story pagoda and found Queen waiting for him there. When she saw Ye Xiao coming out, a smile blossomed on her beautiful face. She looked at Ye Xiao and immediately saw through his cultivation base. So, you have only cultivated to the late stage of worldly immortal realm. Queen muttered in a low voice, loud enough for Ye Xiao to hear. Ye Xiao nodded and replied, no matter how powerful I can become in the second universe, it will not be of much use inside heavens. No matter what, I was born in heavens, and am from heavens. I still feel connected to heavens even though I know I have to go against it one day. When Ye Xiao said this, Queen was surprised at first before revealing a confused expression. She asked, what do you mean? Why do you have to go against the heavens? Your connection and relation with 9 ancestral dragons in the second universe have completely ended. Although you now have a cultivation base of the second universe, you still have nothing to do with the second universe. There is no point in going against the heavens. Why do you still want to fight the heavens? Ye Xiao shook his head upon hearing this and smiled bitterly. Then he replied, it is not that I want to go against the heavens. It is just that I have to go against it one day, for I want to leave the heavens and heavens will never let me leave its boundary. Queen was deeply shocked. She never thought that Ye Xiao's main goal was to leave the heavens. But where does he want to go after leaving the heavens? Although Queen is very powerful and has been in existence since the birth of the heavens, but even she has no idea about chaos. All she knows was that other than the heavens, there exists some other universes in the endless darkness outside the heavens. As for chaos, she has never heard of it. Ye Xiao didn't mind telling her about chaos, and after he was done with it, a bright light shone in Queen's eyes. She looked at him and said, as you said before, heavens will never let a person leave its boundary. Chapter 998. Rising to God realm again. Queen deeply looked at Ye Xiao's handsome face and spoke, as you said before, heavens will never let a person leave its boundary. Then how do you plan to leave the heavens and enter chaos? Don't worry about that. I have my own way. Ye Xiao replied with a smile, which further confused Queen. She said, your strength is clearly not that great, and the world epic is coming soon. You have to have the strength to go against the heavens if you plan to leave the heavens. But you are far too weaker. I don't think you can. I told you, I have my own way. Ye Xiao interrupted her and repeated his words calmly. Then, Queen hesitated for a few seconds before revealing a look of determination, and said, when you will be leaving the heavens, bring me with you. Ye Xiao was startled and then he nodded his head. He was in a hurry and could not afford to waste his time. So he ignored Queen after that and immediately used his teleportation ability to disappear. After a while, he looked for a perfect place to cultivate and sat down cross-legged. He was now going to comprehend the law of creation and law of destruction to 100%. Currently, among the 4 supreme laws, he has yet to comprehend the law of time. He has comprehended the law of space to 100% and could start comprehending its profound meaning. His comprehension of the law of destruction was at 5%. As for the law of creation, he has comprehended it to 20%. Now, he was ready to first comprehend these 2 supreme laws to 100% before starting to comprehend their profound meanings. Time went by and very soon, 100 years passed. Ye Xiao opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with profound light. In this short period of 100 years, he successfully comprehended 100% of the laws of creation and destruction. Not only that, but his comprehension of the profound meaning of devouring law also increased from 15% to 30%. If not for the effect of soul essence finally dying down, he would have continued comprehending the profound meaning of devouring law. Well, after comprehending the 2 supreme laws to 100%, he did try to sense the law of time, but to no avail. Just like before, he knew the law of time is there, he could even see the thread of time in the net of laws, but could feel or sense it no matter how hard he tried. Lastly, he had to let go of the thought to comprehend the law of time, and focused on comprehending the profound meaning of devouring law. It is time to cultivate the heavenly demon transformation technique. Ye Xiao took a deep breath. Then he carefully laid down a few formations on the ground. Some of these formations were to conceal his presence, some were to create traps, some were killing formations, and some were illusion formations. Finally, he laid down Essence Gathering Supreme Formation and Time Conversion Great Formation. Essence Gathering Supreme Formation could quickly gather true essence from the surroundings, and Time Conversion Great Formation slowed down the flow of time by 10 folds. Now, 1 year outside will be equal to 10 years inside. After doing all this, he finally started cultivating the heavenly demon transformation technique. One thing to take note of is that he did not lay down the formation to convert true essence into spirit energy. It is because of 2 reasons. First, his body was strong enough to endure the powerful impact brought by the absorption of true essence into his body. Second, he does not have a dantian to store the spirit energy or true essence. What he has now is an entire universe that is hundreds of thousands of times stronger than dantian. Absorbing true essence and storing them inside his small universe is nothing. Once again, time passed and 100 years again passed in the outside world. As for Ye Xiao, 1,000 years have passed. In this period of 1,000 years, Ye Xiao cultivated to exalted God realm. Unlike when he was cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he never devoured others' cultivation base to increase his own, he solely relied on his hard work and comprehensive ability to increase his cultivation. It has to be known that his talent in cultivation was below average. But even so, with all sorts of treasures in hand, Ye Xiao still cultivated to the exalted ruler realm before stopping. He took a deep breath and a strange but mysterious light flashed in his eyes. Then he muttered, "It is time to fuse my cultivation bases of both universes. I'm confident to become a god after the fusion of both universes, cultivation bases." In the second universe, Ye Xiao has only cultivated to the late stage of the worldly immortal realm. It was just the starting realm of immortal cultivation. Above worldly immortal realm was heavenly immortal realm and ancient immortal realm. Then there was the false god realm, true god realm, and great god realm. The great god realm of the second universe was equal to the god realm of the heavens. On the other hand, Ye Xiao has only cultivated to the worldly immortal realm. He was far from becoming a god. But if he is to fuse both universes, cultivation base, he was confident of becoming a god. So, once again, Ye Xiao closed his eyes and started cultivating, slowly fusing both universes, cultivation realms. And just like that, Another 2 years passed in the outside world, while inside the formation, 20 years passed. Ye Xiao successfully fused both universes, cultivation bases, and become a god. Because Ye Xiao has already become a god once and has crossed the heavenly tribulation, this time, no tribulation came raining down. Ye Xiao even suspected that if he was still cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he must have had to face the heavenly tribulation again before becoming a god. But because he is cultivating the heavenly demon transformation technique, it became a part of the reason why he didn't have to cross the heavenly tribulation this time. It is time to hunt. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and immediately left. He went around here and there and finally arrived in front of a humongous formation. This formation was called Great World Teleportation Formation. With the help of this formation, a person could teleport to another world instead of another place. Ye Xiao gave the guards a lot of high-grade divine stones before using this formation to appear in the ancient divine world. And after spending 2 days, he arrived in Feather City. He was now ready to start hunting the people of God Tower and use them to increase his comprehension of laws and profound meanings. While Ye Xiao busied himself in hunting the gods of God Tower, far away in the ancient divine world, there was a huge river. It was a big river between two forces called Divine Holy Land and the Snow Eagle sect. A woman in a snow-white robe stood on the surface of the river. The woman in a snow-white robe carried a light blue longsword on her back, and her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her face was cold, and she did not smile. She was like an ice-cold beauty. Her gaze was calm and unruffled as if she was waiting for someone. On the other side of the river, a group of people was rushing over. Elder, this plan was perfect. Let the people of the Divine Holy Land escort that bitch to this side of the river and wait for them in order to kill that bitch. A person said while standing on a flying sword. Those idiots of the Divine Holy Land probably never thought that they would actually become our prey while all they are doing is escorting that bitch over here. Not to mention, all their treasures have now become ours. Another person laughed and opened his mouth to speak. The leading elder revealed a sneer. Who would have thought that the Divine Holy Land would be able to obtain so many treasures in the secret realm this time? Ha 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 ha, Elder Lu, you are indeed a blessing to our sect. The other people hurriedly flattered. Another person spoke. It is a pity that that bitch escaped. Otherwise, we would have played with her to death. Everyone sighed at this and then they started laughing. At this moment, a disciple of their sect asked timidly, Elder, the strength of the Divine Holy Land is about the same as our Snow Eagle sect. This time, we have attacked the Divine Holy Land. Will there be any trouble? Elder Lu coldly laughed and said, Trouble? The Divine Holy Land is tens of thousands of kilometers away from our Snow Eagle sect. How much manpower and financial resources would they need to mobilize to attack our Snow Eagle sect? Moreover, you also said that the strength of the Divine Holy Land is similar to ours. They have to travel a long journey to attack us, while we will be conserving our energy. Who do you think would win at that time? Chapter 999. Su Shui the sect master of the Divine Holy Land, is not a fool. He would not lead his disciples to attack us. At most, he would come to our sect to denounce us. When the time comes, just apologize to him and this matter will be settled. Elder is wise. At this moment, many disciples standing behind Elder Lu immediately complimented him. Elder Lu also laughed loudly. At this moment, they had already flown to the surface of the river. Elder, look, everyone looked over and saw a cold woman on the surface of the river. She carried a long sword on her back and looked at them. Sword light dividing the river. The cold woman let out a soft cry. Suddenly, the sword on her back appeared in her hand, and she gently slashed at the river. Hong! A loud sound rang out. Immediately, the river surface exploded like thunder. Water splashed in all directions. The huge river water surged up, forming a huge water curtain. The huge water curtain was like a huge wave that surged into the sky. It instantly rose several hundred feet high and shot into the sky, blocking the path of the people from the Snow Eagle sect. The people from the Snow Eagle sect were shocked and quickly retreated. Their way was blocked by the huge water curtain that rose from the river. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? A disciple looked at the cold woman and asked in a stern voice. The cold woman did not say anything. Her sharp eyes flashed with a cold light. Cut. The light blue long sword slashed out. The rolling true essence turned into a monstrous sword intent and slashed out. A pale blue sword arc appeared in the sky. As the sword arc slashed past, a disciple of the Snow Eagle sect's head fell to the ground, falling from the sky. Are you from the divine Holy Land? Elder Lu of the Snow Eagle sect had sharp eyes, and he could tell the identity of the cold-looking woman from the martial arts skills she just used. The cold-looking woman did not say anything. Her sword intent was sharp, and she stabbed forward. A sword light instantly fell, and Elder Lu lightly raised his hand to block the sword light. It seems that you are here to take revenge for those disciples of the divine Holy Land that we killed. However, you are only a ruler. What right do you have to take revenge? Elder Lu asked sternly. The cold-looking woman looked at the sword in her hand and did not say a word. She is only a ruler. She is just a moth to the flame. Kill her for me. Elder Lu gave the order. Instantly, several rulers from the Snow Eagle sect flew down from the sky and charged toward the woman. One of the disciples held a long sword in his hand, which was emitting light. He swung his sword toward the woman, causing a ray of light to appear that wanted to slash her into two pieces. That cold woman looked at the sword light and waved her long sword. Immediately, a blinding light appeared and it cut the sword light of the opponent in half. Bang, 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 several explosions rang out. The surface of the river exploded, and the water splashed in all directions. That woman's swordsmanship was sharp. She thrust out her long sword, and with a flash, her sword pierced through the chest of that disciple. That disciple of the Snow Eagle sect looked at the woman in fear and shock. He did not even see how the woman in front of him moved. When did this woman come before him? However, he could no longer control his shock. He died and fell into the river. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. One had to know that the disciple, who was killed, was also a ruler, just like the cold woman. He could not even withstand a single move. Who are you, woman? Elder Lu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and asked. For the first time, the woman opened her mouth and replied, My name is Su Shui, and I'm here to kill you all because you have tried to kill and badly injured someone who was under my protection. That woman turned out to be Su Shui. Surprisingly, she has already become a ruler. Kill, attack together and kill her. Immediately, the remaining 4 disciples charged towards Su Shui from all directions. Their longswords were emitting light. Endless pressure appeared on their bodies. They surrounded Su Shui tightly. The tip of the sword released this cold light as it stabbed towards Su Shui in all directions. Su Shui flew into the sky. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as the longsword in her hand drew an arc. With Su Shui as the center, an arc was drawn in an instant. Su Shui's longsword immediately emitted a light blue light. The powerful power instantly spread out. Endless sword intent was released in an instant. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the sky and the 4 disciples of the Snow Eagle sect were immediately sent flying. Su Shui did not stop. Instead, she instantly appeared in front of one of the disciples and slashed out with her sword. Fresh blood splattered everywhere and fell into the river. The fresh blood dyed Su Shui's dress red. At this moment, Su Shui was even colder and more alluring. After killing one person, Su Shui's figure charged again. Another person was killed. Su Shui, who had killed 2 people in a row, once again charged toward the 3rd person. At this moment, Elder Lu was furious. He immediately charged over, wanting to stop Su Shui from killing others again. Although there is no lack of rulers in the Snow Eagle sect, rulers are still not easy to come by. They are an important fighting force of any sect. Even Elder Lu of the Snow Eagle sect could not tolerate his own disciple being killed like this. Therefore, he acted decisively, wanting to stop Su Shui and kill her in one go. However, instead of retreating, Su Shui advanced and once again arrived in front of a disciple. Her pale blue longsword instantly stabbed down. Bitch, how dare you! Elder Lu instantly shouted loudly. Instantly, Su Shui's longsword mercilessly pierced through that disciple's chest. Su Shui had killed 4 rulers in a row. At this moment, Elder Lu also arrived in front of Su Shui and said coldly, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I've somewhat underestimated you, but no matter how strong you are still only a ruler. You'll never be a match for me, a god. As Elder Lu spoke, his large hand instantly slashed down at Su Shui. Su Shui's long sword was like a rainbow as she instantly blocked it. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and at the same time, the surface of the river between the 2 exploded. Su Shui was sent flying and she spurted out mouthfuls of blood. But she did not die, she still stood up. Then she raised her cold eyes and looked at Elder Lu. Elder Lu looked at Su Shui calmly. Not bad, You actually managed to block my attack. You really are powerful for someone at the ruler realm. I think you could even fight an exalted ruler to equal terms. But, I am not an exalted ruler. I'm a god, and in front of a god, having the fighting prowess of exalted ruler is nothing more than child's play. Su Shui-er looked at the elder coldly, and without saying anything, she again raised her sword. The light blue sword in her hand started to glow. Then Su Shui-er swung her sword down. In an instant, a circular diagram of light and darkness appeared under Su Shui-er's feet, and powerful energy continuously gathered on her sword. The sword intent was sharp as it slashed out. Boom! The sword slashed at Elder Lu. Elder Lu was secretly shocked. He did not expect this sword attack to be so powerful, and he was forced to take a step back by Su Shui-er. Su Shui-er struck again. Instantly, endless sword intent surged like torrential river water and struck Elder Lu's body like a surging river. Boom! Elder Lu took it head on, but he was still extremely shocked. This beautiful woman, who was just a ruler, had given him too many surprises. Elder Lu, a god, was once again forced to take a few steps back. However, at this moment, no one saw that Su Shui-er's face had already turned pale and the corners of her mouth had already lost all color. She looked like she has overused her strength, and something was backlashing her. Chapter 1000. One move to kill a god. After Su Shui-er used the previous sword move, there was no longer any true essence in her body. She immediately fell from the sky, but at this time, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and caught hold of Su Shui-er. This figure was actually another stunning beauty. Su Shui-er looked at the girl who caught her with heavy eyes and fainted after muttering two words in a low voice, Xiao Fei. Yes, she was Shui Xiaofei. Who are you? Elder Lu frowned when he saw another beauty appearing in front of him. And unlike Su Shui-er, he could feel a threatening aura from this newly appeared girl. He knew if he wants to survive, he has to attack first. Thus, he started speaking again without waiting for Shui Xiaofei's response. He said, "It doesn't matter who you are. Since you are helping that girl, you are my enemy. I'll kill both of you." But before he could do anything, a flaming red sword appeared in Shui Xiaofei's hand and she slashed out casually, causing a burning arc of fire to appear that went straight for Elder Lu's head. But Elder Lu still managed to respond in time and dodged her attack. Seeing that her sword move had not killed the old man, Shui Xiaofei did not care. She immediately mobilized the true essence in her body and shouted softly, "Sky-splitting sword slash." Instantly, her true essence surged and endless sword intent came from all directions, condensing on Su Shui-er's long sword. Then she slashed out with her sword. The enormous sword intent seemed to be about to cut the three rivers in half, forming a huge sword arc in the air as it slashed down. Elder Lu was shocked when he saw this. This sword move seemed to be about to split the sky apart. Even he felt fear. Elder Lu immediately mobilized his true essence and formed a huge shield in front of him to block this strike. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The shield was instantly broken. Elder Lu was shocked. If he had taken this strike head-on, he feared he would have been seriously injured at the very least. He instantly tilted his head to dodge, but the sword still fell on his shoulder. One of his arms instantly flew out. Even though Elder Lu lost an arm, he still managed to save his life. He was secretly shocked. He stopped the blood on his hand and looked at Shui Xiaofei and said indifferently, "I was almost killed by you, bitch. Just you wait. I will bring you back to the Snow Eagle sect. The sect master will like this good skin of yours." After saying that, he prepared to attack Shui Xiaofei, but right at this moment, Elder Lu suddenly felt an immense killing intent coming from Shui Xiaofei. He looked into her eyes and for some reason, he seemed to be looking at a fearsome monster with two burning wings, soaring in the sky, looking down at him. It was as if he dared to take another step forward, he would be burned to death. He will die a horrible death. He was immediately shocked and hurriedly pulled away. Shui Xiaofei snorted, hugged Su Shui-er, and flew into the sky. Shui Xiaofei and Elder Lu looked at each other across the sky. Then Shui Xiaofei said coldly, "I will kill you." A strong killing intent was released from her body. Even Elder could feel a trace of sharpness from this killing intent. He sized up Shui Xiaofei carefully and prepared to fight with his life on the line. He knew that this girl is not as easy as Su Shui-er. He has to put his life on the line in the next fight if he wants to return alive. He could also tell that the cultivation of this beautiful woman is not low. Although she did not reveal her cultivation base, he could feel the pressure that she had unleashed just now. Elder Lu guessed that Shui Xiaofei is very likely also a god. Shui Xiaofei hugged Su Shui in her arms, but her gaze was still cold. She looked at this old man coldly and did not say anything. The next moment, to Elder Lu's shock, he saw Shui Xiaofei hugging Su Shui with one hand and extending her other hand. Instantly, the flaming sword flew into Shui Xiaofei's hand. Shui Xiaofei then turned the flaming sword and slashed out. Elder Lu was greatly alarmed and hurriedly took out a large saber, wanting to block this powerful sword attack. The next moment, the large saber continuously became larger and horizontally stood in front of him. Facing Shui Xiaofei, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy in the slightest. He mobilized his powerful true essence and gathered it all in one place, condensing on the long saber in front of him. "Woman, I admit that you have some ability, but aren't you being a little too arrogant if you want to kill me?" Elder Lu looked at Shui Xiaofei coldly and said. Shui Xiaofei did not say anything and kept looking at the attack she has just made. Elder Lu stood with his saber on his back and looked at Shui Xiaofei confidently. In his eyes, so what if Shui Xiaofei is a god, he is a god as well. No matter how powerful she is, she shouldn't be able to kill him instantly. And as long as he got the chance, he would use his secret weapon to take down Shui Xiaofei. He did not believe that Shui Xiaofei could cut him in one strike. Unfortunately, he was wrong. A powerful flaming sword landed on Elder Lu's long saber. Kacha! A loud sound rang out. Elder Lu's blade shattered with a loud bang. The sword instantly slashed across the blade and slashed across Elder Lu's head. Elder Lu's eyes widened. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His eyes were wide open as his head fell from his body. And then he also fell from the sky without any signs of life. Shui Xiaofei swung her flaming sword and killed Elder Lu, a god, with a single slash. Shui Xiaofei released her divine sense to make sure that there were no fish that escaped the net. Then, she carefully and seriously cleaned up the scene before carrying Su Shui and leaving the place. At the same time, she muttered, "I didn't even make use of my Dark Phoenix bloodline, but I was able to kill that God Realm old man with a single slash. I think I should be able to fight an ancient god with my current strength. I think I should stay with Ye Xiao from now on since I no longer have to worry about my strength. But, where is he? Anyway, after Shui will wake up, I'll take her with me and start looking for my other sisters. We all should now stay together. In the divine realm, we could become each other's strength." As she muttered this, she flew far away, disappearing into the horizon very soon. She was unaware of the fact that Ye Xiao has returned and was also in the ancient divine world, busy hunting and devouring to increase his strength. Ancient Feather City, God Tower unknown to the outside world, the interior of the God Tower was in ruins. Because of a powerful formation that was covering the entire tower, the explosions and intense battle sound failed to make it to the outside world. God Tower had 18 floors in total, and currently, 17 floors were already completely destroyed. Only the 18th floor was intact. On the 18th floor, 6 ancient gods were holding their weapons and were facing a great enemy. Blood could be seen flowing out from many parts of their bodies. They were heavily injured, covered in wounds. Their faces were filled with fear and their lips were constantly shuddering. They were also shivering in fear and their eyes were completely focused on Ye Xiao. They were prepared, as long as Ye Xiao make his move, they will either pounce on him together or run away in different directions so that Ye Xiao would have to divert his attention. At that time, at least a few of them would have the chance to escape this place alive. Behind the 6 ancient gods, there was another old man with a bald head but a long white beard. He was holding a black staff with the engraving of the golden dragon. This staff was a god-leveled weapon. This old man was the previous leader of the God Tower, and also the strongest ancient god. He was the one true owner of the God Tower, overseeing everything and controlling everything. He was the one who was truly controlling the entire ancient divine world. This old man was called Cheng Mushao, and right now, he was thinking deeply about how the God Tower offended a monster like Ye Xiao. Chapter 1001, 2999 Laws of Heavenly Tao, Sai. Looking at these ancient gods, Ye Xiao sighed. He fell into deep thought. Once, ancient gods were like mountain peaks that Ye Xiao wanted to reach from its foot. However now, it was nothing in his eyes. Now that he has become a god again and recovered his ancient divine emperor soul, he could easily deal with these ancient gods with just one thought. Yes, All he needed was one thought to kill all these ancient gods and shatter their divine souls. After cultivating the heavenly demon transformation technique, Ye Xiao could now transform into a heavenly demon. Surprisingly, after he cultivated this technique, his golden crow bloodline, 9 sun eternal body, ice elemental body, and even 9 sun eternal fire soul were all absorbed by this cultivation technique, causing him to lose these all, and instead gain only the heavenly demon bloodline and heavenly demon body. He also obtained heavenly demon pupils. Now, he has 3 kinds of eyes: eyes of insight, eyes of illusion, and eyes of the heavenly demon. Though Ye Xiao lost all his bloodline and special physique, his bloodline of calamity was still there. It didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Most importantly, the bloodline of calamity seemed to be disdaining the heavenly demon bloodline and heavenly demon physique. This surprised Ye Xiao a lot, but what astonished him even more was the fact that his heavenly demon bloodline and heavenly demon physique could still evolve. All he needed to do is to obtain more types of bloodlines and special bodies, and let the heavenly demon transformation technique devour them. As for how he could obtain them, it is very easy. All he needs to do is to kill and devour. Soul destruction. Without fighting a boring battle, Ye Xiao directly destroyed the 6 old men's divine souls, killing them instantly. Then he used the ability, Devour, along with his understanding of the profound meaning of devouring law to devour all of their comprehension of laws and profound meanings. At the same time, he also devoured their special physique, bloodline, and cultivation base, strengthening his own to a great extent. After doing all of this, he looked at the bald old man who seemed to have frozen on his spot. He did not even dare to run away. Previously, he was planning to use his companions to run away with his life, but he never expected Ye Xiao to instantly kill 6 ancient gods. He has never seen someone killing ancient gods as if they are killing ants. No, he had seen Ye Xiao's eyes when he was looking at those 6 ancient gods. He could say with guarantee that Ye Xiao didn't even consider those ancient gods as strong as ants. In his eyes, they were even worse than ants. And he was right, Ye Xiao really didn't see them as ants. These guys were stronger than all the people in the world, and always used their high strength, status, and authority to commit all sorts of immoral acts and crimes. They were a disgrace to all human beings, and Ye Xiao didn't mind killing them for their wrongdoings. In Ye Xiao's eyes, although no person is innocent or good, the gods of God Tower has clearly crossed the limit, which is a dividing line between a human and a devil in human skin. Ye Xiao looked at the bald old man and smiled softly, but this smile of his sent a chill running down the old man's spine. Chang Mushao has seen how easily Ye Xiao killed those 6 ancient gods. Those 6 ancient gods were the main fighting force of the God Tower, and they were also the main defense line. But they were broken and killed very easily and very quickly. They were killed so quickly that he didn't even gain the opportunity to escape. He was clearly prepared to escape, but everything happened so fast that even his thoughts failed to process as swiftly. "Old man, you should die too," Ye Xiao said in a low voice. "No." Chang Mushao opened his mouth to say something, but before he could even complete 2 of his words, his eyes suddenly lost all their colors. It was as if his soul has suddenly left his body and disappeared completely, his lifeless body to the ground. Then Ye Xiao devoured every single thing from the old man's body that he could. Now, there was not a single god in the God Tower. The God Tower was completely destroyed, and the hundreds of gods and tens of ancient gods were all killed. This was the main branch of the God Tower. There were still tens of gods' towers in different countries and cities. Ye Xiao decided to visit them as well. He didn't plan to kill all of them instantly, but he had decided to investigate first. He would first see if those God Towers have been doing bad deeds just because they belong to God Tower or not. Only then will he kill or not kill them. Ye Xiao spent the next 3 years, completely obliterating 13 God Towers. In the entire ancient divine world, only 3 God Towers remained. These God Towers were the only ones who were at least true to the people who they were supposed to protect. Although they were also not of clean hearts and had committed many wrong deeds, they at least were not as arduous and delinquent. In these 3 years, Ye Xiao surprisingly has comprehended all the laws the heavenly Tao has to offer. No. Wait, there was still one law missing. Ye Xiao has yet to comprehend the law of time. Other than the law of time, he has comprehended all the laws of heavens, a total of 2,999 laws. Among these 2,999 laws, he has comprehended 100% profound meanings of more than 800 laws and has comprehended at least 10% profound meaning of other laws. He really has benefited a lot. His small universe also expanded by many times. But it still has to give birth to lives. Ye Xiao also noticed that all the laws and profound meanings that he has comprehended turned into a colorful thread on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit in the hands of his nascent divine soul that was sitting on the top of the domineering God crystal. Not only that, but he also noticed that as he comprehended the profound meanings, tiny cracks started appearing on the huge surface of the domineering God crystal. When the domineering God crystal entered Ye Xiao's small universe, it completely swallowed the newborn universe's source and became the universe's core itself. It also expanded greatly and has become as huge as a small world inside his small universe. But now, tiny cracks started appearing on the domineering God crystal, and these cracks seemed to have appeared in a straight line, almost dividing the domineering God crystal into two parts. But Ye Xiao could tell that the domineering God crystal was not breaking. It was like a seed, and something very mysterious and profound seemed to be about to sprout out from the middle of the cracks on the domineering God crystal. But Ye Xiao could not fathom what it is. He even tried to ask the domineering God crystal, but it told him that he needed to know its origin if he wants to know what is about to sprout out of its surface. Ye Xiao knew that the domineering God crystal has come from chaos, but he really didn't know about its origin. And when Ye Xiao asked the domineering God crystal to tell him about its origin, the domineering God crystal told Ye Xiao to first comprehend the law of time and complete the incomplete universe. When he will do that, it will tell him about its origin, and at that time, Ye Xiao would easily understand what is going to sprout out of its surface. After that, Ye Xiao no longer asked the domineering God crystal anything. He decided to go into seclusion to comprehend the law of time, but then he rejected his own idea and decided otherwise. He now planned his next few steps. He has to first meet all his women and spend time with them. He will also go to the abandoned divine world with all his women and explore that world. Then he will obtain treasures of God level and Empyrean level before giving them to the mysterious lady. After all, he had promised her that he will help her recover. When he thought about the mysterious lady, Ye Xiao suddenly thought that just like the domineering God crystal, the mysterious lady also came from the chaos, running away from Void God. Void God is a true divine lord, and Ye Xiao suspected that the mysterious lady must be a fake divine god at the very least. But what he could not understand was, the mysterious lady has stayed in heavens since primordial era, then why did heavens never attack her? It is not like heavens had yet to detect her presence. Ye Xiao was sure that heavens knows about her existence from the very beginning, but for some special reason, it never tried to attack the mysterious lady. Chapter 1002. To the abandoned divine world. Ye Xiao spent 3 days gathering all his women together. He was able to look for them so quickly because of the soul imprint he had left in their souls. He was ready to spend time together with them from now on and never to be separated again. He lived an ordinary but very happy life with them for many years. And just like that, more than 300 years passed. In this period of 300 years, Ye Xiao not only gave all his women enough time, but he also tried to comprehend the profound meanings of the laws as long as he got the time. Maybe, it was because of the drop of soul essence that once again brought Ye Xiao's divine soul to its previous level and also boosted his comprehensive ability to a great extent. Ye Xiao was actually able to comprehend 100% profound meanings of all the ordinary laws. Now, he only needed to comprehend the profound meanings of unique laws and supreme laws. As his comprehension of laws and profound meanings grew stronger, many changes also occurred in his small universe. The small universe expanded further, and at the same time, Ye Xiao clearly felt his own strength increased by a large margin. Also, in this period of 300 years, all his women got pregnant. But for some reason, even though many years have passed, they have yet to give birth. At the same time, with his help, all 5 women's strength reached the God realm. They all have become a god. Ye Xiao's own cultivation base was also at the God realm on the surface. In reality, his strength has already far surpassed that of ancient gods. Ye Xiao believed that he might already have the strength to face a fake divine god. Well, so many years have passed, and Ye Xiao's face returned to its original form. But since he was living an ordinary life with his women, far from anyone's sight, no one was able to recognize him. Even though so many years have passed, the entire divine realm was still looking for his traces. They have yet to give up on looking for him. It is about time. Ye Xiao looked at the sky and muttered in a low voice. Then while taking a step forward, he disappeared from where he was standing a second ago. The next moment he reappeared inside a room, in front of the 5 women who were having a happy conversation. Their laughter could be heard even from outside. They all were startled at first, but seeing who it is, they smiled and stood up. Let's go. Ye Xiao had already told them that he will go to the abandoned divine world. They all understood what Ye Xiao is talking about when they heard him saying, let's go. 3 months later, somewhere far in the divine world, there was a huge world that seemed to have been imprisoned by the darkness. There was not even an ounce of light in the surroundings of this world. But it doesn't mean that the inside of this world was also filled with darkness. No, in fact, the inside was ruled by both light and darkness. And at this moment, in the sky of this world, a huge flying ship stopped in midair. Ye Xiao, Zhao Qinger, and the rest disembarked from the flying ship, looking ahead. Several thousand meters in front of them was a dusty, barren land that stretched into the horizon. Other than brown earth, they could barely see any other colors. Ye Xiao's group was astounded. The dusty, hazy sight in front of them was actually divine lightning. This is, Ye Xiao frowned his eyes because he recognized this lightning. He found the information about this lightning in the memories of the ancient formation god. The name of this divine lightning was Earthly Divine Lightning. Earthly Divine Lightning was extremely rare, thus he had never expected to see it here, that too on this scale. Isn't this the Earthly Divine Lightning? It was not only Ye Xiao, even Shui Xiaofei recognized this lightning. She was also shocked, but she seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes squinted as she observed the Earthly Divine Lightning a little more. What happened? Ye Xiao asked. Shui Xiaofei was thousands of years older than Ye Xiao. She has lived for many years and knows many things that even Ye Xiao, with the memories of 3 ancient gods, might not know. Although she had spent many years of her life either in the upper realm or in the lower realm, sealed inside a coffin. But it couldn't be denied that she is the most knowledgeable one in this group aside from Ye Xiao. She said, legend has it that there used to be 9 types of extremely rare divine lightning in the past, but for some reason, they disappeared. It is said that whenever any one of these divine lightning appears, they appear in the form of a pool called Divine Lightning Pool. I thought that this Earthly Divine Lightning is probably one of the 9 lightning pools, but now, seeing the sight in front of us, I found that my guess was wrong. Now, I am certain that the Earthly Divine Lightning is not part of those 9 rare divine lightnings. In the memories of the ancient formation god, there was very little information about Earthly Divine Lightning. And there was nothing about 9 rare divine lightnings. But this Earthly Divine Lightning is not something worse either. Even though it's not one of the 9 rare lightning, absorbing this Earthly Divine Lightning will still bring lots of benefits. Shui Xiaofei took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Ye Xiao, saying, unfortunately, I have Dark Phoenix bloodline. I don't think this Earthly Divine Lightning will be beneficial to me. You guys can go and absorb them. Ye Xiao nodded and then looked at the other 4 women. They all shook their heads, saying they are not cultivating or having anything to do with the lightning element. Moreover, they are pregnant, so enduring the attacks of Earthly Divine Lightning might bring disaster to their children who have yet to be born. Thus they also declined. Now, only Ye Xiao was left and he was not going to let go of any opportunity that could increase his strength. Thus, he immediately flew forward. As the rest watched from afar, Ye Xiao arrived at the border of the dusty land. Then he stepped over the boundary, into the land of Earthly Divine Lightning. The moment Ye Xiao took the first step, he immediately felt great resistance and heavy gravity. The heavy gravity brought by this Earthly Divine Lightning was something Ye Xiao had never experienced in the past. He exerted full force to channel his true essence. At the same time, he started using his ability, Devour, along with the devouring profound meaning to suck in the Earthly Divine Lightning. And with that, the Earthly Divine Lightning flooded into Ye Xiao's body. Ye Xiao's body started emitting coruscating lights that were not visible to the others. It wasn't long before Ye Xiao felt the heavy gravitational pull lighten, and it finally became non-existent to him. He was elated and he accelerated as he continued to proceed further inside. As the others watched his back with worried faces, Ye Xiao's figure gradually disappeared into the hazy barren land. While everyone waited, Ye Xiao advanced step by step. Each step was slow but steady and firm. Several hours later, he had traversed thousands of miles across the land of Earthly Divine Lightning. At this point, the dusty earth scenery had changed into blurry gray lightning. Ye Xiao had no idea where this gray lightning had come from, and it was seemingly infinite. Ye Xiao persisted, taking one step in front of another. When he was 10,000 steps away from it, he finally stopped for the first time. This should be the center of this lightning land, Ye Xiao muttered to himself. Based on his sense, the spot where he stood was filled with the richest divine lightning power akin to bubbling water. This was the very center of the lightning land. Ye Xiao sat cross-legged on the spot. He began devouring the lightning to his heart's content. Most importantly, Ye Xiao noticed that the earthly divine lightning that he devoured was again devoured by the heavenly demon transformation technique that refined them and turned them into supplements to increase the efficiency of the heavenly demon bloodline and heavenly demon pupils. The more he devoured, the faster the heavenly demon transformation technique worked, and the denser the heavenly demon bloodline become. Ye Xiao could feel the heavenly demon bloodline becoming stronger bit by bit with each passing second. One thing that Ye Xiao confirmed after devouring the earthly divine lightning was that he could no longer obtain any special physique. Even if he obtained one by mistake, it will be devoured by the heavenly demon transformation technique to supplement the bloodline and eyes of heavenly demons. Chapter 1003, Ice Source of Chaos. It took Ye Xiao more than 9 hours to completely devour the earthly divine lightning. He could feel that the heavenly demon bloodline and heavenly demon pupils have become a lot stronger. Ye Xiao stood up and sighed. He did not reveal the look of excitement on his face. He has just stepped into the abandoned world and has no idea what he will be facing from now on. This made him slightly worried. If it was anything else, he would not have been worried. But this abandoned divine world is actually related to the Void God and the mysterious lady. They both came from chaos, which means the Void God's vault, which is also in the center of this world, is also related to chaos. And anything that is related to chaos made Ye Xiao become very cautious and alert. He also knew that this world is filled with countless opportunities that could make him and his women stronger. Talking about opportunity, he just entered this world and an opportunity appeared in front of him which made his strength grow a little stronger. But the stronger the opportunity is, the stronger the danger will be. Ye Xiao was well aware of this fact. That's why he hurriedly returned to his women's side and started walking deeper into this world. Another hour later, Ye Xiao and the others suddenly felt a strong light coming at them from their front. It was incomparably dazzling, causing them to subconsciously close their eyes. Even Ye Xiao felt the same way. A moment later, Ye Xiao and the others felt as if they were being pulled by something. When they tried to open their eyes, they failed. When Ye Xiao was about to use his divine sense, he suddenly felt as if he could now open his eyes. The others felt the same. After opening their eyes, what they saw was a vast expanse of white. It was as if they had stepped into the world of ice and snow. A cold chill invaded their bodies, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. Ye Xiao carefully sized up this area. The place they were at was a vast expanse of snow and ice. In the distance, they could vaguely see a few snowy mountains. It was so vast that one could not see the end of it. Shui Xiaofei and the others were amazed as well. What happened just now? Who knows? Why is this icy land so big? Zhao Yufei, Yu Ying, and the others were all muttering in shock as their eyes kept scanning their surroundings. They did not walk around randomly and only used their eyes to size up their surroundings, afraid that it would cause danger within the ruin. The cold air that invaded their surroundings caused them to tremble uncontrollably. All of you, be careful. Don't run around randomly. Follow me, Ye Xiao said cautiously. He has no idea what just happened, but this sudden change made him even more alert. Got it, X5, Su Shui and the others said one after another. They carefully followed behind Ye Xiao and walked into the distance. As they walked, they carefully observed the entire ice plains. Ye Xiao, what do you think that is? After walking for a while, Shui Xiaofei, who had sharp eyes, was startled. She pointed her slender hand forward and asked with some cautiousness. Everyone looked in the direction Shui Xiaofei had pointed. And what they saw shocked everyone as well. Unknowingly, they had already walked to the middle of the vast ice plains. Not far in front of them stood a dense ice sculpture, like a forest of ice sculptures. What was shocking was that those ice sculptures were incomparably huge, and there were also short ones. There were human-shaped ones, and there were also beast-shaped ones. There were all kinds of them, and they looked incomparably strange. That is some fun you encountered just now. As Ye Xiao and others were observing the situation in front of them, Ye Xiao suddenly heard an intoxicating and familiar voice in his mind. It was the voice of the mysterious lady. It seems that she already knew Ye Xiao has stepped into this world and was keeping an eye on them. Do you know what they are? Ye Xiao's eyes narrowed when he heard the mysterious lady's words. He asked cautiously. The dense ice sculptures caused even Ye Xiao's heart to palpitate for some reason. Just how many living beings had died here in order to create such a vast ice sculpture forest? If so many living beings had died in this area, then how many living beings had died in this world? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The vastness of this place had simply exceeded the imagination of Ye Xiao and the others. The creatures sealed in this place were originally dead, but after being attacked by the profound meanings of ice law of the heavens, as well as the ice source of chaos, these creatures sealed in ice were penetrated by them deeply and turned into ice undead. Once you shatter the layers of ice on the sculpture, it will wake up the undead. As long as you kill them completely, you will get some rewards. As for what kind of reward you might get, it will depend on your luck. Some are the treasures left behind by those living creatures while they were alive, and some are shattered crystals of profound meanings of ice law. But the most valuable crystal you can get from their bodies after killing them is the fragments of ice source of chaos. Moreover, after they became the ice law undead, no one could sense how strong those creatures that were sealed in ice were. Once the cultivation base of those creatures that broke the ice surpassed their own, they could only wait for death. Hearing Ye Xiao's question, the mysterious lady told Ye Xiao a very important piece of information with a smile that was not a smile. Upon hearing the mysterious lady's explanation, Ye Xiao's expression changed. He looked at the vast ice sculpture forest with a serious expression. Ice source of chaos, what is it? Ye Xiao has no idea what the treasure called ice source of chaos actually is. He could not help but ask in his heart. He knew with the mysterious lady's strength, she could read his thoughts perfectly. As expected, a reply soon came, I will tell you about this treasure after you obtain it. And for your information, I shall tell you to hurry. You have to cross many places like this before you could reach the Void God's vault. Hurry up. Ye Xiao lowered his head and pondered. He was pondering whether he should cross this icy plain by walking normally or should he try breaking the sculpture, kill the ice undead, and obtain the reward they have to offer. Will their strength will increase after becoming the ice undead? Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked again. The so-called ice undead is actually a strange life form that was formed after the death of a living being before its soul completely dissipated. After being infiltrated by the ice source of chaos, it is similar to a slave of the laws, similar to the one you faced earlier, the one called Emissary of Heavens. Well, not all of these ice undeads will be on the level of Emissary of Heavens, but some of them will definitely be. And those will be the ones who might offer you fragments of ice source of chaos. The mysterious lady again explained. Her pleasant voice resounded in Ye Xiao's mind, but he couldn't feel happy about it. The ice sculpture forest was boundless. Who knew how many of them were there? Furthermore, he has no idea which ice undead will be equally powerful as the Emissary of Heavens. Remembering about the Emissary of Heavens, Ye Xiao suddenly thought of the crushing defeat that he suffered. He could not help but want to try these ice undeads once more. He also guessed that the main reason behind these dead creatures turning into ice undead must be the ice source of chaos. As for what this ice source of chaos is, the mysterious lady will tell him if he could obtain at least a fragment of ice source of chaos. Ye Xiao, what are they? What should we do? For some reason, my heart is palpitating. While Ye Xiao was deep in thought, Yu Ying, who was standing behind him, could no longer hold it in. She stared at Ye Xiao with her beautiful eyes and asked eagerly. After her voice faded, Shui Xiaofei and the others also looked at Ye Xiao. Their faces also flashed with eagerness. Apart from the initial fear, everyone had calmed down and were actually very excited, as if they wanted to rush forward and explore the world. This ice sculpture forest indeed looked strange and dangerous, but it also represented an opportunity. Chapter 1004, Divine Moonlight Wood. Yufei, go, pick an ice sculpture and break it. After deciding what to do, Ye Xiao smiled and did not continue to hesitate. He then asked Zhao Yufei to go and shatter the ice on any one of the sculptures. All right, nodding her head, Zhao Yufei walked towards the ice sculpture forest under the gaze of Shui Xiaofei and the others. In just a moment, she arrived in front of the ice sculpture forest. Looking at the huge ice sculptures in front of her, her heart suddenly shook. She didn't feel anything from afar, but when she walked closer, she felt like an ant. Finally, Zhao Yufei walked to the front of a human-shaped ice sculpture. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She turned around and looked at Ye Xiao and the others. Under the encouragement of Ye Xiao and the others, she suddenly stretched out her beautiful fist. The energy in her body gushed out and she threw a punch at them. Bang! A loud sound suddenly exploded in the silent ice and snow world. It echoed like a huge bell, causing the surrounding ice sculptures to tremble slightly. After the attack, Zhai Yufei's delicate body moved and she immediately retreated. At the same time, after receiving Zhao Yufei's fierce punch, the human-shaped ice sculpture immediately cracked like a spider web. Under Ye Xiao and the others' gazes, the entire ice sculpture shattered with a loud bang. After the ice sculpture shattered, Ye Xiao and the others also saw the creature that was sealed in ice clearly. It was actually a human wearing simple clothes looking down at them. Its eyes were tightly shut and there was no aura coming out from its body. Ye Xiao's eyes focused. He released his divine sense and wanted to estimate the strength of this ice undead, but it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean. No matter how hard he tried, he could not feel the energy fluctuation of the ice undead. This made Ye Xiao's expression become even more solemn. Roar! Suddenly, the ancient human opened his eyes. A strand of blue light flashed across his eyes. A ferocious aura burst out from his body. He roared like a ferocious beast. It spread out from his mouth and echoed throughout the entire land filled with ice and snow. It shook the surrounding ice sculptures, causing them to tremble once again. This aura, Ye Xiao's eyes narrowed when he sensed the powerful aura of this ice undead. He didn't expect Zhao Yufei to be so lucky that the first ice sculpture she shattered actually produced an existence comparable to a powerful ancient god. Roar! A loud roar came from the ice undead's mouth, shaking the land below Ye Xiao and others' feet. As if it had sensed the life force of Ye Xiao and the others, it stared at them with its blue eyes. That emotionless gaze made Zhao Yufei and the others tremble. Ye Xiao, a trace of worry appeared on Zhao Yufei's pretty face as she softly muttered. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Ye Xiao smiled. There was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was a somewhat relaxed manner. He softly spoke to Zhao Yufei and focused on the ice undead once again. Just a mere ancient god-leveled ice undead, Ye Xiao naturally wouldn't put it in his eyes. With his current combat strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the divine god realm. Boom! After Ye Xiao finished speaking, the ice undead suddenly erupted with an icy cold killing intent. It caused the area that was already freezing to become even colder. He waved his palm violently, and boundless energy surged out along with his movement. Buzz! Dense ice swords instantly appeared in front of the ice undead, flickering with a cold light, causing Zhao Yufei and the others' minds to involuntarily tremble. As the ice undead waved its hand, the dense ice swords in front of them started spinning and dancing like a storm, stirring the entire land of ice and snow. They emitted an unparalleled sharpness, causing the ice crystal-like ground to appear. Crack! 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 Roar! A roar rang out from the ice undead's mouth, followed by a finger gesture. The densely packed ice swords instantly rained down on Ye Xiao and the others. The sharp edge of the ice swords sliced through the void above Ye Xiao and the others' heads. A huge black hole appeared in the sky above Ye Xiao and the others, as if the sky had collapsed. Before the ice sword landed, Zhao Yufei and the others couldn't help but tremble. Although they were also very powerful, the attacks of a powerful ancient god are still not something they could deal with. The only thing that could rise up was despair. Boom! Just as the terrifying sword energy was about to land, Ye Xiao's eyes suddenly focused. He stomped his foot, and the entire ice crystal ground exploded, revealing a huge crater. Ice crystals flew everywhere. A powerful aura gushed out from Ye Xiao's tall and straight body. The sky started changing color instantly, making Ye Xiao look like a peerless war god, giving Zhao Yufei and the others an incomparable sense of security. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of Zhao Yufei and the others, Ye Xiao suddenly threw out a punch. Boundless energy condensed into a huge white fist print, and like a strike to the sky, it smashed toward the densely packed ice swords. Bang! Two powerful attacks collided with each other. Powerful airwaves swept in all directions, and a thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire land of ice and snow, causing the ice sculptures in the ice sculpture forest to tremble continuously. Whoa! So powerful! Yu Ying, Su Shui and the others were shocked when they saw the terrifying sword force shattered by Ye Xiao's punch. Although they always knew Ye Xiao is extremely powerful, but still, they have no idea how powerful he really is. But now that they saw Ye Xiao's strength that was enough to deal with a powerful ancient god, they could not help but be astonished. Ye Xiao's overbearing and unparalleled posture had been deeply engraved in Shui Xiaofei and the others' minds. They would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Countless ice swords shattered one after another, turning into tiny ice cubes. Like a heavy rain, they fell to the ground, creating a crisp sound. Roar! The ice undead seemed to have no idea what fear was. Even though Ye Xiao had displayed such powerful combat strength, it was not afraid at all. Instead, it became even more violent. With a loud roar, it rushed toward Ye Xiao and the others. A cold glint flashed across Ye Xiao's eyes. He didn't intend to continue playing with the ice undead. He rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. His fist was glowing with a brilliant light, like a brilliant sun. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of Shui Xiaofei and the others, Ye Xiao collided with the ice undead. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying airwave that was like a tempestuous wave was created. Layers of ice crystals were sent flying by this airwave, turning into small pieces of broken rocks that smashed into the ice in the distance. Shui Xiaofei and the others could feel the terrifying airwave. If they were to face such a powerful attack directly, they would likely be seriously injured by it. Crack! A shattering sound suddenly resounded across the land of ice and snow. The ice undead that Ye Xiao had struck shattered like a mirror, turning into pieces of ice crystals that fell to the ground and piled up into a pile of ice crystals. There was no blood that flowed out from the ice undead, nor was there a corpse. There was only a small pile of ice crystals. At this moment, a bright light flashed past, which surprised Ye Xiao. He waved his hand and broke the pile of ice crystals, revealing a piece of red-colored wood in the ice crystals. Divine moonlight wood. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. This was a very rare peak divine grade treasure. He picked up the divine moonlight wood and threw it at Zhao Yufei, saying, "This is a good treasure. Keep it." She was the one to shatter the ice on the sculpture, thus the divine moonlight would become her treasure in the end. All of you, go and pick an ice sculpture to break it. For a moment, Ye Xiao's heart was filled with heroic spirit. He now wanted to obtain at least a fragment of ice source of chaos. He waved his hand and spoke in a domineering manner to everyone. Under the shine of the azure cold light, his tall and straight figure looked majestic and domineering. The domineering manner of looking down on the world made Zhao Yufei and the others' eyes sparkle with stars. Chapter 1005, Freezing War Ape, Let's Do It. As the second strongest in the group, Shui Xiaofei was also aroused by Ye Xiao's domineering attitude. She clenched her fists and waved them as she spoke with fighting spirit. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed forward, bombarding an ice sculpture. Yu Ying and the others didn't fall behind. Instead, they found an ice sculpture and punched it with their fists with powerful attacks. Ye Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. Boundless true essence was surging inside his body. His eyes swept across the shattered ice sculptures. He was ready to attack at any time. Bang! As Shui Xiaofei and the others attacked, the ice on the sculptures shattered one after another. The ice statues revealed the creatures that were sealed in ice. Azure light shone from their tightly shut eyes. There were human-shaped creatures and beast-shaped creatures. Each of them was emitting the fluctuation of powerful auras. There were a total of 5 ice undeads, 2 of them were at the ancient god level, 1 was a god realm, and 2 were at the exalted ruler realm. With a sway of his body, Ye Xiao appeared in front of the 2 ancient god-leveled undead. He waved the fist in his hand and struck at these ice undeads. As for the other 3 ice undeads, Ye Xiao didn't attack them. Instead, he handed them over to Shui Xiaofei and the others to deal with. Rumble! Ye Xiao attacked with all his strength, sending out several punches in a row. He sent the 2 ancient god realm ice undeads flying away. Bang! Bang! Another few punches were thrown out. The 2 ancient god realm ice undeads were killed by Ye Xiao very soon. He didn't go to search for the treasures that should appear after killing the ice undeads but just stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the battle between ice undeads and his women. At this moment, Su Shui'er and Yu Ying were fighting against exalted god realm ice undeads. As for Zhao Yufei, she was fighting against the god realm ice undead. Powerful attacks were unleashed from their hands, continuously clashing with the ice undeads. Not far away, Ye Xiao saw this intense battle, and his heart was filled with emotion. Before he obtained the heavenly pearl, his aptitude and talent were not good. They were below average. However, he had never imagined that his women would be such talented people. If not for the second universe and the 9 ancestral dragons, he would not have been standing where he was today. In a way, he was this powerful all because of his encounter with the heavenly pearl. If not for the heavenly pearl, who knows who would have been fated with his women. After sizing them up for a while, Ye Xiao discovered that Zhao Yufei and the others were able to deal with the ice undeads easily. Ye Xiao was relieved as well. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of a random ice sculpture. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Without hesitation, he threw a punch forward. The ice sculpture that Ye Xiao chose was a gigantic demonic beast. The ice sculpture that looked like a small mountain was shining brightly in the land of ice and snow. Ye Xiao's burly body stood in front of the ice sculpture. It was incomparably tiny. Boom! After Ye Xiao threw out a punch, the fist was shining with a bright light. The solid punch landed on the huge ice sculpture, causing it to shake. Then, with Ye Xiao's fist as the center, cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture. In the blink of an eye, the cracks covered the entire ice sculpture. Bang! A huge explosion suddenly echoed in the land of ice and snow. Huge pieces of ice crystals fell down like huge rocks, smashing into the solid ice surface and causing cracks to appear. When the ice completely fell down, the demonic beast was revealed in front of Ye Xiao. It was a snow-white giant ape that was more than 30 meters tall. Its entire body stood up, and it was covered in tough ice armor. Its sickle-like sharp claws were flickering with a terrifying cold light, as if they could pierce through a person's head at any time. "This luck of yours is really..." At this moment, the mysterious lady's voice again sounded in his mind. He could feel a touch of ridicule in her voice, as if she was watching a good show. "What's wrong?" Ye Xiao's eyes focused as he asked in a deep voice. "This is a freezing war ape. It has an extremely high bloodline and is innately competitive. Its combat strength is far from what any human of the same level can compare with. When a freezing war ape reaches adulthood, it will basically reach the fake divine god realm. With your combat strength, under normal circumstances, no matter how high the bloodline of this freezing war ape is, it doesn't matter. However, this freezing war ape has already turned into the ice undead. Its attributes are compatible with the ice law and profound meaning of ice of the heavens, and its combat strength is probably infinitely close to that of a fake divine god realm martial artist. In fact, if not for the limit of heavens, it might have already reached the level of a fake divine god. Other than the Emissary of Heavens, this freezing ice ape is the strongest enemy you have ever faced. Whether you can defeat it or not, it's all up to you. Show me a good fight. Maybe you can get an unexpected surprise after killing this freezing ice ape." The mysterious lady's voice sounded in Ye Xiao's mind, causing his pupils to shrink. His entire body became alert as he stared fixedly at the freezing war ape. Ye Xiao had never doubted the mysterious lady's words. Even though the freezing war ape had yet to fully awaken, Ye Xiao could already feel a strong pressure from it. The massive body of the freezing war ape invaded his body, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. A soaring battle intent suddenly rose from his body. According to the mysterious lady, the strength of this freezing ice ape is infinitely close to that of a fake divine god. And if not for the limit of the heavens, it would have already reached the fake divine god realm. But even so, this freezing war ape is capable of fighting a fake divine god head-on. He now really wanted to fight this opponent, for it could show him how strong he really is currently, and if he has the strength to face the Emissary of Heavens or not. Roar! At this moment, a roar that sounded like a great bell rang out. It was a loud roar coming from the freezing war ape's mouth. Layers of sound waves spread out in all directions in a visible manner. It shook the boundless ice sculpture forest, causing it to tremble continuously. Endless ice swept across like a storm. A bright blue light flashed across the huge opened eyes of the freezing war ape, causing Ye Xiao's heart to tremble involuntarily. A violent aura swept out from the huge body of the freezing war ape. The surrounding ice seemed to have been lifted by a powerful force, causing layers of ice crystals to appear, causing the entire ice to crack open. Zhao Yufei and the others who had just finished the battle felt this terrifying aura, and their pupils shrank. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and they looked at the man in the ice undead with worried eyes. They didn't go up to help. They knew very well that with their strength, going up to help would only cause trouble for Ye Xiao. The only thing they could do was to stay far away and pray for Ye Xiao. Bang! The majestic life force that filled Ye Xiao's body was like a great tonic. It enticed the freezing war ape and made it stare at Ye Xiao with its emotionless blue eyes. Its huge paw-like fist stomped on the ground, and the entire ice surface exploded. Ice crystals shot out, revealing a big hole. Like an arrow leaving its bow, it waved its huge fist and punched at Ye Xiao. Although it was huge, its speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Ye Xiao. It was a fist even bigger than Ye Xiao in shape and size. It carried a terrifying force, as if it wanted to smash Ye Xiao into meat paste. It fell down with a loud bang. Ye Xiao focused and his expression became ferocious. His body, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, suddenly exploded. He immediately circulated the heavenly demon transformation technique and his entire body suddenly started emitting a dazzling red light, like a red sun, making people not dare to look at him directly. Chapter 1006. Inferno Thunderbird's reappearance. Ye Xiao's seemingly tiny fist carried a dazzling white light as it brazenly smashed toward the huge fist of the freezing war ape. He chose to fight the giant ape head-on. Years ago, after he had nothing to do with the 9 ancestral dragons in the second universe, he lost everything he gained by cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. His physique was weakened by more than 10 times. However, now that he was cultivating the heavenly demon transformation technique, his physique once again became incomparably strong, even stronger than before. It could be said that he now had the strongest physique under the heavens. As for the freezing war ape's physique, it was also incomparably strong. Now, Ye Xiao wanted to see if his physique is stronger or if the freezing war ape's physique is stronger. That tiny fist that was extremely inconsistent carried a terrifying force that was comparable to the freezing war ape, and it brought a tremendous impact on Shui Xiaofei and the others in the distance. At this moment, Ye Xiao was like a mighty king that could shake the heavens, and he emanated a peerlessly overbearing and mighty bearing. It caused Shui Xiaofei and the others to be extremely shocked in their hearts. This was their man and their pride. Bang! Under the gazes of Shui Xiaofei and the others, the large and small fists were like 2 stars that fiercely collided with each other. A huge explosion rang out. Ear-piercing sound waves accompanied by strong impact waves swept out with the large and small fists as the center. Boom! Ye Xiao's expression changed. He was actually sent flying backward as he violently smashed into the ice in the distance, shattering it into pieces. As for the freezing war ape, it was also forced back hundreds of meters by Ye Xiao. Every step it took caused a huge crater to appear on the ground. The layer of ice cracked as if it could not withstand the force of the freezing war ape. Ye Xiao! Ye Xiao! Seeing Ye Xiao being sent flying, Shui Xiaofei and the others cried out in shock. They wanted to rush toward Ye Xiao, but they were stopped by Ye Xiao, who had stood up. Ye Xiao waved his hand, signaling Shui Xiaofei and the others not to come over. His deep eyes were staring at the freezing war ape. His expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. The test just now had made him understand that he could not gain any advantage in terms of physique, but the freezing war ape could not defeat him in terms of physique either. Both of their physiques were almost at the same level. If the freezing war ape was alive, then its physique wouldn't be this strong. For countless years, the profound meaning of ice law and the ice source of chaos had invaded the body of the freezing war ape, causing it to be unbelievably strong. Ye Xiao also understood that he should not underestimate an existence that could fight against a fake divine god. Although the freezing war ape has yet to reach the level of a fake divine god, according to the mysterious lady, it could fight a fake divine god head-on. However, Ye Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his fighting spirit was boiling. In the entire heavens, there was almost no one who could fight him to his heart's content. The Emissary of Heavens was still too strong for him. He was not a match for the Emissary of Heavens, but he was sure that he could definitely fight and kill the freezing war ape. The freezing war ape was very strong, but it also allowed him to unleash his full combat strength. An opportunity like this was something that could only be encountered by chance. Without opponents, no matter how strong they were, they would eventually be eroded by the passage of time. They would lose all will to fight. Sooner or later, they would be like flowers in the lake, useless to the eye. Only after experiencing countless battles could they truly become powerful. Roar! The freezing war ape, who had stopped in its tracks after being forced to retreat hundreds of meters back, roared towards the sky. Its roar shook the sky, and its enormous body was filled with a brutal aura. It shook the entire world of ice, and its huge eyes stared at Ye Xiao. Then it rushed towards Ye Xiao with its huge body. It was like a moving mountain. With every step it took, the ground trembled heavily. The freezing war ape roared towards the sky as it ran towards Ye Xiao. Its momentum was incomparably huge. The ice crystal that was crushed under its feet was swept away by this momentum. It was like a stormy sea that followed behind the freezing war ape, causing everyone to be shocked. When Shui Xiaofei and the others saw this from afar, their faces were filled with solemn expressions. The energy within their bodies started circulating crazily. Once Ye Xiao showed any signs of being no match for him, they would rush out without caring about anything, even if they knew that they were no match for the freezing war ape. They couldn't even withstand a casual strike from him. However, they couldn't just watch as Ye Xiao was killed. They had come to this abandoned world together, so they had to leave together. Not a single one of them could be left behind. Facing the incomparably powerful freezing war ape, Ye Xiao's expression was very calm. His entire body suddenly rose into the air, and boundless energy surged out from his body, shaking the entire land of ice and snow. "I shall try my martial spirit then," Ye Xiao muttered, and for the first time, he released his martial spirit. "Come out, Inferno Thunderbird, roar." A loud roar echoed in the surroundings, and a gush of white fog slowly flew out from Ye Xiao's body and gathered above his head. One would be able to see the hint of golden light flashing in the white fog. Slowly, the outline of some kind of huge golden bird appeared in the middle of the fog. It saw a huge bird floating above his head. This huge bird had a golden flaming crown on its head. Its pair of eyes were purple in color. Its pair of golden wings were also burning with golden flames, but other than flames, golden and purple lightning could be seen flashing constantly around its entire body. Not only this huge bird has a mix of golden and purple feathers. Its feathers had their own shine and uniqueness. Ye Xiao knew that every single one of these feathers was capable of killing gods, even ancient gods. They contain a kind of poison no god could not withstand. The appearance of the Inferno Thunderbird above Ye Xiao's head made Ye Xiao unable to stop the phenomenon of the heaven and earth around him. Heavens! Seeing the Inferno Thunderbird above Ye Xiao's head, Shui Xiaofei and the others opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They wanted to say something, but when the words were about to come out of their mouths, they could not say it. They never would have thought that Ye Xiao would have a pet this powerful. Yes, they thought that the Inferno Thunderbird is Ye Xiao's pet. And because of the boundless aura coming out of the Inferno Thunderbird's body that even made them suffocate, they could not help but think, how can Ye Xiao keep this Thunderbird a secret from them? It is such a powerful demonic beast. Although they did not recognize what kind of demonic beast it is, however, being able to make them suffocate just from its aura alone, they knew it is not an ordinary demonic beast, and it will be better for them to stay as far as possible from the battlefield. At the same time, an unparalleled sense of honor surged into their hearts, making them feel extremely excited. And this sense of honor and pride came from the fact that Ye Xiao, this powerful person, is their man. Boom! Ye Xiao didn't know about what his women were thinking. His eyes slightly narrowed. He stared at the surging powerful energy of freezing war ape and unleashed his aura to the limit. The appearance of Inferno Thunderbird had caused the boundless energy in his body to boil. The shining light on his fist became stronger and stronger. It has to be taken note that Ye Xiao has yet to use any of his weapons. He had not taken out his void-shattering spear or infinity edge blade yet, but even so, he was actually able to fight this freezing war ape, who was infinitely close to the level of a fake divine god realm martial warrior. It could be seen how much he has improved in these few hundred years. His improvement is quite shocking. Chapter 1007. The final strike. When the energy was accumulated to the maximum, Ye Xiao threw out a punch again. A huge fist imprint appeared along with his punch that shot straight. It was as if the aura sweeping over from the incomparably powerful fist imprint contained the profound truths of heaven and earth, sweeping across the entire land of ice and snow. Not only this fist was actually burning with golden flame, and strands of purple and golden lightning could be seen flashing around the fist imprint continuously. Ye Xiao didn't hold anything back in this punch. Not only did he use his extremely strong physique, but he also exerted the power of Inferno Thunderbird, as well as the true essence that belongs to a god. Boom! As Ye Xiao threw out his punch, the powerful energy ripples instantly formed with the fist light as the center. It spread out in all directions, sending layers of ice flying away. Shattered ice crystals flew in all directions, creating tiny holes in the smooth surface of the ice. The freezing war ape seemed to have no sense of danger as it ferociously punched towards Ye Xiao. The ice armor on its body flickered with a cold light, and layers of cold air were stirred up on its fist. It was like a punch from the ice god, and it carried a monstrous force. Bang! A loud bang that was like a thunderclap reverberated throughout the entire land of ice and snow. With the battlefield as the center, the enormous impact swept out like a tempestuous wave and tore open numerous enormous holes. The powerful force made Shui Xiaofei, Su Shui-er, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Qing'er, and Yu Ying's hearts palpitate even though they were far away. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air. The huge body of the freezing war ape was actually sent flying by Ye Xiao's punch. The impact was so powerful that after the freezing war ape landed on the ice land, it bounced a few times before rolling over far in the distance. Every bounce it took caused a huge crater to appear on the ice surface. A huge hole was created in its chest. As an ice undead, this freezing war ape was at most an inanimate object. Naturally, it wouldn't feel any pain. However, it seemed like the instinct of the ferocious beast had caused the injured freezing war ape to become even more violent. It immediately stood up and its huge body turned into a ray of light and shot toward Ye Xiao. Seeing this, Ye Xiao did not retreat. His body shot out like a cannonball and collided with the freezing war ape in the blink of an eye. His strength made Ye Xiao fearless. He could use this freezing war ape to sharpen his own fighting instinct and prowess. In the outside world, it would not be so easy to find someone who could match his physique. Rumble. Deafening rumbles reverberated throughout the land of ice and snow. A man and a demon collided like stars, unleashing a terrifying combat attack. Boundless energy ripples continued to spread in all directions. Some of the ice sculptures were even shattered by this terrifying energy. However, the ones that were shattered were mostly the weaker ones. As soon as they broke out of the layers of ice, they were destroyed by the violent energy unleashed by Ye Xiao and the freezing war ape. Shui Xiaofei, Yu Ying, and the others opened their mouths wide, staring unblinkingly at the fierce battlefield. At this moment, they couldn't even see the figures of Ye Xiao and the freezing war ape clearly. They could only see two rays of light constantly colliding with each other. Every time they collided, an extremely powerful force would be unleashed. It made their souls tremble. He is so strong. I didn't know that. Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei's cherry-red lips slightly opened and her delicate hands tightly covered them. Her pretty face revealed an extremely shocked and cute expression. This was already unknown how many times Zhao's sisters and other women had sighed with emotion. Every time they saw Ye Xiao, it was as if Ye Xiao had undergone a tremendous change, causing them to be unable to stop their worship and shock. Bang! On the battlefield, the fierce fight continued for a total of 3 days without stopping even for a minute. This time, after Ye Xiao and the freezing war ape collided, they stood opposite each other and stopped fighting for a while. At this moment, Ye Xiao was breathing heavily. Although there were bruises all over his body and he was covered in sweat, not a single injury or even a drop of blood could be seen on his body. However, the combat intent on his body did not weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The collision of fists and flesh made Ye Xiao feel as if he had found his blood boiling. He had no idea how long it had been since he had experienced such a satisfying battle. The freezing war ape wasn't in a good condition. Its glittering ice armor had shattered a lot. Under the ice armor, one could vaguely see the dried flesh and blood. Its eyes seemed to be blooming with a blue flame, and its gaze was incomparably powerful. Roar! A roar that shook the surroundings sounded out from the freezing war ape's mouth. It seemed as if it didn't know fatigue or pain, and once again charged at Ye Xiao. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop fighting until it killed Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's eyes focused. He stretched out his hand and finally, for the first time in this battle against the freezing war ape, the void-shattering spear appeared in his hand. A domineering spear intent suddenly rushed into the sky from his body. The peerless spear light seemed to have created a huge hole in the void. It was as if it was going to pierce the sky. Ye Xiao intended to end the battle now. Although it wasn't easy to find an opponent like the freezing war ape, he didn't want to waste any more time. Who knew what kind of danger would appear in this abandoned divine world? Let's end this. A deep roar was heard from Ye Xiao's mouth. An aura of death that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly rose from Ye Xiao's body. The void-shattering spear immediately started glowing with a dim light. As Ye Xiao smashed it down, an extreme spear light appeared. It suddenly illuminated the world with a terrifying speed. In an instant, it smashed at the freezing war ape. Crack! The extreme spear light was the first to land at the freezing war ape's huge body without any exception. A dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from the freezing war ape's body. Under Shui Xiaofei and the others' shocked gazes, a big crack suddenly appeared on the huge body of the freezing war ape from top to bottom. It looked no different from being cut in half. Bang! And it was at this time that a fierce wind whistled past, and the void-shattering spear landed on the freezing war ape's back. The huge body of the freezing war ape instantly cracked like a spider web. It turned into huge pieces of ice crystals and smashed onto the ground, creating huge craters on the surface of the ice. The freezing war ape shattered and died. The story of this ice undead finally came to an end. Although Ye Xiao's previous attack might look simple, in reality, Ye Xiao had unleashed almost 50% of his full strength. In the previous attack, what Ye Xiao executed was not the spear intent but the spear soul that he had comprehended while destroying the Song family of the ancient Feather City in the ancient divine world. Not only that, but he had also used his true essence to the extreme, including the profound meaning of wind and earth. Not to mention, his powerful physical strength as well as the personal attributes of void-shattering spear that is capable of shattering the void itself. How could the freezing war ape not die under such a fierce and powerful attack? After the freezing war ape died and shattered into countless pieces of small and big ice crystals, it soon disappeared. At the same time, an azure light that looked like a spiritual snake appeared where the freezing war ape had disappeared. A cold chill spread out from the azure light, and snowflakes that looked like ice crystals seemed to be falling from the sky. As if Ye Xiao noticed something, he was shocked and could not help but retreat a few steps. Then he fixed his eyes on the azure light. With just a glance, he felt a strong chill rushing toward his face, and his entire body trembled involuntarily. Within the azure light, there was a sphere filled with densely swirling icy energy. That extreme chill was coming from this sphere. Chapter 1008. Ice Source of Chaos. Ye Xiao looked at the sphere of icy smoke that seemed to be swirling constantly. The moment it appeared, a cold wave swept over, causing everyone to feel as if they will freeze in an ice sculpture the next moment. Everyone was astonished and fearful at the same time. They have no idea what this thing is, but since it was able to terrorize them to such an extent with its icy aura, they could not help but be wary and cautious about this newly appeared icy sphere. Is this the fragment of ice source of chaos? Ye Xiao looked at the sphere and muttered in a low voice. He knew that his voice could definitely reach the mysterious lady's ears, thus he waited for the answer to come. As expected, she soon responded to his question with a sigh and deep emotions in her voice. She said, "Yes, it is. I didn't expect you to really come across this treasure. You might not know, but there are many ranks of treasure above the god rank. One such rank is called Empyrean, which is one rank above the god rank. This ice source of chaos is an Empyrean rank treasure and a top one at that. Even true divine gods would fight for such a treasure. This treasure accidentally fell to this world from the Void God Vault because of me. Although it is only a fragment, as long as a person compatible with the ice attribute could absorb and refine it, not only will that person could obtain a special ice attributed body, but that person could also obtain complete control over the ice element. It means that a person's understanding of the ice law's profound meaning will reach 100%. That person could manipulate the ice element as they want. There are many other benefits, but most of them will be nullified because of the limit of heavens, not to mention, it is only a fragment. After saying this much, the mysterious lady stopped talking. She did not go into detail or tell him what kind of more benefits it could bring if not for the limit of the heavens. Ye Xiao understood that the mysterious lady doesn't want to tell him that information, thus he did not ask for anything. He could have absorbed this treasure, but after thinking for a while, he looked at his woman and finally chose Yu Ying. Yu Ying was the most suitable to absorb and refine the fragment of ice source of chaos. It is because she has already comprehended the 5% profound meaning of the ice law. She has also cultivated a few ice-attributed martial arts skills. After that, without any hesitation, Ye Xiao waved at Yu Ying and the others. Seeing Ye Xiao's action, Yu Ying and the others didn't slow down. With a sway of their bodies, they arrived in front of Ye Xiao. "Yinger, this is the fragment of ice source. It is very beneficial for you. I intend to let you absorb and refine it." Ye Xiao looked at Yu Ying and pointed at the sphere not far away, then said. Hearing Ye Xiao's words, Yu Ying and the others were shocked. They suddenly looked at the sphere once again. Once again, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The extreme chill that came from the fragment of ice source almost made them unable to withstand it. After the shock, Yu Ying said in a trembling voice, "That. I don't want to absorb it. I think it is very, very dangerous." Ye Xiao smiled and shook his head, saying, "In the path of cultivation, a cultivator's path is always filled with dangers. If a martial artist wants to improve and become stronger, they have to step over those dangers first. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Since it is only a small fragment, you'll only benefit after absorbing and refining this sphere of icy energy. It will bring you no danger." Yu Ying thought for a while and found what Ye Xiao said is true. She said, "Then, you should absorb it. You should know that you have to take care of as 5 women always, you have to be strong for that. Ye Xiao was speechless when he heard this. He thought, why her words sounded as if it has another meaning. Anyway, he shook his head, saying, I don't match this fragment of ice source. If I forcefully refine it, I will only hurt myself. Among all of you, you are the only one who matches the fragment of ice source. You are the most suitable one to refine it. As soon as Ye Xiao finished speaking, Yu Ying tilted her head and thought for a while before nodding in agreement. Shui Xiaofei and the others were also sincerely happy for Yu Ying. Yu Ying would definitely become stronger if she could absorb and refine this fragment of ice source. Buzz. After Yu Ying agreed, she stretched out her hand and beckoned. The fragment of ice source was pulled by her and grabbed by her hand. Strands of azure icy energy were visible to the naked eye, seeped out of the fragment of ice source and intertwined with her hand. As the azure icy energy intertwined, the fragment of ice source seemed to feel a sense of danger. It struggled violently and a blue light bloomed. It was incomparably dazzling. Wisps of cold air spread out, causing Shui Xiaofei and the others to involuntarily shiver. However, no matter how hard that fragment of ice source struggled, it was unable to escape from Yu Ying's slender and sparkling palm for some reason. It is because of Ye Xiao, who secretly build layers of barrier forms of hundreds of laws 2 centimeters above the fragment of ice source. These layers of law barrier only affected the ice source but did not affect Yu Ying in the slightest. Shua. Immediately after, under the gazes of Ye Xiao and the others, the fragment of ice source entered Yu Ying's body the next instant. Yu Ying's body suddenly shook, and powerful cold energy spread out from her body in a visible way. The ice that was already frozen was once again covered with a layer of frost. Her beautiful black hair seemed to have snowflakes condensing. It looked as if she had been frozen. Boom! At the same time, a majestic icy aura spread out from her body and swept over everywhere. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, layers of ice started forming on Yu Ying's body. A few minutes later, an ice cocoon appeared, and inside this ice cocoon was Yu Ying. As the ice cocoon appeared, the world regained its peace. Even someone as strong as Ye Xiao was unable to see through the ice cocoon and sense the situation inside it. He could not help but use the eyes of insight to see if he could see anything or not. He did not expect anything from the eyes of insight, this time because what he was trying to see through was not something of heavens, but something that came from beyond the heavens. However, surprisingly, the eyes of insight still worked very well. He was able to immediately see through the ice cocoon. Not only that, but he could also see how the ice cocoon was working. It was as if the ice cocoon was there not only to protect Yu Ying from outside forces, but also to nourish her blood, body, bones, energy, and even soul. The icy energy was flowing on a definite but very complex route, improving Yu Ying's attributes and quality in every way, to the extent that even her cultivation slowly started increasing. Ye Xiao guarded Yu Ying for a long time and kept observing everything that she was going through. After 2 hours, he sensed something incredible and closed his eyes before opening them again. This time, his green returned to normal. After that, Ye Xiao asked Shui Xiaofei and the others to take turns protecting her. One of them would protect her while the rest would break the ice sculpture to gain experience. As for Ye Xiao, he sat down cross-legged not far away and closed his eyes. Then he slowly started circulating his true essence in the same complex but the definite pattern as the icy energy was flowing inside Yu Ying's body. Then he slowly started comprehending and creating a cultivation technique as well as martial arts skills based on these circulation paths. He believed that he could create these 2 things and they will definitely become a treasure that even ancient gods would fight for. He was sure of it because, previously, when he tried to circulate the true essence in the same way with the help of eyes of insight, he sensed an incredible, overbearing, and freezing aura that felt out of the world. Ye Xiao was well aware of what he was doing. Furthermore, the more he circulated the true essence in the same pattern, the more he felt as if a new kind of energy that has icy attributes appearing inside his body, and this new kind of energy actually started affecting his body, blood, bones, and even soul in the same way as it was doing to Yu Ying. And just like that, a few hours later, an ice cocoon appeared that swallowed his body as well. Chapter 1009. Ice Cocoon. Everyone was shocked when they saw the same cocoon appearing on Ye Xiao's body even though he did not absorb the fragment of ice source. They were so shocked that they could not define how they were feeling. They have no idea what is going on with Ye Xiao, but they soon understood that Ye Xiao already knew what is going to happen, and this might be the reason why he asked them to guard Yu Ying one by one while he went to sit cross-legged. Just like that, a few months passed. On this particular day, along with the sound of something shattering, the ice cocoon on Ye Xiao's body completely shattered, revealing Ye Xiao's figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When Ye Xiao and Yu Ying were inside the cocoon, Shui Xiaofei and others were always on guard, and at the same time, they were also extremely nervous these past few months. It is because they have no idea what danger might suddenly appear in front of them in this abandoned divine world. This world is unknown to them, and the danger here is also completely different from the other worlds. They have witnessed Ye Xiao and the freezing war apes fight, and they could say with confidence that even if they all would try to join forces, they wouldn't have been able to deal with that ice undead. The freezing war ape's strength was something that had already frightened them to the core. But now, when they saw the cocoon on Ye Xiao shattering, all of them heaved a sigh of relief, as if they have just seen a new light that could bring them hope. Ye Xiao slowly opened his eyes and a profound look flashed. Logically speaking, something should have changed in Ye Xiao, but in reality, nothing changed. In fact, something did change, but because of the heavenly demon transformation technique, everything turned back to the same as it was before. Actually, Ye Xiao obtained a kind of ordinary physique and an ordinary ice elemental bloodline, but both of them were devoured by the heavenly demon transformation technique. Instead of these two, his heavenly demon bloodline and heavenly demon pupils have strengthened once again. He obtained ordinary ones maybe because he only relied on the circulation path of true essence instead of absorbing the fragment of ice source. His true essence also gained a special kind of icy nature. His other areas were also about to be affected, but Ye Xiao did not continue to circulate the icy-natured true essence. Instead, he focused his attention on comprehending and creating cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. And when he was done with everything, he intended to wake up, causing the icy nature from his true essence to slowly disappear. This happened because Ye Xiao no longer had the ice elemental body or bloodline. He returned to the same point from where he started, to the same stage where the icy energy has just appeared. Without the support of the continuous circulation of true essence on the same definite path, the icy nature disappeared completely, and the cocoon shattered. After Ye Xiao woke up, he took a deep breath and stood up. Then he looked at the ice cocoon not far away. After that, he shifted his gaze to look at Zhao sisters, Shui Xiaofei, and Su Shui'er. With just one look, he could see that these women's overall strength also increased by a small margin. He understood that it is all because these women must have shattered quite a few ice sculptures and dealt with these ice undeads. At this time, Su Shui'er stepped forward and asked Ye Xiao what happened to him a few months ago and why the same ice cocoon appeared on his body as well. Ye Xiao smiled and made up an excuse, saying that the ice cocoon appeared because he had also absorbed a few strands of energy from the ice source. That was also the reason why he woke up sooner than Yu Ying. No one doubted him for his answer. Ye Xiao then told everyone that he has created a cultivation technique specifically for Yu Ying. This cultivation technique could only be cultivated by her because it was specially created for her. No one had any objection to that. After that, Ye Xiao said, "Let's clear as many of these ice sculptures as possible until Yu Ying wakes up." Everyone nodded their head and started hunting ice sculptures once again. Ye Xiao could sense the strength of the ice undeads after Shui Xiaofei and the others broke the ice sculptures. If it didn't exceed the limits of Shui Xiaofei and the others, he would let them deal with it on their own. At the same time, he was also constantly shattering the ice sculptures. By killing the ice undeads, he earned the rewards that came along and gave them to his women, increasing their strength by a few points. In the entire land of ice and snow, there were continuous rumbles. The violent energy was unleashed continuously, as if it had turned into a battlefield. Under the bombardment of Ye Xiao and the others, the ice sculptures were constantly being shattered and killed. As they were killed, Ye Xiao also discovered the changes in the strength of the ice sculpture forest. The ice sculptures at the border of the ice sculpture forest were basically all below the ancient god. The deeper they went, the stronger the ice undeads became. Therefore, Ye Xiao asked Shui Xiaofei and the others to clean up the outer perimeter of the ice sculpture forest and go deeper into it. As for the ice cocoon where Yu Ying was, it was completely calm, as if it could not sense any changes in the outside world. No matter how fierce the battle between Ye Xiao and the others was, it could not affect the ice cocoon at all. And just like that, another few months passed. In the land of ice and snow, the battle between Ye Xiao's group and ice undeads was still going on. Now, they had already gotten rid of all the ice sculptures at the border and inner perimeters of the ice sculpture forest. Ye Xiao also encountered 3 more ice undeads on the same level as the freezing war ape, but the reward he got was not the fragment of ice source. At this moment, Ye Xiao and the others were already approaching the center of ice sculpture forest. In this area, the ice sculptures formed by the ice undeads were getting stronger and stronger. Almost any one of them was broken, and those that came out were comparable to extremely powerful ancient gods at the very least. And many of them were at the level of freezing war ape. They were all dealt with by Ye Xiao. After all, this level was not something Shui Xiaofei and the others could deal with. Therefore, they retreated and handed the entire battlefield to Ye Xiao. They were now guarding the ice cocoon where Yu Ying was cultivating. Just the harvest from the land of snow and ice was enough to fill the treasure of one of the biggest forces in any divine world. Ye Xiao did not take any of these gains. Even if it was god-level treasures, Ye Xiao was not interested in them. Hence, these rewards fell on Shui Xiaofei and the others, increasing their overall strength by a large margin. In just these few months, all of them arrived at the point where they were not far away from breaking through and becoming ancient gods. Currently, although Shui Xiaofei and the others' cultivation hadn't changed, their combat strength had changed dramatically. Rumble. Loud explosions sounded continuous. Ye Xiao once again shattered an ice sculpture. The ice undead that appeared in this ice sculpture was even more powerful than the freezing war ape. Hence, Ye Xiao was unable to finish it off with a single punch, and he began to fight a fierce battle with this ice undead. Shui Xiaofei and the others who were guarding the blood cocoon watched the battle between Ye Xiao and the ice undead with interest. In these few months, they have already gotten used to Ye Xiao fighting like this and killing ice undeads of this level. They knew that nothing would happen to Ye Xiao. Crack. Just as Shui Xiaofei and the others were engrossed in the battle, a cracking sound was suddenly heard from the ice cocoon in the middle of them, causing them to come back to their senses. They looked at the cracks on the ice cocoon in surprise, and couldn't help but retreat. Ye Xiao, who was fighting against the ice undead in the distance, also noticed the unusual condition of the ice cocoon. He understood that Yu Ying will soon come out, so he needed to finish his battle sooner. A fierce look flashed across his eyes, and his attack became fiercer and fiercer. He was very calm and composed. Ye Xiao used all kinds of skills one by one and no longer treated the ice undeads of this level as his opponent. Instead, he treated them as a whetstone that was sharpening him for the true upcoming calamity. Chapter 10:10. Special Physique and Bloodline. Ye Xiao started rummaging through the entire ice sculpture forest in a hurry. He was determined to kill as many ice undeads as he could. To do this, he started using 100% of his strength, which immediately boosted his performance by an incredibly high margin. Previously, it used to take him a few hours to deal with ice undeads on the level of freezing war ape, but now, he was able to kill them after a few minutes of battle. And just like that, another 2 hours passed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deafening rumbling sounds continuously rang out. Powerful energy swept in all directions like a tempestuous storm. Ye Xiao continuously used all his strength to clash with an ice undead while paying attention to the state of the ice cocoon. The fierce battle between Ye Xiao and the ice undead did not affect the ice cocoon in the slightest. The shattering of the ice cocoon continued. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the ice cocoon like a spider web. Blinding azure light shone from the cracks of the ice cocoon, causing Shui Xiaofei and the others' faces to turn slightly azure because of the reflection of light. At this moment, Shui Xiaofei and the others had already retreated 100 feet away. Their eyes were fixed on the ice cocoon. The energy in their bodies was constantly surging, preventing anything unexpected from happening. Bang! Under the gazes of Shui Xiaofei and the others, the giant ice cocoon shattered with a loud bang. The incomparably bright azure light caused Shui Xiaofei and the others to subconsciously close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw Yu Ying appearing in front of them. With just one look, Shui Xiaofei and the others opened their mouths wide in disbelief. It is because of the changes in Yu Ying. Everything about her changed completely, which is quite a shocking matter. At this moment, Yu Ying was wearing a long azure dress and originally had long blue hair. Yes, her hair color changed from black to blue. Her black eyes also turned blue. An azure stripe appeared between her eyebrows and it had a faint glow that seemed to have a spirit of its own. This azure stripe did not affect Yu Ying's charm in the slightest. Instead, it added a special charm. In fact, there was a blue glow circulating all over her body. What shocked Shui Xiaofei and the others even more was Yu Ying's current cultivation base. She actually already reached the ancient god realm and become one of the most powerful people in the entire divine realm. In Ye Xiao's group, she was the first one to become an ancient god. An icy aura was circulating all over her body, making her look distant and difficult to approach. However, this exact thing could make people want to know more about her and get close to her. She was already a beauty, but now, she was on a whole other level. Hiss! Shui Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ancient God, was that fragment of ice source really that terrifying? It directly allowed Yu Ying to jump from God realm to the ancient God realm. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed this scene to be real at all. Ying, this change of yours is too great. You have actually become an ancient god now. How amazing! Zhao Qinger came to Yu Ying's side and looked her up and down. Her face was full of surprise. Standing beside Yu Ying, she could even feel a wave of cold air rushing toward her, almost making her unable to withstand it. It's all thanks to that fragment of ice source. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach this step so soon. You know what, when that fragment of ice source entered my body, I even felt as if my body was going to explode and die. Yu Ying's pair of beautiful eyes were like crescent moons as she softly muttered. Even when she thought about it now, she still had some lingering fear. At the moment when the fragment of ice source entered her body, it was as if her soul was frozen. Her entire thoughts were empty. Shui Xiaofei and the rest also came to Yu Ying's side. When they heard Yu Ying's words, they all opened their mouth in astonishment. Bang! Right at this moment, a huge explosion sounded out, causing Shui Xiaofei and the others to look toward the source of the sound. They discovered that it was Ye Xiao who had destroyed the ice undead with a punch and was rushing toward them. Unfortunately, there is no fragment of ice source as the reward for killing any of the ice undead until now. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xiao arrived in front of everyone and said with a regretful tone. He glanced at Yu Ying, who had changed tremendously, and a happy smile emerged on his face. There was nothing that could make him happier than his women's growth. He did not use his eyes of insight this time. Instead, he asked, "What kind of benefits have you acquired?" "Tell me." Yu Ying nodded and replied, "As you can see, I'm already an ancient god and my appearance has changed slightly. But compared to the other benefits that I obtained from that fragment of ice source, it is nothing." What? Su Shui'er and others could not define their shock when they heard this. It turned out that other than her cultivation base and change in appearance, she has gained something else that is more valuable than the increase in her cultivation. Yu Ying nodded her head and started speaking with a smile on her face. She said, "Yes, other than the increase in my cultivation and change in my appearance, I also obtained a special physique and bloodline called Ice Source Celestial Body and Ice Source Celestial Bloodline. Not only this, my true essence has gained an icy nature. Upon use, I could freeze anything with just a sliver of my true essence. My comprehension of ice law's profound meaning has also reached 100%. Most importantly, my divine sea was also affected, causing my nascent divine soul to evolve into a very special one called Frozen Nascent Divine Soul. In short, calling me Ice Queen now will be much better, for I can rule over ice attribute to the extent that no being in the entire heavens could match me in this term. More importantly, I feel like my fighting prowess has already surpassed the ancient divine god realm by a small margin. If there could have been another cultivation realm above ancient god realm, then I'm sure I could have fought the cultivator of that realm to some extent." Everyone opened their mouth in awe. The change in Yu Ying was really not limited to her appearance and cultivation base. She has changed from top to bottom, inside to outside. She changed completely. As expected, Ye Xiao secretly nodded his head in satisfaction. As for the fact that Yu Ying was feeling that she could fight a fake divine god to some extent, Ye Xiao did not agree with this. The mysterious lady is a fake divine god, but even Ye Xiao is not confident in fighting her with his current strength, let alone Yu Ying. That feeling must be brought to Yu Ying by the huge improvement in her strength and physique, bloodline, and nascent divine soul. Although Ye Xiao knew this, he did not bother to tell Yu Ying about it. He stopped himself from breaking her excitement. "Okay, now that Yu Ying has gotten so much stronger, then let us completely finish this ice sculpture forest," Ye Xiao said with a smile, looking at Yu Ying. "Let's do that." Yu Ying winked her eyes and said again, "Let's compete. Whoever kills the most ice undead, the loser will have to agree to the winner's one condition." "How about it?" As you wish, Ye Xiao immediately agreed and then looked at Shui Xiaofei and others. They all looked helpless because they were not strong enough to participate in this competition. Ye Xiao smiled and said, "You four can be considered one party. Break an ice sculpture and kill the ice undead by joining forces. This will at least allow you all to improve your battle prowess." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and started hunting the ice sculptures once again, with the hope to gain something incredible in their hearts. And just like that, another month passed. Everyone gathered in one place, and they looked exhausted. It is because this month, they have been constantly fighting without any rest. And finally, after a month of continuous killing, they managed to clear the entire ice sculpture forest. And in this competition, Ye Xiao won. But when the girls asked Ye Xiao to ask whatever he wants, he just smiled and said, "Let's go deeper first. We can talk about this after getting out of this world." Chapter 10:11. A world like no other. Now that the ice sculpture forest has been cleared, Ye Xiao and others started walking again. They wanted to reach the Void God Vault as soon as possible, but they have no idea where it is. Ye Xiao only knew that it is located somewhere in the middle of this world. As for where he is currently and how far he is from the Void God Vault, he has no idea. They were flying at full speed for a few days without stopping. They have long crossed the land of ice and snow, and now they were flying above a desert. 5 days later, something's not right. Ye Xiao stopped and swept his eyes across and said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Shui Xiaofei and the others' faces darkened. They started to sense carefully. In the next moment, they frowned and looked in the distance. Suddenly, a white fog appeared, and very quickly, this fog covered the entire place. Everyone's sight was blinded and they could not see anything inside the fog. They all held each other's hands in a hurry so as not to get separated inside this fog. After that, Ye Xiao used his teleportation ability along with his understanding of the profound meaning of space law to randomly teleport inside this world. After that, he opened his eyes and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing Ye Xiao's exclaim, Shui Xiaofei and others also opened their eyes, and what they saw in front of them shocked them as well. The next moment, they revealed excited expressions on their faces. Heavens, what place is this? Yu Ying could not help but let out a cry of surprise that reverberated throughout the entire place. At this moment, they landed on top of a mountain peak. Looking around, it was a mountain range that stretched endlessly and was shrouded in clouds. It was like a fairyland, which surprised Shui Xiaofei and the others. A light green radiance was suspended in the sky, causing the sky to shine with a brilliant light. It looked extremely mysterious. Ye Xiao and the others took a deep breath. Dense true essence flowed into their bodies, making them feel comfortable. The concentration of the true essence here shocked Ye Xiao and the others. In the outside world, it was impossible to find such a treasure ground with such rich true essence. If they could cultivate in such a place, even an averagely talented person would be able to become stronger. Ye Xiao waved his hand and led the group toward the distant mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the boundless mountain range. What they saw was a towering ancient forest. It looked like a desolate land, extremely primitive. Although there were many demonic beasts, they were at most in the exalted ruler realm. But, that's a million-year-old white wool wood. Oh my god, that's a god-leveled spiritual herb, 3-leaf holy flower. Look at that, that's another rare divine herb called soul essence herb. Quote. As soon as they arrived at this place, the voices of Shui Xiaofei and the others rang out continuously without stopping. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the ancient forest not far away in pleasant surprise. Ye Xiao's heart was also trembling. His entire body was trembling. Due to excitement, these rare treasures could be found everywhere in this place. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about in the other divine worlds. Although there are countless divine worlds and each one is as huge as this abandoned divine world, the cultivation resources within were already taken away by the humans, demons, and people of the other races. It was extremely difficult for a person to find a rare herb in those worlds. This place was truly a treasure land that contained endless treasures. This world has been abandoned for who knows how many eras. After being abandoned for countless years, the natural treasures that were born within it had probably exceeded their imagination. But no matter what kind of medicinal herbs and treasures were there, they were all useless to the current Ye Xiao and even Yu Ying. Although these holy medicines were useless to Ye Xiao and Yu Ying, they had endless uses for Shui Xiaofei and others. Go and take as many as you want. After that, We will leave this place. Ye Xiao looked at his women and said in a low voice. He really did not expect his random teleportation will allow him to come to such a treasured place. Shui Xiaofei and others nodded their heads in excitement and went to pick up the treasures in front of them. With these many treasures, they believed that they could also become an ancient god in the next 10 years at the very least. Just like that, they spent a very long time taking away all the rare treasures growing in this land. They wanted to cultivate here for some time and increase their strength a little bit at the very least, but when they thought of the reason why they entered this world, they reluctantly kept the treasures in their spatial rings and started their journey once again with Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao led the group and flew into the distance while flying at high speed. The entire world was incomparably huge. Even with Ye Xiao and the others' current cultivation base, they were still unable to sense how big this world really was. This abandoned world was much bigger than any other world they have ever been to. Just this ancient mountain range alone gave Ye Xiao and the others a feeling of vastness and unpredictability. It has to be known that this was just a mountain range, but it was already so huge. It was hard to imagine how huge the entire abandoned world would be. Everyone continued to fly for an entire day and night before landing in another mountain range. Looking ahead, there was a tall mountain that towered into the clouds in the distance. It was much taller than the other mountains, and the terrain was steep. Looking from afar, it was like a sharp sword that shot into the sky, giving people palpitations. In the sky, a dark green light spread out. The light covered thousands of miles, making this mountain peak look extremely mysterious. There were many birds and beasts on this mountain peak, and every single one of them was either in the heavenly divine Lord realm or above. They were happily playing around in the mountain, giving Ye Xiao and the others a feeling of paradise. A long river that contained rich true essence flew down from the middle of the mountain. It was like a waterfall falling from the sky, and the clear sound of flowing water echoed in the silent mountain forest. It was like an ancient musical note, causing Ye Xiao and the others to feel delighted. Hiss! As Ye Xiao and the others landed at the foot of the tall mountain that reached into the clouds, many gasps were heard not only from Ye Xiao and the others. At the foot of the mountain, there was a platform. On the platform stood a tall human-shaped sculpture. This human-shaped sculpture was very similar to the ice sculptures in the ice sculpture forest. However, it was still somewhat different. This sculpture had its back facing Ye Xiao and the others. Its face was surrounded by layers of clouds. Even if Ye Xiao used his eyes of insight, he was unable to see through the face of this human-shaped sculpture. And this was the first time his eyes of insight was unable to see through something. Behind the statue was an ancient stone door. There were all kinds of strange patterns carved on the stone door. An ancient and boundless aura was emitted from the stone door. Through the stone door, there were numerous green stone stairs. They reached the peak of the mountain, which looked like a heavenly staircase that led straight to the sky. After a short period of trembling, Ye Xiao and the others did not hesitate and walked forward. When they came into close contact with the huge sculpture, Ye Xiao and the others felt tiny. Even the toe of the sculpture was taller than them. Boom! When they passed through the stone door and stepped onto the green stone stairs, Ye Xiao and the others could clearly feel a powerful pressure pressing down on their bodies like a huge mountain. This pressure did not bring any discomfort to Ye Xiao and the others, but it also made Ye Xiao and the others unable to fly. They could only follow the green stone stairs step by step. On the green stone stairs, Ye Xiao and the others had the same feeling when they were ascending to the divine realm from the upper realm. Their hearts felt as if they were hugging the heaven and earth, giving them a strange feeling. Chapter 10:12. Flower of Divinity. Everyone started climbing the green stone stairs slowly but steadily. Every time Ye Xiao and the others stepped up the stairs, the pillars on both sides of the stairs would burn with a raging flame. It was as if they were lighting up the stairs for Ye Xiao and the others. It was as if they were welcoming the arrival of Ye Xiao and his women. These raging flames did not give them a burning sensation but instead give them a comfortable and warm feeling. Following the igniting of these flames, the demonic beasts in the mountain peak instantly gathered around the two sides of the green stone stairs. They lowered their heads and looked at it as if they were on a pilgrimage, giving Ye Xiao and the others a strange feeling. Ye Xiao and the others walked up step by step, feeling as if they were ascending to immortality. As they stood on the towering green stone stair and looked down, the mountains in the distance extended and the clouds curled up, making Ye Xiao and the others feel relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xiao and the others finally reached the peak of the mountain. In front of them was a huge stone platform. On the platform, silver light was shining and clouds were swirling around. A pure and holy aura was rushing toward them. Looking up, Ye Xiao and the others were shocked. They saw that there were hundreds of demonic beasts gathered on the stone platform. Each of them had some kind of pattern lingering on their bodies, and the powerful aura that radiated from their bodies made Ye Xiao and the others tremble. However, they were all kneeling on the ground and worshipped the center of the platform. Ye Xiao and the others were shocked as they followed the gazes of these demonic beasts. In the center of the platform, there was a huge pitch-black altar. It was 9 meters tall and incomparably wide. On top of the altar, there was a huge black flower floating in the air. The patterns on the surface of the flower danced in the air, and it was emitting a strong holy aura. With just a glance, it made Ye Xiao and the others' hearts tremble. It was as if their souls were about to be devoured by the flower. They could not help but quickly look away, not daring to look at it any longer. Even Ye Xiao felt a sense of great danger when he looked at this flower. However, unlike his women, he still looked at the flower carefully a few more times. This flower, it must have also surpassed the god rank. How could there be so many treasures surpassing Empyrean rank in this world even though we have yet to locate the Void God Vault? With this black flower, I have already come across 2 Empyrean rank treasures. Since there are already 2 outside, how many will be inside the Void God Vault? Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice. Everyone else also nodded their heads in agreement. After spending more than 300 years with Ye Xiao, they already know many things. Some of them were about treasures above god rank, and even a few things about chaos. In the center of the altar, there were 4 tiny demonic beasts. The patterns on their bodies were extremely dense. With just a glance, other than Ye Xiao and Yu Ying, everyone else felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Although the 4 demonic beasts were small in size, they were definitely more terrifying than any ancient god they have ever faced. These 4 demonic beasts were extremely similar to the phoenix, dragon, tortoise, and tiger. These 4 beasts were small in size and were surrounding the black flower, protecting the flower from any outside dangers. But for some reason, even though Ye Xiao and others arrived at this place, they did not even look at them. It was as if they did not even notice their arrival. On the other hand, the hundreds of demonic beasts gathered on the stone platform suddenly raised their heads and looked at them before roaring loudly, causing the sky to reverberate with their roars. Including Ye Xiao, everyone felt as if their ears would explode because of the demonic beast's roars. Their ears started bleeding. Before Ye Xiao and others could understand what was happening. Buzz! The black flower in the middle of the altar suddenly trembled. Mysterious patterns emerged from the black flower. Following this, everyone felt their mind and soul trembling. Before they could understand what was happening, it was as if they were being pulled by some kind of force. They flew up from the ground and were pulled to the center of the altar, in front of the black flower. It was at this moment that the 4 demonic beasts guarding the black flower suddenly turned their heads and looked at them with fierce eyes. The patterns on their bodies resonated with the patterns on the black flower and lit up. The next moment, a rhythmic sound that seemed to be capable of intoxicating even gods echoed in the air. At this time, Ye Xiao and the others suddenly felt a cold but comfortable sensation running through their bodies and entering their souls, calming their trembling souls and minds. Suddenly, they seemed to have witnessed something very incredible. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. It is because, when the rhythmic sound echoed in the air, other than the 4 demonic beasts, all other demonic beasts suddenly turned into mysterious patterns and flew into the black flower, fusing with it. Only now did Ye Xiao and his women understand that those were not the real demonic beasts, they were actually the manifestation of mysterious patterns born from the black flower. The thing that is happening in front of them currently was something they have neither seen before nor had they heard of it anywhere. Whatever was happening was extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Now, on the altar, other than the black flower and 4 demonic beasts, only Ye Xiao and his group was left. They looked at each other, and could clearly see the astonishment in each other's eyes. They could not help but once again focus their attention on the 4 demonic beasts. The patterns on the 4 demonic beasts' bodies were still glowing, resonating with the patterns on the black flower. At this time, the black flower started growing in the size, and in just a few moments, it grew to the size of more than 20 meters. In front of this huge black flower, Ye Xiao and others seemed like an ant. Even a single petal of the black flower was enough to completely bulldoze Ye Xiao, Shui Xiaofei, and others. Roar! Suddenly, the 4 demonic beasts roared at Ye Xiao and the others. But its roar was not loud, it was more like some sort of communication. The four demonic beasts seemed to be telling something to Ye Xiao and others. But Ye Xiao and others were unable to understand what it was trying to tell. Sigh. It was at this time, a long sigh echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. It was obviously the sigh of the mysterious lady. Ye Xiao immediately prepared to hear what she was about to say, for he knew since she responded, she must know something and is about to tell something. As expected, the next moment, her voice rang in Ye Xiao's mind. This treasure is the flower of divinity. It is another top Empyrean rank treasure of chaos. It shouldn't appear in heavens, but it still appeared. Do you know why? Ye Xiao did not know what to say, but he still tried to guess and spoke, because of the Void God Vault. He guessed that maybe this treasure fell out of the Void God Vault. Are you an idiot? The mysterious lady chuckled and asked. She said, if it really fell out of the Void God Vault, then what about this altar? How did it appear? Now that Ye Xiao thought about it, this really seemed to be the case. How could the altar appear here if the flower of divinity really fell out of the Void God Vault? Then, why? Ye Xiao asked. Let's talk about it later. First, choose 4 people to absorb the essence of the flower of divinity. These 4 demonic beasts are created by the spirit of flower of divinity, for it no longer wants to be imprisoned here. The mysterious lady said. Imprisoned? Ye Xiao frowned. He also could not understand what the mysterious lady meant when she said, choose 4 people to absorb the essence of flower of divinity. You don't have much time, hurry up and choose 4 people to absorb the essence of flower of divinity. Otherwise, the flower of divinity will randomly choose 4 people. If it is that girl Yu Ying, the essence of divinity will be wasted because she has already absorbed a fragment of ice source. She might even die. Chapter 10:13. Queen's Arrival. Why is that? Why would the essence of divinity be wasted if Yu Ying is chosen? And, what does it have to do with the fragment of ice source? Ye Xiao asked. Because of the heavens and its heavenly Tao. The mysterious lady continued. As you know, God-ranked treasures in ancient God realm are already the limits of heavens. That girl Yu Ying has already become an ancient god, and one of the strongest ones at that. She has absorbed the fragment of ice source and reached the peak of heavens. She could no longer continue improving, and if she still absorbed even the slightest of the essence of divinity from the flower of divinity, she will explode and die. Ye Xiao was shocked. If he had tried to guess, he could have also thought of this fact. However, instead of thinking, he asked the mysterious lady. Roar. At this time, the 4 demonic beasts once again roared. Their roars immediately brought Ye Xiao back to his senses. He looked at the 4 demonic beasts that were also looking at him and the other girls and understood that the 4 demonic beasts were waiting for the 4 people to step forward. Ye Xiao only now knew why only these 4 demonic beasts were left standing on the altar and other hundreds of demonic beasts were absorbed by the flower of divinity. According to the mysterious lady, the flower of divinity has its own spirit, just like the infinity edge blade. It wants 4 people to absorb its essence, and he has to choose those 4 people as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao immediately looked at his women and said, Xiaofei, Yufei, Qinger, Shui step forward. What? Shui, Xiaofei and others frowned and asked. They could not understand Ye Xiao. Just step forward. Ye Xiao again said, okay. The 4 of them nodded their heads and stepped forward. Ye Xiao turned at the 4 demonic beasts and pointed at them, saying, these 4 are the ones. Roar. As if the 4 demonic beasts understood what Ye Xiao was saying, they roared in a low voice and suddenly turned into rays of different colored lights before shooting forward and entering the 4 ladies' bodies. Before Shui, Xiaofei and others could understand what just happened, mysterious patterns suddenly appeared on their bodies. They felt some kind of force pulling them. Just as they were about to circulate their true essence, they were suddenly pulled inside the Black Lotus. What happened just now? Yu Ying was shocked. She hurriedly arrived beside Ye Xiao and asked. The sudden event caused her to become worried for Shui, Xiaofei and others. It is because what just happened was unknown to her, and almost everyone has the fear of the unknown. Don't worry, nothing happened to them. Ye Xiao smiled and shook his head. Then he said, the fragment of ice was your opportunity, and this flower of divinity is their opportunity. After thinking for a while, Ye Xiao again said, Yinger, you stay here and protect them. Wait for them to come out. I will go and look for the Void God Vault. But, Ye Xiao, Yu Ying wanted to say something but Ye Xiao raised his hand and stopped her. He then lovingly stroked her head and said, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. And as long as you are on this altar, you will be safe. Just stay here and look after them. Just in case, if some other danger appears, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with that danger. Hearing this, Yu Ying bit her lower lips and nodded her head. She no longer tried to stop Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao just smiled and then took a last look at the flower of divinity. Then he turned around and left the altar. Ye Xiao walked to a certain distance and asked the mysterious lady to tell him about the flower of divinity. After a moment of silence, the mysterious lady told him everything. It turned out that unlike the ice source of chaos, the flower of divinity has the potential to grow to the rank above Empyrean. However, if it is plucked before it fully matured, the highest rank it could grow to is top Empyrean. The flower of divinity has the essence of divinity inside, that is the original treasure. The essence of divinity could improve a person in every direction, be it bloodline, physique, soul, cultivation, boundless strength, laws, and profound meanings. It could improve a person in every way. Not only this, there is another benefit of the flower of divinity. It could bring eternal youth and an endless lifespan to a person. As long as a person is not killed, he or she would never die a natural death. 2 months later, Ye Xiao was standing inside a huge city. This city was the one he had seen when he saw a glimpse of the abandoned divine world. At that time, he was still in the upper realm and somehow come in contact with a strand of source of void realm. That strand of void realm's source was also the one that brought Ye Xiao in front of void god once. There was a time when Ye Xiao managed to obtain 2 strands of void realm's source. But it was absorbed by the domineering god crystal. Ye Xiao knew that the void god's vault is not far away. He hurried over, and after 3 days of continuous search, Ye Xiao finally appeared in front of a humongous crystal palace. Void God's vault. Ye Xiao looked at the marvelous crystal palace and muttered, "Yes, this crystal palace was the Void God's vault." Ye Xiao finally managed to come here. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of the huge door of Void God's vault. He observed it for some time before extending his hand to push open the door. The moment the door of the crystal palace opened, intense waves of cold energy attacked. Even Ye Xiao couldn't help but tremble when faced with this cold energy. Surprisingly, this cold energy also had a burning effect. And it was at this time, a wave of abundant energy suddenly appeared, resplending the surrounding, and blinding Ye Xiao's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find Queen standing beside him, looking at the huge Void God's vault in shock. How did you come here?" Ye Xiao looked at Queen in shock and asked. Queen replied without looking at Ye Xiao, saying, "I arrived in this world more than 200 years ago. I obtained all sorts of opportunities, even ones that have already surpassed the scope of anything I have ever seen. According to Heavenly Tao, there are countless opportunities in this world that could let me become even stronger, surpassing the limit of Heavenly Tao itself. Heaven seemed to have sensed a great danger coming. Maybe, the danger Heaven sensed has something to do with the coming world epic. Heavens told me I could obtain many treasures in this world that could help the coming calamity. In these 200 years, I have obtained more than 10 treasures that have already surpassed the limit of heavens. There is a weapon among them as well. But when I arrived in front of this crystal palace, I sensed something special about it. I tried countless times to open the gate of this place, but failed." Saying here, she stopped and looked at Ye Xiao with questions in her eyes. She said, "But this door was opened by you so easily. How did you do that?" Ye Xiao frowned when he heard this. He really did nothing when he tried to open the door. He just extended his hand, pushed, and the door opened. But Queen was saying that she has tried countless ways to open the door of the Void God's vault, however, she failed. How did this happen? Ye Xiao could not understand this as well. He could not help but started thinking deeply. The door opened because you have entered the Void Realm once. This caused the aura of Void Realm to enter your body. Even though you have gone through many things and have transformed completely, the aura of Void Realm is still on your body. That's why, the moment your hand touched the door of Void God's vault, it opened. Only now did Ye Xiao understand why the door of Void God's vault opened. But he did not tell Queen about this. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Let's talk about this later. We will first enter the Void God's vault." Queen's beautiful eyes focused and her delicate body trembled. A powerful energy suddenly erupted and collided with this cold energy, blocking the cold energy that also had a burning effect. This made even Ye Xiao feel a little better. Ye Xiao's expression was solemn as he looked at the crystal palace. It was pitch black, his divine sense seemed to have lost its effect and he couldn't sense anything at all. Chapter 10:14. Ancient Temple Queen entered the Void God's vault first and Ye Xiao was one step behind her. And very soon, their pupils shrunk and indescribable shock emerged in their hearts. What they saw was an incomparably spacious space. It gave off a feeling as if they had arrived in another boundless world. The inside of the Void God's crystal seemed to be divided into 3 segments. The first segment had a magnificent ancient temple on the left side. This temple was like a peerless ferocious beast hidden in the darkness, causing people's hearts to tremble. The segment was the surroundings where Ye Xiao and Queen were standing currently. The surrounding ground was filled with densely packed corpses. There were corpses that looked like the corpses of human skeletons, demonic beast skeletons, and even huge dragon bones. A cold and gloomy aura covered the entire burial ground, causing Ye Xiao and the others to feel a chill down their spine. As for the third segment, it was a small corridor that seemed to be leading to a different place inside the Void God's vault. Ye Xiao and Queen were unable to see through the first and the third segments. Such a grand crystal palace, but it is actually hiding corpses and a temple inside. What the hell is going on? Queen spoke in a shocked tone. Although Ye Xiao didn't say anything, he was also guessing the origin of these skeletons. After pausing for a moment, Ye Xiao and Queen stepped forward slowly, carefully walking towards the magnificent ancient temple. The true essence in their bodies started circulating quietly, forming a thick essence armor that wrapped around their bodies. It was to resist the cold energy and also to prevent any unknown danger. Where are the treasures I am supposed to obtain? Ye Xiao could not help but mutter in his heart. And a reply soon came to him. The mysterious lady said, "This is Void God's vault, the Void God's treasury. The skeletons you are seeing in front of you are just illusions and nothing more. The treasures are stored in the vault on the right side. As for the ancient temple, even I don't know what is there. But I could sense a danger inside. It'll be much better if you don't go inside the ancient temple." It turned out that the skeletons were just illusions. Ye Xiao was surprised and immediately used his eyes of insight, and confirmed what the mysterious lady told him as the truth. "Let's go to the ancient temple first," Queen said and moved forward. No, Ye Xiao could not stop her in time and she had already moved a few meters forward in a hurry. Ye Xiao had to follow her to stop in a hurry. While he moved forward, he tried to stop Queen, but for some reason, she could not hear him at all. Ye Xiao had no choice but to hurry over as well. As Ye Xiao and Queen moved forward, they gradually approached the ancient temple. The closer they got, the more shocked they became. Queen also stopped moving forward, and when Ye Xiao arrived beside her and asked why she was not responding, Queen told him that she did not hear him at all. This surprised them once again and they also became alerted. Then they looked at the ancient temple in front of them with some curiosity in their eyes. The majesty of this ancient temple was far beyond their imagination. The walls were filled with traces of the passage of time, and the ancient and boundless aura hit their faces. In front of the ancient temple's gate, there were 2 strange stone statues. These 2 stone statues' bodies were incomparably savage. However, their appearances gave off a peaceful feeling. Ye Xiao Queen didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when they arrived in front of these 2 stone statues, they suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if they were being stared at by something, and their heart couldn't help but tremble. "This place is a bit strange," Queen's solemn voice echoed in the surroundings and Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. The mysterious lady had also told him that she has sensed some kind of danger inside, and it will be better for them to not enter the ancient temple. Buzz. All of a sudden, a strange sound was heard, causing all the hares Queen and Ye Xiao to become more alert. A sense of danger filled their bodies, causing their face to darken. And suddenly, countless swords shot out from who knows where like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Without a sound, they enveloped Ye Xiao and Queen. Ye Xiao Queen hurriedly used their skills to either evade or face the swords. These swords did not carry a very strong force. They were roughly equivalent to the full force attack of a god. However, there were too many of these swords. They were endless, covering the entire space. Any god or ancient god would be able to withstand it for a short period of time, but they wouldn't be able to withstand it for too long. They would be exhausted by the endless swords. This should be the defense mechanism of the ancient tomb. Queen glanced at the densely packed swords and said. Her eyes sparkled with the golden light. Ye Xiao nodded and said with a bitter face, "These swords are coming from every direction except for this ancient temple. I think we have no choice but to enter the ancient temple. Then let's retreat into the ancient temple. Don't get entangled with these swords." Queen pondered for a moment before speaking. Ye Xiao nodded and rushed towards the ancient temple with Queen. In just a moment, they arrived at the entrance of the tall temple. Open! They hurriedly opened the door of the ancient temple and entered with extreme speed. What Ye Xiao and Queen didn't notice was that the moment they entered the ancient temple, the swords outside came to a halt. After which, it turned into a white fog and dissipated instantly. It was as if it had never appeared before. At the same time, it was as if it had deliberately appeared to force Ye Xiao and the others to enter the ancient temple. After entering the ancient temple, Ye Xiao and Queen were on guard. What entered their eyes was a dilapidated hall that looked like a dead ruin. Numerous stone statues had collapsed and scattered in the spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a huge statue that was 1,000 feet tall. It looked like a Buddha statue but also like a ferocious beast statue. It was an extremely strange sight. When they walked into the huge statue, Ye Xiao and the others could feel an auspicious aura rushing toward them. The long marks of vicissitudes covered the entire statue. There was something else that attracted their attention. They noticed a spiral staircase that was about 1 meter wide. It extended upwards, and they couldn't see the end of it. The two of them walked up the staircase step by step and felt something different. This feeling was as if they were walking in a paradise. The surroundings were dead silent, and they could only hear their own footsteps and breathing. After walking up for an unknown amount of time, suddenly, a ray of light flashed past, waking Ye Xiao and the others from their numbness. Their movements became faster, and they drew the stairs one by one. They stepped onto a huge platform floating in the air. According to Ye Xiao's estimation, the location of this platform should be on the head of the huge stone statue. On the platform, there were huge stone pillars. On the stone pillars, there were dense and strange patterns carved on them. There were also light clusters that appeared on the stone pillars. Hundreds of stone pillars had turned this place into a stone pillar forest. Ye Xiao and Queen focused their eyes. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, Ye Xiao and Queen arrived at the open space in the middle of the stone pillar forest. With just a glance, Ye Xiao and Queen's bodies stiffened. Their eyes widened. What appeared in front of Ye Xiao and the others was a magnificent golden altar. This golden altar was a little strange. The surface of the golden altar was engraved with runes that looked like formation patterns. It was densely packed and covered the entire golden altar. What really shocked Ye Xiao and the others was that on this golden altar, a figure wearing an ancient robe was sitting there with his eyes closed. There were black lines on his face and 2 horns that looked like dragon horns on his forehead. His entire body emanated an ancient aura. Could this be the master of this ancient temple? Queen looked at the person on the altar and muttered in a low voice, voicing her doubt. Chapter 10:15. Fake Divine God, could this be the master of this ancient temple? Queen looked at the person on the altar and muttered in a low voice, voicing her doubt. I don't think so. Ye Xiao shook his head and said. In fact, he was sure that this person was not the master of the ancient temple. It is because this temple is inside the Void God's vault, and it means this belongs to the Void God's vault. As for this person, Ye Xiao felt like he is a guard, guarding something here. He also guessed that the danger that the mysterious lady was talking about before was coming from this person. He guessed like this because when he saw this person, even his heart trembled. He could not see through this person's strength. But the feeling of danger coming from this person is something that he had felt only once, and it was from the Emissary of Heavens. Listen, as soon as Ye Xiao tried to say something, bang, bang, a sound that sounded like a beating heart echoed in the silent stone pillar forest. This sound was extremely soft, and if one did not listen carefully, one would not be able to hear it. However, Ye Xiao and Queen would rather not hear it. This discovery made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave and their souls almost left their bodies. Queen and Ye Xiao looked at each other and understood what was in each other's minds. Since this person was giving Ye Xiao the same feeling when he was facing the Emissary of Heavens, it means he is at least at the level of a fake divine god. In fact, he should truly be a fake divine god. After all, the Emissary of Heavens was so much powerful only because of the support of heavenly Tao and comprehension of all the laws and their profound meanings, except for the 4 supreme laws. Wait, he is already dead. After the initial shock, Ye Xiao forcefully suppressed the overwhelming feeling and carefully sensed the aura of the man on the altar. After a short time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice. But why is there a heartbeat sound? Hearing Ye Xiao's words, Queen also sensed carefully and heaved a sigh of relief. But then, as if a question suddenly appeared in her mind, she frowned and asked curiously. Ye Xiao also frowned when he heard this. He immediately used his eyes of insight to look at the man, and actually discovered something that startled him again. Then he said in a low voice, "Because his heart is still beating." Hiss. When Ye Xiao finished speaking, Queen took in a breath of cold air. She looked at the man in front of her as if she was facing the greatest enemy of her life. She is the queen, she is one of them who are in existence since the birth of the heavens. She has witnessed countless events that no one could even imagine happening. She has also faced enemies that everyone would be fearful of. However, even she had never faced an unfathomable enemy like the man sitting on the altar. She could sense the terrifying aura on his body and understood that this man is far stronger than her. Moreover, this person's heart was still beating. Then, how could he die? The life force of a martial artist at this level, who has far surpassed the limit of heavens, was extremely tenacious. Even if their body was broken, they could still rely on their strength to recondense their body. As long as their heart is still alive, they wouldn't die. Then how could this person be dead when his heart is still beating? Roar. Suddenly, at this moment, a hoarse low roar resounded. It shocked them until they hurriedly looked up. When they looked at it, their entire bodies instantly froze. They saw that the corpse had already opened its eyes. A red light that was like a ghost flame flickered in his eyes. That faint gaze made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Boom! Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes and unleashed his aura. He stared at the woken corpse with a serious expression. "Those who step, alter, die." A stiff and broken voice came out of the corpse's mouth. Then, it raised its head and roared toward the sky. The sound shook the surroundings and terrifying cold energy suddenly rose from its body. The evil aura, hatred, and other negative energies intertwined in its body, forming an incomparably evil aura. Bang! His feet moved as if he had turned into a shadow. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ye Xiao, with a pair of thick palms. He forcefully clawed at Ye Xiao. His nails were 3 inches long. It was grayish-white in color. Under the shine of the light, it reflected a metallic luster. They looked incomparably sharp. Ye Xiao's expression was solemn. He crazily mobilized his true essence. At the same time, he took out the void-shattering spear and ruthlessly smashed toward the 2 sharp palm prints. Rumble! A deafening sound of collision resounded throughout the entire space, with Ye Xiao and the corpse at the center. An invisible force rushed in all directions. That powerful fluctuation caused Queen's expressions to change slightly. Cough! The terrifying rebounding force caused Ye Xiao to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had far surpassed the level when he fought the Emissary of Heavens to an incomparably solid state, just this palm alone would be enough to make him fall apart. What really made Ye Xiao feel uncomfortable was that the dark and cold evil intent that was pressing down from the palm of the corpse kept rushing into his body and invading his will. Ye Xiao, Queen, who was not far away, saw this and her expression changed. She cried out in worry and unleashed her powerful aura, which was far stronger than Ye Xiao's aura. This was the first time Ye Xiao had seen Queen unleashing her true strength. Her strength has also far surpassed that of any ancient god, but was still a little bit less than that of the fake divine god. He knew, if he fought the corpse with the help of the queen, he could take care of it far more easily. But this is not what he wanted. He wanted to test his own strength. He wanted to examine himself and see if he is powerful enough to face the Emissary of Heavens or not. Thus, he immediately raised his hand and stopped Queen, saying, "Don't come over. Let me handle it." Ye Xiao's stern words caused Queen to forcefully stop in her tracks. She believed in Ye Xiao, but the worry on her face could not be hidden. Ye Xiao knew what Queen was thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have many trump cards up my sleeve. I won't die that easily. You should know, I have already reached this step in short 300 years even after becoming immortal. I have faced many dangers far surpassing my level, and I have even fought with the Emissary of Heavens. Believe me when I am saying I could fight and take care of this dead thing. Let me fight it." Finally, after struggling a little, Queen nodded and agreed. She relaxed and the boundless aura rising from her body also died down. She became a bystander and started watching the battle between Ye Xiao and the corpse who has woken up. Roar! The corpse seemed to be even more furious after the attack failed. It stomped on the ground, causing the entire platform to shake. It rushed out and appeared in front of Ye Xiao in the blink of an eye. Its finger was like a sharp blade as it stabbed towards Ye Xiao. White fist annihilation. Ye Xiao's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. He struck out with his fist. Boundless energy condensed into a white fist imprint and rushed toward the corpse. Void-shattering spear. Myriad fire image technique. The white fist annihilation was only a fake move used by Ye Xiao to slow down the speed of the corpse. This next attack was his true killing move. Ye Xiao held the void-shattering spear in his hand. With a sway of his body, he split into hundreds of fire clones. And all clones surrounded the corpse from every direction. Boundless energy surged out from the clones and suppressed the corpse within. It made it impossible for him to break free from the encirclement. Roar. The corpse that was surrounded by Ye Xiao's fire clones roared toward the sky. The red glow in its eyes increased dramatically as it struggled continuously. That powerful struggling force caused Ye Xiao's expression to become very serious. He did not dare to be neglectful anymore as he unleashed his attack. Chapter 1016. End of the battle. Ye Xiao attacked while smashing his void-shattering spear. And along with it, he also erupted with boundless spear soul. 3 spears similar to the void-shattering spear appeared in the void, pressing down on the corpse like the falling stars from the sky. Buzz. Ye Xiao's expression turned ruthless. His eyes flashed and suddenly, the space around the 3 spears started distorting and soon overlapped with each other. It happened because of the law of space that Ye Xiao comprehended. The next instant, the 3 overlapped spears strangely merged, forming a supreme spear. Boom. This supreme spear was filled with an energy that seemed to be capable of destroying the world. The vast energy that surged out from the 3 spears continuously surged into the sky. The spear was flickering with a cold moonlight and was like a surging flood that filled the sky. It squeezed the entire void and smashed down. Rumble. The terrifying spear born from the spear soul collided with the corpse, resulting in a terrifying explosion. With the corpse as the center, terrifying shockwaves spread across the entire place. The sky was like a long river of invisible spears as the space itself became too sharp. With an invincible momentum, it continuously bombarded the corpse. Such a shocking scene stunned Queen. Her heart was in turmoil, for she had never expected Ye Xiao to be this powerful. She knew that even she would have to make a lot of effort to deal with this attack of Ye Xiao. She knew Ye Xiao was very powerful but had still underestimated his combat strength. Apart from the corpse, a genuine fake divine god, who could block such a terrifying attack. Boom. After being struck, the corpse was sent flying. At the same time, a few small wounds appeared on its body. However, those wounds were not enough to affect the corpse in any way. The corpse soon stood up. It seemed as if the corpse didn't even suffer the slightest bit of damage. But Ye Xiao's attack was also very powerful. Although it did not cause much damage to the corpse, the ferocious and overwhelming force originated from the spear soul that kept rushing into the corpse's body, causing the corpse to howl in pain. Its entire body surged with a pitch-black light. The various formation patterns hidden within its flesh and blood were revived, and they surged madly, releasing streak after streak of pitch-black patterns. These lines intertwined, forming pitch-black chains that wrapped around the corpse's entire body like a spider web, protecting this corpse. This battle was incomparably intense. The spear soul that filled the sky danced in the air, bombarding the pitch-black chains. The entire altar that was suspended in the air was constantly trembling due to the powerful impact. The black lines that emerged from the corpse's body bloomed and then extinguished. This cycle repeated over and over again. Ye Xiao's powerful void-shattering spear soul, laws and their profound meanings, and the black lines on the corpse's body fell into a deadlock. One was endless, and the other was regenerating. Such a fierce battle caused Queen to retreat to the edge of the altar. Even with her high cultivation base, she was still affected because of the aftereffect and was forced to retreat. But the main reason she retreated was still the fact that Ye Xiao didn't want her to join the battle. Otherwise, she would definitely not retreat and instead advance. Bang! All of a sudden, a deafening explosion resounded. Violent energy swept across. Ye Xiao's entire body was sent flying by this energy, and he crashed into the ground in the distance. The red light in the corpse's eyes became extremely weak at this moment. It was as if it was going to be extinguished at any time. His body was still unharmed. However, the continuous bombardment of Ye Xiao's attacks kept destroying the patterns carved on its body. Puff! Ye Xiao let out a muffled groan. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and he half knelt on the ground. A smile was seen on his pale face, and his eyes were fixed on the corpse. He knew that he has already won the battle. The patterns within the corpse had already been shattered by his attack. Without the patterns, the corpse would only be a true corpse. It was those patterns that kept the corpse's heart alive. This corpse seemed to be guarding something in this place. And there was someone who carved those strange patterns in the corpse's body that kept the corpse's heart alive even though the soul has long dissipated, and used this corpse to protect something very valuable. And Ye Xiao knew who this person is. It was obviously the Void God. There were a few questions that appeared in Ye Xiao's mind while he was fighting, and he knew only the mysterious lady could answer him. However, currently was not the right time to talk, so he decided to ask later. For now, he looked at the corpse with a smile on his face. He was panting to breathe. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The corpse fell to the ground powerlessly, smashing a huge crater into the ground. Rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ye Xiao, seeing that the corpse had finally fallen, Queen hurriedly flew to Ye Xiao's side and supported him. She even threw a healing pill into Ye Xiao's mouth. Don't worry, I am fine. Ye Xiao circulated his true essence and refined the healing pill. He waved his hand and said, "This battle was indeed very intense, and Ye Xiao did suffer many injuries. But these injuries were not that serious. In this battle, he had used up all his true essence, and also make use of his comprehension of almost all the laws and their profound meanings other than the laws of creation and destruction. He does need some time to recover." So, he sat down and started meditating while circulating his true essence to refine the energy his body received from the healing pill that he just swallowed. It took him about 2 hours to recover. Seeing that Ye Xiao has recovered, Queen heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Ye Xiao. If it was any other person, they definitely wouldn't be a match for this corpse. Fortunately, this fake divine god was already a dead man, and only fought based on his instinct when it was still alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this easy to take down a fake divine god. Ye Xiao understood that he was still lacking in terms of strength to truly deal with a fake divine god. He was able to defeat the corpse only because he had destroyed the patterns on its body. Otherwise, the fight would have still continued. This corpse is really a good thing. Queen went to the side of the corpse and looked at it carefully, clicking her tongue in wonder. Hearing this, Ye Xiao also walked to the front of the corpse and looked at it with a smile on his face. Even though this corpse had been dead for many years, it was still the corpse of the fake divine god after all. This corpse could come in handy in many ways. The bones of this corpse had already surpassed the limit of the heavens. Using the corpse's bones, a god-leveled weapon could be easily made. Its flesh did not seem to have any vitality, but if it was carefully refined, it could still produce 1 or 2 drops of blood that belongs to a fake divine god. Even if it is just 1 or 2 drops, they would still possess boundless energy, enough to create at least 1 god from zero. However, it wasn't that easy to condense the blood. After thinking about it, Ye Xiao said to Queen, "I will keep this corpse with me for now. Wait outside, I will divide the spoils later. It's all yours. After all, you are the one to defeat this corpse." Queen shook her head and said. She was not dissatisfied at all. This corpse was taken down by Ye Xiao alone. If it wasn't for him, she would not have been able to come here in the first place. Even if Ye Xiao is unwilling to share it with her, she would not have any objections. Let's go and take a look at what is on the altar, and see what exactly is the thing that this corpse wanted to protect with its life that it has already lost for who knows how many eras. Ye Xiao squinted his eyes and stared at the golden altar. He said in a clear voice. He really wanted to see what is on this golden altar. As soon as his voice faded, Ye Xiao and Queen leapt onto the golden altar and carefully sized up the entire golden altar. Chapter 10:17. Trapped on the altar. On top of the golden altar, Ye Xiao and the others felt their bodies sink as soon as they stepped onto the altar. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing them, and the force in their bodies was instantly suppressed. Even Ye Xiao was no exception. "We can only use our physical strength," Queen said with a serious expression as she tried to mobilize the strength within her body. Ye Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the entire golden altar. At the top of the golden altar, in the middle, there was a small circular platform. The platform was extremely smooth, like the surface of a plain mirror. If someone goes there and slightly lowers their head, they could see their own shadows, as if their souls were being projected. But at this time, Ye Xiao's pupils shrunk and he spoke in surprise. His eyes were fixed in front of him. Queen's expression also changed slightly. Following Ye Xiao's gaze, she looked and was instantly stunned. In the center of the platform, there was a golden rectangular wooden box was lying quietly. On the surface of the rectangular wooden box, there were densely carved patterns, similar to the patterns on the corpse's body. In the middle of the rectangular shape, there were 4 big blood-red words, Ancient Blade of Hell. At a glance, the words seemed to be alive, and it gave people a feeling of flowing, and it was extremely strange and horrifying. The rectangular wooden box was glowing with a pale golden light. As Ye Xiao and Queen walked in, they were also enveloped by this golden light. For some reason, under this light, Ye Xiao and Queen felt very troubled in their hearts. The fear in their hearts seemed to be multiplied by a mysterious energy. They felt as if they were approaching a danger greater than the corpse Ye Xiao fought before. Ye Xiao Queen stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, not knowing if they should continue stepping forward or not. The feeling of great danger coming from the wooden box has actually surpassed that of the corpse. Ye Xiao could think very well that if he was attacked by whatever is inside the box where the words, Ancient Blade of Hell, is written, he would not be able to deal with it. But what should he do now? Should he retreat just like that, or should he continue moving forward? Not being able to decide what to do, Ye Xiao thought to ask the mysterious lady and see if she could tell him what to do, or at least tell him what is inside the rectangular wooden box. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to call, he was unable to contact the mysterious lady. It was as if she has completely disappeared. Only now did Ye Xiao notice another anomaly. From the moment he entered the ancient temple, the mysterious lady stopped talking. Ye Xiao immediately understood the truth. It was not that the mysterious lady does not want to talk or answer his questions, it was just that she could not. The moment he entered the ancient temple, it was as if he has entered a no-zone area. Any connection with the outside world was completely cut off. He could contact the mysterious lady only after going out of this ancient temple. Suddenly, as if Ye Xiao realized something, he looked at the wooden box and muttered, "Could it be that the warning she gave me was not for the corpse but for this wooden box? Could it be that the great danger the mysterious lady warned me about is actually coming from this wooden box?" When Ye Xiao thought of this, he was shocked to an unbelievable degree. The danger of the fake divine god realm corpse was already very terrifying. What kind of danger is hidden inside this wooden box that is more terrifying than the corpse? Ye Xiao could not think of an answer at all. "Ye Xiao, what happened?" Queen's call pulled back Ye Xiao from the middle of his thoughts. He looked at the queen and said with a deep breath, "I think we should not approach this box. There seemed to be a great danger inside." Queen nodded in agreement. It is because even she could feel great danger and does not want to approach the wooden box anymore. She said, "I think so too. Let's leave this place quickly." Ye Xiao nodded his head and took a deep look at the wooden box before they both started retreating. However, how could it be so easy to retreat when facing great danger? Although the danger was inside the box, retreating was still not easy. Ye Xiao and Queen soon noticed that they seemed to have been trapped on the golden altar. No matter how hard they tried, they could not leave the altar at all. There seemed to be some kind of very mysterious and terrifying force keeping them on the altar against their own wills. "What should we do now?" Ye Xiao muttered after trying to leave the altar many times and seeing all the hard work going to waste. Queen took a deep breath and shifted her gaze at the wooden box. Then she said, "I think we only have one way to leave." Ye Xiao frowned and looked at Queen's face. Then he followed her gaze to look at the rectangular wooden box in the middle of the altar. He shook his head and said, "We should not approach the wooden box unless it is the last option. Let's try and see if we could find any other way to leave this altar." "I think we could leave this ancient temple as soon as we could leave this altar." Queen nodded, and after that, both of them separated, going in 2 different directions on the altar, and started looking for any gap or anything that could help them leave this altar. On the other side, Ye Xiao immediately activated the eyes of insight and started observing the altar. His eyes glowed green and everything in front of his eyes instantly changed. Ye Xiao immediately noticed that the force that is keeping them trapped on the altar was actually have nothing to do with the wooden box. There seemed to be all kinds of strange patterns on the altar, forming a very weird and terrifying formation. And this was the formation keeping them trapped on the altar. These patterns were different from the patterns on the wooden box and on the body of the corpse. These patterns forming a trapping formation seemed to be being controlled by an unknown force coming from the void. Void God. Ye Xiao suddenly realized what is going on. He was inside the ancient temple and the ancient temple was inside the void god's vault. Ye Xiao instantly realized his mistake. He should have thought about what an ancient temple is doing inside the void god's vault. Since the crystal palace was called void god's vault, there should have been treasures stored inside. However, when they entered the Void God's vault, they were welcomed by countless skeletons. Later, he got to know that those skeletons were not there, instead, they appeared because of the illusion formation. It means, the Void God's vault wanted to trap the invader in the illusion formation at the very start. Nevertheless, because of the reminder of the mysterious lady and his eyes of insight, Ye Xiao became aware of the illusion formation and ignored it. After that, Queen ran toward the ancient temple and he had no choice but to follow her. He called her out but some mysterious force interfered and Queen was unable to hear him. Ye Xiao slapped his forehead. He should have understood at that time that Void God was the one who interfered and made Queen unable to hear him and stop. Void God knew I am in contact with the mysterious lady and am aware of many things, but Queen is different. It turned out that Void God always wanted to lure us inside the ancient temple. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and muttered. But what for? There was still a question that he could not answer. He could not understand why the Void God wanted to lure them inside the ancient temple. Ye Xiao thought about all the events that happened from the moment he entered the Void God's vault. And soon come to a conclusion. The Void God wants to use his and Queen's hands to open the rectangular wooden box in the middle of the altar. And if it really is the case, then it means that the wooden box in the middle of the golden altar does not belong to the Void God. And it also means, the corpse from before must have something to do with the Void God, but at the same time, it should not have anything to do with the Void God. Ye Xiao's guess was puzzling, but Ye Xiao understood everything thoroughly in an instant. Chapter 10:18. Essence of Divinity. While Ye Xiao was deep in thought, Queen looked at every corner of the huge altar in order to find a way to leave the altar and then leave the ancient temple. However, she failed to find any path of escape. Disappointed, she turned to look at Ye Xiao, only to see him standing motionlessly. She shook her head and arrived beside him and asked, Ye Xiao, there is nothing here. I think the only way we have left is to open that wooden box. Queen pointed at the wooden box in the center of the platform, and then looked into Ye Xiao's eyes, only to see his eyes glowing green. She was stunned for a moment and then she realized something. She muttered in a low voice, Three-eyed clan. Ye Xiao said, No, we can't open the box. What? Why? Queen asked with a frown. It is because this is what he wants. He wants us to open the wooden box so that he could obtain whatever is inside. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and said. At the same time, the green glow in his eyes also disappeared completely. He looked at Queen and pointed at the wooden box, saying, No matter what, we can't open the box. Remember. Queen's frown became bigger. She asked, What are you talking about? Who wants us to open the wooden box? What did you see with the eyes of insight? Ye Xiao started hesitating. He didn't know if he should tell her or not. After thinking for a time, he finally decided on what to do. Thus, he started telling her more about chaos first. He had already told us a few things about chaos when he came out of the second universe, but this time, he told her everything he knew. At the same time, he told her about the mysterious lady, his deal with her, the Void God, and how he met Void God. Ye Xiao told Queen everything. After knowing all these things, a look of extreme shock could be seen on her face. Queen could not come to believe what she got to know from Ye Xiao just now. When Ye Xiao came out of the second universe, he told her a few things about chaos. But he never clearly told her that he is talking about chaos. But even so, at that time, Queen was intoxicated by the thought of going beyond the heavens, and thus she told Ye Xiao to bring her with him when he is about to leave the heavens. Now that she knew everything Ye Xiao knew about the chaos, she could not help but want to go there even more. However, for now, the question was how to leave the ancient temple. She now clearly understood she should never have entered the ancient temple to begin with. Entering the ancient temple was an absolute mistake that she made, and even dragged Ye Xiao into this mess. She could not help but want to slap herself for the silly things she had done. What was the need for her to hurry over and enter the ancient temple? Although they lastly entered because of those endless surges of swords, the fact that she led Ye Xiao here can't be denied. So, what should we do now? Queen asked in a low voice. At the same time, she started thinking of various plans that could lead her and Ye Xiao out of their current situation. But no matter what she thought, she had to reject the idea in the end. Because no idea was up to the standard that could lead them out of the ancient temple. Ye Xiao said, We cannot do anything. I tried using the space law, destruction law, and other laws as well as their profound meanings, but nothing works here. It is as if this place doesn't exist inside the heavens at all. This ancient temple is just like the second universe, Although it is currently located inside the heavens, in reality, it is a world of its own, and completely different as well as separated from the heavens. So, for now, let's just sit down quietly. As long as we don't open the box for a certain period of time, I believe Void God would definitely react. They felt very helpless in their current situation. They could not do anything at all. They were trapped on the altar completely. Queen still had a trace of hope in her heart. She asked hesitantly, "Can't you find any other way even with the eyes of insight?" Ye Xiao shook his head, saying, "I can see countless patterns, different from the patterns on the wooden box, gathering together and forming a kind of special formation that has been trapping us on the altar all this time. I have no idea what those patterns are, and I also don't know a single thing as to how those patterns formed the formation. Although I can see the essence of everything with the help of eyes of insight, I can't understand it at all. Seeing and understanding are two different things. I can only break the formation if I understand those patterns first. And to do that, I really need a long period of time. Let's see if the Void God reacts first or if I understand these patterns first." Queen immediately understood what Ye Xiao wanted to say. Although he said to just rest and wait on the altar, he had no intention of waiting at all. He was going to make use of his eyes of insight to understand the patterns, and if possible, break the formation before escaping. She nodded her head, and then both of them sat down on the altar and started resting. Ye Xiao activated the eyes of insight and started observing those patterns carefully. These patterns were new to him and very likely, they originated from chaos. To know something more about chaos, Ye Xiao can't be more excited. He has some anticipations in his heart regarding these patterns and hopes for Void God to not react before he understands the formation completely. And just like that, time started passing slowly. And very soon, 9 months passed. Outside the Void God's vault, far in a certain direction, on the altar, Yu Ying was looking after the huge flower of divinity all this time while waiting for Ye Xiao's return. But even though so many months have passed, Ye Xiao never returned. She started to worry about him, however, she knew she could not do anything in her current situation. Fortunately, Ye Xiao had left his soul imprint on every girl's soul. She also had one, and through the soul imprint, she could sense that Ye Xiao is still alive. This kept assuring her worried heart. As for the others girls, they have yet to come out of the flower of vitality. Yu Ying looked at the huge black flower and sighed. Suddenly, buzz, dense red gas surged out from the huge black flower, attracting Yu Ying's attention. Before she could understand what was happening, something flashed and a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was none other than Shui Xiaofei. The moment Shui Xiaofei came out, the red energy followed Shui Xiaofei's hand and entered her body. This caused Shui Xiaofei to tremble. However, no matter how much those red energies entered Shui Xiaofei's body, it doesn't disappear at all. It kept increasing. The red energy kept flowing into Shui Xiaofei's body continuously. The absorption speed of Shui Xiaofei could no longer keep up with the red energy that was flowing into her body. Shui Xiaofei's face twitched in pain and she opened her eyes. Her face turned extremely red. It was as if her entire body had just come out of a furnace, and it was also extremely red. Shui Xiaofei's body was trembling continuously. She felt as if she was going to explode at any time, and this feeling made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiaofei, Yu Ying, who was not far away, was shocked. Powerful energy surged out of her body and she was about to rush toward Shui Xiaofei to pull her back. "Don't come over," Shui Xiaofei hastily shouted and stopped her. "This energy is very beneficial for me and my dark Phonix bloodline. Moreover, it is too violent. If you come over and disrupted its flow, speeding up the output of this energy from the flower of divinity, my body might explode and I'll die." These words forced Yu Ying to stop in her tracks. She instantly understood what Shui Xiaofei meant. Hiss. The intense pain caused Shui Xiaofei to suck in a breath of cold air. Her entire face was twisted. There were even cracks on her skin. Her body seemed like it would collapse at any moment. That kind of pain was like being dismembered, even for Shui Xiaofei. Yu Ying carefully observed the red energy. And after a moment of careful observation, she understood that this red energy must be the essence of divinity. Chapter 10:19. Void God Shui Xiaofei kept absorbing these red energies and circulated the energy in her body with all her might. She crazily refined the essence of divinity that was continuously pouring into his body. But even so, she was still unable to keep up with the massive amount of essence of divinity that was pouring in. The cracks on Shui Xiaofei's body became bigger, and streams of blood flowed out from the cracks. In the blink of an eye, Shui Xiaofei's clothes were dyed red. "Do your best, Xiaofei." Yu Ying looked at Shui Xiaofei nervously and muttered in a low voice. Facing such a difficult situation, Shui Xiaofei did not panic. Instead, she calmly kept refining the essence of divinity in her body. It was at this time that the flower of divinity expelled Zhao Yufei, Zhao Qing'er, and Su Shui'er as well. And they also started going through everything Shui Xiaofei was going through. On the golden altar, Ye Xiao was observing the strange patterns on the altar constantly, trying to understand its essence. Queen was also sitting cross-legged not far away. It has already been a few months since Ye Xiao was like a statue with open green eyes. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly darkened and a strange aura appeared. Ye Xiao's eyes, which were focused on the strange patterns all this time, moved slightly and he came back to his senses. He stood up and following him was Queen. She looked around and asked, "What is happening?" Ye Xiao took a deep breath and spoke in a soft voice, "It is him, the Void God." Ye Xiao could feel a familiar aura that suddenly appeared in his surroundings. He could never forget this aura because it belonged to someone who has far surpassed the limit of heavens. Even the mysterious lady, a fake divine god, is not worth mentioning in front of the Void God. After all, the Void God was a true divine god. As Ye Xiao had expected, not only the surrounding darkened, even the golden altar suddenly turned completely dark. The strange patterns on the altar started fluctuating with a strange energy, constantly shaking in a fixed rhythm. Ye Xiao was surprised. For a moment, even he could not understand what is happening. There is a saying, what is going to happen will happen eventually. And exactly that happened. Ye Xiao suddenly felt his feet being pulled downward, and before he could understand, he was suddenly pulled downward and disappeared into the now dark altar. "Ye Xiao," Queen exclaimed when she saw this and hurried over, wanting to see what just happened. However, she could not find anything at all, even at the place where Ye Xiao disappeared. Ye Xiao felt like he was falling into an endless abyss. Everywhere was only darkness, complete darkness. It was so dark around him that he could not even see his own fingers clearly. Even with the eyes of insight, he could not see anything at all. He could just tell that he was falling constantly at a very high speed. He has no idea for how long he had been falling in darkness. His eyes started adapting in the darkness, but even so, he still could not see his own fingers clearly. Everything was still the same. After who knows how much time, Ye Xiao suddenly located a trace of light far below him in the endless darkness. This light was just like a dot, but it was still discovered by him. The dot-sized light started becoming bigger and bigger as he kept falling. And very soon, the dot-sized light became big enough for Ye Xiao to pass through. "A portal," Ye Xiao muttered in his heart. He kept his vigilance and was on guard every passing second. He knew when facing the unknown, he could not afford to lose his focus. He did not dare to underestimate anything, mainly when the danger he was facing was coming directly from the Void God. Very soon, Ye Xiao passed through the light portal and landed on a solid surface, rolling over to a certain distance before stopping. Even before Ye Xiao opened his eyes to see the surroundings, he could already tell where he had come to. He knew this because he could feel a very familiar aura standing not far away from him. "So, you brought me directly inside the Void God realm?" Ye Xiao slowly stood up, wiped away the dust, and asked. Then he turned around and looked at the Void God who was standing beside a huge tree, looking at the peaceful vast ocean. Void God was wearing a complete set of golden armor. If something was missing, then it was a helmet. About a few hundred meters away from where he was standing, an ocean could be seen going to an endless length. Void God did not turn around. He kept looking at the ocean and asked, "What do you think of when you see this ocean?" Ye Xiao stepped forward without any fear in his heart. He was fearless because he was weak in front of the Void God, because he knew he'll be unable to face the Void God no matter what he do, because he knew fighting the Void God and hoping to win is impossible. After walking to the Void God's side, Ye Xiao looked at the calm and peaceful ocean. A surge of calmness and peace suddenly appeared in his heart. He felt like staying here forever, it was so peaceful here. Ye Xiao closed his eyes and felt the gentle breeze touching his body constantly. Here, Ye Xiao really felt very calm. He could not help but want to stay like this forever. Opening his eyes, he said, "It is very peaceful. If given a choice, I would definitely like to spend more time staying like this here." Looking at the ocean, Ye Xiao said, "It is too calm, so calm that it is terrifying." If given choice, I would not stay here even for a single second. It is the type of calm before the storm. Ye Xiao spoke 2 sentences and each of his sentences was meaningful. A wide smile appeared on Void God's face when he heard Ye Xiao's answer. He finally looked at Ye Xiao and said, "You have matured a lot from the last time I met you." "I know that." Ye Xiao nodded and replied, "Your world, in fact, your universe. It is just like this ocean currently. It is too calm." The Void God pointed at the ocean and continued to speak. "No matter what is happening inside, no matter what kind of dangerous fishes and monsters are fighting deep inside this ocean, on the surface, it is still too calm. Your universe, heavens, is also like this ocean. No matter what kind of earth-shattering events is occurring in heavens, there is still peace and calmness. People are lost in this moment of peace that they are completely unaware of the coming danger." As the Void God said, he turned his head to look at the sky. His eyes flashed with profound light, and it was as if he could see through the layers of space and observe that danger that is constantly rushing toward the heavens. Ye Xiao also raised his head, his eyes flashed with the green flow. He also wanted to see what the Void God was looking at, but maybe, his strength was not enough, he could not see anything beyond the sky of the Void God realm. After a short moment of pause, the Void God said, "You might not know, but a great danger is approaching your universe from afar. But, I can stop that danger for you." Ye Xiao frowned and after a moment of thought, he immediately understood what the Void God wanted to say. As expected, the Void God continued, "My only condition is for you to open the wooden box on the altar. If you cannot take a risk, then make that girl open the box. As long as you could do this much for me, I will help you get rid of that danger completely. What do you think?" Ye Xiao shook his head and smiled. Then he slowly started laughing and his laughter became stronger the more he laughed. With some difficulty, Ye Xiao stopped laughing. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm afraid I can't make this deal with you. Just let the danger approaching heavens to come." Saying this, Ye Xiao stopped. Then he smiled and said in a more meaningful voice, "You might not know, let me inform you. A large part of the reason for that danger approaching the heavens is me. He is coming for me. I'm his main target, and only after killing me will he attack the heavens and go for the heaven's source." What? This time, it was Void God's turn to be shocked. Void God could not help but look at Ye Xiao deeply. Chapter 10:20. Heavenly Demon Transformation. Then, as if he thought of something, he laughed out loud and said, "Hee, you must have thought I lied about the approaching danger. Believe me when I say I'm not. I'm really not lying. A great danger is really approaching the heavens." Void God thought that Ye Xiao must have misunderstood his warning for his tricks. Ye Xiao shook his head, saying, "No, I know you are right. And I knew this truth a very long time ago. It is not just me, but many people in the heavens know about this coming danger. If you are thinking that only you know about the approaching danger, then you are wrong. And if you think heavens and are unable to deal with this danger, then you are underestimating us in the heavens." For a moment, Void God had no idea what to say. He looked at Ye Xiao and then his expression turned serious. He asked, "I'll give you a chance, help me open the wooden box and I'll spare your life for betraying me and helping Jia Fei." "Betraying you?" Ye Xiao frowned, then he shook his head, saying, "No, I never betrayed you. To betray, I have to be with you, but I was never with you to begin with. I never agreed to help you look for her as well. It was always you wanted me to help you look for her. As for opening the wooden box, then I would like to apologize. I'll never do something that'll endanger me or anyone close to me." Ye Xiao said. Ye Xiao did not know the name of mysterious lady. Only now did he come to know that her name is Jia Fei. Just as Ye Xiao finished speaking, a shocking pressure suddenly descended. Ye Xiao was simply unable to struggle, he directly slammed to the ground. He tried very hard and only managed to half stand, but once again, because of the immense pressure, he had to kneel on one knee and support himself with 2 hands on the ground, trying his best to stand up again. Puff! But Ye Xiao was unable to stand up. He was struggling frantically and the pressure was also intense, causing his blood circulation to go wrong and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chrrr. It was at this time, Ye Xiao heard the sound of his bones. His bones were about to break. Not only this, cracks started appearing on several parts of his body as blood gushed out. Roar! As Ye Xiao was struggling, he was surprised to notice the heavenly demon bloodline inside his body suddenly erupted with dense blood energy that wrapped around his body. His eyes suddenly turned red and he let out a loud roar. His heavenly demon bloodline activated on its own at this moment and even caused his heavenly demon pupils to appear. And now, Ye Xiao was about to transform into a heavenly demon for the first time. His body started growing rapidly, dense patterns appeared that spread everywhere on his body. Not only this, but his body's color also changed to gray. His black hair grew long and turned white. Shockingly, Ye Xiao's cultivation base also broke through and he reached the level of an ancient god. Although this cultivation base can be managed only for a short period of time, but this fact could not be denied that Ye Xiao has become an ancient god at this moment. And, as an ancient god, facing a fake divine god is nothing for Ye Xiao. Of course, a true divine god like the void god is still a problem, but the pressure that almost shattered every single bone in Ye Xiao's body was no longer as intense as before. The patterns that appeared on his body belonged to heavenly demons, and these patterns were also the source of a heavenly demon's strength. Ye Xiao now has three sources of strength. One is his small universe, the second is his comprehension of laws and profound meanings, and the third is the patterns on his body. Ye Xiao has been cultivating the heavenly demon transformation technique for more than 300 years, and this was the first time he had transformed into a heavenly demon. A shocking aura burst out of his body that swept over everywhere. Apparently, the most shocked one was none other than Void God. He had never expected Ye Xiao to suddenly go through a kind of transformation that caused Ye Xiao's aura and strength to increase by leap and bound. He could feel Ye Xiao's strength and knew the fact that his pressure was no longer causing as much damage to Ye Xiao as it was doing before. After his transformation, Ye Xiao not only became bigger, but his cultivation base as well as his physical strength also rose rapidly. I didn't expect you to possess such a trump card up your sleeve. However, although you could be considered invincible in the heavens, this much increase in strength is still not worth mentioning in front of me. I'll still give you two choices, either help me open the box or die. Roar. Instead of replying, Ye Xiao roared like a madman. If one looked at his eyes at this moment, one will notice that instead of just pupils turning red, Ye Xiao's entire eyes were red. There was not the slightest hint of white left in his eyes. He seemed to have gone berserk. Along with a loud roar, Ye Xiao jumped high into the sky, and soon his 5 meters huge body came slamming down. He joined his hands together and smashed them at the head of Void God. However, Void God flashed and disappeared, reappearing a few meters away. Bang! Because Void God was no longer at his previous spot, Ye Xiao directly slammed down to the ground, causing the earth to tremble heavily and ground shattered into pieces. Countless pieces of small and big rocks flew in every direction. Furthermore, because of the impact of the collision, dust covered the sky. Roar! Seeing that he was unable to hit his target, Ye Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky before roaring loudly again. The dust slowly settled down. Void God looked at Ye Xiao's huge body seriously for a few seconds and muttered, "Why did he choose to transform when he has no control over his own bloodline? He has completely gone berserk. If not for the fact that you are still useful, I would have really killed you here." Void God raised his hand and appeared behind Ye Xiao. Then he lightly punched at Ye Xiao's back. Bang! The fist slammed on Ye Xiao's back lightly. However, Ye Xiao felt as if a mountain has smashed on his back. He spurted out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. However, before he could even fall to the ground and roll over, Void God's body flashed and he appeared behind Ye Xiao. Bang! Another light punch, and this time, Ye Xiao was directly buried deep in the ground. As for how deep he went, no one has any idea. Maybe, he was still going deeper because of the terrifying force behind Void God's light punch. Roar! After a short period of silence, a loud roar again echoed from the deep hole in the ground. After a moment, some kind of rustling sound came out from the hole, and finally, Ye Xiao's huge figure came out and directly went to the sky. He did not fly, but jumped that high. His back was caved in and it seemed his backbones have also broken, but it was as if Ye Xiao did not feel the pain at all. He looked down at Void God with his red eyes and the next instant, 2 rays of destructive red beams shot out from his eyes. This was not a skill of heavenly demon pupil, but a skill that Ye Xiao had comprehended back then when he was still in the upper realm. This skill was called Eyes of Destruction, and it was used by Ye Xiao in his heavenly demon form. This attack was terrifying, to the point where even the Void God felt slightly threatened. His figure again flashed and he successfully dodged Ye Xiao's attack. However, he was still unable to completely dodge. When he reappeared, the burns on his shoulder could be seen with the naked eye. They were still smoking. "You For the first time, Void God revealed his furious expression. Before this, he never took Ye Xiao seriously. In his eyes, Ye Xiao was just a person living in a source universe. In his eyes, Ye Xiao's existence was even lower than that of an ant. And now, this ant actually managed to injure him like this. The Void God could not accept this fact at all. The Void God immediately determined to teach Ye Xiao a lesson he would never forget. A shockingly powerful aura exploded forth from his body. Chapter 1021. Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon. A powerful aura exploded forth from Void God's body and he locked on the huge person standing not far from him. Ye Xiao could feel a powerful energy locking on him, but it excited him more instead of making him worried. His red eyes glowed and the berserk around his body suddenly became more intense. Roar! He roared like an animal and rushed toward the Void God. However, even with the boost with heavenly demon bloodline, Ye Xiao was still not a match for Void God. Void God softly waved his hand and energy burst into the air, exploding forth, causing Ye Xiao to be sent flying instead. Void God appeared beside Ye Xiao's body and then kicked him heavily, causing the sound of bones cracking to ring out. Ye Xiao fainted exactly at that moment and his body transformed back to the human form. Then he landed on the ground a few hundred meters away and rolled over. Every single tree and boulder appearing in his path was crushed completely. Void God's body flashed and he appeared beside Ye Xiao. He looked at Ye Xiao with pity in his eyes and muttered, "Only if you wouldn't have chosen to side with that girl. She and I are arch enemies. You are on her side, and that makes you my enemy. If it is not for the fact that I need you to open that box and help me obtain that hellish weapon, I would have really killed you here." As Void God muttered, he took out some sort of powder from his spatial ring and sprinkled them on Ye Xiao's injuries. Xiao's injuries immediately started healing at a rapid pace and very soon, the injuries on his body's surface were completely healed. But Ye Xiao's internal injuries were still severe, his broken bones were still there. Void God did not help Ye Xiao heal his broken bones and other internal injuries for some reason. But even he did not know that the heavenly demon bloodline inside Ye Xiao's body was actually slowly healing these injuries. It was very slow, but the healing effect still existed. Somewhere in the heavens, boom, a violent force suddenly burst out from a person's body, causing the entire space to tremble. He had a pair of draconic horns on his body. His body swayed, and in an instant, he appeared behind a female ancient god. A palm covered in scales struck out. The palm that flickered with a fierce cold light caused the void to distort. The fatal threat caused the power within her body to automatically erupt, and a bright radiance appeared. Bang! The palm print collided with the bright radiance. Boundless energy swept out in all directions and sent an ancient god standing not far flying away. The female ancient god was also sent flying by a powerful force. Damn it! The male ancient god got up from the ground and stared at the person with dragon horns. He cursed angrily. The female ancient god rolled a few times in the void before stabilizing her body. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, but she ignored it. Her eyes were fixed on the person with a pair of draconic horns. Killing intent burst out from her body, causing the temperature of the entire spatial zone to drop abruptly. Wu Jiao, your era has ended. You should not have appeared in this era. And even if you appeared, how dare you confront me? Who gave you the courage to go against me, the ancestral dragon, the blood slaughter abyssal dragon? It turned out that the person with the draconic horns was actually the blood slaughter abyssal dragon. And somehow, he appeared inside heavens even though the second universe has already left the heavens more than 300 years ago. He was facing Wu Jiao, the female ancient god. The cold light in his eyes intensified, and he coldly harumphed with an expressionless face. My era has ended. What about you? Why do you, the blood slaughter abyssal dragon, appear in this era? Moreover, you actually want to look for the source of the heavens in order to steal it. Heavens gave birth to you and not only you betrayed the heavens, you even want to steal its source. How dare you? Don't you have any guilty conscience? Wu Jiao's eyes were cold and she said in a serious tone. The energy in her body kept bursting out, and the long robe on her body was fluttering in the wind. At this moment, her heart was very heavy. She did not expect to meet one of the 9 ancestral dragons who snuck inside the heavens and were looking for the heaven's source. She was from the era that came after the ancient era, and she knew a few more things about the 9 ancestral dragons. She has woken up in this era and slowly recovered her cultivation. And today, she suddenly received a call from Heavenly Tao that asked her to stop the blood slaughter abyssal dragon from finding the source of heavens. Heavenly Tao also contacted many ancient gods of various eras. The Heavenly Tao told her as long as she could stop the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, it would give her a great benefit and help her surpass the strength of her previous life. Although she will still be an ancient god, but her strength will far surpass that of her previous life. Furthermore, how could she not try to stop the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon when she come to know that it was trying to steal the source of heavens? If the source of the heavens is stolen, the heavens will be destroyed. And at that time, everyone in the heavens, including her, will die a horrible death. Humph, what do you know? The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon sneered and spoke. The world epic is approaching, and this time, there is a 99% of probability that the heavens will be destroyed. Since that is the case, why waste the source of heavens? We, the 9 ancestral dragons, have decided to steal the source of heavens and use the source to break the limit, becoming an existence above ancient god. This time, only I came. Although you won't be able to, but let's say you stopped me this time. Then what about next time? Next time, we, the 9 ancestral dragons, will come together. How will you stop us? Wu Zhao's face turned grim when she heard this. She did not expect the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon to say something like this. She was also shocked to learn that all the 9 ancestral dragons were planning to steal the source of heavens for their own selfish use. Is there really a cultivation realm above the ancient god? She could not help but mutter in her heart. However, this is a different matter. She focused. I'm gonna all out to stop you, no matter the price I have to pay. Wu Zhao gritted her teeth and said. A resolute expression flashed across her beautiful face as she stood firmly in front of the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. The imposing manner that burst out from her body became more and more vigorous. Then I will happily kill you first. Then I'll go and steal the source of heavens. As the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon finished speaking, a dragon-shaped black fog suddenly rushed out from his human-shaped body and hovered above his head. It made him look like the god of a demon dragon that had descended to the earth. His aura was unparalleled. The phenomenon of the demon dragon. The male ancient god, Chu Rong, had a slightly shocked expression. He heard everything that Wu Zhao and the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon talked about. He was one of the ancient gods chosen by the Heavenly Tao to stop the source of the heavens. After a short fight against the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, he was heavily injured. He was now thinking about how to retreat from the enemy. However, no matter how intelligent he was, it was useless in front of the absolute strength of the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. Fortunately, the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon was focusing more on Wu Zhao than him. This at least gave him time to breathe. Buzz! The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon rushed out and slapped towards Wu Zhao. Its palm and fingers shone with a black luster, like black jade. Wu Zhao did not retreat and directly went forward to meet the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. First, she used her powerful strength to collide with the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. Then, her body moved to the side to avoid the incoming attack. Her body twisted in a strange arc and directly slashed out with her sword. The resplendent sword radiance was like moonlight as it slashed towards the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon in an instant. The extreme sharpness of the sword cut open a huge hole in the void. Chapter 1022. Fierce battle. As Wu Zhao attacked, a resplendent sword radiance was like moonlight as it slashed toward the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon in an instant. The extreme sharpness of the sword cut open a huge hole in the void. Insignificant skill. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon laughed coldly. He put his hand together to form a blade and suddenly slashed down. The majestic power condensed into a pitch-black blade light and brazenly faced the sword light. At the same time, his body swayed and appeared beside Wu Zhao in an instant. His left leg swept out like a devil dragon's tail, swift and fierce. Bang! The terrifying force that was like a mountain directly shattered the void. Wu Zhao's pretty face slightly changed. The power in her body surged into the long sword in her hand like a tide and directly raised the sword to block. Boom! A terrifying force hit her. Wu Zhao felt as if her entire body was heavily hammered by a giant hammer. Her internal organs almost shifted positions. A mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out and her entire body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. With a dull bang, Wu Zhao smashed onto the ground in the distance. The entire ground with Wu Zhao as the center had spiderweb-like cracks. She held her sword up and her face was pale. The hand that held the sword could not help but tremble. Not bad, but not enough. The corner of blood-slaughter abyssal dragon's mouth curled up as he sneered. It has to be known that the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon was still in human form. He had yet to transform into a dragon. But even so, he was so much powerful that two ancient gods from the eras before that dominated their era were unable to face him. His strength was really out of ordinary. Ghost sword slash. As Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon laughed coldly, a cold voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell suddenly sounded. The Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon turned around and saw Chu Rong's body wrapped in a shocking aura. The sharp sword in his hand was emitting a light that could devour people. It was as if the sword was a combination of human and sword, carrying a monstrous sword aura as it slashed fiercely at him. Behind him, a huge shadow of a ghostly sword appeared like a ghost from hell. Although it might seem that Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was effortlessly facing the two ancient gods in his human form, but there came many times when the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was almost forced to reveal his true form. Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was startled at first. Then a cold light shot out from his eyes. He never thought that these two people would have such terrifying strength. Today, I won't let the two of you live. Killing intent erupted from Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon's entire body. He took a step forward, and strands of bloody and abyssal aura spread out and wrapped around his body, causing the power that burst out from his body to become increasingly stronger. He punched out. The surrounding abyssal aura condensed on his fist in an instant. It turned into a huge fist light, and it carried a powerful energy fluctuation as it rushed toward Chu Rong, who was attacking him. Boom! A deafening collision sound echoed throughout the entire space. Chu Rong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He violently smashed onto a stone pillar, causing the stone pillar to tremble continuously and gravel to fly everywhere. Puff! Blood spurted out of Chu Rong's mouth. His face was pale. He struggled to get up, but he could not stop the feeling of weakness from rushing up. He could not even lift up a little bit of his strength. Although our cultivation bases are the same, unfortunately, our strengths are not. The current you are just an ant to me. Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon looked at the injured Chu Rong and shook his head. At the same time, the killing intent in Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon's heart became even stronger. A cold killing intent swept in all directions, causing the temperature of this space to suddenly drop to the extreme, as if it had turned into an ice cave. He knew if he let these two people continue, they might really be able to cause huge trouble for him. At the same time, he also knew Heavens will definitely not allow him or anyone to come even closer to its source. Heavens must have contacted many other ancient gods as well. He has to finish these two people before other ancient gods arrive. It's not a disgrace for you to die in my hands. The Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon looked at Chu Rong and Wu Jiao and said in a cold voice. As soon as his voice faded, his body suddenly shone with a glaring red light. His body started transforming and soon, countless red and black scales filled with bloody and abyssal aura covered his entire body. A tail along with a pair of wings grew out. At the same time, an incomparable dragon might sweep across the entire space. The Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon did not transform into its true form but was still in human form. However, he was dragonified. In short, currently, he was half dragon and half human. Wu Jiao's pretty face was solemn. Resplendent light surged out from her delicate body. It was extremely bright and it made her look like a peerless empress with peerless beauty. Boom! A majestic force emerged behind Wu Jiao's back as a resplendent light formed a multicolored lotus behind and appeared behind her. This was a martial arts technique that was originally created by Wu Jiao in her own era. She was famous for this technique of hers. When the multicolored lotus appeared, boundless might burst forth, and swept across the entire space like a tempestuous storm, causing the entire forest to tremble continuously. Die! As Wu Jiao's voice fell, multicolored lights shot out of the multicolored lotus and fiercely attacked the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon. Under the cover of the multicolored lights, the entire space seemed to be eclipsed. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be suppressed by the multicolored light. Good timing. The Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon let out a long roar as a boundless demonic aura surged out, forming a demonic sword-shaped energy in his draconic hand. The demonic sword-shaped energy slashed down. Boundless demonic energy instantly condensed into a dense saber blade. Like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, it slashed at the multicolored light. Rumble. The multicolored lights collided with the boundless demonic sword-shaped energy, creating a deafening muffled sound. Invisible sound waves mixed with the aftershock of the impact, sweeping out in all directions. The terrifying sound waves almost shattered Chu Rong's eardrums in the distance. He covered his ears with both hands, his face twisted. If he had not hidden in a few meters deep pit that formed in this battle against the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon in time, his injuries would have been even more severe. After coming out of the pit, he stared in front of him in shock, looking at the scene that seemed to be able to destroy the entire forest. He was extremely worried. An ancient god like you can actually hurt me. It seems like I have underestimated your strength potential. A cold voice came. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon came out from the smoke and dust. Its human body, which has gone under dragonification, was filled with boundless demonic energy, like a peerless demon dragon that comes from the abyss. However, there were traces of blood flowing out from his right arm. If one were to look closely, one would discover 6 tiny wounds on his right arm. Wu Jiao coughed out blood from the corner of her mouth. She covered her chest and stared coldly at the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. Even with her temperament, she could not help but feel powerless at this moment. Even using the first attack of the secret technique she had created, she could only cause such a small injury to the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. Was the gap between her and blood-slaughter abyssal dragon really insurmountable? Of course, if it was any human ancient god, even if that person wasn't killed by her attack, he or she would have been severely injured. Her last attack was this terrifying. Girl, you should feel proud for being able to injure me. But don't become arrogant just because of this. You should know I have yet to transform into my original form. When that happens, you will die here. I don't want to waste my time here. I'll give you a chance, retreat, and don't come near me again in the future. Seeing Wu Jiao not saying anything and just looking at him coldly, the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon sighed and a killing intent appeared in its dragon eyes. He said, I think you are determined to die. Blood-slaughter abyssal dragon walked towards Wu Jiao step by step as he spoke. Chapter 1023, Queen's Worry on the Golden Altar. Queen was at a loss when she saw Ye Xiao suddenly disappearing. But what could she do in that situation? Literally nothing. She could only hope Ye Xiao is alright. She knew she could not leave this altar on her own, so she did not waste time looking for a way to escape. Instead, she looked at the wooden box and fell into a dilemma. She did not know whether she should open the box or wait for Ye Xiao's return. She knew, although opening the wooden box is extremely dangerous, this is the only way to escape from the golden altar. As long as she opened the wooden box and managed to deal with the danger, she could definitely escape the altar. But then again, what if she opened the wooden box and caused some other trouble for Ye Xiao? What if Ye Xiao could not return at that time? Thus, she sat down on the altar and started waiting for Ye Xiao's return. She was determined to wait for Ye Xiao no matter how much time it takes. And if something happened to Ye Xiao, then Void God will definitely contact her, for she would be left as a last option for the Void God to help him open the wooden box. And just like that, she waited for a very long time, but neither Ye Xiao returned nor the Void God contacted her. At this time, she suddenly felt something and the look in her eyes changed. Her eyes lost luster and she seemed to have been stunned, as if she has fallen into a daze for some reason. And when the luster in her eyes returned, her face became serious. She muttered, Heavens warned me about those dragons in the primordial era, and now, that time has really come. I didn't expect those bastards to really completely betray Heavens. When Ye Xiao was cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, I was with him. It is not because I wanted to help those ancestral dragons, it is because I was there to keep an eye on them. I wanted to see what their future steps would be. I really hoped for them to not eye the source of Heavens, however, destiny has already been written. They really took action to destroy the Heavens. Muttering, she sighed and a golden glow appeared in her eyes. She then muttered, I have to go out of here as soon as possible. Other than me, and Ye Xiao, not even a group of ancient gods could stop those 9 old dragons. I will wait for Ye Xiao's return for 2 days at most. If he doesn't come, then I'll open the wooden box. I cannot let those dragons steal the source of Heavens. I have to stop them. As she muttered, a profound look flashed in her eyes, and she started waiting for Ye Xiao again. But unlike last time, she was determined to only wait for 2 days. If Ye Xiao doesn't appear, then she could only apologize. She could not risk the destruction of Heavens just to wait for Ye Xiao's return. Although Ye Xiao is important to her, Heavens is also very important. Heavens is her home and was the giver of her life. At that time, even if she would have to risk her life, she has to open the wooden box and escape. On the other side, the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon came in front of Wu Jiao and looked down at her from above. Its scarlet eyes flickered with a soul-capturing light. Without saying anything else, it struck out with its palm. Bang! Although Wu Jiao raised her right hand to block, that powerful force still sent her flying and smashed onto the edge of the golden altar. A mouthful of blood was spat out from her mouth and her delicate face was stained with blood. It was extremely beautiful and miserable. Wu Jiao struggled and persisted with her strong will. A very serious look flashed in her eyes as her beautiful eyes flickered with a resolute light. Seeing this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon's eyes. He wanted to attack Wu Jiao and kill her, but at this time, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked at Chu Rong and saw him preparing for some kind of attack. The aura coming from Chu Rong's body made him feel very uncomfortable. He understood that the next attack of Chu Rong is going to be very terrifying. Thus, he decided to target Chu Rong first. The power in his body kept surging as he walked towards step by step. Stop right there. Just as the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon took a few steps forward, a cold berating voice resounded. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. He saw Wu Jiao standing up with a sword in her hand. She was staring at him. There was a determined look on it. Even with your current state, you still want to stop me. I wanted to let you live for a bit longer, but you're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The killing intent in Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon's eyes skyrocketed as he coldly snorted. The closer he got to Chu Rong, the more intense the palpitations in his heart became. Being affected by Chu Rong, he no longer had the mood to waste time with Wu Jiao. Boom! Just as he was about to explode with power and kill Wu Jiao's transformation made his pupils shrink. His face full of dragon scales revealed a touch of shock. He saw that Wu Jiao's aura in the distance had been condensed to the extreme. That exquisite figure seemed to have turned into a black hole vortex. The true essence of heaven and earth in the entire space was absorbed and there was no end to it. It was as terrifying as a bottomless abyss. Suddenly, an azure dancing flame burst out from the black hole vortex. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the entire black hole vortex and turned into a huge flaming flower bud. Monstrous flames burned on this flower's petals. At the same time, the flower bud on the flaming flower trembled continuously, as if something was about to break the flower bud and appear in this world. Blood kept flowing out from Wu Jiao's mouth and her face was as pale as paper. Her entire body was trembling but her eyes were filled with determination. Buzz! As Wu Jiao pushed more crazily, the flower bud finally broke open. It was that multicolored lotus from before. But unlike the previous time, this time it came out of the flaming bud and was actually burning with fierce azure flames. Looking at the flaming multicolored lotus that seemed different from before, the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was completely stunned. He couldn't even speak clearly, and there was even a trace of fear on his face for the first time. Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon, let me give you some advice. Never ever underestimate a person who has already dominated an entire era once before. Wu Jiao smiled and spoke in a domineering manner. That blood-stained smile made the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon tremble. He never would have thought that this woman would be so powerful, and was still hiding her true strength. Looks like I have still underestimated you. Well, it doesn't matter. I shall deal with you today. You shall feel proud for making me transform into my true form. As the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon stared at Wu Jiao and said in a deep voice, his body suddenly started growing. He started going through a transformation again. Roar! A loud dragon roar shook the sky and caused the trees in the forest to shatter before scattering along with the wind. A dense bloody and demonic energy appeared in the surroundings that filled the sky. The entire sky changed color and turned red, and at this time, a humongous dragon floated in the sky. The Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon transformed into his true form and was ready to face Wu Jiao's attack. Wu Jiao's attack this time had indeed given him a fright, but it had not caused him to lose his heart of invincibility. Although her ability is terrifying, the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon itself was not weak either. Roar! A loud roar echoed in the sky again. Boundless demonic energy surged out from the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon's body. Its scarlet eyes were incomparably bright, as if they contained a sea of blood. It suddenly extended its claw out with extreme speed. Dense demonic dragon energy appeared, condensing around his huge claw. Its huge claw seemed to have covered the entire space. The terrifying claw seemed to want to shatter the space as the space itself started shaking crazily. For the first time, the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was attacking in its true form, and in this attack, it used almost 85% of its true strength. Chapter 1024. Chu Rong's attack. Chu Rong, who was preparing his attack all this while, stared at this scene with a deadlock. A trace of worry emerged on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently preparing to unleash his most powerful attack, he would have definitely helped Wu Jiao. Boom! Monstrous demonic power bloomed with a black light that could devour one's soul. It suddenly pressed down, shaking the entire space. It was as if a black flood was surging and rolling. Bang! The wave of true essence collided with the fist light, resulting in a deafening sound. The violent impact swept in all directions. The forest, under the bombardment of this power, directly exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Boom! Two figures flew out from the center of the explosion, retreating before barely managing to stabilize their bodies. Puff! The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon actually spat out a mouthful of demonic blood and looked at Wu Jiao, who was in an even more miserable state, in shock. He couldn't believe Wu Jiao's last attack was so powerful and terrifying. Is it worth it? The dragon's roar suppressed the trembling vitality in his body. He looked at Wu Jiao indifferently and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Wu Jiao's entire body was covered with blood, as if she had just walked out of a sea of blood. Her skin was covered with cracks, like a porcelain doll that could crack at any time. This attack seemed fierce, but it was only so. Wu Jiao was already at the end of her rope. Even if I die, I will still die fighting for my home. Heavens is where I was born, raised, dominated the world, died, and reawakened once again. No matter what happens, Heavens is always my home. How could I let traitors like you, who betrayed the heavens, do what you want? Wu Jiao grinned. She looked incomparably miserable, but it also revealed a tenacity that caused one's heart to palpitate. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon was silent. How could he not know Wu Jiao's thoughts? Even though Wu Jiao was a woman, the tenacity that she displayed was something that even blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, one of the 9 ancestral dragons, admired. Although you and I are enemies at this moment, I still respect you. So, I'll give you a proper death. As soon as he finished speaking, the monstrous dragon aura exploded forth. It roared toward the sky and circled above Wu Jiao. Its huge eyes stared at Wu Jiao, bloodthirsty and cold. Roar! The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon again roared. It carried a vast amount of demonic energy and covered the entire space as it fiercely dived toward Wu Jiao. That violent aura caused the entire space to tremble continuously. Before the demonic dragon even landed, the overflowing energy crushed the surrounding stone pillars, causing dust and debris to fill the sky. Facing this powerful and ferocious attack, a trace of unwillingness emerged in Wu Jiao's beautiful eyes. She did not want to die again like this. But at this moment, she could not do anything. But she did not regret it. Wu Jiao looked at the Chu Rong with nostalgia. She did not expect Chu Rong to take such a long time to prepare for his attack. Buzz! Just as Wu Jiao was about to die under the attack of blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, something strange happened. Rays of bright red light suddenly lit up the entire space. Under the cover of this bright red light, the entire space seemed to have stopped. The ferocious blood-slaughter abyssal dragon that erupted from the dragon roar froze in midair. Everyone present could only think and move. Their entire bodies were suppressed by this bright red light. As the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon roared facing Chu Rong, it could see something clearly. He looked at Chu Rong, who was continuously emitting bright red light, in a daze, and his mind went blank. Although Wu Jiao could not see the situation behind her, from the strange expression on the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, she knew that Chu Rong had completed his preparation. Just as she was about to die, he completed his preparation. It was right in time. Under the eyes of the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, Chu Rong's figure became extremely terrifying. Just by looking at Chu Rong, the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon felt like it was facing another fierce monster. Its entire soul was trembling. Wang! Suddenly, Chu Rong opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? It was so deep that it was like the vast starry sky, causing one to be unable to resist falling into it. Within his black eyes, there was a sharp light that could take one's soul away. Chu Rong waved his hand and a black robe fell down, covering his burly body. He faintly glanced at the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. Just this glance made blood-slaughter abyssal dragon's soul tremble as if he was being stared at by the god of death. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon suddenly remembered what Wu Jiao told him before. She told him to never underestimate an ancient god who has dominated an era before. Chu Rong and Wu Jiao, both were from different eras. Wu Jiao's attack had already injured it heavily. And now, Chu Rong was going to attack him. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon could not help but curse in his heart. He had still underestimated the ancient gods of the previous few eras. Chu Rong's face was expressionless at this moment. It was as if he has become a completely different person. Not a trace of emotion could be seen or felt from him. He raised his hand and flicked. With a tap of his finger, the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon was sent flying like a kite with a broken string even though there was no explosion of strength. The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon crashed into countless trees before collapsing onto the ground. It spat out a mouthful of blood, and its expression was extremely shocked. The weak red light dissipated and Wu Zhao's body went soft and fell into a warm embrace. She looked up and saw Chu Rong. Her heart involuntarily trembled and she felt at ease. What was that attack? The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon suppressed the terror in his heart and asked with a trembling voice. It didn't even dare to look at Chu Rong. Even though Chu Rong didn't release any aura, just by standing there, he made blood-slaughter abyssal dragon have an irresistible thought. He was afraid that if he looked at Chu Rong a few more times, his heart of invincibility would be broken. Nothing much. It is just a secret skill that I created in my domination of the previous era. I have to pay a great price in order to use this secret technique. I have to sacrifice tens of thousands of years of my lifespan as well as a part of my cultivation base in order to use this skill. Since I have already sacrificed so much, I'll do my best to kill you. Chu Rong looked at the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon without any emotion in his eyes. His figure flashed and he arrived 10 meters away from the huge blood-slaughter abyssal dragon. With a light stomp of his foot, the entire land suddenly shook. The already heavily injured blood-slaughter abyssal dragon felt as if his body was being crushed down by the force of impact from Chu Rong's stomp. Blood spurted out from his body. But how could the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon die so easily? The blood-slaughter abyssal dragon is one of the 9 ancestral dragons. Its strength is not something that just anyone could go against. Not to mention, from the start till now, the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon never used his understanding of the profound meaning of blood law. It has to be known that all the 9 ancestral dragons were born with a complete understanding of one specific law's profound meaning. At this time, when the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon felt a great danger coming, it immediately transformed into liquid form, in blood. And then it escaped through the ground and appeared 100 meters away from Chu Rong. Then it once again transformed back to its dragon form and looked at Chu Rong seriously. It could feel the weakened vitality and cultivation base of Chu Rong. But in return, the strength that Chu Rong gained could be said to be invincible. It could not help but finally take Chu Rong seriously. I have to end this battle as soon as possible. As the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon thought this, it roared toward the sky and then flew up. After that, dense blood energy appeared and started swirling around its huge body. Then, the huge body of blood-slaughter abyssal dragon turned into blood and instantly appeared in front of Chu Rong, startling him. The next moment, a huge claw was pressed down from the sky. Chapter 1025, Why? In the Void God realm, Ye Xiao slowly opened his eyes and found himself bound in a pillar floating baselessly in midair. You have woken up so soon. At this time, he heard a surprised voice. Lowering his head, he saw Void God laying on the grass below, holding a huge mug filled with wine and drinking slowly. He had redness on his face and didn't look like that of the domineering true god. He seemed to be drunk at the moment. Ye Xiao was confused at first. He tried to move but failed. He was surprised to see that he could not circulate his true essence at all. He could not even muster the strength of his body. You know what, I never thought your self-healing ability to be this strong. It has only been 8 hours and all your internal injuries are healed. I was shocked at first I found out about it, but then again, if you wouldn't have been this special, why would that girl choose you to help her? Void God said again. Void God was talking in a way as if he and Ye Xiao are friends of a lifetime. Ye Xiao ignored Void God and observed his own body. He was currently bound to a floating pillar by a golden energy rope. This rope was not only blocking his circulation of true essence, but it was also making Ye Xiao unable to move his body by even an inch. He was simply in a helpless condition currently, all because of this golden energy rope. Even a mortal could kill him in his current state. That bloodline of yours, it is dangerous. You should never activate that bloodline unless you are in a very helpless situation. You lose your sense completely and give in to your bloodline's instinct upon activation of the bloodline. Moreover, I've checked your body. That bloodline of yours is not pure. There seem to be many traces of other bloodlines in it. Suddenly, Void God stood up, threw the large mug filled with wine to the ground, appeared in front of Ye Xiao, and pointed his finger at his chest before saying. He seemed to be advising Ye Xiao, which made Ye Xiao startled and confused. He could not understand why Void God was giving him advice. But the Void God was not wrong either. He really did lose his control over his own body and give in to his bloodline's instinct to fight. Fight and destroy. Is fighting and destroying the true instincts of heavenly demons? What are these heavenly demons anyway? They seem to be very special. Everything about them, then be if it is their bloodline, pupils, physiques, or martial arts, everything about them is very special. It is as if they shouldn't have been born in the heavens at all. But it doesn't matter at the moment. Ye Xiao looked into Void God's eyes and asked, "What do you want from me? You didn't kill me even though you could have killed me easily. Is opening that wooden box so much important to you that you could even gamble on your own enemy?" Ha ha, ha ha ha. Void God started laughing upon hearing Ye Xiao's words. Stopping, he gasped and said, "Oh, Ye Xiao, you have no idea what I have gone through to obtain that thing. You also have no idea what is inside. If I can obtain that weapon, I could easily become a being of chaos." A being of chaos. Ye Xiao frowned when he heard this term. He was no longer unfamiliar with the word chaos. However, a being of chaos is something he was hearing for the first time. He suddenly remembered about the time when he was facing the Supreme Ancient Devil and caught him while constantly using his soul destruction ability on the Supreme Ancient Devil's soul. At that time, the Supreme Ancient Devil told him about the bloodline of calamity, as well as about the cultivation realm above the Ancient God. He told him that above the Ancient God is Divine God realm, which is divided into two stages, fake Divine God and true Divine God. Supreme Ancient God is a fake Divine God, and in order to become a true Divine God, he has been hunting and devouring many beings as well as source universes. Anyway, the Supreme Ancient God never told him about the cultivation realm above the true Divine God. So, is the being of chaos related to something or someone above the Divine God realm? Or is it like the Divine Gods transforming into the being of chaos so that they could ascend to chaos, just like immortals? Immortals have to first become a divine being from their body, soul, and essence in order to ascend to the divine realm. When Ye Xiao thought of this, he found this explanation more convincing. And if it is the truth, then a being of chaos is not the cultivation realm above the Divine God realm. It is a condition to break through and achieve a higher realm of cultivation after the Divine God realm. Ye Xiao took a deep breath while thinking about it in detail. And while he was thinking, Void God was also silent. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. "What do you think about the wooden box?" Void God suddenly asked. Ye Xiao frowned and spoke. "What do you mean?" "I mean what I asked," Void God said in a plain tone. He continued. "What did you feel about it? You must have felt something that caused you to stop and refuse to open the wooden box." Ye Xiao smiled upon hearing this. He replied, "Then why did you not open the wooden box yourself till now?" Void God did not reply. He kept staring at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao understood the meaning of his stares. He said, "On that golden altar, the closer I got to the wooden box, the more danger I felt. And then there came a point when I felt I will definitely die if I dare to open the box. There seems to be something extremely dangerous stored inside. Previously, you told me that there is a weapon inside that you want to obtain, and as long as you obtain that weapon, you could easily become a being of chaos. I think you must have obtained that wooden box through some means, for that wooden box is actually from chaos. And its grade should be higher than the Empyrean grade." "Empyrean grade, huh?" Void God muttered. He nodded and said, "In the chaos, Empyrean grade weapons could be found everywhere. Even the poorest can be seen in the possession of Empyrean grade weapons. However, this is not true for the people of source universes. There are many source universes out there in chaos. And to the people of source universes, an Empyrean rank weapon is the emperor of all weapon." Taking a deep breath, Void God continued as he looked at Ye Xiao with a strange smile, saying, "You might find it shocking, but I'm not from chaos. I'm also from a source universe actually." "What?" Ye Xiao was really surprised when he heard this. He remembered what the mysterious lady, Jia Fei, told him. According to her story, the Void God one day entered her source universe and started a massacre, killing all the lives in her universe. In the end, he even stole the source of her universe and swallowed it to become the true Divine God. She managed to escape with great difficulty and continued to fight him for an unknown number of years in the endless chaos. And one day, she somehow entered the heavens and managed to avoid the void god. It was also then that she finally got the time to heal her injuries. However, her injuries were severe and she needed at least god-level treasures to heal and tend to her injuries. According to Jier, the void god entered her universe from chaos. If what she told him is true, then how come void god was telling her that he is not from chaos but from a source universe? Well, there were many other questions in his mind as well. Such as, how did the void god's vault appear inside the heavens? From the moment Ye Xiao entered the abandoned divine world, Jia Fei has been talking with him. But why did she not enter herself? With her strength, she could have easily obtained all the treasures stored inside the void god's vault while avoiding entering the ancient temple. She has been communicating with him till he entered the ancient temple inside the void god's vault. If he had not entered the ancient temple and instead had gone to take the treasures inside, he guess his connection with Jia Fei wouldn't have been broken. And if so, then she could have entered the void god's vault herself. Then, why did she not do this? Why did she ask for his help? Why? Chapter 10:26. The Void, tell me in detail. Ye Xiao looked at Void God and asked. Void God told him that he was not from chaos but from a source universe, and he needed the weapon inside the wooden box in order to become a being of chaos. It means, only by becoming a being of chaos could he truly step into chaos. What exactly is chaos? And if only beings of chaos could step in the true chaos, then what lies in the void between? Since Void God is from a source universe, how did he come out of his own universe? Ye Xiao was damn sure that the will of the universe will never let him leave its border, just like heavens. It'll go to an unexplainable length to stop the people who want to break free from its restriction and surpass its limit. In fact, no universe will want this to happen. Then how did Void God do this? And again, a universe will do everything to never let an outsider enter its border. Then how did Void God enter Jia Fei's universe, massacred the entire universe, and swallowed the universe's source? How did he do this? Ye Xiao wanted to know everything. Void God smiled and a deep look flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and then spoke, I'll tell you everything, but you have to promise me one thing. That I have to open that wooden box. Ye Xiao asked. Exactly. Void God nodded. Ye Xiao didn't say anything. Seeing this, Void God shook his head and a bitter look flashed in his eyes. Ye Xiao could not understand many things. Among them was this Void God as well. He could not understand what sort of character the Void God actually is. Why does he look so harmless? If Void God is really a villain that destroys the source universe just to use their sources to become stronger, then he shouldn't be like this. Void God should have tortured him in every way possible to make Ye Xiao do things that he wants. Void God should have threatened him with his women and others, just like how he threatened to kill him previously and make Queen open the wooden box. Why does Void God's face look so bitter? I'm from a source universe that used to be much stronger than your universe, the heavens. For some reason, even without Ye Xiao's promise, Void God started telling him his story. He said, the strongest in your universe is ancient god realm while in my universe, the strongest ones were fake divine gods. That was the limit of my universe and I cultivated to the limit. I was a newly ascended fake divine god but also one of the strongest. I also controlled many worlds like a king above everyone else. Everything was going right when my world welcomed a catastrophe in the form of heavenly demons. Heavenly demons? Ye Xiao was shocked. Now, this came with a surprise. But if it really is the truth, then why did the Void God didn't recognize that he has the bloodline and physique of a heavenly demon when he transformed earlier? Ye Xiao was again puzzled. Yes, heavenly demons. Void God took a deep breath and nodded. He then started saying again, heavenly demons are a kind of demon race that lives in the void, for they are banished to enter chaos for some reason. And when I'm saying void, it means the true void. It is the void where you'll appear if you ever leave the cosmic membrane of your universe. The void is filled with chaos energy but these energies are too berserk. These chaos energies will destroy the body and soul of any person who is not a being of chaos. I have never stepped my foot in the true chaos, but I've encountered some people who came from them. Chaos is far more dangerous than any source universe, and it is also far stronger. Wait a minute, Ye Xiao stopped Void God from continuing. He asked in a puzzled tone, as far as I know, there are countless source universes, and every one of them exists in chaos. If that is so, then how would we appear in the void after leaving the source universe, but not in chaos? If source universes really exist in chaos, then after leaving source universes, we should also appear in chaos. And even you said before that the void is filled with chaos energy. This proves that void exists in chaos. As Ye Xiao said these words, he raised his eyes and frowned a little bit, before gazing at the golden energy rope and said, "And can you let me go, please?" Void God nodded and waved his hand. The golden energy rope disappeared slowly and Ye Xiao got freed. He started falling to the ground, but soon balanced in the air and slowly landed. Looking above, he found that the pillar had also disappeared at some point in time. I don't know how you know about source universes, but you are right. There are countless source universes and every one of them is located inside chaos. Each one of them is far apart from the other, and if by chance, two source universes are very close to each other, they'll fight and try to swallow each other. And in the end, only one source universe will remain. Your question, since source universes exist inside chaos, then how come leaving the source universes we don't appear in chaos but the void? And since the void is filled with chaos energy, the void should also exist in chaos. Void God looked at Ye Xiao and shook his head, saying, "Where do you think my title came from? I have the word, void, in my title. How did I gain this title?" Ye Xiao, of course, didn't know anything, so he didn't reply. He knew even without him saying anything, Void God will definitely tell. As expected, Void God didn't wait for Ye Xiao's answer. He started speaking again. "I have spent hundreds of thousands of years in void and survived countless dangers lurking in void. But even so, I was never able to find the true chaos. I found many source universes but never found a land to step on. I can't answer your question, for even I don't know why it is like this. I don't know how come source universes exist in chaos but we can't enter the chaos after leaving the source universes. I met countless powerful people, even some beings of chaos in the void. But even they might die in void in order to find the true chaos to enter. As far as I know, people lurking in the void looking for true chaos call the land true chaos, not the void." Taking a deep breath, Void God waved his hand, causing two comfortable chairs to appear. He gestured for Ye Xiao to sit before sitting on one of them himself. After Ye Xiao sat down, Void God pointed at him and said, "Let's take your source universe for example. There are countless worlds but every world is far apart. The thing that separates them is space. And space is void. The worlds and the void together is the heavens. But this is not true for chaos. Only vast lands, worlds, are known as true chaos. As for the void, it is just the void. The void between two lands in chaos is so big that even if a true divine God were to wander there for his whole lifetime, they might never be able to find a land to step on." With this, they both fell into silence. Ye Xiao started digesting the information he has just obtained and Void God gave him time to digest. Ye Xiao now understood very important points about chaos. In chaos, there is no such thing as worlds. There are only lands, but every land is very very far away from each other, so far that finding them is almost impossible unless you are a being of chaos. Maybe, beings of chaos have an innate connection with chaos, granting them small possibilities to find the lands to step on. And between the land exists void. In the void filled with endless berserk chaos energy, there are countless source universes. But even those source universes are far apart from each other. Ye Xiao now understood many things. He nodded his head and signaled Void God to continue. Previously, Void God talked about heavenly demons. He was now more interested in knowing about them. How come heavenly demons exist in chaos? Void, was his previous speculation about them being not from the heavens true? And Void God said that the heavenly demons are a special kind of demon race that is banished from ever stepping on chaos land. Why are they banished? What kind of race are they? And why does they invade Void God's source universe and brought a catastrophe there? There were many questions in Ye Xiao's mind. He wanted to know about everything. He was waiting for Void God to tell him everything. Chapter 1027. Heavenly Demon Ye Xiao and Void God talked a lot. From the Void God, Ye Xiao got to know many things he couldn't explain before. He also got to know a few more points about chaos. He also obtained the information he wanted from the Void God. According to the Void God, he was from a source universe much stronger than heavens because the limit of his universe was fake divine God, unlike the heavens where the limit is only the ancient God realm. There are countless source universes in the chaos, and the strongest of the source universes could only give birth to true divine God realm martial artists. No being of chaos could appear in any of the source universes. In short, The highest a person born in a source universe could cultivate to is the true divine God stage of the divine God realm. Void God had not been a fake divine God for much time when a catastrophe descended on his source universe. This catastrophe was actually heavenly demons who live in the void beyond the source universes. They descended into Void God's source universe with the sole purpose of destroying it and stealing its source. The beings of his source universe put up a great fight against the heavenly demons but failed to do any harm to them. In the end, his source universe was destroyed by that group of heavenly demons. Void God and other fake divine gods were unable to save their universe. Void God managed to escape somehow and fell into the void of chaos. He kept floating in the void for an unknown period of time, completely unconscious, and was saved by a being of chaos wandering in the void. That being of chaos told Void God many things about chaos. He also got to know about the heavenly demons. It turned out that the heavenly demons were a unique kind of demon race that used to rule a vast land in chaos. However, they were too violent and destructive. Whenever they go, they brought destruction. Whichever path they walked on became chaotic. They erased the existence of countless people and even a few vast lands. In the end, a few forces came together and fought a fierce battle against heavenly demons, killing all the powerful heavenly demons. Only some weaker ones were left. They begged for mercy and were finally banished to the void. They were forced to swear upon their bloodlines and the rules of chaos to never set foot in vast lands ever again. From that point onward, heavenly demons could never step foot in chaos at all. And if they dared to step foot in the vast lands, they will be immediately killed and even their entire race might be destroyed by the rules of chaos. Apparently, heavenly demons could only wander in the void. Because the void is filled with berserk chaos energy, no being dares to absorb them. In the void, there is only one way to become stronger, and that is to find source universes and swallow their sources. Thus, not only the heavenly demons, but all those beings wandering in chaos always look for traces of a source universe and then attack it so that they could swallow the source of the source universes and increase their strength. This is happening since time immemorial. Heavenly demons want to get back to where they originally belong, but they no longer have that strength. And in the void, increasing one's strength is almost impossible because of the berserk chaos energy. They somehow discovered Void God's source universe and hence its destruction came. One day, Void God discovered a heavenly demon in the void, traveling at a very high speed, seeming to be going somewhere. He recognized the heavenly demon, for it was one of the heavenly demons who attacked his source universe. But this time, he was alone. Void God's anger and hatred for heavenly demons caused him to follow that heavenly demon. He wanted to kill that heavenly demon so that he could at least relieve his anger. That heavenly demon was a true divine god, and he seemed to have a fixed location. And just like that, they came to another source universe. This source universe was just like the heavens. Ancient God realm was the limit of cultivation in this universe. Being a true divine god, it didn't take much effort for that heavenly demon to crack open an opening in the cosmic membrane of that universe and enter. And before the cosmic membrane healed, Void God also entered that universe. He was surprised at first that this time, only one heavenly demon was attacking the universe. It is because heavenly demons used to go everywhere in groups. But he guessed that this fellow must have discovered that source universe before and wanted to take it for himself. He didn't want to share the source of that universe with his fellow heavenly demons. Thus, entering the newly discovered source universe alone. And this gave Void God a chance to kill this heavenly demon. But he was still too late. The time difference between chaos and a source universe is very different. He entered into that source universe 10 minutes after that heavenly demon entered. But inside the source universe, it has already been a few months. That heavenly demon had already killed all the experts of that universe and had located the source of the universe. Strangely, he killed everyone in one strike. No one was his match. And because of his extremely high strength, no one was able to obstruct his path. He was invincible in that source universe. He had also defeated the Tao will of that universe and had shattered it. That universe had lost its Tao and was already on the verge of destruction. All heavenly demon needed to do was to swallow the source of that universe. However, even that heavenly demon never expected Void God to follow him inside. He started having a fierce battle with that heavenly demon. He was just a fake divine god and was not the heavenly demon's match, but his savior, the being of chaos, had given him a weapon that is ranked a stage higher than Empyrean rank. With the help of that weapon, he was not only able to fight the heavenly demon, he even managed to seal that heavenly demon inside his vault. That universe was already on the verge of destruction. Not only Tao will of the universe but even all the laws had been destroyed. No one could save that universe at that point in time. Thus, after struggling for a few moments, Void God decided not to let the source of the universe go waste. Thus, he started swallowing the source of the universe, causing an immense boost in his cultivation. He finally managed to break through and became a true divine god. And that was the moment when a young ancient god appeared in front of him. She was very furious and her eyes were filled with hatred. Seeing the Void God swallowing the source of the universe and breaking through, she misunderstood him and took him for the villain who had destroyed her universe. Void God tried to tell her many times that he is not the culprit and that the culprit is sealed inside his vault, but she did not listen. She started fighting him with her life on the line. That girl was Jia Fei. If Void God wanted, he could have killed her immediately. But he did not do so. The destruction of the universe had already started and he had to escape. Otherwise, if he was caught in the destruction of a source universe, even with his strength at the true divine god stage, he wouldn't have made it out safely. Thus, Void God told Jia Fei to become strong before coming after him, and leaving the universe. What Void God never expected was that Jia Fei's hatred was so strong that she chased after him and entered the void. Since the source of the universe was already gone and even the universe's Tao was not there, the cosmic membrane protecting the universe from invaders had long ceased to exist. Jia Fei entered the void with her strength at the ancient god realm. Her body and soul started corroding the moment she came in contact with the berserk chaos energy and she died in just a few seconds. When Void God told Ye Xiao this, Ye Xiao immediately remembered what Godfiend Lord told him. Godfiend Lord had also almost stepped into the void outside the heavens and his half-body and soul were corroded. If the will of the heavens had not forcefully pulled him back, he would have been dead a long time ago. What puzzled Ye Xiao was the fact that Void God told him Jia Fei died immediately, but now, she was still alive and was inside the heavens. She had made a deal with him previously. If she was already dead and even her soul corroded, how come she is still alive? Chapter 1028. A few questions. You are saying Jia Fei died the moment she stepped in the void, then how could she? Before Ye Xiao could complete his question, Void God replied, that's exactly the mystery I always wanted to solve. I have no idea how she returned to life. Taking a deep breath, Void God continued, you should know where that I witnessed her death with my own eyes. I never expected her to be so rushed and step into the void while chasing after me. She died so quickly because of the invasion of berserk chaos energy into her body that I was unable to react in time and save her. Ye Xiao was puzzled and surprised at the same time. Now, this was really a mystery. As far as Ye Xiao knew, a person might reincarnate or return to life in some other way. However, the only condition is for their soul to be fine. As long as one's soul is not destroyed, one could return to life. However, this is not true for Jia Fei. According to Void God, even her soul was corroded and completely disintegrated. How can you and others move in the void without getting affected by the berserk chaos energy, but Jia Fei can't? Ye Xiao asked an important question. The limit of heavens is ancient god realm and it is very likely that he would step into chaos while being an ancient god. He needed this question to be answered, for it'll soon be related to his survival. That's because even the weakest of us is a divine god. Void God continued. The divine god realm is not just a cultivation realm transcending the ancient god realm, it is also a huge change. As long as a person becomes a divine god realm martial artist, they would go through a special kind of transformation. This transformation gave birth to a special energy that is very similar to that of a source universe's cosmic membrane. Cosmic membrane easily protects a source universe from berserk chaos energy in the void for as long as the source of a universe exists. And being the similar energy, when using it as a barrier around our body, we could protect ourselves from berserk chaos energy's invasion. But this is not a long-term solution. However, as long as you could find another person in the void, you could trade for a treasure that blocks the berserk chaos energy in the void outside. That's how we divine gods survive in the void. Ye Xiao nodded his head in understanding. He understood now. He understood everything, as to why Jia Fei wanted to kill Void God so much. He now understood that Void God is not the villain he was thinking him to be all this while. The only puzzling thing was how Jia Fei is still alive and how did she end up inside the heavens. There is another question though, how did heavenly demons end up birthing into heavens? Ye Xiao didn't hesitate to ask his questions. Void God replied. Let's forget about how Jia Fei came back to life. Let's talk about how how we end up in heavens. After I failed to save her in time, I left the scene and went to look for some other opportunities. That's when I came across the wooden box that I found inside a ruin floating in the void. Even though countless years have passed and berserk chaos energy could corrode and disintegrate anything in the void, that ruin's main hall still survived. And there was only one thing left in the main hall, and that was the wooden box. I wanted to open the wooden box many times, but the moment I approach closer to the wooden box, I sense a great danger. It is as if a monster is waiting for me to help him open his mouth. The moment the mouth will open, that monster will swallow me whole. Ye Xiao nodded upon hearing this. This was exactly how he felt when he got closer to the wooden box. That's why he became more alert and cautious and retreated immediately. He had never felt that kind of danger before. The void god continued to speak. Since I couldn't open the wooden box, I stored the main hall inside my own vault where I used to store my treasures. The ancient temple you saw earlier and went inside was actually the main hall that I just talked about. After storing it inside my vault, I repaired it and carved a formation using my own blood, making an absolute connection with the main hall. Everything inside is in my control. And after that, I once again started wandering in the endless void. And one day, Jia Fei appeared in front of me once again, with her cultivation rising to the fake god realm. The moment we saw each other, she attacked me and started fighting me with all her strength. Her only ambition was to kill me. I never wanted to be her enemy, but she never gave me a chance to explain. After constantly being put up in difficult situations, I also gave up on explaining things. And that was when we had our last fight, a great battle. Saying this, Void God stopped and waved his hand, causing ripples to appear in the air. He floated in the air and his body started glowing golden. Then strangely, golden fire surrounded his body, and very soon, a huge tower of fire appeared in the sky where Void God was floating. This scene was magnificent. Void God's voice rang out then. During our last fight, we crossed over an unknown length of distance and coincidentally appeared in front of your universe, the heavens. Your universe seemed to be going through a period of great chaos at that time, causing a tiny crack to appear in its cosmic membrane. Jia Fei was heavily injured, thus she decided to escape. During her escape, she even stole my vault and entered the heavens through that crack. How could I let her steal my vault? Void God waved his hand and along with golden fire, a humongous golden screen with a fiery border appeared. A scene appeared on the fiery screen and Ye Xiao started seeing the event of the past. After looking at the complete event, Ye Xiao finally understood everything. It turned out that Void God had also entered the heavens, chasing after Jia Fei. It led them to have another intense battle, and during that battle, the Void God's vault fell into a certain world. Void God defeated Jia Fei but did not have the heart to kill her. So he found a perfect place where no one could find her and sealed her there. As long as no one break the formation, Jia Fei would have remained sealed. It was a pity that Ye Xiao broke that formation and even got enchanted by Jia Fei. Well, after sealing Jia Fei, Void God could have taken back his vault, but he decided the opposite. He decided to wait for people to find his vault and enter. At that time, he would make sure to lead them inside the ancient temple and make them open the wooden box. So, he left the heavens and entered chaos. The flow of time is very different in chaos as compared to heavens. Although many eras have passed since then, to the Void God, only tens of thousands of years have passed. This wait was not long. During this period of time, a group of people did enter the abandoned divine world, but they never came near the Void God's vault, thus no one entered. Ye Xiao and Queen were the first two people to enter the Void God's vault, and so, Void God didn't want to lose this opportunity. He wanted to use either Ye Xiao's hand or Queen's hand to open the wooden box and obtain whatever is stored inside. He also wanted to find out what kind of weapon is stored inside that was giving him such kind of dangerous feeling just by coming closer to the wooden box. What will happen when the wooden box is opened? Ye Xiao now understood everything. The only thing he was unable to obtain the answer to was how Jia Fei came back to life. As long as he could solve this puzzle, he would no longer have any questions left in his mind. He also asked why Jia Fei could communicate with him inside the Void God's vault but did not enter herself. Void God told him it is because as long as she enter his vault, she would be trapped. What about the heavenly demon you sealed inside your vault? Ye Xiao asked the vital question. When the Void God's vault fell, the seal was broken somehow and the heavenly demon managed to escape. However, I had taken a precaution before sealing him. Even though he managed to escape, he would not have lived long. He must have died a few hundred years later without any way to escape back to the void. Void God answered. Chapter 1029, Send me back. Ye Xiao frowned when he heard Void God. The heavenly demon escaped. This brought Ye Xiao nearer to his assumption. He had already made a guess that the heavenly demon race of heavens might have some sort of relationship with the heavenly demons of chaos. And now, his assumption was close to the truth. He asked, "What preparations had you done before sealing the heavenly demon?" Void God smiled and replied, "You should know by now that no one could absorb the berserk void energy, and if one did, they might explode immediately and die." Seeing Ye Xiao nodding his head, Void God continued, "I prepared a certain amount of berserk chaos energy, enough to immediately cripple that heavenly demon and injure his vitality. As the seal was broken, the berserk chaos energy must have attacked heavenly demon and invaded his body forcefully, crippling his cultivation and damaging his vital force. Since his cultivation was crippled, there is no way he could have returned to the void. He must have died in the heavens. Or maybe not." Ye Xiao frowned and muttered. "What do you mean?" Void God asked. Nothing really," Ye Xiao replied and started thinking. Ye Xiao guessed that the heavenly demon already knew he was going to die, so he must have chosen to leave behind his seeds. It took a few eras, but those seeds finally rose as the heavenly demon race. The heavenly demon transformation technique must have been left behind by that heavenly demon. But because one of the heavenly demon's parents was a heavenly demon and the other was not, the heavenly demon bloodline had some changes. They went through some kind of metaphor and gained the ability to swallow any kind of bloodline and special physique and strengthen themselves. Ye Xiao took a deep breath after thinking like this. Although he thought so, he was not sure. After all, in the end, these were all his guesses. "So, what do you think?" Void God asked. "What?" Ye Xiao frowned. "About opening the wooden box. Why are you so inclined toward killing me? I don't have an option. You and that woman are the only ones who entered my vault after so many years. I can't afford to wait longer. You have to help me open the box." Ye Xiao fell silent. Although he and Void God had a pleasant conversation till now, it doesn't mean they were friends. Void God started answering Ye Xiao only because he wanted to make him open the wooden box. Ye Xiao still wanted to refuse, but then he thought of something. He said, "How about wait for a while longer?" "What do you mean?" Void God frowned. He could not understand what Ye Xiao was trying to say. Ye Xiao replied, "Wait till the end of the world epic in heavens. After that, I'll leave the heavens and I give you my words, that'll be the time when I'll open the wooden box for you. Anyway, compared to heavens, waiting for 1,000 years is like waiting for a day for you. You could wait that long." Void God took a deep look at Ye Xiao and then shook his head, saying, "You can never get out of heavens as long as a true divine God doesn't help you or the source of heavens is not missing. Heavens will never let a single soul leave its border, never ever." "I know," Ye Xiao said, "but there are always exceptions. It is not easy for exceptions to appear." Void God shook his head, saying, "Then I'll just make sure to create that exception." Ye Xiao smiled with a very mysterious expression on his face. "You, sure?" Void God didn't know what to say. He was confused. He knew about source universes a lot more than Ye Xiao knew. He had never seen an exception appear that could leave their universe without the help of an expert far stronger than the universe itself or without the absence of the source of the universe. He couldn't bring himself to believe what Ye Xiao said. "I'm 100% sure." Ye Xiao replied confidently. He was confident in himself, for his path of cultivation is totally different than others. "Okay, I'll give you that much time." Void God finally nodded and continued to say, "Anyway, that demon is the approaching world epic. He is just a fake divine god. Even Jia Fei could kill him if she wants, but she will never do that. If you ever fell in danger and think you need help, just break this token. I'll appear in front of you." Void God said and threw a token at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao caught the token and looked at it. It was a completely black token without anything written or shaped on it. But when Ye Xiao activated his eyes of insight to look at the token, he was surprised to see a familiar layer of hundreds of patterns. These patterns were different from what he had seen on the golden altar in the wooden box. It was more like the patterns he had seen before entering the Void God's vault. Ye Xiao immediately understood that these patterns were related to Void God in some ways. In fact, in every way. "Why would you do that?" Ye Xiao tilted his head to look at Void God and asked. If you are killed, who is going to help me open the wooden box? Void God said in a tone as if he was stating an obvious fact. Ye Xiao laughed and nodded. Then he voiced another question out his mouth. You could make a deal with Queen as well. Why me, Queen? Void God spoke in a puzzled tone before coming to a realization. Oh, you are talking about that girl. Ye Xiao nodded his head. Void God answered him, it is because you are someone Jia Fei has taken an interest in. And after I've spent this little time with you, I also find you very interesting. You have that strange bloodline that you can't control. That bloodline gave you such berserk energy and violent strength. You are somewhat strange. Ye Xiao raised his brows but didn't say anything. He knew what Void God was going to say next, and that was something he doesn't want to hear, at least not for now. Thus, he asked Void God, can you send me back now? Yes. Void God nodded and was about to send Ye Xiao back when he was again interrupted by Ye Xiao, who said, wait a moment. Void God, what? The time here definitely varies from the time inside heavens. Although I might have been here for a few days already, how many days have passed in heavens? Just the same. Void God smiled and continued to speak. This is the void realm that I created. It is more like a secret realm. You should have visited some inside heavens. Ye Xiao nodded and spoke, but time flows differently even in secret realms. Not to mention, this void realm has its own source. It means it is like a small universe in itself. Void God nodded, saying, you are right. Actually, I obtained a piece of land during my days in the void before Jia Fei started chasing after me in order to kill me after coming back to life. The void realm is originally a newborn source universe. It is just that I took control of this universe and transformed it into void realm. Because I took control of this newborn small universe, it lost its Tao. There is no law here and there is no life. The only laws here are what I carefully planted inside, suitable for transforming a small universe into void realm. Because there is no life here and this is just a small universe, just the size of the lower realm in the heavens, the time difference here is much faster compared to the heavens. However, because I'm in control of the void realm, I kept the flow of time here almost equal to that of heavens. So you don't have to worry. Ye Xiao was surprised and his eyes lit up for some reason. He hurriedly asked, does it mean you can control time? Have you already comprehended the law of time? Void God was startled seeing Ye Xiao's reaction. But then he shook his head and said, no, I can't control time and I have not comprehended the law of time either. No matter what source universe, comprehending the law of time is simply impossible. No one could comprehend them. Moreover, the laws and profound meanings of a source universe are completely useless in the void and chaos. I could control the flow of time in the void realm because I transformed it into being one. Not to mention, the Tao of this universe has long been destroyed. It no longer has any law or profound meaning. So, controlling the flow of time here is as simple as just a mere thought. Ye Xiao opened his mouth and raised his head before closing his mouth and lowering his head again, saying, so that's how it is. Okay, send me back. Chapter 1030. Leaving the Void God's vault on the golden altar, Queen was waiting for Ye Xiao for a long time now and was getting impatient. It is because the blood slaughter abyssal dragon was on the verge of exploding. He had already defeated Chu Rong and Wu Jiao even though they managed to heavily injure this dragon. The blood slaughter abyssal dragon was about to kill the two of them when three other ancient gods arrived in time and started fighting the ancestral dragon. This caused the blood slaughter ancestral dragon to be completely infuriated. It no longer reserved its strength and attacked with all its might. Queen had to hurry and go so that she could lend help to those ancient gods and help the heavens in time. But she was trapped on this strange golden altar. No matter how many times she tried, she was unable to leave. The last option was taking a huge risk by opening the wooden box, but this is not what she wanted to do, at least not now, for she feared Ye Xiao might be unable to return if she really opened the wooden box. But in the end, she has to resort to this option. As she was getting impatient, she suddenly felt something and looked below her feet. The surface of the golden altar started trembling softly and in the next moment, a large number of strange patterns appeared. This time, she could see the strange patterns easily. These strange patterns were squirming like worms and were constantly changing positions. Very soon, they came together and transformed into a formation. The formation started rippling and the next moment, Ye Xiao slowly started emerging from within. This scene was shocking to witness, it was really astounding. After Ye Xiao returned, everything returned to normal. Most importantly, both of them could no longer feel the restriction blocking their path. It clearly means that the restriction was no longer there. Queen had no time to ask Ye Xiao what happened. She just told Ye Xiao that she had to go because Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon has taken action and was determined to steal the source of heavens. Thus, after both of them came out of ancient temple while leaving the wooden box behind, they both parted ways. Queen left the Void God's vault in a hurry, and on the other hand, Ye Xiao went in the opposite direction, wanting to obtain the God rank and above rank treasures. His deal with Jia Fei was still there after all. He has to help her heal. Not to mention, she had helped him a few times now. When Ye Xiao arrived at the place where true treasures were stored, his eyes shined with light. He opened his mouth and could not help but exclaim the "whoa" sound. It is because of what he saw in front of him. This place was like a storage room, filled with numerous treasures stored inside who knows how many years ago. There were many layers of wooden shelves on the wall, and each shelf had a treasure stored inside. And all the shelves' mouths were closed with a glowing golden barrier that could only be forcefully broken with enough strength. If one is not strong enough, one would never be able to break these barriers and open the treasures inside. Each one of the treasures stored on the shelves on the wall was actually Empyrean rank treasures. As for God rank treasures, there were many and they were casually thrown to the side on the ground. It was as if these God rank treasures were nothing in Void God's eyes. Bring me all the God rank treasures and the treasures on the third row of shelves. They are enough for me to recover completely. At this moment, Ye Xiao heard Jia Fei's voice in his mind again. His connection with Jia Fei was re-established the moment he came out of the ancient god temple, but Jia Fei never asked what happened inside. It was as if she never knew he entered the ancient temple. Ye Xiao knew Jia Fei was ignoring the fact of his entrance inside the ancient temple because she doesn't want to get confirmation from Ye Xiao that he met Void God and made some kind of deal with him. She was afraid that if she asked, Ye Xiao would go to Void God and refuse to help him. Ye Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Then he nodded and said, "Okay." After that, the first thing he did was to store all the God rank treasures. Then he tried to break the barrier on the third row of shelves but was shocked to discover that he could not break the barrier at all. His current strength, enough to fight against a fake divine god and even defeat them, actually failed to break a mere barrier that was closing the mouth of the shelf, keeping him unable to obtain the treasure inside. I think these barriers could only be broken by true divine gods. Ye Xiao muttered and sighed. Then he suddenly thought of something and took out the Infinity Edge Blade. It has been a very long time since he had taken out the Infinity Edge Blade. The moment he took out this blade, he felt a mighty aura that stirred the entire space in an instant. But everything soon calmed down. "Buddy, help me break these barriers." Ye Xiao spoke in a low voice to Infinity Edge Blade, but the Infinity Edge Blade did not respond to him. Ye Xiao could not help but sigh. The Infinity Edge Blade has still not recognized him as its master. Ye Xiao had long understood that he needed to fulfill some kind of requirement in order to make the Infinity Edge Blade acknowledge him. Maybe, Ye Xiao needed to have a special cultivation base, above Ancient God. After all, the Infinity Edge Blade had been held by a few ancient gods when it was created, but it never acknowledged anyone before. Ye Xiao ignored the continuously emerging thoughts in his mind and slashed out with the Infinity Edge Blade. He unleashed his full strength in this attack. Surprisingly, this time, he managed to instantly shatter a barrier on one of the shelves in the third row of shelves. Then he took out the treasure inside. This treasure was a fruit, the size of an adult fist and seemed to be filled with vitality. Wait a minute, Ye Xiao suddenly thought of something and then he kept the Infinity Edge Blade. After that, he also stored the Empyrean rank vitality fruit and then chose to leave the Void God's vault. But before leaving, he carved a small teleportation formation in the treasure room. Then he connected this teleportation formation to a teleportation formation he laid in a world inside his small universe. With this, no matter where Ye Xiao went, he could come and go in the treasure as he pleases. The teleportation formation he carved in the treasure room and in a world inside his small universe was actually different from normal formations. It is because if one looks closely, one will find strange patterns constantly squirming in these two treasure formations. And these strange patterns were actually the root of the two teleportation formations. When Ye Xiao left the Void God's vault, Jia Fei's anxious voice echoed in his mind, asking, "What are you doing? Why didn't you take the treasures I told you to obtain?" The treasures on the third row of shelves all contain abundant life energy that could heal me. If you don't obtain them, how would I recover from my injuries? Ye Xiao smiled and said, don't worry about that. When I have time, I'll come to you to the place where we met the first time. I have a way to completely heal you. After saying that, Ye Xiao waved his hand and all the treasures he had taken from the treasure room appeared on the ground. Ye Xiao said, take these first and use them to recover your injuries as much as you can. Ye Xiao had no idea what kind of strength Jia Fei has, but he was sure that she could take these treasures even though she is far from this place. It is because she has already surpassed the limit of heavens. Moreover, she was not from heavens, so she was not bound by the heavenly Tao. Thus, she should be able to manipulate the space easily. As expected, the next instant after Ye Xiao told Jia Fei to take those treasures, the treasures on the ground disappeared. Promise me you will help me recover. Jia Fei wanted Ye Xiao to give his words. It is because she feared Ye Xiao making a deal with Void God and not helping her afterward. Ye Xiao laughed lightly and nodded, saying, I give you my word, I'll definitely come and help you. And if you are fearing I have made some kind of deal with Void God, then don't worry about it. Although I do have made a deal, it is not about you at all. Not to mention, Void God is not really your enemy. Chapter 1031 Mark of Primordial. Chapter 1031 Mark of Primordial. What do you mean Void God is not my enemy? Jia Fei frowned and asked when she heard Ye Xiao telling that Void God is not her enemy. Ye Xiao didn't mind recounting what Void God told him. When Jia Fei heard this, she fell silent. She didn't say anything for a long time. Ye Xiao also didn't say anything. He arrived in front of the platform where Yu Ying was waiting for him. The huge black lotus was no longer there to be seen. Only 4 cocoons were there and Ye Xiao could feel a very strong vitality from those cocoons. He immediately understood that Shui Xiaofei, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Qing'er, and Su Shui'er are inside these 4 cocoons, going through some kind of transformation. He carefully sensed them using his divine sense and then looked at them with the help of eyes of insight. Then he spoke, Ying'er, it seems it'll take a few years for them to wake up. Although I can stay here and wait for them with you, but I don't think doing so would be the right thing. A confused expression appeared on Yu Ying's face. She asked, I don't get it. Why can't you stay? It is of the coming world epic. Isn't there still tens of thousands of years of time? I also thought the same before, however, I don't think so now. My intuition is telling me that the world epic will descend to the heavens in less than 5,000 years. I have many things to do and can't afford to waste my time here. Why don't you do this? Stay here and protect them. They will wake up in at most 10 years. For an ancient god like you, 10 years should be nothing. Just stay here and meditate. Anyway, you have recently broken through, so just try to adjust to your strength as much as you can. Yu Ying revealed an unwilling expression on her face. She didn't want to be separated from Ye Xiao again. Although she and others had spent more than 300 years together with Ye Xiao, and even got pregnant, the more they lived together, the more they don't want to get separated again. But since Ye Xiao had important things to do, she did not try to stop Ye Xiao. Nodding her head, she said, okay, I'll wait for you here. Please don't. Ye Xiao shook his head, saying, I might not return for hundreds of years. I don't know when I'll return, but I promise, the next time we meet, we will never get separated again. You promise? Yu Ying asked while revealing a very cute expression. Ye Xiao could not help but laugh. He nodded and hugged Yu Ying. Then he said softly in her ears, I promise. Yu Ying's face immediately turned completely red. She could not help but cuddle in Ye Xiao's arms. Then she nodded her head and kissed Ye Xiao before separating. After that, Ye Xiao took a last look at the cocoons before leaving. In a world far away from the abandoned divine world, there was a place called Cliff of Hanging Sky. This was a forbidden land in this world and no one dared to come to this place. It is because the Cliff of Hanging Sky is filled with dangers far surpassing anything in the world. However, unknown to the rest of the world, a young man was sitting cross-legged on top of the Cliff of the Hanging Sky. A strange mark that was both beautiful and exuding a mysterious yet powerful aura was constantly flickering in the middle of the young man's eyebrows. After a while, the mark stabilized and the young man opened his eyes. Finally, the mark of primordial is officially mine. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and muttered. It has been 5 years since Ye Xiao came to this world. Then he searched around and found out about the Cliff of Hanging Sky. The Cliff of Hanging Sky was named like this because when looked at from the top of the cliff, the sky seemed to be hanged by something. But at the same time, it was not. According to the map, the home of the primordial race used to be in this world. But everything was destroyed at the end of the primordial era. However, the remains of the primordial race are still there. It is located at the bottom of the cliff of hanging sky. After coming to this place, Ye Xiao sat down and started integrating with the mark of primordial. According to the condition before, after integrating with the mark of primordial, he would have only 100 years to complete the third trial. Otherwise, the mark of primordial will disappear. Since he started integrating with the mark of primordial, it has been 5 years. This mark of primordial used to belong to the last patriarch of the primordial race. It has the ability to teleport anywhere the owner wants. Ye Xiao thought since he can already teleport, this mark of primordial was useless. However, he was wrong. While integrating with the mark of primordial, countless images flashed in his mind that started boosting his comprehension of space law's primordial meaning. And in these 5 years, his comprehension of the profound meaning of space law actually reached 80%. It was all because of the mark of primordial. Ye Xiao had never expected to gain such an advantage while trying to integrate with the mark of primordial. It was beyond his expectation. It was not only this, but his personal ability to teleport was also strengthened in these 5 years. Now, if he were to teleport with the addition of his teleportation ability along with teleportation ability that comes from the mark of primordial, and his understanding of the profound meaning of space law, Ye Xiao could go anywhere in the heavens he want. No one could stop his path, not even the Emissary of Heavens. Now, Ye Xiao was sure that he could kill the Emissary of Heavens with his strength. He doesn't have to rely on anything outer forces or others' help. It is time to take the third trial and obtain the body of primordial. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and muttered. Then he looked down the cliff of hanging sky and jumped. Shua! Ye Xiao started falling rapidly. It was complete darkness below the cliff of hanging sky and nothing could be seen. The depth seemed to have no end. Ye Xiao kept falling for a long time before he suddenly felt as if he has just passed some sort of barrier, and his surroundings lighten up. The world once again became bright and Ye Xiao could see everything. He was still falling through. Ye Xiao controlled his body and stopped in midair. Then he looked down and carefully observed the seemingly new world that he has just entered. This world seemed to be filled with dense trees. In fact, the entire world only had forests. Even tall mountains were covered with dense big and fat trees. Rivers and seas can't be seen at all. But if one looked carefully, one could see ruins of ancient buildings everywhere in this world. This world, which seemed to have become a secret realm, used to be the place where primordial race used to live. This place was the homeground of primordials. Ye Xiao carefully observed the surroundings and soon located a place that was exuding mysterious energy. Ye Xiao could also feel a very familiar aura coming from that place. A smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face. He muttered, "Paigan." With this, Ye Xiao's figure flickered and he disappeared. The next he appeared, he was standing in front of a huge green barrier. The barrier was enveloping a huge platform. On the platform, a huge creature was sleeping soundly. This huge creature was obviously Paigan. Other than the platform, there were 3 small huts made of dried bamboo. These 3 huts seemed nothing special at first glance, however, if one used their divine sense, they could feel a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. These soul energies were actually coming from the people of the primordial race that Ye Xiao had met while going through the first and second trials. Other than this, there was also a small pond. This pond actually had golden water. In the middle of the pond, a small pillar of light was shooting to touch the ceiling of the green barrier. Apparently, this pillar of light was the core of the green barrier. If something happened to the pillar of light, the green barrier will also be destroyed. After observing around, Ye Xiao concluded that the green barrier will receive 0 damage from outside. One has to first destroy the pillar of light if one wants to destroy the green barrier. The second advantage of this green barrier is that no one could go inside as long as the barrier is not opened by someone from inside. Even Ye Xiao could not go inside using his teleportation ability. Chapter 1032 First Test of the Third Trial. Chapter 1032 First Test of the Third Trial. Ye Xiao called Paigan many times, but Paigan didn't respond. It seemed he had to think of ways to break the barrier himself. Ye Xiao tried to use force. He could now even defeat ordinary fake divine gods, so he chose to use force in order to shatter the green barrier. Unfortunately, even though he could create cracks with every punch on the green barrier, those cracks would recover instantly, before his second punch landed on the spot. His punching speed became faster and faster, and the same goes for the recovering speed of the green barrier. Its speed was also boosted along with Ye Xiao's speed of attacks. This caused Ye Xiao to frown. He had no choice but to activate the Eyes of Insight. With the help of Eyes of Insight, Ye Xiao saw that the force of his punch would cause the core of the barrier to react immediately. It means the moment his punch lands on the green barrier, the pillar of light would know and reacts before sending a stream of energy that not only absorbed the powerful force behind Ye Xiao's every punch, but it also caused the cracks in the barrier to recover almost in an instant, in less than a second. Ye Xiao had never seen such a terrifying barrier. Even in the memories of the ancient god of formation, there was no such barrier. It seems that there was something about formations that even the ancient god of formation didn't know in his lifetime. This surprised Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao knew he had to look for another solution. He carefully observed the green barrier with his Eyes of Insight, intending to find a weakness. However, the green barrier was really too perfect. He could find any weak spot at all. It seems the barrier needed to be destroyed from the inside, otherwise, no matter how much one tries, one will unable to remove the barrier at all. What should I do? Ye Xiao muttered. He started thinking about the step he should take in order to shatter the barrier. He had tried calling Paigan again, but it seems his voice was unable to be heard inside the barrier, causing Ye Xiao to reveal a helpless expression. I think I should try using the laws of heavens. Ye Xiao muttered and started experimenting using all sorts of laws and profound meanings. But nothing resulted in the outcome he wanted. In the end, he was left with only 4 supreme laws to try. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao directly chose the law of destruction. And this time, he chose to attack as well. He took out the void-shattering spear and a shocking aura erupted out of his body, causing all sorts of small and big things to fly around. At the same time, he circulated the true essence inside his body, causing an insurmountable and overwhelming force to oscillate in a manner that made Ye Xiao look very mysterious and domineering. The next instant, extremely destructive energy appeared on the void-shattering spear in Ye Xiao's hand, causing a destructive force to fluctuate in its surroundings that almost distorted the space around it. Fortunately, Ye Xiao's understanding of destructive law was low, otherwise, the space around void-shattering spear would have been destroyed in an instant. After that, a shocking spear intent suddenly descended, causing the air in the surroundings to churn. The air started becoming hot, so hot that the temperature in that area instantly increased multiple times. Smoke appeared in midair and started to rise high above slowly. A humongous spear's image appeared behind Ye Xiao. This spear's top seemed to have pierced past the cloudless sky. It was so big that it was beyond one's understanding. This kind of scene appeared because of Ye Xiao's use of spear soul. Ye Xiao thought this much should be enough to take care of the green barrier. He waved the void-shattering spear in his hand and struck out. As the spear pointed forward, the space seemed to have shattered noiselessly. A scene that could shock the world appeared. If anyone was here, they would have been shocked to see countless fragments of space that appeared because of Ye Xiao's attack. Beyond the space, infinite darkness could be seen easily, which gave an eerie and cold feeling. It was so cold and gloomy that no one would want to look at the dark space for a long time. And at this moment, a very huge spear seemed to have suddenly appeared in this dark space that became the source of light. This spear seemed to be traveling at an extremely fast speed, so fast that even ancient gods would find it difficult to follow. Boom! The next instant, an explosion reverberated in the sky and echoed far wide. If there was really anyone witnessing this earth-shattering move, they would have been shocked to see that when they were lost in the endless dark space and a huge image of a spear traveling at an extremely fast speed, Ye Xiao's void-shattering spear had already collided against the green barrier that was blocking his way inside. Along with an earth-shaking explosion, the green barrier, which could not be destroyed from the outside no matter what, instantly shattered into countless fragments of green light that fall from the sky like snow and disappeared after touching the ground. The green barrier was broken. The pillar of light shooting at the ceiling of the green barrier fluctuated many times before it died down. It also disappeared, causing the small pond to being lonely again. Although it might seem that it has been a long time, however, everything happened in just a few seconds. Ye Xiao's attack arrived in an instant, causing the green barrier to shatter the next second, and the pillar of light also disappeared after fluctuating for a few seconds. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and sighed. This attack was really something else. Ye Xiao had never revealed such a shocking strength before. Even when fighting against Void God in Berserk Heavenly Demon mode, he never showed such astounding strength. Well, there were a few reasons why. First, When he transformed into heavenly demon, he went berserk and lost all his mind, causing him unable to profoundly use every bit of his strength. At that time, all there was in his mind was a fight and kill. He just wanted to fight and kill. Second, because he was berserk, he could not think of anything. And since he could not think, he only used his true essence and physical strength to fight. He didn't make use of void-shattering spear at all. Third, in the void realm, he could not use his understanding of laws and their profound meanings at all, making him appear slightly weaker than what he showed just now. This is my true strength. Even Ye Xiao himself was shocked. He had never imagined that he was this powerful. If not for the green barrier blocking his path, maybe he would not have found out how powerful he exactly is in a short period of time. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao suppressed his emotions. He was feeling both happy and overwhelmed. Now that the barrier was removed, Ye Xiao could step forward. He kept the void-shattering spear and looked at the shattered space in front of him that was healing at an extremely fast speed. It took another few seconds for the shattered space to heal and the view of endless darkness disappeared. When the green barrier was destroyed, Ye Xiao had already stopped releasing the spear soul, causing the humongous image of the spear behind his back to disappear. Ye Xiao finally stepped forward and arrived in front of the huge platform. He was about to call out Paigan again, but before he could do so, Paigan transformed into a human form and stood in front of Ye Xiao. There was a pleasant smile on his face that made Ye Xiao want to punch his face. It is because Ye Xiao understood that Paigan was awake all along. He was just not responding to Ye Xiao no matter how much he called. Even a person like Ye Xiao could not help but reveal a trace of resentment on his face. But then he also laughed and shook his head. If not for Paigan pretending to be asleep, who knows when he would have become aware of his own strength. Although he knew he was extremely powerful, he never knew the extent of his strength. Not to mention, Ye Xiao was just a god currently. What kind of strength he would have when he would become an ancient god? What kind of strength he would have when he comprehends the profound meanings of all 3,000 laws of heavenly Tao? Congratulations on passing the first test of the third trial. Paigan smiled and spoke. When Paigan's voice reached Ye Xiao's ears, he frowned and asked, "First test of the third trial?" "Yes, first test of the third trial." Paigan nodded with the same pleasant smile on his face. Chapter 1033, Realm of Dreams, what do you mean? Ye Xiao frowned and asked. Paigan just congratulated him for passing the first test of the third trial. However, when did the trial even start? The third trial started the moment you entered the home ground of primordials. Your first test was to break the absolute defensive barrier. This barrier could only be broken by those who have achieved the strength to defeat 5 ancient gods with a single attack. But even that kind of person could not damage the absolute defensive barrier in such a way you did. Your strength far surpasses that of any ancient gods I have ever seen. Even the patriarch of the primordial race was not as powerful as you in his prime. It seems we have underestimated you a lot. So it turned out that breaking the green barrier was the first task of the third trial Ye Xiao needed to pass. It was no wonder why Paigan did not respond to him even though he had called Paigan many times. Since breaking the barrier was the first test, it means if Ye Xiao would have failed, he would have to continue trying. He had to break the barrier in order to continue. So, what is my second test? Ye Xiao no longer wasted time and directly came to the main point. Paigan nodded, thought of something, and said, "You still remembered the purpose of elders of the primordial race behind creating the 3 trials, right?" Ye Xiao nodded as it was a matter of fact, and started speaking. "Yes, I remember it clearly. The main purpose was the revival of the primordial race. I was told that as long as a person could pass all the trials and become a primordial, the primordial race could be revived. This was the only way to revive the primordial race, and Queen was the one to give this hope of revival to the primordial race in their last moment." Paigan nodded and said, "Yes, you are right. But, do you have any idea as to how the primordial race will be revived? Let's say you passed the third trial successfully and became a primordial. But, how will the primordial race revive?" "I have no idea." Ye Xiao shook his head, saying, "According to Queen, this is not only your trial but also ours. Because we betrayed the heavens, we were punished by the heavens. However, since we were the first race other than ancestral dragons to be born, heaven still left hope for the primordial race. Our trial started from the moment primordial race was destroyed. We created the trials of primordial and waited for dozens of eras. In these eras, many people appeared who went through the trial of primordial, However, very few pass the first trial and none pass the second. You are the only one to pass the second trial and are going through the third trial. Our weight and suffering is the trial from heavens for us, but our trial will end as long as you could pass the third trial. And at that time, heavens will revive the primordial race again. That's how the primordial race could revive and once again resurface to rule the next era. However, to rule the next era, heavens has to survive the coming world epic first. Moreover, let's not talk about it for now. When Ye Xiao first came in contact with the old man of the primordial race in the well of hell and heard the explanation given by the old man there, he thought he would need to revive the primordial race after obtaining the body of the primordial and becoming one of the primordial race's person. Only now did he understand that he was wrong. He has to do nothing. He just has to go through the trial and pass it, and this is what the primordial race needs from him. And it'll also give him a lot of benefits. What is my next test? Ye Xiao asked. According to his previous experiences, there should be 3 tests in one trial. Since he has already passed the first trial, it means there are still 2 tests left for him to pass, and then, he could be considered to have successfully completed the third trial, which is also the final trial. However, everything was not that simple. Paigan said, the third trial is different from the previous 2 trials. You only have to go through 2 tests in order to pass the third trial. You have already completed the first test, and now, you are going to start the second test. For the second test, you have to stand in the middle of that platform. There is a formation covering the entire platform that'll send you into the realm of dreams. In the realm of dreams, you will appear in a random place with a random identity. I can only tell you this. As for the content of the test and what you need to do, I can't tell you. You have to find out about this yourself. So, are you ready? Paigan asked with a smile on his face. Realm of Dreams. Ye Xiao was startled. As the inheritor of the memories of 3 ancient gods, he was not unaware of the Realm of Dreams. The Realm of Dreams is a special space that exists between reality and nothingness. It is not as simple as a dream of someone. No, the Realm of Dream really does exist. It is just that no one knows how to reach the Realm of Dreams or where it is located. However, in the starting few eras, a few extremely powerful people have managed to reach this place and obtained many benefits. No one knows what kind of place is this Realm of Dreams and what it means to exist between reality and nothingness. But one fact that has been passed down from the time of the appearance of the primordial is that no one would die in the Realm of Dreams. First of all, before entering the Realm of Dreams, a person would strangely lose consciousness. And upon waking up, they would find themselves waking up in another person's body. At that time, to obtain benefits from the Realm of Dreams, they have to play the role of the character they woke up. And if they are killed in the Realm of Dreams, they will wake up in their original body. At the same time, they will receive a variety of rewards according to their contribution to the Realm of Dream while playing the role of that character in the Realm of Dream itself. A few people who came back from the Realm of Dreams gathered together, and after years of research, they finally managed to create a formation that could send a person directly to the Realm of Dreams. However, after the end of a few eras, that formation was lost. Ye Xiao didn't expect to see that formation here. It means the Realm of Dreams is really real. And now, he was going to give his second and final test in the Realm of Dreams. If it is the Realm of Dreams, it is no wonder why Paigan doesn't know what he has to do. But, how will Paigan or others of the primordial race determine that he has passed the second test? Maybe, Paigan knew what Ye Xiao was thinking. He said, "We will decide if you have passed the second test or not through the rewards given to you by the Realm of Dreams when you'll come back." Ye Xiao frowned and could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" "After you'll come back, the Realm of Dreams will present you rewards according to your contribution there. If the reward you receive from there is valuable enough to cause ancient gods to fight for, we will consider it a pass. But if the reward you gain there is not as valuable, you'll fail. Don't think that obtaining a reward that could cause countless ancient gods to fight for is easy. If you are thinking like this, then let me tell you how wrong you are. It is extremely difficult to obtain such a reward even after entering the Realm of Dreams more than 10 times. But you'll only have one chance. So, stay focused when you are there, and don't be killed soon." Ye Xiao took a deep breath and nodded his head. He understood everything and prepared to go through the second test of the third trial. "Are you ready?" Paigan asked. "I'm ready." Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. Then he went to the platform and climbed. Then he stepped into the middle of the platform. Good luck. Paigan smiled and threw some kind of red liquid on the altar, causing the formation on the altar to shake with intense energy fluctuation. The next instant, a shocking brilliance lightened the surrounding, causing even Paigan to close his eyes. The next moment when Paigan opened his eyes, he saw Ye Xiao's body laying unconscious on the altar, but could no longer feel his powerful soul in his body. His soul seemed to have disappeared from his body. Chapter 1034, Blood Demon's Realm of Dreams. It was a strange place. The sky was completely red and seemed to be covered in blood mist. Nearly 5 million soldiers of the blood demons joined together like a blood-red ocean and were standing in order. Their majestic might carried boundless killing intent, causing one's heart to tremble and their soul to be terrified. Those pairs of eyes that flickered with scarlet killing intent were like a blood-red god of slaughter that had walked out from hell, and they were piercing and soul-stealing. For a moment, the heavens and the earth were deathly silent. On the city wall, an ancient god and 10 gods had solemn expressions. Their auras surged. Many human soldiers were standing opposite to the blood demons. Everyone held their breaths, and their fighting spirit soared to the sky. The 2 million soldiers were standing below the city wall and had solemn expressions. Their eyes reflected their determination to fight to the death. Even if the enemy army filled the sky, they did not fear war, they did not fear the enemy. As a member of the human race, as a soldier of the empire, guarding the border and killing thousands of enemies was their mission and their responsibility. Behind the army of blood demons, the leader of blood demons, Mo Yan, sat on a throne made of a skull. It was a throne made of countless human soldiers' bones. His face was cold, and his blood-red eyes were flickering with a cold killing intent. The blood-red lines on his face looked incomparably demonic and ferocious. Beside him were 20 elders of the blood demon race. These demon elders were surrounded by a terrifying aura that could cause the heavens and earth to change color. All of them had reached the ancient god realm. This powerful aura made Mo Yan, who was standing in the middle, look like a devil god from hell. One glance was enough to make people tremble in fear. Besides these 20 ancient god realm demon elders, there were nearly 500 gods and over 1,000 exalted rulers surrounding him. All of them were looking at the human army with ferocious smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust and fanaticism. The conflict between them seemed to have turned into a deep-seated hatred. Today, blood demons had come out in full force, and it naturally made the soldiers of the blood demons feel their blood boiling. They were the proud blood demons, but they had been blocked by the human race from achieving their goal for countless years now. It was simply a disgrace. Today, it would be the blood demons' day to wash away their shame and devour the humans' glory. 2 hours later, I don't want to see another human standing there. On the skeleton throne, Mo Yan's expression was cold as he shouted in a deep voice. His impetus was like a rolling thunderclap that clearly resounded in the ears of the 5 million blood demons, and it caused the eyes of every single demon to instantly turn crimson red, and their robust bodies surged with shocking killing intent. Kill. Following Mo Yan's command, under the lead of numerous gods, the blood demons stepped forward. The ground shook continuously and the dust that was stirred up swept across like a tempestuous storm. The killing force was shocking, and the force was surging violently. The entire plain seemed to have lost their color and only this blood-colored torrent surged. Under the city wall, the human army was entrenched and their eyes were filled with determination. At the front, many gods and exalted gods were standing proudly with cold eyes. They were staring at the blood that was rolling toward them. Prepare crossbows. On the city wall, the only ancient god standing raised his palm high and shouted loudly. His momentum shook the surroundings. Crossbows were ready to fire. The thick and large arrows on the bowstring were flashing with a frightening cold light. Fire! With the sound of that ancient god's voice, the arrows shot out and shook the heavens and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of sounds that tore through the sky were like rolling thunderclaps, and they captured the soul. The thick arrows seemed to have transformed into rays of light that carried a terrifying force as they headed straight for the blood-colored torrent. The icy, powerful arrows tore through the sky and tore open pitch-black rifts in the void. Bang, bang, bang. A dull and heavy explosion sounded out. After those thick and large arrows shot into the blood-red torrent, they exploded like fireworks. Countless tiny swords shot out and tore apart many blood demons. Each arrow shot out of the crossbows was equivalent to a full-force attack from a god. How could ordinary blood demon withstand those arrows? In just a moment, at least several tens of thousands of blood demons died under the first wave of arrows. Even so, the blood demons were still in high spirits. The blood demons who were not affected by the arrows charged wildly, closing the distance between them and the city walls. Release. A loud and clear voice rang out once again. Battle crossbows shot out cold long arrows once again. However, this time, the results were not as impressive as the first wave. A terrifying aura surged as the gods of blood demon race exploded with a heavy surge of energy. Their majestic strength condensed into a huge shield, and they accurately defended against these thick arrows. However, the second wave still caused thousands of blood demons' casualties. On the city walls, battle crossbows were like death reaping lives. They tirelessly shot out thick arrows that were like rainbows as they swallowed a huge number of blood demons. Under normal circumstances, battle crossbows, which were used as a reserve weapon, would not be used up like this. But this time, facing the full mobilization of the blood demons, no matter how much energy it consumed, they had to use it. Because these battle crossbows could be proved to be of huge help. And as expected, it did provide a lot of help from the start of the battle. Compared to these battle crossbows, people were the true foundation of the human empire. In this war with a huge disparity in strength, if they could use these crossbows to exchange for the chance of survival for some soldiers, it would be worth it. Pull out your weapons. Under the city wall, many soldiers stared at the blood-red torrent that was getting closer and closer, and their eyes flickered with icy cold killing intent. All of them shouted out in a deep voice, and their thunder-like impetus resounded in the ears of many soldiers. An entire 2 million soldiers drew their blades at the same time, and every single one of them emanated a battle intent that shot into the sky, and their sharp blades swept out like a vast ocean. In an instant, the sound of a sharp blade being unsheathed was heard. It was like the roar of dragons and tigers. It shook the surroundings, and it caused the sky to shake heavily. When the blade was unsheathed, killing intent swept out, and the might of the weapon shook the heavens. Kill, kill, kill. A world-shaking battle cry reverberated throughout the battlefield. The seemingly small number of human soldiers had erupted with a terrifying momentum that far exceeded that of the blood demons. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Over 2 million soldiers were in uniform formation. Like a single person, they held their weapons and charged forward, charging forward with all their might. Boom! Finally, the black torrent collided with the blood torrent, resulting in a tragic bloody battle. The human soldiers formed a team of 5, and they relied on each other. Like a millstone, they tore apart the soldiers of the blood demons one by one. For a moment, the numerous troops of the blood demons actually showed signs of being at a disadvantage. However, it was only a short while after the collision. As more and more blood demons charged forward, the human soldiers were also injured. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000. On this tragic battlefield, life seemed to have lost its meaning. Every second and every minute, fresh life would fall on this desolate plain. Although the blood demons had a large number of troops, as the defensive side, the human soldiers still had an absolute geographical advantage. Facing the blood-red torrent that was rushing over, apart from the 2 million soldiers that were lined up under the city wall, thousands of other powerful people were also fighting to the death. On the city wall, battle crossbows were still spitting out bloodthirsty arrows constantly. The human soldiers on the city wall were also slashing their swords, constantly sending arcs of sword light at the enemies. They were helping their comrades on the battlefield. The flames of war filled the sky. The area of thousands of kilometers looked very devastating. Chapter 1035. War. Ye Xiao felt his head heavy and sensed an intense pain coming from his upper abdomen. He tried to open his eyes but found that his eyelids seemed too heavy to open. He could hear the sound of people arguing, crying, cursing, battling, and collision from afar. Ye Xiao struggled and opened his eyes, only to find that his upper abdomen was being pierced by a long blade. Ye Xiao was shocked. He could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a large amount of information poured into his mind, causing his focus to lose and his eyes became dazed. After a while, when he opened his gained brightness again, Ye Xiao understood what is going on. It turned out that he became a middle-aged man who also used to be an ancient god. However, he died when he was ambushed by the combined attack of 4 blood demons at the ancient god realm. Currently, a war is being fought between humans and blood demons. Blood demons wants to win the humans' largest city. They seem to want something that is hidden in this city. However, since this city was owned by humans, they had no choice but to fight a war. Being the largest city of humans, it was being protected by countless powerful soldiers. Other than him, there were another 2 ancient gods in this city. As for gods and other experts, there were many. Looks like I have to start from this city. If I can stop the war and kill all these blood demons, I can definitely contribute a lot and obtain the recognition of the realm of dreams. Ye Xiao muttered and was ready to fight. But before that, he has to heal the wounds that could be seen all over his body. The most serious wound was on his above abdomen. Thus, Ye Xiao started slowly healing first. This was the priority. Both sides were defending and attacking. Humans wanted to repel the blood demons, and blood demons wanted to break through the barrier of the human army and invade the largest city of humans. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Even though the blood demons were in large numbers, their momentum was still not as strong as the human soldiers who were fighting with all their might. It seemed like the balance had been maintained, but both the upper echelons of the humans and blood demons knew that the war had just begun yet. This was only the beginning. The city gate, as the only entrance to the city, this city gate was naturally the main target of blood demons' attack. Although the city wall was tall, it absolutely couldn't stop the powerful blood demons. However, not only were there many powerhouses standing on top of the city wall. There were also battle crossbows and millions of rulers as well as exalted ruler soldiers. Under such a situation, if a blood demon at the god realm dared to fly in the sky, they would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest. Even if it is an ancient god, they might not dare to become the target of millions of soldiers holding battle crossbows at this time. Indeed, to the ancient gods, these millions of rulers and exalted were ants that could be easily crushed. But if they gathered together to face an ancient god, that expert would find himself in hell. Therefore, if blood demons wanted to break through the city wall, the city gate was their main target. Breaking through the city gate would also destroy the defensive formation of the city. One of the gods at the top of the city wall, Zhang Lin, was ordered to guard the city gates by the only ancient god present there. As the most crucial city gate, apart from Zhang Lin, who was extremely close to becoming a god, there were 20 other gods guarding it. While Zhang Lin and the others were waiting solemnly, a god among blood demons, Mo Ren, led tens of thousands of blood demons and charged toward the city gate. That fierce attack made people tremble in fear. Mo Ren and other blood demons' speed was extremely fast. A ferocious smile flashed across his face. The powerful aura of a powerful demon god swept in all directions. Defend. Facing the crazily charging blood demons, Zhang Lin's face was solemn. His deep voice echoed through the entire city gate. Boom! As Zhang Lin's voice fell, the human army guarding the city gate all unleashed their might, and their bodies started to glow. These rays of light gathered into chains that connected the thousands of exalted rulers' experts together. As these light dots gathered together, a huge barrier suddenly emerged, covering the area within 1,000 meters of the city gate. However, the defensive barrier was activated at this time, which blocked them outside. Rumble. Following the arrival of the blood demons in front of the human army, they started attacking together. Their faces were filled with madness, and they did their best, not holding back at all. A terrifying force was like a tempestuous wave that crashed into the defensive light barrier. Claws, light swords, long blades, and other condensed attacks were like a violent storm. When it smashed onto the defensive light barrier of the city, it was like numerous primeval ferocious beasts were charging at it. It caused the defensive light barrier to tremble violently. However, no matter how much it trembled, the defensive light barrier remained standing. Inside the defensive light barrier, Zhang Lin and the other martial artists had heavy expressions on their faces. They were constantly transmitting their strength to maintain the formation. They all knew that as long as they didn't fall, no life will be lost and the city gate would not be broken either. However, the impact of tens of thousands of blood demons had put a lot of pressure on them. If they didn't have any reinforcements or breakthrough points, they would be exhausted to death. Maintaining the grand formation wasn't that easy at all. Zhao Kuang, the only ancient god present, looked at the scene at the city gate. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shouted in a deep voice, "Dragon Squad, assist Zhang Lin in guarding the city gate." Yes, Dragon Squad, who was standing behind the city wall, shouted out in unison. Their momentum shook the sky. One figure after another flew past the city wall and landed at the city gate, attacking the army of 10,000 led by the Blood Palace. A beautiful young girl named Ye Xiao, who was wearing a silver armor, held a sharp sword in her hand. Her pretty face was filled with killing intent as she crazily attacked the blood demons. The sharp sword in Ye Xiao's hand was shining with a cold light, and she was reaping blood demon's life continuously. You are courting death. Mo Ren, who was standing in the air, looked at the heroic appearance of the dragon squad. Anger rose from the bottom of its heart. Its facial expression was incomparably ferocious. The boundless pressure of a god realm expert swept out. Boom! His hands, which were flickering with a bloody glow, waved repeatedly. Streaks of bloody flowing light carried monstrous killing intent as they attacked the many soldiers of Dragon Squad. If Zhao Kuang, an ancient god, was leading Dragon Squad, Mo Ren would still be afraid. However, without Zhao Kuang, no matter how powerful the strength of Dragon Squad was, he wouldn't be afraid at all. One of the blood-red light streams attacked Ye Xiao. The fierce killing intent tore through the sky, carrying a monstrous force that shook the surroundings. When Zhang Lin saw this scene, his pupils shrank. He said in a low voice, "You all continue to maintain the formation. I will go out and help Ye Xiao's group." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the formation and handed the first seat to another god. His body flashed and appeared in front of Ye Xiao, shattering the blood-red ray of light. "Ye Xiao, you go and kill a few more enemies there. Leave him to me," Zhang Lin said in a deep voice without turning his head, his eyes staring fixedly at Mo Ren. "Okay," Ye Xiao replied in a clear voice. The sharp sword in her hand did not stop at all and continued to charge forward. "You want to stop me? What a joke." Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Mo Ren sneered. A monstrous killing intent rushed out from his tall and sturdy body. "If you hide in that turtle shell, I won't be able to do anything to you. Since you've come out, then die. Do you really think you could stop me just because both of us are gods?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ren's aura exploded, and in an instant, he appeared behind Zhang Lin. His fist flashed with a brilliant blood-red light, and like a huge mountain, it smashed toward Zhang Lin. Chapter 1036. Before Ye Xiao's arrival, a terrifying power shook the void, and a large hole was directly smashed into the void behind Zhang Lin. Facing such a powerful fist, Zhang Lin's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand in an instant. With a backhand thrust, the spear was thrust out. The spear light was like a black dragon's roar as it charged towards that blood-red fist light. Rumble. The two powerful attacks collided together, erupting with a deafening rumble. The majestic impact sent the surrounding Dragon Squad soldiers and blood demons flying, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Amidst the dust, Zhang Lin took a few steps back. His hand, which was holding the spear, felt numb. He stared coldly at Mo Ren. Although he was only a god, his combat strength was extraordinary and surpassed most of the gods. Kill. Zhang Lin gripped the pitch-black spear in his hand tightly. Like a god and a devil, he once again charged toward the Blood Palace. As the spear was brandished, it shot out pitch-black spear lights that tore through the sky and collided with Mo Ren. Rumble. Zhang Lin and Mo Ren were like two ancient ferocious beasts as they fiercely collided. Their strength collided, and spear lights and fist imprints shot out. They tore apart the surrounding ground, stirring up waves of crushed stones. The entire battlefield was filled with blood. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh scattered all over the ground. Thousands of humans and blood demons fought with each other. In the world, there was only a bloody color left. Many human soldiers' faces were determined, and their eyes were cold. They had given up on life and death, and only had eyes for their enemies. When their comrades fell, they would make up for it. They did not have time to grieve or collect their comrades' corpses. They raised their sabers and charged forward. Behind the blood demon army, Mo Yan, who was sitting on the skeleton throne, looked at the bleak battlefield. His expression was cold as he said in a low voice, "It's too slow. All of you, attack." Mo Yan didn't want to delay any longer. Only by breaking through the city wall with irresistible force could he show the mightiness of the blood demons, and make the other clans no longer hesitate. Yes. As soon as Mo Yan's voice faded, thousands of blood demons rose into the sky and turned into rays of light, rushing towards the city gate. The pressure of coming from numerous auras of ancient gods swept across the entire battlefield, frightening everyone. Tremble. The largest city of the human race had never faced such a powerful attack in tens of thousands of years. At this time, another ancient god appeared on the city wall. He looked at the battle below and sighed. "Ji Yuzheng, you are finally here." Zhao Kuang looked at the newcomer and said, "This city had a total of 3 ancient gods. Ye Xiao was one of them, Zhao Kuang was second, and the third was this newcomer, Ji Yuzheng." Yes, I am here. Ji Yuzheng nodded his head and said. Zhao Kuang also nodded in response. After that, he focused on the battlefield and shouted, "Kill." Zhao Kuang's eyes turned stern as he shouted loudly. Since Ji Yuzheng was here, he could now leave his position. He led the other 9 gods and charged forward first, charging towards the thousands of exalted rulers. At the same time, 7 other gods also rushed into the sky from the top of the city gate and attacked the thousands of blood demons. Form the 7-segment array formation. Ji Yuzheng looked at this scene and then shouted. The 7 of them soared into the sky and unleashed their energy. Their hands kept forming seals, and boundless energy surged out from their bodies. Streaks of shimmering fluorescent inscriptions appeared around them, connecting the 7 of them together. Following the activation of the 7-segment array formation, the 7 gods' bodies started shining with a bright light, and as their power gushed out, the atmosphere was incomparably majestic and shocking. Kill. Their eyes narrowed and they shouted in unison. The 7-segment array not only attacked fiercely but also had an incomparably strong defensive power. Under the urging of 7 men, powerful attacks shot out and charged toward those blood demons. Wherever that attack went through, blood demons exploded into clouds of blood mist one after another. It was a terrifying scene. How is that possible? The terrifying power that the 7 gods unleashed shocked all the blood demons. They stopped their charge and stared at the 7 gods in disbelief. No one had expected that the 7 gods would be able to unleash such a powerful power. In the hands of Ying Zheng and the other 7 young men, he was easily crushed like an ant. The power that erupted from the spiritual snake shocked even the Holy Emperor War General. Originally, the ancient god realm blood demons did not put humans in their eyes. They thought they could attack the human city and take the thing they want from there. Who would have thought that humans, who weren't worthy of their attention, would kill so many blood demons in a short period of time, causing thousands of blood demons to be terrified at the same time. For a moment, the battlefield that was supposed to be in a fierce battle had fallen into a strange deathly silence. When Ji Yuzheng saw the terrifying power of the 7-segment array formation, he was delighted. Kill. After a short period of trembling, a god among blood demons shouted with a stern look in his eyes. These 7 humans had indeed shocked them, but it was only for a short period of time. But no matter how scary they were, could they still defend against thousands of blood demons at the god realm? Following the shout of this blood demon, the strange silence on the battlefield was broken. Numerous blood demons erupted with their auras, and a powerful force swept in all directions. The entire sky seemed to be compressed by this powerful force, causing it to distort. Lines of long and narrow cracks spread out, as if the sky had collapsed. It was a terrifying scene. Fight. Humans had also recovered from their shock. Their eyes were filled with a cold glint as they unleashed a monstrous aura and clashed with the charging blood demons. Rumble. The entire sky above the plains had turned into a battlefield. The terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy an entire world was unleashed. It shook the entire world, and a deafening explosion could be heard. It caused the hearts of the human soldiers and blood demons who were fighting on the battlefield to palpitate. Numerous spatial cracks snaked and twisted like long black snakes, spreading across the sky above the plains. At a glance, it was as if the entire sky was going to collapse at any moment. On top of the city wall, Ji Yuzheng was staring at the fierce battle between humans and demons below with a solemn expression on his face. Suddenly, a few gods flew up and arrived beside him. One of them asked, "Senior Ji Yu, could it be that you can only wait like this? Why don't you also come and participate in the battle?" Ji Yuzheng kept looking at the battle below and said after taking a deep breath, "I can't. We have to wait for ancient god Ye Xiao to come. He is the backbone of all the people who are fighting below. He had already gone for many days now, and should be coming. I will participate in the battle after he returns. He is the strongest, and as long as he comes, we could find a way to deal with all the demons. For now, I can only wait here and see if ancient god Ye Xiao needs any help when coming here." Hearing this, the god called Yang Jian gritted his teeth. He didn't speak anymore. He knew that at this critical moment, they could only wait for Ye Xiao to come. But what if some accident happened and Senior Ye Xiao couldn't come? Yang Jian gritted his teeth and asked with some hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuzheng finally reacted. He looked at Yang Jian and replied, "In that case, I shall participate in the battle. I will wait for another 4 hours. If he still doesn't come, I will take action." Yang Jian took a deep breath upon hearing this and nodded his head. On the plains outside the city, the flames of war continued. It was even more intense than before. On the ground, the corpses of many humans and blood demons were scattered. The smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, numerous blood demons were still attacking Zhao Kuang and the others. After such a long period of bombardment, Zhao Kuang and the others' faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies were trembling continuously. Chapter 1037. Ye Xiao's arrival. An intense war was being fought between humans and blood demons. At first, there were still many people who didn't participate in the war. One of them was Ji Yuzheng. Ji Yuzheng wanted to wait for Ye Xiao to come before he would fight the war. However, even after waiting for a very long time, Ye Xiao never came. And on the other hand, although the human army's momentum was much stronger and more intense than that of blood demons, it was also the truth that they were a lot less in number compared to blood demons. Not only human warriors' numbers were less, but they were also weaker than blood demons. If not for the defensive formation, they would have been massacred by these damn demons. As the war continued, humans soon realized that the defensive formation could no longer hold on. And when they realized this, it was already too late. Bang! Along with the sound of something shattering, the defensive formation shattered into countless fragments of light and soon dissipated in the air. And it was at this time that blood demons became more ferocious and started attacking with all their might. Their momentum increased, and along with it skyrocketed their ferocity. All the blood demons were like a huge beast horde as they pushed toward the city wall, wanting to break it into pieces and destroy the city. Even the leader of blood demons, Mo Yan, jumped into battle and started facing Ji Yuzheng, for Ji Yuzheng was fighting not far away from the city wall and could be proved to be a dangerous and impenetrable barrier if he is not taken care of. Mo Yan, along with a few more ancient god-leveled blood demons, faced Go Zheng, pressuring him to a degree where Ji Yuzheng could no longer put up a fight and was being constantly pushed back. He suffered too many injuries and didn't know what step to take next. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Senior Yi, where are you?" Bang! And it was at this time that a loud explosion resounded throughout the space and caused the ground to shake heavily, sending flying countless blood demons back. Strangely, before this explosion could affect human armies, they disappeared suddenly. What happened? Ji Yuzheng was shocked, opened his eyes, and turned to the city wall to take a look at what happened just now. The moment turned his head, his eyes opened wide with shock. Then his expression turned happy and he started laughing like a maniac suddenly. It is because the one he was waiting for appeared. Yes, Ye Xiao appeared. Tens of minutes ago, inside the forest. Ye Xiao opened his eyes and took a deep breath. His injuries were finally healed completely. It has taken him a lot of time to recover. It is all because he was here not with his true body. Ye Xiao was here with his soul only. But strangely, he gained another body upon arriving here that looked the same as his real body. This is the realm of dreams. Nothing here is real, and at the same time, everything is real. No one could explain the situation here, because this place exists between reality and nothingness. The situation here occurs because the realm of dreams wants to test you. It means the city, blood demons, humans, and even trees and animals in the realm of dreams are all fake. They don't exist. However, the moment Ye Xiao appeared, all these appeared. And the reason is the realm of dreams itself. It gave Ye Xiao an injured body and the memories that the injured body lived. But the injured body was never real. It appeared because of the test Ye Xiao was going to give here. He has to contribute here. Ye Xiao has no idea how he has to contribute, but he guessed he has to deal with all the blood demons in order to contribute. The more he will contribute, the more valuable reward he'll obtain in the end. And when he will leave the realm of dreams, all the humans, blood demons, and everything else, even Ye Xiao's experience in the realm of dreams will disappear. The only thing that will remain would be the reward given by the realm of dreams and obtained by Ye Xiao. There are two ways to end the test and wake up in his real body back in the homeground of primordials. First, if he dies somehow in the realm of dreams, he'll wake up in his real body. And the second, if the realm of dreams thinks that the test is completed by Ye Xiao, it'll send Ye Xiao back itself. After waking up, Ye Xiao was to go to the city and deal with the blood demons. And thus, he hurriedly left and arrived at the city. But when he arrived, he was shocked to see the bloody scene here. An intense war was being found, people were killing demons and demons were killing people. When he looked at the city gate, Ye Xiao felt as if he could not let these blood demons enter the city. This thought appeared in his mind out of nowhere. It is as if this is his first mission to complete in the realm of dreams. Seeing that the barrier was broken and the blood demons were about to break the city gate and enter the city, Ye Xiao immediately took action. He disappeared from where he was standing and appeared in the air above the city gate, before suddenly descending. The previous explosion was the cause of Ye Xiao's descent to the ground from the air at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Ye Xiao looked at the blood demons in front of him and instinctively felt a lot of hatred for them. It was as if these blood demons were his arch-enemy and he has to kill them, in fact, completely wipe out them no matter what. Ye Xiao hurriedly hold off his emotions and suppress them. The realm of dreams was affecting his mind and emotions deeply. He has to control his emotions no matter what. Ye Xiao thus took a deep breath and muttered, "I know you could hear me. Don't affect me in any way. Since you have already given me the task to complete, leave everything to me to deal with." Ye Xiao was actually trying to say these words to the realm of dreams and wanted to see if he could contact it or not. Since the realm of dreams could give out missions, take people's tests, and give them rewards, then it must have gained intelligence and become sentience. If so, then the realm of dreams could definitely hear him. After he requested, he didn't hear any words from the realm of dreams. But a strange feeling appeared in his heart and he felt very strange. Ye Xiao frowned and his expression distorted slightly before everything returned to normal. Now, there was a shocked expression on Ye Xiao's face. It is because, although the realm of dreams didn't answer him, a strange thought appeared in his mind. It was from the realm of dreams and this thought told him that he should control his emotion on his own and not request it to not affect him. It is also a kind of test he has to go through. Ye Xiao again took a deep breath. He no longer spoke to the realm of dreams. Looking at the blood demons, a thought appeared in Ye Xiao's mind that excites him a lot. Although he was not here with his body, his soul was here. It means, he should be able to use his ability to destroy souls. Wait a minute, Ye Xiao frowned the next moment. It is because nothing here is real. If so, it means blood demons are just the creation of the realm of dreams. They are not real and they don't have souls. If so, he could not use the soul destruction ability to destroy their souls. But, nothing here is real, but everything is real at the same time. Ye Xiao muttered and thought deeply about this sentence. Finally, he came to a decision. As long as he is here, everything here is real. And when he'll be gone, everything will disappear, because nothing was real to begin with. It is complicated to understand. In simple words, as long as he is here, all the humans and blood demons do exist. Since that's the case, they are also alive and they have souls. And his soul destruction ability will definitely work here as well. Let's test it out. Ye Xiao muttered and looked at the blood demons who have stopped attacking him and were looking at him with shock, fear, anger, hatred, and other kinds of emotions in their eyes. They seem to want to kill him immediately, but they knows that they are not Ye Xiao's match. If someone could fight Ye Xiao, it is their leader and other ancient demons who are grouping on Ji Yuzheng and Zhao Kuang, the two ancient gods among the human army protecting this city. Chapter 1038. Ye Xiao's terrifying strength. Ye Xiao wanted to test if his soul destruction ability works here or not, but before that, he also wanted to experience an intense battle here as well. He wanted to feel how it feels to these blood demons. He wanted to do this because, in the near future, he was about to face Supreme Ancient Devil. And Supreme Ancient Devil has the ability to incarnate countless ancient devils. And it is common for him to face countless ancient devils in the future. Senior Yi, you are finally here. Ji Yuzheng smiled and said excitedly. Ye Xiao nodded his head softly at him and then focused on Mo Yan and the other blood demons. How could you be still alive? We definitely killed you before. Mo Yan and other blood demons were too shocked to see Ye Xiao here. It is because they clearly ambushed him before and killed him, but now, he was here again with a single trace of injury on his body. How could they not be shocked? Ye Xiao just smiled and didn't reply. He closed his eyes for 2 seconds before opening them again, and then said loudly, "You, blood demons, all of you come at me together. Show me what you have got." Arrogant. As Ye Xiao shouted loudly, all the blood demons were infuriated. They felt humiliated. So what if you are an extremely powerful ancient god? Fellow blood demons, he is only one person, and we have millions here. Why should we be afraid of him? As soon as Ye Xiao's arrogant words faded, a blood demon shouted in a loud voice. His voice was like a thunderclap that resounded in the ears of many blood demons. This voice also caused blood demons to recover from their shock and fear. That's right, no matter how strong Ye Xiao is, he is still just a single man. There is no need for them to be afraid of him. These blood demons immediately felt that they could do it, they could face Ye Xiao. Powerful pressure burst out from their bodies, shaking the entire land. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this terrifying pressure. It made the battlefield look like a swamp, making it difficult for anyone to move. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if another few ancient gods were to step into this battlefield, they'll be suppressed immediately by this powerful force. Just as the blood demon's stern cry sounded, Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes. His body moved like a shadow and appeared in front of that blood demon in an instant. His left leg swept out like a divine dragon swinging its tail. Bang! That blood demon's pupils constricted. Just as it was about to resist, a terrifying force struck it. Its entire body was sent flying. Fresh blood drifted in the air. Its entire body smashed down like a cannonball, violently smashing onto the battlefield below. The sound of impact resounded in all directions. A terrifying impact smashed out, causing a huge crater to appear on the ground. The billowing smoke and dust that was stirred up swept out like a tempestuous wave, and the stones that shot out directly penetrated the blood demons that were unable to dodge in time. At least 1,000 blood demons had died under the impact of Ye Xiao's attack. Many blood demons were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Ye Xiao, who was still in the posture of moving his legs. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal fear again. They didn't know why, but at this moment, they had a feeling that they were just like ants in front of Ye Xiao. Attack together. After experiencing a brief moment of fear, many of the blood demons reacted and roared furiously. They knew that they could not let Ye Xiao continue to attack them one by one, or else they would all die. Only by attacking together could they tire Ye Xiao out and make him fall under their attacks. Rumble. The blood demons erupted with their auras one after another, and a majestic aura enveloped the entire world. At this moment, the sky darkened, as if the sky had collapsed. The terrifying aura shook the surrounding void, causing it to crack open. Blood-red claw marks, huge leg shadows, blood shadows, and other techniques rose into the sky. The blood-red light flashed across the sky and dyed the sky red, as if the sky was covered in a sea of blood. Countless attacks filled the sky. Sharp auras swept in all directions. Even from afar, the terrifying sharpness of the attacks was enough to cause people's skin to hurt. The attacks unleashed by nearly 5,000 powerful blood demons were enough to make anyone feel shocked. Zhong Lin and other humans at the scene had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw such might. They involuntarily distanced themselves from that frightening battlefield. Only Ji Yuzheng, Zhao Kuang, and ancient god-leveled blood demons were able to stay at their position and were looking at the battle being fought on the battlefield. The battlefield was no longer something other humans could touch. If they were not careful, the terrifying aftershock would be enough to crush them. Facing the fierce attacks from the many blood demons, Ye Xiao's expression was calm. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. His body swayed. He was as vigorous as a dragon and flickered at an extreme speed. His entire body was enveloped by a dazzling divine glow. His aura was terrifyingly powerful. One after another ferocious attacks were launched by Ye Xiao. The fist and palm prints swept across the void. Wherever they passed, the space would crack, and the attacks unleashed by blood demons would explode. In this 1 versus 5,000 battle, the power that Ye Xiao displayed was incomparably ferocious. He didn't even defend himself as he continuously charged into the numerous blood demons in front of him. In Ye Xiao's opinion, instead of defending, it was better to attack. Ye Xiao's figure moved like a shadow, shuttling among the many blood demons. His hands kept exploding, and numerous attacks were unleashed from his hands. Every time he passed by, a few blood demons would be sent flying by him. Ye Xiao stretched out his hand and formed a light spear in his hand. With his comprehension of spear soul, forming an energy spear was nothing but child's play. He grabbed the energy spear in his hand. He was like a sharp spear, as if it was going to pierce through the celestial body of Realm of Dreams itself. It shook the entire sky and earth. He started attacking with the energy spear in his hand. Densely packed spear energy surrounded his body. The surrounding 100 meters seemed to have turned into a spear domain. His entire body was like a spear god, emitting a peerless spear intent that caused people to tremble. Boundless spear aura enveloped, drawing in the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. All the blood demons and even humans within the 10,000-meter radius were frozen. Their bodies were fixed in the void, allowing them to struggle crazily. They were unable to break free. Rumble. Countless energy spears formed in the sky and filled the void around him. Then they shot out, tearing apart the sky as they rained down like a myriad of spears. A deafening explosion resounded through the entire heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, all those frozen blood demons were blasted into balls of bloody mist by this terrifying sword force, exploding on the spot like fireworks. But humans were not affected under Ye Xiao's control this time. The powerful impact swept out in all directions, causing the space to crack like a spider web. The surrounding blood demons retreated in fear, their faces filled with disbelief. Nearly 500 blood demons were killed by Ye Xiao just like that. And all those killed blood demons were either exalted rulers or gods. What kind of monster was this Ye Xiao? He was so strong that it was unbelievable. In Ye Xiao's hands, those blood demons were like an ant that couldn't even block a single attack. No wonder Ye Xiao could face the enemy and kill a sovereign. With such terrifying combat strength, only an ancient god-leveled blood demon might have the ability to keep him in check, right? Hiss. Many of the gods and ancient gods among blood demons sucked in a breath of cold air as their eyes widened. That tall and straight figure was like a peerless god of slaughter, causing them to tremble in fear. Even humans like Ji Yuzheng, Zhao Kuang, and the rest of the people were greatly shocked. In just a few moves, Ye Xiao had killed nearly 500 blood demons. With such a heaven-defying combat strength, who else could face him? Although Ji Yuzheng and Zhao Kuang, these two were also ancient gods, but they didn't have the kind of battle prowess Ye Xiao has just shown. They could not help but show deep admiration for Ye Xiao's strength. Chapter 1039. Battle that Shattered the Void. Senior Ye Xiao is the hope of our city. Only he could save us in our city from these bloody blood demons. Zhang Lin, who was battling a few blood demons just a moment ago, couldn't help but mutter with a shocked expression. Yi Shuang and the others couldn't help but nod their heads. To have such heaven-defying combat strength was unprecedented. Ye Xiao was really the one who could turn the tide of this war between them and the blood demons. The strength he had just shown to everyone was really terrifying. The leader of the blood demons, Mo Yan's eyes were incomparably red as he stared fixedly at the battlefield in the void. His fists were clenched until they were completely red, as if they were going to drip blood. The fierce killing intent that rose from his body caused the space around him to distort in a visible manner. Ye Xiao, I'm definitely sure we have killed you before. I don't know how you came back to life again, but you must be killed. You are the only anomaly here that can stop us, but we will never let that happen. A voice that was gnashing his teeth sounded out from Mo Yan's mouth. If it wasn't for the overall situation, he would have almost attacked him immediately. The ancient gods among the blood demons beside Mo Yan also had a gloomy expression. Their gaze when looking at the battlefield was filled with cold killing intent. The terrifying power that Ye Xiao displayed was even greater than what he showed when they ambushed him before. Their hearts were palpitating. If it was them facing those 5,000 blood demons at the exalted ruler and god realm, they would never be able to do what Ye Xiao did. Apparently, all the people, then be if they are humans or blood demons, present on the battlefield were shocked by Ye Xiao's heaven-defying combat strength. Before this, even though they knew that Ye Xiao is extremely powerful and had the hope to turn the result of this battle, they hadn't witnessed his strength with their own eyes. They couldn't directly feel how terrifying Ye Xiao was. However, at this moment, they had witnessed Ye Xiao's explosive power with their own eyes. This kind of heaven-defying combat strength made their hearts palpitate. Rumble. While everyone was in shock, the battle Ye Xiao was fighting didn't stop. A deafening roar resounded across the entire world. On the battlefield, Ye Xiao and the 4,500 blood demons were engaged in a fierce battle. Ye Xiao's body was strong and vigorous, like a swimming dragon. He kept moving and colliding with the blood demons, killing many of them with each move. The energy spear in his hand was waving out sharp spear beams, unleashing a tremendous amount of power. On the battlefield, one attack after another spear arc appeared and was glowing brightly, tearing apart the entire void. Spiderweb-like cracks in the void spread across the entire battlefield. Ye Xiao's battle prowess was actually affecting the void of the realm of dreams to a great extent. It is mainly because his own strength had far surpassed that of an ancient god. Although his true body was not here, but his strength was not affected much in the realm of dreams. He could still use the laws and profound meanings here that he has comprehended. In the battle, he also targeted a blood demon and used the soul destruction ability to see if this ability is working here or not. Surprisingly, he was right. As long as he is here, everything is real. His soul destruction ability worked and he killed that blood demon in an instant. With his ability to destroy souls alone, Ye Xiao could have ended this battle in an instant. But he was still fighting. It is because the more he fought this battle, the more excited he became. He felt like fighting to his heart's content. But he also knew, if the realm of dreams is really affected by his battle prowess too much and the void keeps shattering like this, the realm of dreams will call the end of this battle and send him back early. And Ye Xiao didn't want that to happen. To the blood demons, this was supposed to be a crushing battle, but it was now in an unbelievable state of deadlock. Ye Xiao's heroic bearing of fighting over 4,000 blood demons by himself currently was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. They would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. The battle between the two sides shook the heavens and the earth. In a short while, more than 500 blood demons were again killed by Ye Xiao. A mighty force swept across the surroundings, and a violent force spread out. Although Ye Xiao had unleashed an unprecedented terrifying force, the blood demons still had an army of millions of blood demons. Mo Yan waved his hand, giving out an order for all the blood demons to face Ye Xiao. With his order, all millions of blood demons rushed at Ye Xiao, wanting to kill him. But Ye Xiao was alone among these millions of demons. How could all of their attacks land on him? But still, he was now facing attacks from every direction, even from the air above and ground below. He was surrounded by blood demons' attack and even his figure could not be seen. Everyone on the battlefield was dazzled by the scene and their hearts were pounding. The sky seemed to have exploded, causing the entire world to tremble. Endless energy storms swept out from the battlefield. Ji Yuzheng, Zhao Kuang, and the others were forced to retreat by the storm of energy once again. Spear Soul, Ye Xiao's black hair was loose and his eyes were cold. His entire body soared into the sky. It was as if he, himself, was a long sharp spear. He released a sharp spear aura that caused the sky to fluctuate to an incredible degree. Ye Xiao held the energy spear in his hand. Endless spear energy coiled around his body. And in the next second, he smashed out with the spear in his hand. Boom! As Ye Xiao shot out, a terrifying spear energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was torn apart. That terrifying sharp tip of the spear, even from afar, felt like it was going straight to his soul. It made people's souls almost jump out of their bodies. Kill. The eyes of the numerous blood demons froze for a moment, and then, a ruthless expression emerged on their faces. They shouted loudly. It seemed as if they were bolstering their courage, and it also seemed as if they were venting their rage. Their loud shout was like a huge bell ringing loudly and the sound produced by the bell reverberated in the sky. Countless blood demons exploded with terrifying energy crazily. Like falling stars, they carried a powerful force and rushed toward the spear energy storm created by Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao, who was in the center of the spear energy storm, could feel the wild and violent force that was rushing toward him. His eyes became colder and colder. Boundless energy spread out from his body. It caused the spear energy around him to emit an even more dazzling cold light. At this moment, even Ye Xiao didn't know that his very body was slowly transforming into a huge sharp spear itself, and at the same time, his defense increased to an unprecedented level. While possessing extreme attack power, he also possessed an unparalleled defense. Rumble. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, both sides suddenly collided, causing a world-shaking explosion. The blood demon's countless attacks and Ye Xiao's spear energy storm crazily collided, and it was incomparably intense. At this moment, even ancient gods were no longer able to clearly see the situation in the center of the battlefield. They could only see the spear energy and all kinds of fierce attacks colliding together. Bang! Finally, a thunderous roar shook the world. Resplendent rays of light bloomed. It was as if two stars had collided on the battlefield. Waves of impact were stirred up. The entire heaven and earth rose and fell, and the void exploded one after another. Bang! Bang! This time, Ye Xiao had taken away the lives of more than 10,000 blood demons with a single attack. However, Ye Xiao was not completely unharmed. His entire body was sent flying. The vitality in his body shook and his face turned pale. The hand that was holding the energy spear trembled continuously. He was indeed powerful, but he was unable to withstand the overwhelming numbers of his opponents. Even Ye Xiao could not withstand such a powerful explosion. The energy spear slowly disappeared. Ye Xiao turned his body in midair and landed on the ground. His robe was tattered now, but he was not bleeding from anywhere. Chapter 1040. Trapping Ye Xiao facing millions of blood demons was not an easy task even for Ye Xiao. Not to mention, there were many gods and even more than 5 ancient gods among his opponents. Bang! On the battlefield, Ye Xiao's eyes focused. The true essence in his body expanded and shot into the sky like a rainbow. The majestic aura that he erupted with shook even all the ancient gods among the blood demons, let alone other blood demons. Boom! Ye Xiao didn't pay any attention to anything else. When the true essence in his body was accumulated to the limit, he waved his hand and another energy spear formed. Then he smashed down with his sword, causing an arc of spear light to form in the air. The trajectory of this spear arc was extremely strange. With this smash, not only he killed many blood demons again, he even sent all those blood demons who came to him in order to take advantage of his short moment of weakness flying away. Kill. All the blood demons were frightened by Ye Xiao's explosive power. Even so, the ferocity in their eyes was even more intense. Up until now, those who had yet to be killed by Ye Xiao were mostly exalted rulers and below exalted rulers. There were also hundreds of gods thought, but they were not killed in large numbers like other blood demons. However, every one of them had rich combat experience. They knew very well that in this seemingly battle, whoever was the first to be afraid would lose. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the truth was right in front of them. Ye Xiao was an extremely terrifying opponent. If they want to kill him and invade the city, they have to fight with their life on the line. If they didn't fight with their lives on the line, it is very likely that all of them wouldn't be able to stop Ye Xiao. Up until now, their eyes had turned red from the intense battle. What was there to be afraid of? Perhaps there was, but it definitely wouldn't affect them. The only thing left in their eyes now was Ye Xiao's tall and straight figure and the only belief in their minds. It was to shred Ye Xiao into 1,000 pieces. If Ye Xiao didn't die, all the blood demons would never have peace. If they could use their large numbers to exchange for the glory of the blood demon race, then it would be worth their sacrifice. With this thought in mind, the killing intent of the numerous blood demons was completely unleashed. The blood-red light that rose from their bodies illuminated the entire world. Every single blood demon exploded without holding back. Boundless energy waves swept out from their bodies like a vast ocean. It even caused the space to fluctuate. Numerous blood-red lights condensed into symbols. It floated around their bodies, making them look like demon gods of the sea of blood. The humans on the battlefield, even ancient gods like Ji Yuzheng and Zhao Kuang, could feel immeasurable power at this time from all these blood demons. As the blood demons waved their hands together at once, the densely packed blood-red inscriptions were pulled up by them, intertwining together forming chains. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed chains appeared around Ye Xiao's body. These chains continued to intertwine, forming 6 enormous blood-colored nets. Ye Xiao's entire body was locked within, and there was no way he could escape. How terrifying was the blockade formed by the combined efforts of over 1 million blood demons. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even Ji Yuzheng and Zhao Kuang together might not be able to break through this seal. Ye Xiao's face darkened slightly when he sensed the powerful aura coming from the 6 giant nets. Even he felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Before this, he had relied on his heaven-defying combat strength and extreme speed. By killing the blood demons one after another, he had shaken their minds, causing them to join forces. However, they had never been able to come to a consensus. They were unable to form an effective blockade against him. However, after he killed a lot of them previously, they finally reacted and sealed him off using the blood-red net with lightning speed. Bang! Ye Xiao's eyes focused, and the energy within his body began to surge. The majestic spear force gathered in an instant, and a monstrous spear light flashed. The spear energy storm once again appeared and fiercely attacked the giant blood-red net, wanting to break it and free Ye Xiao. The terrifying spear energy storm actually managed to crack open a huge hole within the blood-red net. Bang! The terrifying spear force directly landed on the blood-red net after the spear energy storm cracked open a hole. This terrifying spear force was sufficient to kill any ancient god. However, it actually did not cause much damage to the huge net. It merely caused the huge net to tremble and crack to become slightly bigger. However, what shocked Ye Xiao was the event that happened next. His terrifying spear force was actually directly swallowed by the giant net. It disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, maybe because of the energy gained after swallowing his spear force, the crack in the blood-red net started closing in at a very fast speed. This scene caused the numerous blood demons to heave a sigh of relief, and a ferocious smile emerged on their faces. Although they had formed a blockade, the combat strength that Ye Xiao had displayed was just too terrifying. It was to the extent that they had no confidence in suppressing Ye Xiao. But now, when they saw Ye Xiao unleashing such a terrifying attack without being able to break the blood-red net, they were completely relieved. Killing intent surged from their bodies as they stared at Ye Xiao ferociously. Ye Xiao had caused the blood demons to lose so many of their brothers. Even if they were torn into thousands of pieces, they still wouldn't be able to get rid of their hatred for Ye Xiao. After killing Ye Xiao, they would go and kill the people of the city. They would let the people of the city pay for what Ye Xiao had done. Ye Xiao didn't panic when his attack failed. Instead, he calmly looked at the 6 giant blood-red nets that were slowly pressing down on him, trying to find the weakness of the giant blood-red nets. This giant net was so powerful not only because it was created by blood-colored inscriptions. It was also because its energy source was connected to all the blood demons present on the battlefield. They were backing their energy for the blood-red net to continue trapping Ye Xiao. Well, it was not like Ye Xiao could not break through this blood-red net. He had yet to use any of the laws or profound meanings yet in this battle. All he had been displaying before was his own strength as well as spear soul, nothing else. As long as he used the law of destruction, he could certainly shatter the net that was trapping him, but he did not do so. He was currently very excited and satisfied. He doesn't even know how long it has been since he had fought such a satisfying battle. No matter what, he has to experience this battle for a few minutes. And when he'll feel that he should no longer waste his time, he will immediately end this battle by not only destroying the blood-red net but also killing all the blood demons using his ability to destroy the souls. Senior Ye Xiao. The scene of Ye Xiao being locked down by the joint forces of blood demons naturally fell into the eyes of human soldiers protecting the city wall. Yi Shuang, Zhang Lin, Ji Yuzheng, Zhao Kuang, and the others all cried out in shock, their faces filled with worry. For a moment, they wanted nothing more than to help Ye Xiao, but as they tried to move forward so that they could help Ye Xiao break the blood-red net, they were stopped by a group of blood demons who said, "It'll be better if you all don't get involved in this battle. This is a fair fight between us blood demons and Ye Xiao." Fair fight? Yi Shuang could not help but point at the blood demons in anger. She said, "From which angle does it look a fair fight to you demons? You all are ganging up on Senior Yi, and are suppressing him. And you still have the guts to say it is a fair fight." The blood demons did not reply this time. They just shrugged their soldiers and focused on providing enough energy to the blood-red net so that they could keep trapping Ye Xiao until Mo Yan, their leader, will go and kill him. Chapter 1041. Time to end the battle. Everyone was angered by blood demons. At this time, Ji Yuzheng pondered for a moment, then he took a deep look at Ye Xiao. A bright light flashed across his eyes. Then he stopped Yi Shuang, who was going to take action, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Look carefully. If it was anyone else in this situation, they would probably panic." As for Senior Ye Xiao, even though his expression is grave, his emotions are still as calm as ever. Perhaps he still has a hidden card that can break through the blockade of those blood demons. Although this is somewhat unbelievable, I am willing to believe in him. Besides, even if he really doesn't have any means to break the seal of those blood demons, it won't be too late for us to attack together. Let's see how much more surprises Senior Yi can give us. And more so, Yi Shuang, he is your father. You should believe in him and his strength. After Ji Yuzheng finished speaking, Yi Shuang took a deep breath and nodded her head. Yes, Ye Xiao of Realm of Dreams is actually Yi Shuang's father. It is no wonder both of them have the same surname. Yi Shuang and the others carefully observed Ye Xiao's facial expression. When they saw that Ye Xiao was indeed as Ji Yuzheng had said, they became silent. A glimmer of hope flashed across their eyes, waiting for the situation to develop. They wanted to see if Ye Xiao could give them a bigger surprise. If Ye Xiao could break through this blood-red net with his own strength, then there is no need for them to risk their lives currently. You all are really a bunch of trash. This human ancient god killed so many people. And we could only suppress him using our most powerful trump card. And even so, we could just suppress him, can't harm him. Mo Yan once again returned to his throne and sat upright on the throne of skeletons. Then he berated blood demons with a gloomy expression. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Ye Xiao, who was within the blood net, and his robust figure was filled with killing intent. If they had known this, they would have trapped Ye Xiao like this down long ago. At that time, how could they have suffered such a great loss under Ye Xiao's hands? The leader of the blood demons, Mo Yan, and the numerous blood demons had ferocious smiles on their faces. It was as if they had already seen the miserable outcome of Ye Xiao being killed by the blood-red net. Once Ye Xiao is killed, it would definitely cause the morale of the human army to drop drastically, and it was very likely that they would win the battle. In their eyes, the humiliation that Ye Xiao had brought to the blood demons would soon be washed away. With them here, even if the other ancient gods or the entire human army attacked, they wouldn't be able to save Ye Xiao. The only one who could save Ye Xiao was himself. But, was this possible? Buzz. However, at this time, a rumbling sound that sounded like a thunderclap suddenly exploded out of Ye Xiao's body. Under the impact of this majestic energy explosion, a few waves of shockwaves swept over, forcing countless blood demons to retreat and some weaker ones to explode and die. Boom! An extremely sharp light flashed in his eyes as his eyes glowed green. His gazes seemed to directly pierce through the void, and his aura exploded like a vast ocean. It shook the entire blood array that was trapping him, causing the blood-red net to shrink. It even showed signs of stagnation. Shua! Before anyone could react, Ye Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed it. This time, instead of a spear, a long energy blade appeared in his hand. Boundless energy flowed through his palm into the energy blade, causing a brilliant blade glow to appear. This brilliant blade glow seemed to carry an endless sharp aura as if it could slash through anything in the world. The moment it appeared, a fierce blade intent appeared in the surroundings, causing the surrounding air to become extremely sharp. The sharp air swept in all directions in waves, cutting out huge cracks in many places. It was as if a divine blade had come into being and was going to destroy the world. A deep voice that sounded like muffled thunder came out from Ye Xiao's mouth and echoed in the entire space. Following this, a violent and destructive blade aura rose from Ye Xiao's body and spread in all directions, causing the souls of everyone present to tremble. Despite being so far away, all humans could still feel the terrifying blade energy that erupted from Ye Xiao's body. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure the person facing it would have to bear. This was the blade soul. Ye Xiao had comprehended spear soul while watching a god-leveled expert displaying his comprehension of sword soul in the Song family of ancient Feather City in the ancient divine world. And just like that, this time, he comprehended blade soul with the help of eyes of insight again. Ye Xiao did this because he felt, in the current situation, what he needed was not piercing strength but sharpness. What he needed was not a spear but a blade. The next instant, Ye Xiao suddenly slashed down with the energy blade in his hand. A shocking blue-colored arc of blade energy was suddenly slashed out by Ye Xiao. The blade force shot straight into the clouds. Even all the ancient gods present at the scene were shocked by what Ye Xiao had just shown them. Under this blade strike, all the blade-wielding people on the battlefield were trembling in fear. The long blades in their hands were trembling crazily, as if they had seen their master. They were not under their control at all. It was as if there was some kind of powerful force pulling their blades. Their blades rose into the sky and surged toward the giant blood-red net that was trapping Ye Xiao. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the giant blood-red net. Every blade in the air trembled and vast blade energy came out of their bodies. It soon formed a huge blade energy storm. This terrifying scene caused the blood demons surrounding the blood-red net to tremble. Their figures constantly flashed, dodging the violent and ferocious swords. Under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present, this terrifying blade was like it was going to destroy a tall and huge mountain. The blood-red net, which was trapping even a powerful expert like Ye Xiao, was like a piece of paper this time. It was easily shattered. The terrifying blade force was like an endless stream that shook the sky. Rumble! A deafening roar resounded in the surroundings like a thunderclap, and it shook the hearts of everyone present to the point of trembling. How is this possible? All the blood demons widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that Ye Xiao, who had been trapped and waiting for his death, could suddenly unleash such a terrifying strength. The seal deployed by all the blood demons was actually destroyed by Ye Xiao so easily. This scene, why did it feel like a dream? It was like a fantasy, an extremely surreal fantasy. Cough, cough. The huge blood-red net was torn apart. The powerful backlash from blade energy caused many blood demons to cough out blood. Even the faces of some exalted rulers and gods turned pale. After an unknown period of time, the scene of destruction faded away. Ye Xiao stood in the sky with the energy blade in his hand. He looked like a peerless god of slaughter. His tall and straight body was filled with a fierce aura, causing all the blood demons to tremble. A cold glint flashed across Ye Xiao's eyes. He looked at the blood demons, then looked at humans before shifting his gaze to look at Mo Yan. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao said, "Fighting you guys was fun. I have also learned a few things in my own weakness through this battle. I understood many things that'll be of use to me in the coming world epic. Ye Xiao, thank you all blood demons for this great battle. But, I have had enough fun. It is time to end this battle." Ye Xiao's speech caused some blood demons to tremble in fear, some to be puzzled, some to sneer as they didn't believe Ye Xiao could end the battle alone, and some to remain motionless. Even all the humans present at the scene were shocked when they heard Ye Xiao's claim. Mo Yan looked into Ye Xiao's eyes and spoke, "I agree, you are extremely powerful, far more powerful than the previous Ye Xiao we killed. You seem to have become a completely different person. But, do you really think you alone could end this battle? Do you really think you can kill us all?" Chapter 1042, Every Reality is Fake. "Oh, you think I can't kill you all?" Ye Xiao raised his brows and asked with a smile on his face. Mo Yan didn't stand from his throne. He coldly laughed and spoke, "Although you managed to break the blood net array, which is the known strongest attack of us blood demons, but this is what we made you humans think. We still have another attack that is at least double stronger than the blood net array. I don't think you have enough strength to face that attack alone." "Is that so?" Ye Xiao still had the same smile on his face. He spoke, "But, as I told you before, I have my share of fun. It is enough. It is time to end the battle." With that, without giving Mo Yan time to say anything more, Ye Xiao took action. His powerful soul force spread wide and enveloped every single blood demon including Mo Yan. Finally, Ye Xiao spoke two words, "Soul Destruction." These two words caused all the blood demons' eyes to go completely blank. Even Mo Yan was the same. In the next moment, they all fell to the ground, completely dead. It has to be known that there were still millions of blood demons present on the battleground, however, every single one of them was killed the instant Ye Xiao spoke, "Soul Destruction." All the blood demons were killed. This battle finally ended, and ended in an instant, causing all the humans watching the scene to open their mouths wide in shock. They could not fathom how Ye Xiao did this just now, they could not imagine what happened just now. And they were completely unaware of the reason why all the blood demons just died. It is because, although Ye Xiao spoke the words, "Soul Destruction," he didn't speak them out loud. Instead, it was loud enough for only him to hear his own voice. No second person heard him speaking these two words. While all the humans were shocked and stunned, excitement flashed on Ye Xiao's face. "It worked," Ye Xiao muttered. Although Ye Xiao had already tested if his Soul Destruction ability was working in the realm of dreams or not, he was still not sure if it would work on an entire army of blood demons where their number alone had gone past 1,000,000. "Father." At this time, Ye Xiao suddenly heard a voice that caused his heart to throb hard. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the person who just spoke. He saw a very beautiful young lady covered in silver armor running at him. Happiness could be seen all over her beautiful face. Ye Xuang. For some reason, not only this name appeared in his mind, even a kind of emotion that Ye Xiao had never had, appeared in his heart. He felt a deep connection with Ye Xuang. For some reason, although Ye Xiao had the memory of almost all the important people in the city, he did not have a single bit of memory of Ye Xuang. However, when he saw her rushing at him, he felt like hugging her and caressing her head with love. But this love is not the love between lovers, but the love between a father and a daughter. This emotion seemed to have originated from deep within his soul. How is this possible? Ye Xiao muttered in his heart, and even the excitement of being able to kill all the blood demons with just two words vanished. It was at this time Ye Xuang arrived in front of Ye Xiao and jumped into his embrace, hugging him tightly. When she felt silver armor coming in her way, she separated from Ye Xiao at lightning fast speed, removed the armor, and hugged Ye Xiao again while speaking, "Father." Ye Xiao's hand was raised on its own and placed on Ye Xuang's head. Unknown to Ye Xiao, a faint smile formed on his mouth as he slowly caressed Ye Xuang's face. But when Ye Xiao realized this, he could not help but be shocked again. He didn't know what is happening. But then he didn't mind this. Since a fatherly love was emerging in his heart, Ye Xiao simply lovingly caressed Ye Xuang's head and spoke, "Xuanzhi, it's okay. Everything has ended already. I was scared, Ye Xiao spoke as a soft sobbing sound entered Ye Xiao's ears. This caused Ye Xiao's heart to ache. Ye Xiao thought in his heart, why are these emotions appearing in his mind and heart? Why was he being affected so much by Ye Xiao's presence? This lady, Ye Xiao, was also a god. A god-leveled beautiful lady can't be his daughter. Wait a moment, maybe, she is the daughter of Ye Xiao in the realm of dreams. Since I woke up in a murdered body and a story was already developed to the point of previous Ye Xiao being killed, it is very likely she is his daughter in this story. And possessing that body, this kind of fatherly love emerged in his heart. Ye Xiao thought like this. But suddenly, he seemed to have been connected with the realm of dreams. A strange and foreign thought appeared in his mind again. Ye Xiao knew this thought belonged to the realm of dreams itself. But when he heard the thought, Ye Xiao's expression became puzzled, then turned complicated, and then it turned to that of disbelief. The foreign thought was simple. It was, is that so? Do you really think she is just a character born in the realm of dreams for the growth of your story here? Do you really think she is fake like others? Who knows, maybe, she is real. In the realm of dreams, every reality is fake, but it doesn't mean every fake is not reality. Ye Xiao was puzzled even more when this thought appeared in his mind. For a moment, he really thought she is his daughter. But then he shook his head and laughed in his heart, muttering, how is this possible? I don't have a daughter yet, and Ye Xiao is already so big in a god realm martial artist. Ye Xiao laughed and disregarded this thought. And it was at this moment that he suddenly felt dazed. At the same time, he saw his surroundings becoming dark. When the light returned, Ye Xiao found himself standing in front of a young man who seemed very angry. The aura on this young man's body was very violent. This young man looked at Ye Xiao and spoke, "Brat, do you really think I, Mu Feng, am someone you could offend?" Ye Xiao was utterly confused. He had no idea what was happening. Just a moment ago, he was hugging his so-called daughter. And the next moment, he was here, being threatened by a young man who doesn't seem too powerful. Without looking at Ye Xiao's expression, the young man called Mu Feng was ready to take action against him. A faint layer of light rose from his body. He raised his palm high up in the air and was about to unleash the terrifying offensive power on Ye Xiao when. Swoosh! At this moment, in the distance, a bright light broke through the sky and bloomed in the sky. Even though it was daytime, many people could still see it clearly. Mu Feng frowned slightly when he saw this. His arm, which was suspended in the sky, had no choice but to fall down. I have important matters to attend to today. I will spare your life first. If I bump into you again, I will definitely take your life. Mu Feng said coldly to Ye Xiao. Then he turned to look at a very beautiful young lady and said, Junior Sister Yu, this is a gathering order from the sect. There should be some movement from Immortal Water Lake. Let's go. Okay. Meng Yu nodded slightly. She looked at Ye Xiao deeply and then followed Mu Feng. Ye Xiao was still confused when another stream of memory attacked his mind. But this kind of pain was not something that could harm Ye Xiao's mind. Ye Xiao immediately understood what was happening here. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao could not help but sigh. This was yet another testing ground created by the realm of dreams that Ye Xiao needed to pass. He only has a few pieces of basic information about this world and only one mission in mind. That is to go to the Immortal Water Lake and obtain something extremely precious from there. From the looks of it, his first test that was killing all the blood demons was over. It is time to complete the second test. Ye Xiao didn't have much information about this world or his own background. He looked at Mu Feng but did not intend to stop them. In his eyes, Mu Feng was just a proud and self-righteous guy. And he was just showing off in front of that beautiful girl. Chapter 1043, Immortal Source. Have you all heard that there is a mortal source at the bottom of the Immortal Water Lake? I heard that the reason these outsiders came here is to seize the immortal source. Why don't we go and take a look? Perhaps one of us will obtain the immortal source, an expert said from a certain direction. That's right, I have also heard about this. But what exactly is that immortal source? Why haven't I heard of it before? Someone nodded. However, everyone present was unfamiliar with the immortal source. They didn't know what it was made of or what it is about. Many of them were hearing, immortal source, for the first time. Just a simple thought of obtaining the immortal source has attracted so many foreign people to come here. I can easily tell the value of this item. Many experts began to analyze the item. Let's go. We might as well go to the Immortal Water Lake to find out more about it. One of them took the lead and moved, heading in the north direction that led to the Immortal water lake. Many people's eyes sparkled as they followed him. Moreover, more and more people were gathering, forming a group of a few hundred people in a short period of time. Moreover, the number was still increasing. Old man, do you know what immortal source is? Ye Xiao had never heard of immortal source before, but he could guess that this must be the item that he needed to obtain before anyone else in order to pass the test. So he couldn't help but ask an old man who was standing beside him for guidance. The old man first observed Ye Xiao for some time. Then he nodded and started speaking. Actually, only those from big powers know about immortal source completely. We have only heard of legends about it. It is said that the so-called immortal source is a kind of energy sphere that contains the power to create immortals. Let's say, there is a mortal who doesn't know how to cultivate and has no idea about cultivation at all. If that person is to absorb the immortal source somehow, not only could they directly become immortal without going through years of effort to cultivate, they could even comprehend some kind of powerful immortal cultivation technique that directly originates from the immortal source and is suitable for that person to learn. The old man spoke and explained. Even though Ye Xiao was prepared for this, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the old man's words. It was only at this moment did he notice that everyone around him was immortals. Even he was just an immortal. He could see all immortals' cultivation bases here, but for some reason, he could not see his own cultivation base. It was as if some kind of strange fog was surrounding his cultivation base, not permitting even Ye Xiao to see through it. He had heard of the immortal source for the first time. This really was a very valuable treasure to obtain. If he could obtain this treasure, he could make immortals at will. What Ye Xiao could not understand was, why the realm of dreams wants him to obtain the immortal source before anyone else. Since my mission is to obtain the immortal source, I'll go and take a look at the immortal water lake. A resolute expression emerged on Ye Xiao's face as he said in low voice. After saying that, Ye Xiao and the crowd in front of him headed in the north direction. Along the way, strong cultivators continuously joined the group, causing the group to grow stronger and stronger. About 2 hours later, Ye Xiao followed the large group and arrived at the legendary immortal water lake. There were already many experts who had descended here earlier. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. They were all extremely young and appeared to be handsome and had extraordinary bearings. Every single one of them possessed a cultivation base above the immortal Lord realm. Right now, the few people at the front had even reached the mid-stages and late stages of the immortal king realm. Mu Feng and Meng Yu, whom Ye Xiao had met before, were among them. I never thought that there would be immortal source in a small lake at the border of the wilderness. Brother Mu, we are already immortals. Why do you think sect leaders send us to obtain this immortal source? A young man at the early stage of Immortal King Realm looked at Mu Feng and asked in a puzzled tone. It is because not only can immortal source create immortals, but if an immortal were to absorb the immortal source, it'll directly let their cultivation rise to the peak of the ancient immortal realm. At that time, with a slight effort, that immortal could break through to Tao manifestation realm. Standing beside Meng Yu, Mu Feng answered the young man in a low voice. He came from a powerful sect, thus he knew more about the immortal source than the old man Ye Xiao met before. Not far away, a group of few people was standing. In this group was a beautiful young lady. Standing beside the young lady was a handsome man who seemed to be in his early 20s. The long knife on his back gave off a sharp feeling. This young man's name was Zuo Leng and his cultivation was at the late stage of the Immortal King realm. The young girl beside him was called Yao Xin and she was Zuo Leng's junior sister. Both of them also came from a super sect just like Mu Feng and Meng Yu. For some reason, from time to time, they were looking at Mu Feng and Meng Yu. No one has any idea why they were doing this, but there might be a valid reason. Whoever can seize the immortal source first will keep it. Obtaining the immortal source will have to depend on your own abilities. In another direction, two graceful and beautiful young girls stood. They were from a faction called the Heaven Shrouding Gate. The Heaven Shrouding Gate had always been extremely mysterious and it only accepted girls as its disciples. Moreover, each of them possessed a devastatingly beautiful appearance. The two girls were exceptionally attractive. They were one of the most beautiful girls in the world, and both of them were in the late stage of the Immortal King realm. The one on the left wore a blue dress. Her name was Lan Shang. Beside her was her senior sister named Xu Shang. Xu Zhang's figure was tall and her curves moved. A green robe hooked her beautiful figure to an extremely moving one, but that beautiful face revealed a coldness that gave people a feeling that it was difficult to get close to her. Many people's eyes were occasionally on Meng Yu, Yao Xin'er, Lan Shang, and Shu Shang. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. When the large group of people that Ye Xiao was in arrived, they actually all stopped and did not dare to move forward. They only stayed 100 feet away from the lake and watched from afar. Because most of them already knew that these young and unfamiliar faces were people they couldn't afford to offend. If they were to move forward, it would be very likely that they would be killed. Ye Xiao raised his brows. He didn't come here for this purpose. Therefore, he walked out of the crowd and headed toward Immortal Water Lake. Look, does that guy want to die? Those people from the sects are all very powerful. If he provokes them, he will be in deep trouble. Someone noticed Ye Xiao and spoke in surprise. He began to mourn for Ye Xiao in his heart. No, this young man seems familiar. Why do I feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Many people looked at Ye Xiao and had similar thoughts. They only felt that Ye Xiao's figure was somewhat familiar. Ye Xiao, this young man is Ye Xiao. He is the #1 genius in the dragon state who rose very quickly. It is said that he has even defeated a few geniuses from those powerful sects. Almost at the same time, another voice was heard, causing the eyes of many people to light up. Their faces gradually revealed a respectful expression. Yes, just like in the first test taken by the Realm of Dreams, there was a background created for Ye Xiao in this second test as well. At this time, Mu Feng, Meng Yu, and the others also noticed Ye Xiao, who was heading towards the lakeside. This trash really doesn't know the difference between life and death. I didn't kill him just now, but he actually dared to follow us here. Mu Feng said to himself. Once again, he wanted to kill Ye Xiao. Who is this person? Although we can't see through him, judging from his appearance, his cultivation base isn't high. Yao Xin'er, who was standing beside Zuo Leng, looked at Ye Xiao with disdain and said. Chapter 1044. Conflict. Yao Xin'er was a disciple of a big and very powerful sect, so she naturally would not put Ye Xiao in her eyes. Zuo Leng's eyes swept across Ye Xiao's body, then shifted away. Perhaps, a person like Ye Xiao wasn't worth his attention. Senior sister, this person seems to be quite interesting. He clearly doesn't have a high cultivation base, but he still wants to join us. Lan Zhang's beautiful eyes looked at Ye Xiao, who was walking over step by step, and said with a smile, but looking at the performance of those people behind, this person seems to be very famous. Don't worry about the others. This time, the two of us must bring the immortal source back to the heaven-shrouding gate. Shu Shang only gave Ye Xiao a glance before shifting her gaze to Lan Shang and said. She had met too many people who overestimate themselves. What was so strange about Ye Xiao suddenly appearing? Shu Shang didn't pay much attention to the reverent gazes of the people behind her. In her eyes, although Ye Xiao is a talented genius in the eyes of those people, he is nothing in front of the geniuses of the top sects. I didn't kill you just now, but you followed me here recklessly. Are you here to seek death? When Ye Xiao arrived at the edge of the Immortal Water Lake, Mu Feng's sharp eyes once again fell upon Ye Xiao and said coldly. In his opinion, Ye Xiao should have fled with his tail between his legs when he spared Ye Xiao's life, instead of appearing in front of him so calmly. What right do you have to interfere with my freedom? Ye Xiao looked at Mu Feng and spoke coldly. This man had tried to attack him before and even threatened to kill him. Ye Xiao didn't want to argue with this man, but Mu Feng had provoked him again and again. In that case, Ye Xiao didn't need to be polite with this man anymore. I have already said that if you appear in front of me, I will kill you. Now, you still dare to speak such arrogant words in front of me. You really don't know what death is. Mu Feng said with a sharp expression. Ye Xiao, leave before my senior brother attack you. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Seeing Mu Feng getting angry, Meng Yu hurriedly reminded Ye Xiao. Meng Yu knew very well how powerful Mu Feng was. He was not someone Ye Xiao could provoke. From her tone of speech, Ye Xiao guessed that Meng Yu seemed to know him for a long time. If so, she naturally did not want to see Ye Xiao get killed by Mu Feng, so she kindly reminded him. Thank you. Ye Xiao raised his eyebrows and said to Meng Yu. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving. His goal was the immortal source. Before he obtained it, he naturally wouldn't leave this place easily. What is it? Didn't you hear what I said? If you don't leave now, I won't be able to do anything if senior brother attacks you. Meng Yu frowned slightly when she saw that Ye Xiao was still standing in the same spot. She seemed to be a little unhappy. Miss Meng, there's no need for you to talk nonsense with such a person. I'll cripple him and let him know that Mr. Mu is not someone he can provoke. At this time, behind Mu Feng and Meng Yu, a voice sounded that carried a bit of contempt. In the next moment, a person walked out from the group of outsiders and slowly walked to the opposite side of Ye Xiao. This person looked to be 25 or 26 years old and had a muscular body. He was tall and big, and he looked at Ye Xiao with a pair of mocking eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said to Ye Xiao, "Ignorant fool. What kind of figure is Mr. Morong? How could he be provoked by a lowly person like you? I can give you a chance. Break your own arm immediately. After that, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will never let you go." That man's male god was especially arrogant, as if Ye Xiao's life had already been controlled by him. "You want me to cut off one of my arms, then kneel down and apologize to him?" Ye Xiao frowned slightly. These people were even more arrogant than he had imagined. He had no grudges against Mu Feng, but Mu Feng had provoked him again and again. "Yes, this is your only chance to live." The man nodded, his expression was still as arrogant as before. It was as if having Ye Xiao cut off one of his arms was a great gift to Ye Xiao. Many people showed interest in their faces. They all thought that Ye Xiao would follow the order of that powerful man. After all, compared to an arm, life was more important. On the other hand, the other people, who seemed to know Ye Xiao well and called him a genius, all revealed furious expressions. Ye Xiao was the pride of the Dragon State in their eyes. Is the pride of Dragon State going to be humiliated like this by these people from sects? I'll give you 3 minutes. Disappear immediately. If not, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. When most of the people thought Ye Xiao would break one of his arms and kneel down to apologize to Mu Feng, a cold voice came out of Ye Xiao's mouth. It was filled with coldness. Instantly, many of them had a look of surprise on their faces. They looked at Ye Xiao in disbelief, thinking that Ye Xiao was courting death. Very soon, excitement appeared on the faces of the onlookers from the Dragon State. No matter what the result was, the number one genius of the Dragon State in their eyes had a backbone that was worthy of their admiration. At the same time, many of them began to worry for Ye Xiao. After all, they knew that these people from powerful sects were generally stronger than the people from the Dragon State. Ye Xiao's cultivation base could not be seen, but the muscular man who threatened Ye Xiao just now was an early-stage immortal king realm martial artist. Under such circumstances, would Ye Xiao be a match for this young man? "Brat, it looks like you really want to die. No problem, I'll let you test my strength." Seeing that Ye Xiao did not know how to appreciate favors, the muscular man immediately raised his palm and threw a palm at Ye Xiao's body. Ye Xiao's eyes turned cold. He had already expected that this man would attack him. He didn't hold back anymore. He also formed a fist, unleashed the fist light, and collided with the man's palm power in an instant. Rumble. At this moment, there was a loud sound that shook the sky. The destructive power spread in every direction, accompanied by the shrill cry of the muscular man. The bones in his arm were broken by Ye Xiao's punch. His chest caved in, and it seemed that he was left with only half of his life. So strong. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was stunned. They could only feel their bodies trembling. They had never thought that this would be the result. That person didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by Ye Xiao's punch. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. To think that everyone thought Ye Xiao would die here. In front of Ye Xiao, that person couldn't even be considered an ant. "You think you're worthy of being arrogant in front of me?" Ye Xiao's eyes swept across the man, and his words were filled with contempt. People could be arrogant and proud, but they had to have the right to be arrogant. They were not strong enough, yet they were arrogant and proud. What awaited them was endless humiliation. He has actually become so strong. Meng Yu's beautiful eyes flickered, and her face carried a look of disbelief. Ye Xiao's growth speed had truly shocked her. Mu Feng, Zhuo Leng, Yao Xiner, and the others were also a bit surprised. "Senior sister, I never thought that this person would have some combat strength. It seems like we have underestimated him," Lan Shang said to Xu Shang. With a smile, when she looked at Ye Xiao, a trace of astonishment flashed across its eyes. He only defeated an immortal king who has just stepped into this realm. What's so strange about that? Junior sister, you should focus on how to obtain the immortal source. Xu Zhang's eyes faintly swept across Ye Xiao's body. She still had the same cold demeanor as before as she spoke to Lan Shang. Chapter 1045. Inside the lake, I have different thoughts from senior sister. I think that this person is not as simple as senior sister imagined. The battle just now did not seem to be his full combat strength. Lan Zhang's gaze was always on Ye Xiao. Her sapphire blue pupils released a light of interest. There was a faint smile on her delicate face, as if she was very optimistic about Ye Xiao. Humph, what happened to you, junior sister, today? Why are you so interested in a person like him who only came from the Dragon States and does not belong to any major force? Junior sister, don't forget that the girls of our heaven-shrouding gate are not allowed to have any interest in men. Seeing that Lan Shang was still talking about Ye Xiao, Shu Shang coldly snorted and a look of disdain appeared on her face. With her arrogant personality, she was not willing to interact with ordinary men. Unless those true genius figures were worthy of her admiration. You dare to hurt him? How dare you? At the same time, another cold voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned their eyes to the source of the voice. They saw a figure soaring into the sky and landing in front of Ye Xiao in an instant. He looked at Ye Xiao coldly and said, "Do you know your crime by hurting the people of my sect? If you want to fight, you have to be quick. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Ye Xiao sneered and looked at the other party. He knew that if he injured the man just now, someone would definitely cause trouble for him. However, Ye Xiao was not a person who was afraid of trouble. If someone provoked him on their own accord, Ye Xiao would make them pay no matter what kind of identity they had. This was Ye Xiao's principle. He would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he would never be afraid of trouble if something happened. It's a disciple of Flame Heart Sect. This time, many people from the Flame Heart Sect have come here. This person has injured the disciple of the Flame Heart Sect. The other disciples of Flame Heart Sect will naturally not let this matter rest. A powerhouse said. He recognized the identity of the person who was injured by Ye Xiao and who had just walked out. The Flame Heart Sect was a second-rate force and it was relatively close to the sect Mu Feng came from. Therefore, that person had taken the initiative to stand up for Mu Feng in order to curry favor with Mu Feng. You're courting death. The newly arrived Flame Heart Sect disciple's eyes turned cold, and a palm print shot out. Ye Xiao had already noticed that, although he could not see through his own strength here, his cultivation should be in the late stage of the Immortal King realm or early stage of the Immortal Emperor realm in this second test. Get lost. The aura on Ye Xiao's body burst out violently. He threw out another punch. A destructive force rushed towards the palm print of that mighty warrior who just stepped out and wanted to take revenge for the person whom Ye Xiao has just beaten up. Boom. At this moment, a muffled sound was heard. The man who attacked Ye Xiao let out a miserable shriek and was sent flying with another punch. This man was even more miserable than the first one. All of his internal organs had been shattered, and some cracks also appeared in his small world, causing him to suffer huge damage. If he could not think of a way to recover the cracks in his small world, he would become a cripple without any cultivation. Seeing this shocking scene, many people couldn't remain calm any longer. There were two experts from the Flame Heart Sect fighting Ye Xiao, but both of them were defeated by Ye Xiao with only one attack each. This kind of combat strength was truly terrifying. The shock on Meng Yu's face intensified. She had previously guessed that Ye Xiao was at most an immortal lord. When Ye Xiao easily defeated the two people from the Flame Heart Sect, she realized that she was wrong. Meng Yu was shocked for the first time. Senior sister, did you see that? I told you that this man's strength isn't that simple. Early stage and I think even mid-stage immortal kings couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. I really don't know how strong his true combat strength is. Lan Shang gently covered her red lips with her jade hand. Her sapphire blue eyes were emitting extraordinary splendor. Shu Shang, who was standing at the side, saw that Ye Xiao sent the second person flying with a single punch. Her expression finally changed slightly. However, it only took a moment for Shu Zhang's expression to return to normal. The person from the Flame Heart Sect that Ye Xiao defeated was not so powerful in her eyes. In that way, from her point of view, Ye Xiao still couldn't be compared with the disciples of the top forces. You have injured my Flame Heart Sect's disciples. Today, you can't leave this place alive. My Flame Heart Sect will definitely shred you into 1,000 pieces. Following this voice, numerous ice-cold gazes shot toward Ye Xiao's direction, and they were filled with ice-cold killing intent. Do you think I am afraid? As long as you're below the Immortal Emperor realm, I'll kill every single one of you. Believe me or not, I can definitely do what I said. If you don't believe me, you can try coming at me. Ye Xiao sneered and said sarcastically. His eyes were filled with disdain. This guy is too arrogant. Is he declaring war on the entire Flame Heart Sect? Everyone's eyes froze. Many people did not expect Ye Xiao to be so bold and arrogant. No matter how strong he is, he still had to look at the opponent before daring to wage a war. Ye Xiao's words really frightened many people. The elites of Flame Heart sect's expressions turned ugly when they heard him. Although their sect was just a second-grade sect, they were still considered a famous sect. When had they ever been provoked like this? Now, a person of poor origin was actually threatening them. More importantly, they couldn't find a way to deal with Ye Xiao's provocation. Buzz. Right at this moment, in the center of a mortal water lake, a slight vibration was heard that instantly attracted the attention of many people. Ye Xiao also looked towards the center of a mortal water lake. He saw that there were waves of light rising from the center of the blue water lake, and it was filled with a strange energy. The light seemed to come from the bottom of the water, and it also contained waves of the law of space. When the crowd saw that, their eyes lit up. Someone said, "This is the sign that the immortal water lake is opening. We can go to the bottom of the lake and see what's going on." Many people looked excited when they heard that person. They knew that the immortal source was at the bottom of the lake. Now that the space had opened, they were excited. "Let's go." Following the voice, numerous silhouettes flickered and flew into the lake. Even the people from Flame Heart sect who wanted to deal with Ye Xiao had forgotten about the matter regarding Ye Xiao. All of them flew away, afraid that they would fall behind. "Junior sister, let's go," Shu Shang said to Lan Shang and took the lead to fly away. Lan Shang also followed. Two graceful figures flew through the air like a fairy. "Why are you still not leaving? I am very optimistic about you." When they passed by Ye Xiao's position, Lan Shang turned her eyes and smiled at him, instantly revealing that kind of beauty that was moving. Ye Xiao was a little surprised. He did not know Lan Shang, but she seemed to be very interested in him. Seeing Lan Zhang's moving smile, Ye Xiao could not help but reveal a trace of amazement in his eyes. One had to say that Lan Shang was indeed a beauty. Ye Xiao shook his head slightly and smiled. He also flew away. Everyone went into the depths of the immortal water lake and moved stealthily in the water. Ye Xiao used his comprehension of the law of space to create a spatial barrier around him that seemed to have separated him into another dimension, but strangely, he was still present inside the lake. This spatial barrier was there for preventing him from being affected by the water of a mortal water lake. At first, Ye Xiao tried to use his comprehension of the profound meaning of space law, but he was shocked that no profound meaning was working here. It was at this time he realized that this place might be just like the upper realm. Although the laws of heavenly Tao are present there, not even a trace of profound meanings of those laws could be found. Chapter 1046. True bottom of the lake. Everyone was going down carefully. Soon, most of them arrived at the bottom of the lake. Not far in front of them, there was a huge mass of light surging, isolating the lake water. Waves of spatial energy were released from the mass of light, drifting in the lake water. That should be the entrance to the true bottom of this immortal water lake. Let's go in quickly. If we wait for the entrance to the lake to close, the loss will outweigh the gain. An expert said. This spatial entrance looked extremely unstable and could close at any time. After saying that, the expert took the lead and headed in the direction of the mass of light. When his body came into contact with the mass of light, it began to gradually become illusory and finally disappeared. It turned out that the bottom where they were was not the true bottom of the lake. It was fake. Learning this, Ye Xiao was surprised. That mass of light is definitely the entrance to the lake's true bottom. Seeing the powerhouse enter the lake through the mass of light, they all rushed toward the direction of the mass of light. "Ignorant fool, you actually followed us here. However, I don't have time to deal with you right now. If you continue to be stubborn and follow us, then the space at the bottom of the lake will be your burial ground." Mu Feng and Meng Yu also quickly flashed toward the mass of light. When they passed by Ye Xiao, only Mu Feng left behind a threatening voice. Meng Yu shook her head slightly and disappointment appeared on her pretty face. She had kindly reminded Ye Xiao to leave earlier, but Ye Xiao did not listen to her. If that were the case, even if Ye Xiao was really killed by her senior Mu, it would have nothing to do with her. She would not pity Ye Xiao because of this. A terrifying cold light flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. This Mu Feng had touched his bottom line. Next, Ye Xiao entered the bottom of the lake through the mass of light. It was no different from using the teleportation array to teleport to a different place. It was just that there was a restriction placed within the mass of light, allowing only those below the immortal emperor realm to be transported through the mass of light. Moreover, because Ye Xiao was inside the spatial barrier, he was unable to pass through the mass of light at first. He was only able to do so after removing the spatial barrier. After Ye Xiao, 2 more people wanted to enter, but they were immortal emperors. In the end, they triggered the restriction within the mass of light and were sent flying away with serious injuries. Ye Xiao looked around at the strange space he appeared. Is this really the true bottom of the lake? Why is there no water? Why does this bottom look more like a valley? What the hell is going on? There were mountains in all 4 directions and there was a white mist lingering around the mountains. It gave people a mysterious feeling. There were about 1,000 people who had entered the space, but Ye Xiao could not see any of them at this moment. It was very likely that they had been transported to another place. I never thought that there would be such a vast spatial zone hidden at the bottom of the immortal water lake. Looking at the boundless space around him, Ye Xiao couldn't help but sigh. A fragrant wind blew past. A beautiful blue figure appeared in front of Ye Xiao. It was actually Lan Shang from the heaven-shrouding gate. Shu Shang was standing beside Lan Shang. Through the teleportation of the mass of light, the 2 girls actually did not get separated. It was quite a coincidence. Sir Yi, we meet again. Lan Shang gave Ye Xiao a charming smile. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her pretty face. Every frown and smile was very moving. Ye Xiao nodded slightly at Lan Shang. He did not know why this woman was so interested in him. Since we can still meet at the first moment after arriving in this spatial zone, it means that we have a very deep fate. Why don't we go together? Lan Shang smiled and invited Ye Xiao. Junior sister, don't forget what our mission is. Don't waste time on this person. Let's go. Shu Shang, who was at the side, was still as cold as before. She looked as if she was 1,000 miles away. As she spoke, Shu Shang did not wait for Lan Shang to say anything before she walked away. Senior sister. Lan Shang called Shu Shang, but Shu Shang did not turn her head and directly left. Sir Yi, I am really sorry. I have to go first. Lan Shang gave Ye Xiao an apologetic look and quickly followed Shu Shang out. Ye Xiao did not care about anything. He looked around him again and continued to walk forward. After a period of walking, Ye Xiao also encountered a few demonic beasts. He was again surprised. How could there be demonic beasts at the bottom of the lake? But when he thought about the valley, he accepted this truth. The demonic beasts he encountered were nothing in front of Ye Xiao. He was able to kill them instantly. About 2 hours later, a hill appeared in front of Ye Xiao. He could vaguely hear the sound of fighting coming from the hill. Ye Xiao walked in and saw 2 familiar figures. They were Lan Shang and Shu Shang. At this moment, they were surrounded by more than 10 demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were basically at peak Immortal King realm. Being surrounded by so many demonic beasts, the 2 girls could not help but be flustered. The sweet sweat on their bodies dripped down, soaking their clothes. The perfect curves on their delicate bodies were faintly discernible, giving people endless fantasies. Both of them were powerful immortal kings. It should be possible to kill these demonic beasts, but it wouldn't be that easy. It would require them a certain amount of energy and time. Lan Zhang's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Ye Xiao approaching. After knocking back the demonic beast in front of her with a sword strike, she turned to Ye Xiao and said, Sir Yi, can you please come and help us kill these demonic beasts? Lan Zhang's voice was gentle and beautiful. Her face was beautiful and her curves were exquisite. At this moment, the clothes on her body were soaked in sweat, adding a different kind of beauty. Ye Xiao looked at Lan Zhang's beautiful face and a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. It was not because of her beauty, it was because he noticed something very strange about her. But at this time, he didn't think too much. He agreed to help them and was about to tell the 2 of them that he will come over when Shu Zhang's cold voice was heard. What can he help us with? Junior sister, you should put your heart into killing these beasts. There was some disdain in her voice. She didn't really put Ye Xiao in her eyes. In her opinion, although Ye Xiao was powerful, he could not help them when they are up against peak Immortal King realm demonic beasts. Roar. At the same time Shu Shang spoke, one of the peak demonic beasts silently arrived behind her. A huge demonic claw carrying endless power smashed down toward her body. It brought along a wave of piercingly cold astral winds. The demonic beast's attack was violent. Even though this demonic beast was only at the peak of Immortal King realm, however, its combat strength was already close to an early stage Immortal Emperor realm martial artist. This attack was extremely fast. At the level of Immortal King, the demonic beast usually had intelligence and was extremely cunning. It seized the opportunity when Xu Shang was busy sneering at Ye Xiao and attacked her, wanting to kill her with a single strike. Senior sister, dodge. Seeing this scene, Lan Shang was the first to react. She was so scared that her face turned pale as she shouted. Xu Shang also felt that there was a danger approaching her body quickly, but it was already too late to dodge now. Xiao. At this critical moment, Ye Xiao's body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xu Shang. He held her in his arms and rolled to the side. Ah! Xu Shang exclaimed. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When he came into contact with Xu Shang, a refreshing fragrance immediately came over. Ye Xiao only felt a softness in front of him. But at this moment, Ye Xiao did not have the time to think about these things. Because, when he and Xu Shang fell to the ground, 3 demonic beasts had already locked onto the 2 of them. Chapter 1047. Flame Heart Sect's target. Although Ye Xiao saved Xu Shang and managed to avoid demonic beasts' attacks, however, he and Xu Shang still fell to the ground and suffered some minor scratches on their bodies. Ye Xiao stood up. At some point, an energy spear had already appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, he smashed the spear upward. The sharp tip of the spear drew a perfect arc in the air. Surprisingly, the arc actually had a sliver of destruction law. This terrifying arc of destruction slipped past the demonic beasts. Maybe those demonic beasts already sensed the threat from Ye Xiao's attack. They wanted to avoid his attack as they started retreating. However, how could they dodge the attack executed by Ye Xiao so easily? 2 of them were still affected. They didn't even notice when, but their body actually started dismantling into ashes slowly from top to bottom as they soon disappeared into thin air. This was all because of the destruction law. They were completely destroyed, even their souls were destroyed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Xiao and Xu Shang stood up one after another, and Xu Shang retreated. Because everything happened too quickly, she was unable to see when Ye Xiao killed those 2 demonic beasts by making use of the law of destruction. But she was still shocked, for she could not understand how Ye Xiao appeared in front of her and saved her. Ye Xiao was still far when she was attacked by demonic beasts, but in an instant, he was in front of her. It was as if he teleported. Xu Zhang's pair of cold and beautiful eyes gave Ye Xiao a deep look, but she did not say anything arrogant like before. After all, if Ye Xiao did not save her in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lan Shang was already busy fighting a few demonic beasts on her own. Thus, even though she managed to warn her senior sister, she was unable to do anything. She didn't even see what happened just now. After exchanging a few fierce moves with those demonic beasts, when she turned her head, she was surprised to see Xu Shang staring at Ye Xiao with deep gazes. She frowned at first, and she was also confused as to how Ye Xiao appeared beside her senior sister. She also could not understand how Xu Shang managed to avoid those demonic beasts' attacks. But then again, she ignored what happened in this short period of time. Instead, the corner of her mouth curled up when she saw Xu Shang staring at Ye Xiao intently. Avoiding the demonic beasts who, for some reason, didn't continue to attack her and were instead looking at Ye Xiao, she arrived beside her senior sister and asked what happened just now. From her, she got to know that Ye Xiao saved Xu Zhang's life at a critical moment. Roar, roar. Although the 2 girls didn't see how 2 demonic beasts died, those demonic beasts did see the previous event. Maybe, the death of their comrades angered them. The group of demonic beasts roared loudly and charged toward the 3 of them. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Sir Yi, thank you for saving my senior sister. Lan Shang looked at Ye Xiao with her beautiful eyes and thanked him on behalf of Xu Shang. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's get rid of these demonic beasts first. Ye Xiao held the energy spear in his hand and stood upright. When the demonic beasts came, Ye Xiao's body moved. He stepped out and sharp spear light kept stabbing out, clashing with the group of demons. Lan Shang and Xu Shang naturally joined the battle. After 10 minutes, with Ye Xiao's help, they managed to deal with all the demonic beasts. Now, all those demonic beasts had already turned into cold corpses, lying in a pool of blood. Ye Xiao had killed 8 demonic beasts by himself, and all of them were killed in one shot. This caused Lan Shang and Xu Shang to feel surprised. Especially Xu Shang. She had looked down on Ye Xiao before, but at this moment, there was only shock in her heart. However, on the surface, Xu Shang still looked as cold as before. Perhaps in her heart, Ye Xiao still could not be compared with the geniuses of those top powers. Sir Yi, your spear technique is so powerful. I'm really impressed. Lan Shang put away the longsword in her hand and smiled at Ye Xiao. You flatter me, Ye Xiao said faintly. These demonic beasts have delayed us for some time. Let's hurry up, I have a feeling that the immortal source should be in that direction. Xu Shang said. She only had one goal, and that was immortal source. In fact, every single person who entered Immortal Water Lake had the same goal. They all wanted to get their hands on the immortal source. Let's go. After killing these demonic beasts, Xu Shang did not reject Ye Xiao. However, the two of them still did not communicate. Stop. They have only walked some distance when a cold voice suddenly transmitted over from a certain direction. The three of them stopped at the same time and looked in the direction where the voice came from. They saw a dense forest not far away. 10 silhouettes walked out from the forest. The murderous aura on their bodies was terrifying. All of them looked at Ye Xiao with cold eyes. One of them said, "You crippled and seriously injured disciples of my Flame Heart sect. Now, let's see where you can run to." The 10 of them arrived and instantly surrounded Ye Xiao and the other two. Disciples, why should I escape? Looking at the arrival of people from the Flame Heart sect, an indifferent smile emerged on Ye Xiao's face. His eyes were also indifferent, as if he was looking at some insignificant people. Don't talk nonsense with him. Everyone, let's show him, who doesn't know the difference between life and death, how it feels to die in pain. Another person from the Flame Heart sect spoke in a domineering tone. In the next moment, the aura on his body burst forth violently. Following him were other disciples of the Flame Heart sect. Each and every one of them revealed their own weapons, ready to attack and kill Ye Xiao. As they attacked, cold lights kept flashing one after another, slashing at Ye Xiao's body. Each strike had the power to kill any early Immortal King and seriously injured a mid-stage Immortal King. Although they attacked Ye Xiao, however, these Flame Heart sect disciples didn't dare to touch Lan Shang and Xu Shang. All of their attacks were deliberately avoided. The Heaven-shrouding sect was an extremely mysterious force. Although there were not many disciples in the sect, it was one of the top forces in the entire world. Heaven-shrouding sect's strength was far above their Flame Heart sect, so they naturally wouldn't dare to provoke them. Enough. When the elites of the Flame Heart sect's attacks were about to approach Ye Xiao's body, a cold voice was transmitted over, instantly freezing the attacks of the disciples of the Flame Heart sect. The person who spoke was Xu Shang. Miss Xu Shang, do you have any advice for me? The Flame Heart sect leader's eyes slightly narrowed as he asked Xu Shang. This person is now traveling with us. I will not allow you to hurt him. Xu Zhang's pair of cold eyes swept across the people of Flame Heart sect and said coldly. This person has injured 2 of our disciples. He is someone that the Flame Heart sect must kill. It would be inappropriate for Miss Xu Shang to protect him like this. Hearing Xu Shang, the disciples of the Flame Heart sect started hesitating. But still, one of them gathered his courage and said with a slightly unwilling expression. I do not wish to repeat my words a second time. You can think about it if you want to. Xu Shang seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with these people and said coldly. Her voice was forceful. Since that is the case, then we will temporarily not touch this person on account of Miss Xu Shang. If Miss Xu Shang and Miss Lan Shang are not traveling with this person, we, Flame Heart sect, will definitely kill this person. I hope that the 2 of you will not interfere. After hearing Xu Zhang's powerful words, the expression of the leading expert from the Flame Heart sect became slightly ugly, but they had no choice but to compromise. In the world of martial arts, strength was the most important. The Heaven-shrouding sect's strength was stronger than their Flame Heart sect, and Lan Shang and Xu Zhang's status in their sect was not low at all. Hence, they did not dare to offend the 2 girls. Xu Zhang's pair of cold eyes swept across these people's bodies and did not say anything, as if she approved of what those people said. Chapter 1048, Giant Centipede, Let's Go. The people of the Flame Heart sect no longer stayed. After their leader gave the order, they left. But before they left, their cold eyes swept across Ye Xiao's body, revealing a cold killing intent. Now, we don't own each other. After the people of the Flame Heart sect left, Xu Shang said to Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao finally understood that the reason why this woman spoke up for him was to return him a favor. The 3 of them continued to move forward in the spatial zone. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. It was as if the spatial zone didn't have an end. No matter how far they traveled, not to mention obtaining the immortal source, they still couldn't get out of this boundless mountain range. They even began to doubt whether this spatial zone really had an immortal source or not. They spent 3 days of sleepless nights. and surprisingly, in this space, they actually felt hungry. It has to be known that they were already immortal kings and could live without eating and drinking for years. It was really a shocking turn of events for them to be hungry. The three of them were already hungry, and their bodies felt a trace of exhaustion, so they stopped to rest in a flat area. Ye Xiao lit a bonfire and carefully roasted a barbaric bull's calf leg that he killed just now. Under the high temperature, the calf leg kept producing sizzling sounds. In just a short period of time, the calf leg was roasted until it was golden. Drops of butter dripped down from the calf leg, emitting a strong smell of meat. It looked like it had a great appetite. So fragrant. Lan Shang came over. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly and her stomach actually cried out disappointedly. Ye Xiao smiled and took out a dagger. He cut off a piece of meat from the calf leg and handed it to Lan Shang. He said, "How about you try it?" Lan Shang took the fragrant beef leg and took a small bite. Instantly, the fragrance of the meat filled her mouth. Lan Shang nodded and said, "It's too delicious. I didn't expect Sir Yi to have such culinary skills." Not far away, Shu Shang sat alone on a bluestone. Smelling the rich meat fragrance that permeated the air, Shu Zhang's stomach wiggled. But she did not take the initiative to approach like Lan Shang. With her arrogant personality, even if she was hungry, she would not take the initiative to ask Ye Xiao for food. Lan Shang ate with relish. Her red lips were covered with butter and appeared crystal clear. As she ate, Lan Shang actually stopped and looked at Ye Xiao with an embarrassed smile. "Can you give my senior sister a piece of meat as well?" "Of course." Ye Xiao nodded. He cut off a piece of grilled beef the size of a fist from the calf leg and handed it to Lan Shang. Lan Shang took the roasted beef and smiled sweetly at Ye Xiao. She jogged to Shu Zhang's side and the two of them whispered to each other. Previously, Shu Shang seemed to be unwilling to accept Ye Xiao's roasted beef. Later, the two of them talked for a while before Shu Shang took the piece of meat. She secretly looked at Ye Xiao with her beautiful eyes and then started to chew. After a moment, the two girls finished all the grilled beef in their hands and a satisfied expression appeared on her pretty face. Suddenly, Ye Xiao frowned and said to the two girls, "There are demonic beasts approaching us. Let's quickly leave this place." Hearing Ye Xiao's words, Shu Shang raised her eyebrows and said, "What is there to be alarmed about when demonic beasts are approaching? If they come, we will just kill them." "No, there is only one demonic beast this time, but this demonic beast's aura is very powerful. It should not be so easy to deal with it. I guess it has already reached peak immortal emperor realm and is on the verge of becoming an ancient immortal realm demonic beast. We should avoid it." Ye Xiao's expression was solemn. His divine sense was easily able to probe the coming demonic beast. "We've been walking in this space for 3 days. The highest level of the demonic beast we encountered was only a peak immortal king. How could there be a peak immortal emperor ranked demonic beast here? Anyway, if you are afraid, you can leave by yourself," Shu Shang said, a look of disdain appearing on her pretty face. She did not believe what Ye Xiao said at all. However, as soon as Shu Zhang's voice faded, in the dense forest far away, a huge figure wriggled its body and flew over at high speed. It was actually a giant centipede over 30 meters long. This centipede was completely red in color and its body was covered with a thick shell armor. Its sharp teeth could bite a person's body to pieces. As it breathed out, a black gas spread out from its mouth, and it released a foul smell. Peak Immortal Emperor ranked demonic beast. Just as Ye Xiao had said, this centipede's level had reached the Peak Immortal Emperor realm. Moreover, it was a very powerful demonic beast. Seeing this situation, Shu Shang couldn't help but take a deep look at Ye Xiao. She didn't know how Ye Xiao had predicted that such a powerful demonic beast would approach in advance. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to Ye Xiao's words. When she thought of this, Shu Shang felt some regret in her heart. However, the giant centipede did not give Shu Shang any time to regret. It immediately pounced at the three of them with boundless power. The three of them used their movement skills to dodge the attack. The attack of a peak immortal emperor ranked demonic beast was very powerful, even for the current Ye Xiao. In this test of the realm of dreams, his strength was limited. Fortunately, his soul was not affected in the slightest. So he was not afraid of any demonic beasts, even if it is an ancient god-ranked demonic beast. After dodging the attack of the giant centipede, Ye Xiao moved as a sharp spear light shot out. The spear light turned into a destructive streamer and instantly landed on the huge body of the giant centipede. Clang! Even though the power of Ye Xiao's spear was strong enough, the shell of the giant centipede was even harder. Ye Xiao's attack didn't even break the shell of the giant centipede. Ruer, roar. The giant centipede let out a different kind of roar. It opened its huge mouth and tried to devour Ye Xiao's body. Ye Xiao easily dodged the attack of the giant centipede. Shua. At this time, a cyan sword appeared in Xu Zhang's hand. She instantly slashed out a green sword light and struck the giant centipede's body. It produced an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. It left a long trail of sparks behind. Roar. The giant centipede became extremely angry under Ye Xiao and Xu Zhang's continuous attacks. It dragged its huge body and crazily attacked the three of them. This guy is invulnerable. Senior sister, what should we do? A worried look flashed across her blue eyes. Her fair forehead was covered with sweat. Find an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Even if the three of us can kill it, we will have to pay a certain price. Xu Zhang's expression was ugly. She was somewhat flustered in her heart. The giant centipede attacked again. It opened its giant mouth and moved toward Xu Shang at an incredible speed. It was so fast that Xu Shang felt impossible to dodge this attack. Bang! When the giant centipede's giant mouth arrived in front of Xu Zhang's body, Ye Xiao thrust out his spear. The spear light instantly pierced into one side of the giant centipede's eye. Dark green blood bloomed and the giant centipede's body trembled in pain. It kept letting out roars as it attacked Lan Zhang's delicate body without any warning. Its speed was unbelievably fast. The giant centipede's action surprised the two girls. Lan Zhang was so scared that her face turned pale. She could not dodge in time and be caught by the sharp fangs of the giant centipede and hung up. Junior sister. Seeing Lan Zhang being controlled by the giant centipede, Xu Zhang's face turned pale and the cyan sword cut down. However, the giant centipede did not care about the sword light that Xu Zhang slashed over and dragged this huge body away at a very fast speed. Bastard, stay behind. Xu Zhang's pair of bright eyes were filled with blood-red light. She did not listen to Ye Xiao's advice and let Lan Zhang fall into the giant centipede's mouth. Her heart was filled with self-blame. Chapter 1049. Aura of Immortal Source, it's all my fault. If it wasn't because I didn't listen to you, Lan Zhang would have been fine. Xu Zhang blamed herself for the current situation. The giant centipede fled with all its might. By not letting Lan Zhang go, it made Ye Xiao and Xu Zhang helpless. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Let's catch up with that big guy first. There must be a way to save Lan Zhang. Ye Xiao comforted Xu Zhang. His brows were tightly knitted. He did not expect that such a thing would happen. Xu Zhang nodded at Ye Xiao. She suddenly felt that this young man in front of her was much more composed and wise than she had imagined. It was just that she had always been prejudiced against Ye Xiao and thus did not notice it. The two of them followed the direction where the giant centipede had fled. After an unknown period of time, a desolate cave appeared in front of them. There were waves of demonic aura coming out from the cave. Ye Xiao frowned when he arrived in front of this cave. It is because other than the demonic aura, he could also feel a very different kind of aura coming from the cave. This aura was something that he was very familiar with. He had felt something like this before, but he could not remember where. Ye Xiao knitted his brows and tried to remember, but when he really do remember, he was shocked. Source. Immortal Source. Ye Xiao suddenly remembered that he had felt this kind of aura from the source of his small universe and the source of the Void Realm. Every source's aura is different, but there is one similarity. They are too pure and ethereal. Even if it is the source of a demonic world, although it'll be filled with completely demonic energy, but that demonic energy will still be too pure. That's why they are sources. Although it was distinct and far weaker, but Ye Xiao still felt the same aura that he felt from the source of his small universe before it was swallowed by the domineering God Crystal and the strands of Void Realm's source. Ye Xiao guessed that this aura must be coming from Immortal Source, for this was the reason why he dived into the Immortal Water Lake. This Immortal Source was the reason why more than 1,000 people dived into the lake. It is just that, Ye Xiao never expected this thing to appear in such a place. But when he thought about the fact that the giant centipede is actually a peak Immortal Emperor realm demonic beast and it was only one of its kind here. Other than this giant centipede, every demonic beast in this spatial zone is either in the Immortal King realm or below. It means this giant centipede was the strongest demonic beast present in this spatial zone. And if this is true, then it is logical for the Immortal Source to be here. It means the giant centipede must be the guardian of Immortal Source. When Ye Xiao thought of this, he took a deep breath. As long as I can get my hands on the immortal source, this test will be over. After this, the realm of dreams might take another test from me, or it will send me back with a reward. In simple words, all I have to do now is to obtain the immortal source. Ye Xiao silently muttered in his heart but didn't show any sign of excitement on his face. It is because Xu Shang was beside him. She and every single person entered Immortal Water Lake for the sake of obtaining immortal source. If he told her, then it'll be problematic. Thus, he chose to keep silent about immortal source. This cave should be this guy's nest. Let's go in and take a look. Ye Xiao's eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke. And after that, he quickly moved toward the interior of the cave. Xu Zhang's eyes slightly fluctuated as she looked at Ye Xiao's back. It could be considered that she met Ye Xiao by a chance, but when she encountered a crisis, Ye Xiao was there to help her at the first possible moment. He wouldn't even care about her confronting him. This caused Ye Xiao's image in Xu Zhang's heart to change once again. Very quickly, the two of them entered the cave, one in front and one behind. They found that this cave was naturally formed and had a very deep appearance. It was slightly harder for them to enter the cave. The giant centipede had disappeared without a trace. It could be seen just how big this cave was. Ye Xiao and Xu Shang carefully walked forward, and finally found a little bit of light in the direction they were heading. Soon, the light became bigger and bigger. When the two of them really got close to the light, they found that it was the core area of the giant centipede's lair. This area should be within the inner area of a giant mountain. It was several hundred meters in diameter and extremely wide. Roar. Seeing Ye Xiao and Xu Shang has chased after it, the giant centipede let out a roar, as if warning the two not to get close to it. Not far away, Lan Zhang's delicate body was lying on the ground. There were no obvious injuries on her body, so she should have fainted. It seems that we must kill this fellow before we can save Lan Shang. Ye Xiao's eyes flickered with a sharp light as he said to Xu Shang. At the same time, he looked in a certain direction stealthily. He could feel the aura of immortal source in that direction. The direction he looked in actually had the cave wall and nothing else. But Ye Xiao knew there must be another secret path from that wall that will lead him to the immortal source. Yeah, Xu Shang nodded at Ye Xiao. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded the giant centipede. If Ye Xiao wanted, he could have taken care of a giant centipede with his soul destruction ability. But he didn't want to reveal too much in front of Xu Shang. Roar. The giant centipede let out a roar. Its body was covered with a thick layer of black gas, and it released a pungent smell. It crazily swept its tail towards Ye Xiao and Xu Shang. Ye Xiao and Xu Shang dodged immediately. They knew that ordinary attacks would not be able to hurt the giant centipede, so they waited for an opportunity. The attack of the giant centipede was incomparably violent. Every strike was earth-shattering. The entire cave kept trembling, and from time to time, rocks would lose and fall to the ground. Soon, the time more than 5 minutes passed. Due to the giant centipede losing an eye, its vision was greatly affected, and its attack was not as accurate as before. Ye Xiao and Xu Shang both possessed extremely powerful movement skills. Therefore, although the attack of the giant centipede was extremely powerful, it was very difficult to injure Ye Xiao and Xu Shang. Gradually, perhaps because of the huge consumption of energy, the movement of the giant centipede began to slow down, and it could not keep up with the rhythm. You stay in front of it and attract its attention. I'll go for its other eye. This way, we'll be able to find a chance to kill it. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the giant centipede slow down. He said to Xu Shang. Okay. Xu Shang nodded and waved the cyan sword in her hand. She took the initiative to attack the giant centipede, attracting its attention. Very quickly, the giant centipede's attention was shifted to Xu Shang. It was at this moment Ye Xiao attacked. An energy spear was thrust out and the terrifying spear light arrived in an instant. The energy spear pierced into the other eye of the giant centipede. Dark green blood splashed onto Ye Xiao's body once again. It had actually corroded Ye Xiao's clothes in an instant but was unable to harm his skin in the slightest. Clearly, it possessed an extremely strong poison. However, because of Ye Xiao's poison immunity, the poison didn't work on him. It turned out that even my poison immunity is working here. Ye Xiao muttered in his heart silently. Roar. When the giant centipede's eyes were blinded, the giant centipede became even more violent. Its huge body continued to struggle, and it rampaged through the small space in the cave's core area. It smashed into the surrounding walls, causing a deafening sound to ring out. Let's take this opportunity to kill it. Immediately after saying that, Ye Xiao's body moved first. Xu Shang also followed him. The two of them rose into the air and attacked the giant centipede from two different directions. Chapter 1050. Anger or a Plan. The giant centipede, who had lost its eyes, didn't know that danger was approaching from two sides. It continued to struggle. In the next moment, two muffled sounds were heard. Ye Xiao's spear and Xu Zhang's longsword pierced into the center of the giant centipede's body. Instantly, the giant centipede's huge body trembled violently, and it actually stopped struggling in an instant. However, just as Ye Xiao and Xu Shang thought that the battle had ended, the giant centipede suddenly opened its huge mouth again. A pink gas shot out from the huge mouth. Ye Xiao didn't avoid this attack because there was no need to avoid it, but the same was not true for Xu Shang. Although she tried to avoid it, she failed. Her body was wrapped by the pink gas. Boom! The giant centipede's huge body fell down with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust in the air. So hot, The dust gradually dispersed, and Ye Xiao heard Xu Zhang's voice. This voice was soft and gentle, and Xu Zhang's cold personality was completely different from before. She gave off an indescribable feeling. Ye Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked in Xu Zhang's direction. He saw that Xu Zhang's face was flushed red and her pair of white jade hands seemed to be restless. Ye Xiao frowned slightly. As time passed, Xu Zhang's reaction became stronger and stronger. Her breathing was rapid and she seemed to be very sad as she kept making different faces. The sweet sweat on her forehead was dripping. Save me! Xu Zhang's eyes were filled with the same kind of spirit. The voice that came out of her mouth carried a bit of desire but also a kind of desire to live. I never thought that the gas that the giant centipede shot out at the end would have such power. This poison is a bit abnormal. Ye Xiao thought in his heart. He could almost guess the cause of Xu Zhang's scene. Although he had poison immunity, he no longer had the ability to control and manipulate poisons. After a moment, a resolute look emerged in his eyes. Ye Xiao came to Xu Zhang's front. At this moment, Xu Shang had almost lost her consciousness. Both of her hands tried to reach towards Ye Xiao. There was a look of anticipation in her eyes, and from time to time, she would make some moaning sounds. If there were other people hearing this sound, they would have definitely felt ripples in their hearts. However, Ye Xiao acted as if nothing was happening. He didn't show any kind of desire on his face. He was searching for a way to save Xu Shang bit by bit. Ye Xiao, save me. I can't. Because of the poison, Xu Shang had completely lost herself. It was as if her soul did not belong to her anymore. This phrase, the ice beauty of the past, formed a sharp contrast. Ye Xiao wanted to move Xu Zhang's body away, but he found that the other party had already tightly hugged his neck. That kind of desire to live was very strong. It was as if she was afraid that Ye Xiao would abandon her. Ye Xiao let out a long breath. He was not a person who liked to take advantage of others when they were in danger. Taking a deep breath, he silently placed his hand on Xu Zhang's back and muttered, "Devour." Immediately, the poisonous gas inhaled by Xu Shang that was affecting her started to disappear slowly. In fact, it was being devoured by Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao didn't use the devouring law to devour. Instead, he just used his devouring ability. Gradually, Xu Zhang's expression began to return to normal, and the movements on her body also gradually calmed down. That pair of concentrated eyes gradually became clear, but under the situation where the poison was not completely clear, Xu Zhang's consciousness was still blurry. Perhaps it was because of the exhaustion caused by her excitement earlier. Xu Shang actually gradually fell asleep. Ye Xiao soon completely purified Xu Zhang's body by devouring every bit of poisonous gas. Finally, he was done devouring, and was about time to let go of her. Just as Ye Xiao was about to stop, Xu Zhang's eyes suddenly opened at this moment. Looking that Ye Xiao was hugging her and feeling the warmth on her back that was coming from Ye Xiao's hands, Xu Shang could not help but lower her head to see. When she saw her current sorry state, Xu Zhang's face turned slightly red, especially when she was in contact with Ye Xiao. She felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Xu Zhang's mind. Was she unconscious just now? When she was unconscious, what did Ye Xiao do to her? That pair of eyes shone with a cold light as he furiously said to Ye Xiao, "You. What did you do to me? You were injured by the poisonous gas of the giant centipede. I cured you." Looking at Xu Zhang's murderous gaze, Ye Xiao felt a trace of helplessness. But he was still indifferent toward her. He replied in an indifferent tone, "Only a ghost would believe your words." Xu Shang felt a strong sense of shame and humiliation. At this moment, In her eyes, Ye Xiao was a big pervert. Without any hesitation, the cyan sword appeared in her hand. She thrust the sword at Ye Xiao's body. The sword light was sharp and overbearing, and it went straight for Ye Xiao's heart. Ye Xiao frowned when he saw this. He instantly felt that it was difficult to be a good person. He dodged Xu Zhang's sword in an instant. How could Xu Shang let go of this matter? Immediately after, she swung her sword horizontally toward Ye Xiao's throat. Her speed was unbelievably fast. Ye Xiao frowned. He stretched out his hand like lightning and grabbed Xu Zhang's wrist with ease by swiftly dodging her attack. "You, let me go." Xu Shang struggled with all her might. She was sure that Ye Xiao must have done something unimaginable to her. "Calm down. I said that I didn't do anything. I just helped you cure the poison in your body," Ye Xiao said coldly with a solemn expression. His tone was really cold this time. Seeing Ye Xiao's cold expression, Xu Shang gradually stopped struggling. She hadn't seen Ye Xiao like this before. "If you don't believe me, you can try to remember what happened. You are the reason why your clothes are disarranged. And look at this is also what you did to me." Ye Xiao exposed his neck and chest. It was covered with lipstick marks. Xu Zhang's beautiful eyes flickered. She did not speak, but her gaze was still cold. After that, Ye Xiao no longer said anything. He simply waved his hand and surprisingly, those lipstick marks disappeared in an instant. Xu Shang also no longer said anything. When she tried to rethink, she seemed to have remembered everything that happened. She felt embarrassed, but she knew she has no reason to say anything to Ye Xiao anymore. In fact, she wanted to apologize, but Ye Xiao's coldness kept her away from him. She sat down and started circulating her cultivation technique to recover. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, silently sat down not far away, facing the cave wall from where he could sense the aura of a mortal source. If anyone looked at his face now, they would see a thoughtful expression on his face. He was not even blinking but kept looking at the cave's wall. After 2 hours, Xu Zhang's body had almost recovered to its peak condition. And it was also the time when Lan Shang, who had been in a coma all this time, faintly woke up. Before this, Ye Xiao had briefly checked Lan Shang and found that she had only fainted temporarily due to excessive shock. So he no longer did anything, he didn't even try to wake her up. He just let her be. At this moment, Lan Shang waking up was completely within Ye Xiao's expectations. "Why am I here?" Lan Shang woke up and frowned. Then she saw Ye Xiao and Xu Shang not far away. She came to Xu Zhang's side and asked while swaying left and right. "You were kidnapped by the giant centipede here. The giant centipede has been killed by the two of us. Naturally, you will be here." Xu Shang still had her eyes closed, so Ye Xiao replied to her in a flat tone. His flat tone surprised Lan Shang. It is because, although they had not known each other for a long time before, Ye Xiao still talked to her with a smile. But now, she can't see even a trace of a smile on his face. What happened? Lan Shang frowned and thought. She has no idea what happened that caused such a change to occur in Ye Xiao. Chapter 1051, Minor, Trouble 1, I see. "Thank you, Sir Yi, for saving me." Lan Shang smiled sweetly at Ye Xiao and said. At this time, Xu Shang finally opened her eyes. She breathed in and out constantly, making breathing sounds. After that, she raised her head and nodded at Lan Shang. Then she said, "Let's look around this cave. That centipede was the only peak immortal emperor demonic beast in this spatial zone. Its cave must be special. There must be something here that we can use. Let's look around first." Lan Shang nodded, then she seemed to think of something. She asked, "Senior sister, that centipede was a peak immortal emperor demonic beast. How could you two kill it so easily?" When Xu Shang heard this, she frowned. Previously, she didn't notice, but now that she thought about it, she really found it very strange. She and Ye Xiao were only immortal kings, but the killing process after entering the cave was too smooth. Something is wrong. Xu Shang frowned and muttered. She suddenly remembered that when they started fighting the centipede, after a short period of fierce battle, the movement of the giant centipede began to slow down a lot. At that time, she thought it was because of injuries in the centipede's eyes and exhaustion. But now that she genuinely sank deeper in thought, she found many flaws in her previous judgment. No matter how wounded the centipede was, it was still a peak immortal emperor demonic beast. How could it be exhausted so easily? Ye Xiao even managed to blind that centipede's second eye as well. But no matter how she thought, she could not find out what exactly happened before. Unknown to everyone, Ye Xiao played a vital role in the fight against Giant Centipede. Although he was left with the Immortal King Realm cultivation base, his soul force was far stronger than the Giant Centipede. In that fight, he constantly made use of his strong soul force to suppress the centipede, causing the centipede to unable to show its strongest side, and that's how they were able to easily take care of the centipede. As for why he didn't directly destroy the centipede's soul, killing it immediately, it is because he didn't want the two girls to know more about him in any way. As Xu Shang was thinking about it, she suddenly noticed something in a certain direction. Junior sister, look there. Almost at the same time, Xu Shang pointed towards a certain direction in the spatial zone and saw a stone spring dripping down. There was about a small green plant growing on the ground and growing under the nourishment of the stone spring. Ye Xiao and Lan Shang looked over and immediately discovered the plant. Ye Xiao frowned. It is because, the moment he stepped into the cave, he had already scanned the entire cave with his divine sense. Other than the wall where he suspected a mortal source to be hidden, he did not notice anything. But now, the stone spring and the plant suddenly appeared in this space out of nowhere. He didn't notice the slightest fluctuation of energy or anything before. How did the stone spring and the plant appear here? At this moment, a foreign thought suddenly entered his mind. It was saying, do you really think getting a mortal source is that easy? Face some minor difficulties first. Don't worry, it is just a minor difficulty. You can easily deal with it. FCK. Ye Xiao silently cursed in his heart. He knew to whom that foreign thought belonged. It was the realm of dreams. He just didn't know what kind of minor trouble he was going to face now. Lan Zhang's eyes lit up and said in pleasant surprise, it's the dragonfly fruit tree. As she spoke, the three of them came to the front of the dragonfly fruit tree and found that there were exactly 3 fruits on the tree. The dragonfly fruit was a type of immortal fruit that could help immortal kings improve their cultivation. It had a very high value, and it is also extremely difficult to find. It was extremely precious. It can be even said that what the two girls needed the most at this moment was exactly this dragonfly fruit. It is because this immortal fruit could help them break through to Immortal Emperor realm with ease. There are 3 dragonfly fruits on the tree. We can take one for each of us, Lan Shang said with a smile. As she spoke, she wanted to bend down and pluck the dragonfly fruit. Whoosh! But at this moment, a cold light flashed over. After sensing the danger, Lan Zhang's expression changed and she hurriedly took back the jade hand. She saw a hidden weapon emitting a cold luster pierce the ground in the middle of the 3 dragonfly fruits. The expression of Ye Xiao, Xu Shang, and Lan Shang turned cold at the same time. They saw that at the entrance of the cave, more than a dozen figures have appeared. The few people in the lead were Mu Feng, Meng Yu, Zhuo Lengtian, and Yao Xin'er. The rest were all powerful martial artists from the Flame Heart sect. They had actually gathered together. So this is minor trouble that the realm of dreams talked about. Ye Xiao silently muttered in his heart and shook his head in helplessness. He really didn't want to deal with these people. To him, it was all a meaningless and waste of time. He just wanted to clear the test and return. However, the realm of dreams was toying with him for some reason. Those dragonfly fruits are ours. Miss Lan, Miss Xu, I won't make things difficult for you. The two of you can leave. As for him, leave this person to me. Mu Feng placed his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. His expression was filled with pride. The dragonfly fruits were discovered by the 3 of us. Look there, we spend too much effort to kill that peak immortal emperor demonic beast. These dragonfly fruits are the reward of our labor. Why would we give these fruits to someone else? Furthermore, the 3 of us are now allies. We will never leave anyone behind. Lan Zhang's eyes turned cold as she spoke with righteous indignation. She spoke as if she really had spent too much effort in killing the giant centipede. She knew that Mu Feng didn't come with good intentions, and that's why she spoke like that. It was only now that Mu Feng and others discovered the corpse of the giant centipede. They raised their brows in surprise, for they could not understand how the 3 of them took care of a peak immortal emperor demonic beast. However, when death is near, greed always took over people's ability to think rationally. Dragonfly fruits were too valuable for any person in the Immortal King realm. Mu Feng and others could not find themselves giving up on these fruits. Even if you discovered the dragonfly fruits first and somehow killed the centipede, so what? It is not up to you now to decide anything, Zhuo Lengtian said with a cold smile. His tone was unusually tough. After he was done saying that, A dozen people stepped towards Ye Xiao and the other two with ferocious smiles on their faces. What do you want? Do you really want to force us with numbers? A cold expression appeared on Xu Zhang's face. Her eyes swept across people of the Flame Heart sect and said, "Didn't I warn you guys before? Why are you guys here again?" Xu Shang was a little angry. She knew that these people of the Flame Heart sect relied on Mu Feng and Zuo Lengtian to appear in front of her again. That person is the one who heavily injured two disciples of my Flame Heart sect. We must kill him no matter what. Since young Master Mu and young Master Zuo are here, I'm afraid Miss Xu, you won't be able to protect this man this time. The leader of the Flame Heart sect sneered and spoke. With Mu Feng and the others present, if they didn't do something out of line with Xu Shang and Lan Shang, the heaven-shrouding gate wouldn't do anything to them. Did you see that, Xu Shang, Lan Shang? I advise you to adapt to the situation and leave immediately. Mu Feng sneered, his words filled with threat. Dream on. With us around, you can forget about hurting him. A trace of determination flashed across Lan Zhang's beautiful eyes as she spoke to Mu Feng coldly. Hearing Xu Zhang's words, Mu Feng's expression instantly turned cold. He also came from a powerful force, equally powerful as the heaven-shrouding sect. He was not afraid of Xu Shang and Lan Shang. Why do you want to save him so much? Maybe he is your man and you have already done that. That could explain why you are trying to save him. Mu Feng spoke. His words were incomparably sharp. Mu Feng, you are shameless. Mu Feng's words made Xu Shang angry. She couldn't help but recall what happened before with Ye Xiao. Chapter 1052. Minor, trouble 2 inches. Ye Xiao, hurry up and apologize to my senior brother. Only by getting his forgiveness will you have a chance to live. Meng Yu found that the atmosphere was getting cold, and her senior brother has no intention of letting Ye Xiao go, so she asked Ye Xiao to apologize in order to obtain the chance to live. In her opinion, if Ye Xiao couldn't get Mu Feng's forgiveness, he would certainly die this time. I don't need Miss Meng to worry about my matters. Ye Xiao said to Meng Yu. You don't know what's good for you. After hearing Ye Xiao's words, a look of disdain appeared on Meng Yu's face. She said softly, although her voice wasn't loud, it was still clearly caught by Ye Xiao. Don't talk nonsense with them. Go and get those dragonfly fruits. After that, that brat will be yours to deal with. As for these two girls, leave them to me. Zuo Lengtian said with an evil smile. His eyes swept across Xu Shang and Lan Shang without restraint, revealing a greedy light. Yao Xin'er, who was standing beside him, didn't seem to be affected by senior brother's shameless thoughts. It was as if she didn't hear him. There was even a hint of approval on her face. After hearing what Zuo Lengtian said, Lan Shang and Xu Zhang's expressions became ugly. They had long heard that Zuo Lengtian was usually lecherous and did not care about the consequences when doing things. Today, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. I will give you the chance to make a contribution and take down that brat. If he does not comply, then kill him. When the time comes, I'll reward whoever kills him. A cold light appeared on Mu Feng's face as he ordered the 10 people from the Flame Heart sect. Yes, the leader of the Flame Heart sect's disciples nodded respectfully to Mu Feng. If they could really kill Ye Xiao, they would not only avenge their people but will also be rewarded by Mu Feng. In their eyes, with Mu Feng's status, he would surely not go against his words. Since they could also get a generous reward from Murong Feng, why not? The 10 people from the Flame Heart sect looked at each other and surrounded Ye Xiao. Mu Feng and Zuo Lengtian confronted Xu Shang and Lan Shang respectively, and a battle broke out very quickly. Kid, the moment you injured and humiliated disciples of my Flame Heart sect, it was already destined that you would die. A cold light flashed in each of the leaders of the Flame Heart sect's disciples, eyes as if he was determined to defeat Ye Xiao. Die. A cold light flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. He raised his hand and an energy spear quickly formed. The energy spear unleashed a terrifying force as it started shining brightly. This spear contained a shocking power. The spear light transformed into a destructive streamer as it shot into the leader of Flame Heart sect's disciples' throat. Before that person could react, the terrifying spear light had already pierced through his throat. His throat wiggled. He wanted to make a sound, but it had already become an extravagant hope. Perhaps, he would never have dreamt that he would die like this one day. How is this possible? The leader has already reached the late stage of the Immortal King realm, but he was instantly killed by Ye Xiao with just a single strike. How could he be so strong? When the rest of Flame Heart sect's disciples saw their leader being killed by Ye Xiao with a single strike, they were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. All of you, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. Now that you have annoyed me so much, let me finish all of you. Ye Xiao's expression was cold. His thoughts were very simple. He tried to avoid them at first, but they came looking for trouble with him. Since he can't avoid them, then he will simply wipe their group out. This trouble was indeed minor trouble for him. Squeak. Without waiting for the people of Flame Heart Sect to attack, a sharp spear light pierced out from the front of Ye Xiao, seeming to be able to pierce through everything. At this moment, a muffled sound was heard once again. Another expert had lost his life under Ye Xiao's spear light. His body fell down powerlessly. Squeak, squeak. After killing 2 people in a row, Ye Xiao did not show any signs of stopping. The spear light kept thrusting out, and with every thrust of the spear, an expert of the Flame Heart Sect would fall down. How can you be so strong? Finally, under the suppression of Ye Xiao's absolute strength, in less than 10 seconds, 9 out of 10 people of the Flame Heart Sect died. The remaining one was left trembling on the spot. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Ye Xiao was like a death god in his eyes now. Shua! Ye Xiao didn't give the man any more chances to live. The spear light pierced through his throat in the next second as well. At this moment, Meng Yu and Yao Xin'er, who were watching the battle from the side, were stunned. Their hands covered their red lips as they showed shocked expressions on their faces. Especially Meng Yu, the shock in her heart could not be any greater. Xu Shang, if you can, then try blocking this. On the other side, Mu Feng naturally noticed the battle on Ye Xiao's side. His expression became incomparably cold and he wanted to end his battle against Xu Shang as soon as possible. White cold energy was unleashed from Mu Feng's body. It condensed into ice crystals in the air, and like a sharp hidden weapon, they shot toward Xu Zhang's body. Xu Zhang's beautiful eyes released a cold light. The cyan sword in her hand slashed out several sword shadows, colliding with the ice crystals, and creating a deafening sound. Bang, bang, bang. However, those ice crystals seemed to be endless. Just as a batch of ice crystals fell down, a new batch condensed and attacked Xu Zhang's delicate body. Xu Shang was unable to dodge in time and her arm was pierced by 2 ice crystals. Blood continuously flowed out. Brother Mu, don't kill her. I want to make these 2 girls my toys on the bed. Zuo Lengtian, who was standing at the side, said with a wicked smile. Lan Shang was also beaten back by him. Bang! When the 2 ice crystals pierced into Xu Zhang's arm, Mu Feng's ice palm landed on one side of Xu Zhang's shoulder, causing her to retreat immediately. Her delicate body was covered with a layer of frost. Let's see if you can still hold on. Mu Feng's expression was full of disdain. His voice was filled with arrogance. A terrifying huge palm print was struck out. The entire space seemed to be covered by a layer of ice. The temperature suddenly dropped, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Xu Zhang's expression was cold. It seemed like she was no longer able to resist this attack. But she did not want to retreat. However, just as Xu Shang was about to defend herself again, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Xu Zhang's body. Then, he threw out a punch. It was a simple punch, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of the spirit energy. It instantly collided with Mu Feng's ice palm. A terrifying rumbling sound was heard. The destructive force spread in the air, and it seemed like there was violent energy rolling and stirring in the air. At this moment, all the ice and snow in the entire cave were shattered by this collision. Ye Xiao's body remained motionless like a mountain, while Mu Feng's body was forced back a few steps. He could only feel an invisible destructive power swimming in his body, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. How could you have such terrifying strength? How can a casual punch of yours have such terrifying power? What kind of martial arts skill did you use? Mu Feng's expression turned ugly as he asked Ye Xiao. You really think too highly of yourself. Why would I need to use a martial arts skill to deal with a good-for-nothing like you? Ye Xiao looked at Mu Feng with a sneer and said sarcastically, then he looked at Zuo Lengtian and spoke, seems like you really aren't afraid of Heaven-shrouding sect's revenge. Well, I wouldn't have interfered in your battles. However, in the end, these 2 girls chose to stand for me. I can't just let them play and die under your hands. Right. As Ye Xiao spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he disappeared before reappearing on his spot again. He disappeared only for 1 second before appearing again. But there was something in his hand this time, something filled with blood. Chapter 1053. Is this really just a test? At first, Zhuo Lengtian didn't feel anything. He was just confused when he saw Ye Xiao's figure flashing for a moment. Then he saw there was something in Ye Xiao's hand. He could not understand what happened just now. But then, he suddenly felt pain in his left chest. The pain slowly became stronger and soon he felt as if he had lost something extremely important, vital to stay alive. He lowered his head and was shocked to see blood flowing out of his left chest like water. There was a small hole in his chest. "You, dig out my heart." These were the last words of Zhuo Lengtian before he died. Everyone froze in their position. No one dared to say a single word out of their mouth. In fact, no one knew what to say. They could not believe what just happened. All they had seen was Ye Xiao blocking Mu Feng's attack. Then he turned to say a few things to Zhuo Lengtian. Then his figure flashed a little, and the next moment, Zhuo Lengtian fell to the ground, lifelessly. A fearful expression appeared on everyone's face, including Mu Feng and Meng Yu. It was mainly true for Mu Feng. He never liked something that has gone out of his thinking capability. And here, the same thing happened. He didn't know how Ye Xiao did it. He even made a guess that Ye Xiao had pulled out some sort of trick to kill Zhuo Lengtian instantly. However, a guess was still a guess in the end. What if Ye Xiao did everything with his own strength? And even if he used some sort of trick to kill Zhuo Lengtian, what if he still has that trick up his sleeve? After all, none of them saw how Ye Xiao moved and dig out Zhuo Lengtian's heart. Unknown to them, doing something like this was very easy for someone like Ye Xiao who has already comprehended 2,900 laws of heavenly Tao. Not to mention he has the teleportation ability. Ye Xiao didn't explain anything. He threw Zhuo Lengtian's heart to the side. It was at this moment everyone came back to their sense. When Yao Xing'er finally came back to her senses and saw her senior brother's dead body, she cried out loud and fell to the ground. She was really frightened at the previous scene. She was still looking at her senior brother moving toward Shushang when Ye Xiao suddenly appeared and killed him. Everything happened too fast. The most shocked one was Meng Yu. Although Ye Xiao has no idea, when Meng Yu visited the Dragon State a few months ago, she encountered Ye Xiao who was in trouble. She even saved his life at that time. That's why, when she saw Ye Xiao at first, she was stunned and then constantly asked Ye Xiao to apologize to Mu Feng. Who would have thought the person she was asking to apologize to has become such a powerful person whom even she can't see through? Xu Shang and Lan Shang already knew that Ye Xiao has some sort of extremely fast movement skill, almost like a teleportation ability. He is so fast that no one could even see how he moves. But even both of them didn't know how Ye Xiao digs out Zhuo Lengtian's heart. Finally, Ye Xiao looked at Mu Feng and smiled. However, to Mu Feng, this smile was like a monster opening his big mouth to swallow him. He was really frightened and could not help but take a few steps back. When he realized that he has retreated in fright, anger sprouted in his heart. He stubbornly forced his steps to stop and stabilize himself before looking at Ye Xiao and started threatening him. "You. Don't you dare come at me. If you do anything to me, my sect will definitely look for you and kill you. No one could save you at that time. You have to know that my sect is the first-rate sect. Other than those holy lands, no one in the upper realm could think of going against my sect." Ye Xiao shook his head. He chuckled and said, "Look at how frightened you have become. You were constantly threatening me before. I let you go again and again, but you kept coming for me again and again as well. You know what, I was really annoyed by you guys. You have no idea how high the sky is, but you keep thinking of shattering the sky. Do you really think I'm scared of your so-called first-rate sect? If I was really scared, I wouldn't have killed that guy over there. Look at him, he is sleeping so peacefully and is not making any sort of annoying noises. Moreover, if I kill all of you here, your sect will never know who is the killer. How will they take revenge for you then?" Ye Xiao's every word was like a sharp knife stabbing Mu Feng's heart. He also knew this truth. He was already scared, and now, he became nervous too. He didn't know if Ye Xiao was saying all these things to frighten him or if he is really going to kill him. Thinking for a while, he decided to beg for mercy. He was not a fool. He knew pride is nothing when death is standing right in front of him. Maybe, only by begging could he live. Maybe, Ye Xiao would forgive him and let him go if he begged for mercy. And if Ye Xiao really let him go, then he would have several chances to kill Ye Xiao. After all, at that time, he could use the power of his sect. However, before Mu Feng could say anything, he let out a muffled sound. He felt pain, intense pain coming from his heart. He was confused at first, but when he saw Ye Xiao standing inches away from him, he could not help but back down a few steps before sitting on the ground suddenly, making a doom sound. And only now did he notice a sharp spear in his heart. It has already pierced his heart and was slowly disappearing. It turned out to be the energy spear that Ye Xiao was using to kill those people of the Flame Heart sect before. He has no idea when Ye Xiao appeared in front of him, but he knew very well that he was going to die. And since he was going to die anyway, then why show the scared expression on his face? His expression changed and a hideous expression appeared on his face. He looked at Ye Xiao and spoke, "Since I'm going to die, then I'm gonna take you down with me." As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a small round black object. When Ye Xiao looked at the object, he was shocked. It is because he could feel an extremely dense demonic aura from that round object. The most shocking thing was that he knew to whom this aura belonged. Ancient demon. Ye Xiao raised his head and spoke, "You have colluded with ancient demons." When Ye Xiao spoke, he suddenly felt something is wrong. This is the realm of dreams and he was going through a test. Why would ancient demons suddenly appear in his test? Ye Xiao thought back to what the realm of dreams told him when he thought Ye Xuang is his daughter in only the realm of dreams and she is just a fake. She is not real, and she appeared only because realm of dreams wanted to make her a part of his story that will support the test he was going to give. At that time, the realm of dreams sent its thought to his mind, saying, "Is that so? Do you really think she is just a character I made for the growth of your story for your test?" And now, Ye Xiao encountered something that is related to ancient demons. In the upper realm, they are ancient demons because they are weaker than divine beings. On the other hand, in the divine realm, they are ancient devils because they are powerful enough to threaten the life of even gods and ancient gods. But why would something related to ancient demons appear in his test? If this is really just a test, is there even a need for the realm of dreams to include ancient demons in his story? Ye Xiao was really confused. He suddenly had a feeling that everything is not as clear as it seems. There are deeper meanings behind these tests. But what? Ye Xiao could not understand. Do you think I colluded with ancient demons? Mu Feng looked into Ye Xiao's eyes with his red eyes and laughed. Then he spoke again. "This is something my master gave me. He told me to make use of it only when my life is threatened and there is no way to save my life. At that time, this thing could come in handy, and not only will it save my life, but I can also deal with dangers like you." Chapter 1054. The word, destruction. Although Mu Feng's words sounded simple, his meaning was clear. It was not he who colluded with ancient demons, it was his master. In fact, it would more accurate to say it was his sect that colluded with ancient demons and betrayed humans. Ye Xiao frowned and turned to Meng Yu. He did not know why, but this woman always gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had met her somewhere. However, because the realm of dreams didn't give him complete memory or information of this test, he didn't know why. "Your sect colluded with ancient demons?" Ye Xiao asked. Meng Yu also had a shocked expression. It is because she knew very well what it means to collude with ancient demons. It means they have become the enemy of the heavens itself. "I don't know anything about it." Meng Yu shook her head immediately when she saw Ye Xiao staring at her. From her expression and mainly the shock she felt deep down her soul that caused her soul force to fluctuate tremendously when she heard Mu Feng saying that his master gave him that demonic round object, Ye Xiao knew that she was telling the truth. She really has no idea anything about it. Mu Feng laughed and said, "Oh, junior sister, you, cough, are too naive. We all know how pure you are, you would have already left the sect if you knew. And the sect could not afford to, cough, lose a genius like you. That's why we never told you." Ye Xiao fell into deep thought. He had no idea why the ancient demons or something related to them was included in his test. He even started doubting if his test will end or not after obtaining the immortal source. Seeing that Mu Feng still had the strength to blabber and that he was going to use that small round demonic object anytime, Ye Xiao no longer continued to waste his time on him. He silently used soul destruction to immediately destroy his soul. Mu Feng, who was still laughing at Meng Yu, suddenly dropped his head and fell to the ground, completely dead. This caused everyone to reveal a puzzled expression. They all had clearly seen that Mu Feng still had some strength left and normally, it would have taken a few minutes to die. Then how did he suddenly lose his life? It really came out of the blue. However, seeing that he failed to make use of the small round demonic object, everyone took a deep breath. They have no idea what that thing is, but they all knew it must be extremely dangerous and powerful. That must be why Mu Feng only took out that round demonic object when he was about to die. That object must be extremely precious for making Mu Feng throw his pride away and beg for forgiveness from Ye Xiao instead of using that item. He was about to use it only when he was really on the verge of death. Now that he failed to use it, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ye Xiao stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the small round object. Then he stood up, raised his head, and muttered, "Destruction." And just like that, that little round object turned to ashes before slipping down from his hand and landed on the ground. The demonic energy on that object also disappeared, and the threat everyone was facing vanished as well. What the? How did he do that? Lan Zhang's eyes shone with light as she muttered. It was, not only her but everyone present on the scene was astonished. They clearly heard what Ye Xiao spoke before. He only said a single word, destruction, to really destroy the small round demonic object. After taking care of the small round object, Ye Xiao turned to Meng Yu and Yao Xing'er and spoke, "I will not kill you too. Just leave." Then he spoke specifically to Meng Yu, "It would be good if you leave your sect and join another sect. At the same time, make sure to spread the information about your sect's collusion with ancient demons. Otherwise, if you all neglect this, no one knows how many lives this will cost." Meng Yu nodded her head. She knew what Ye Xiao was saying is right, however, she has cultivated in her sect for a long time, and enjoyed a lot of resources. So, although she was already determined to leave the sect, she didn't have the heart to spread the truth about their collusion with ancient demons. But this was not true for the two girls from Heaven's Shrouding Gate. They were already determined to tell everything that happened here to the gate master of their force. At the same time, they were also determined to make Ye Xiao their friend. If not for the fact that only girls could enter Heaven's Shrouding sect, they would have definitely tried to bring Ye Xiao to their sect. Lan Shang looked at Xu Shang and gestured to her. Xu Shang seemed to understand. She nodded her head, agreeing with whatever Lan Shang was about to do. Lan Shang then stepped forward and arrived in front of Ye Xiao. She said, "Ye Xiao, I want to thank you for saving my and my senior sister's lives. No. I want to thank you for saving our innocence and dignity, for saving us from being humiliated by that Zuo Lengtian." Saying that, she looked at Xu Shang. Xu Shang also approached Ye Xiao and expressed her gratefulness for what Ye Xiao had done for them before. Ye Xiao shook his head and said, "I saved you only because you acted for me. Well, I can't say I wouldn't have done the same if you had not stood for me. Anyway, it is nothing." Stopping for a second, Ye Xiao suddenly said, "Anyway, be careful from here. I will go on my separate way." "What?" Ye Xiao. Before Xu Shang and others could say anything, Ye Xiao had already disappeared. And just like before, none of them noticed how Ye Xiao moved. They looked around and even spread their spiritual sense to look for his traces. However, they found nothing. He really left just like that. Lan Shang spoke and took a deep breath. Xu Shang also nodded her head. For some reason, she had a sense of loss in her heart. It was as if she has just lost something very important to her. And this same feeling was emerging in Meng Yu's heart. But they were destined to not have any sort of relationship with Ye Xiao. But, is that really true? A few minutes after Ye Xiao's disappearance, Xu Shang looked at Meng Yu and spoke, "Since you are not guilty and ready to leave your sect, why don't you come with us to our Heaven's Shrouding Gate? As you already know, although our Heaven's Shrouding sect is only a women's sect, it is no less powerful than your sect. In fact, our sect is even slightly strong." Meng Yu fell in deep thought for a few seconds before nodding her head. This was the best choice for her. She knew that be it Xu Shang, Lan Shang, or Yao Xing'er, the three of them will definitely tell everything that happened here to their sect leaders. And if that is the case, she would not have to say anything to anyone about her sect colluding with ancient demons if she entered the Heaven Shrouding sect. Everything will be taken care of by Lan Shang and Xu Shang. Thus, she agreed. "Very good." Lan Shang smiled and then turned at Yao Xing'er, sneering, "HMPH, your sect's people really have guts. They even dared to think of humiliating me and my senior sister. When you return to your sect, remember to warn your sect leader. Our Heaven Shrouding Gate will never forget this grudge." Yao Xing'er didn't say anything. She kept silent all this while. When Lan Shang was done speaking, she silently stored Zuo Lengshan's corpse in her spatial ring, turned at Lan Shang, and spoke, "I'll remember to send your message to my sect leader." After that, She turned and left. Shu Shang spoke at this moment then. Since Ye Xiao has already left and he didn't even take dragonfly fruit, let us three take each one of them. Lan Shang nodded, went to pluck the 3 dragonfly fruits, and each of them took 1 fruit. Just 1 dragonfly fruit was enough to guarantee their advancement to the immortal emperor realm. So, they didn't waste their time and sat down. They have no idea what they will encounter in this spatial zone, so they all thought of breaking through to immortal emperor realm before exploring this spatial zone and looking for a mortal source. After a few hours, powerful energy rippled inside the cave, and just like that, Lan Shang, Shu Shang, and Meng Yu, the 3 of them broke through and became immortal emperors. After their advancement, they once again first explored the cave but didn't find anything else. So, they left the cave to go to other places with the hope of finding the immortal source. Chapter 1055. Yuan Ming De. When everybody left the cave, a spatial fluctuation arose in the air and the next instant, a figure appeared. Ye Xiao looked in the direction of the cave's entrance and heaved a sigh of relief. All this time, Ye Xiao was actually hiding inside a spatial shell that he made with the help of space law. Because it was a spatial shell, Ye Xiao was able to hide inside without anyone noticing him. But he could see and hear everything. He was waiting for them to leave this place so that he could obtain the immortal source without them knowing. Now that they are gone, this was the perfect time for him to obtain the immortal source. But before that, there was still something Ye Xiao needed to do. Ye Xiao arrived in front of the cave's entrance, used the earth law to create a huge boulder, and blocked the cave completely. This way, no other person could now detect the cave and enter. Only after doing all this did he come in front of the wall. And then he again used the earth, sand, and space laws to directly cross the wall without breaking it, and arrived in another open space. When Ye Xiao came here, he widened his eyes after seeing what appeared in front of him. It is because he found himself standing beside immortal water lake once again. This shape, size, and even the immortal aura. Yes, it definitely is immortal water lake. Ye Xiao can't be mistaken. But why did he reappear beside the immortal water lake? Doesn't it have to be immortal source? Ye Xiao was confused. But then, he noticed something and felt weird. Wait a minute, this is not truly the immortal water lake I saw before. Ye Xiao looked around and muttered. It is because, in this open space, other than the immortal water lake, there was nothing, not even enough place to gather 10 people let alone thousands of people. Ye Xiao then raised his head to look about 15 meters above the immortal water lake. He saw a sphere of ethereal blue smoke like light floating in midair. Immortal source. Yes, thus was the immortal source that Ye Xiao needed to obtain in order to complete the second test. Now that it was in front of him, Ye Xiao no longer wasted his time and immediately flew to the immortal source's side. Then he reached out with his hand and touched the immortal source. The moment he touched the immortal source, Ye Xiao was surprised to see the immortal source directly entering his body, and the next instant, the entire space seemed to have frozen. Then, along with the intense spatial ripple in the air around him, Ye Xiao saw the spatial zone changing and his surroundings soon became completely white. It was as if he has arrived inside a completely white room. Other than the white color, there was nothing, not a single thing. What is this place? Is this where the third test will be taken? If so, it means the realm of dreams hasn't intended to finish testing me. Then, what is it for me to go through this time? Ye Xiao muttered as he carefully observed his surroundings. There was really nothing to see here. As Ye Xiao was looking around, a ripple appeared in the space below his feet. Ye Xiao hurriedly moved to the side and then he saw a completely white token with the word, Dao, written on it, slowly emerged from the ground and started floating in front of him. Ye Xiao was confused at first, but then he extended his hand and caught the token. Then he looked at the token carefully. This was a triangular white token. It had 3 sides. One side had the word, Dao, written on it. As for the other 2 sides, there were also words written on them. Those 2 words were, Source, and, Protect. Ye Xiao was totally confused. He didn't know what this token is or what is the meaning of the words on them. But he knew this token appeared here for him to take. Maybe, it is a gift from the realm of dreams. But, what is the use of this token? Ye Xiao has no idea at all. Anyway, he decided to keep the token with him. And at this moment, another spatial ripple appeared at the same place from where the triangular white token emerged. Then Ye Xiao saw a few drops of green liquid slowly flying out of the white surface and started gathering together before slowly condensing into a small green crystal. This small green crystal had a strange white mark inside. This mark looked like this. But for some reason, Ye Xiao could feel very strange. He felt as if he had seen this mark somewhere before, but he could not remember where he had seen this. Ye Xiao tried really hard to remember, but he failed. He could not remember at all. Anyway, Ye Xiao also took this strangely marked green crystal in his hand. And it was at this moment Ye Xiao felt a very intense energy fluctuation appearing in his surroundings, causing the white space to become extremely unstable. It was a dark void. Endless darkness was reigning this region of space from an unknown period of time. In this dark space, if one looked closely, one would see a small water drop dripping from the sky. Wait a minute, there was no sky here. The small water drop was falling at an extremely fast speed. If one is to look inside this water drop, one would be shocked to see a completely white space, big enough for a small family of 3 to live in 3 separate rooms. And Ye Xiao was standing inside this space. He was actually standing inside a water drop, and Ye Xiao was completely unaware of this truth. He only felt the space around him becoming unstable and it was constantly shaking. But he didn't know the reason. But if he could see, he would find that the space became unstable because the water drop was falling at a rapid speed. And finally, it suddenly landed on the black surface of the void, causing a ripple to appear in space, and the water drop blend into darkness, disappearing forever. And it was at this time, Ye Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and found that he has returned to the altar he had climbed to in order to enter the realm of dreams. He looked around and saw Paigan approaching him in large strides with a wide smile on his face. There were 3 old men following Paigan. Ye Xiao was familiar with the 2 of them. They were Yuan Shida, the creator of the first trial, and Yuan Shanda, the creator of the second trial. As for the 3rd old man, Ye Xiao guessed he must be the creator of the 3rd trial that he has just gone through. Congratulations on passing the 3rd trial. Paigan smiled at Ye Xiao and introduced the 3rd old man. You already know the 2 of them. Meet the 3rd elder of the primordial race when it was still there. He is Yuan Mingda. He is also the creator of the 3rd trial. Hello, seniors. Ye Xiao smiled and greeted the 3 old men. They all also smiled at him and nodded in satisfaction. Then the 3rd old man asked, "What reward did you receive from the realm of dreams?" Rewards. Ye Xiao raised his brows and was about to say that he didn't receive any kind of reward when he suddenly thought of the 2 objects he obtained in the white space. Thus, he took out the triangular white token and the green crystal, and showed them to the 3rd old man, saying, "These 2 things are all I received. I don't know what they are, but they seem to be quite valuable." The old man frowned and took the green crystal from Ye Xiao. He carefully observed the green crystal, then he shook his hand and passed it to the other 2 old men. They also looked at the green crystal one by one and ended up shaking their heads. They also seemed to be extremely confused and didn't know anything about the green crystal. In the end, the green crystal was returned to Ye Xiao by the 3 old men. Yuan Mingda spoke. Although we don't know what kind of crystal it is, but I could sense extremely strong and very terrifying energy, far more terrifying than the destructive energy of heavenly Tao, inside this crystal. Its value alone has far surpassed anything we have ever seen, even in my era, the primordial era. Show me that white token. Ye Xiao gave the white token to Yuan Mingda, who took a look at 3 sides of the token. With every look, the shock on his face was at least doubled. And in the end, he took a deep breath and looked at Ye Xiao in astonishment. Chapter 1056. A token of promise. Yuan Mingda couldn't help but ask, everyone's test in the realm of dreams is different. In my life, I have met a few people passing the test of realm of dreams. But the reward they obtained was nowhere as valuable as what you have obtained. Just what kind of test have you given? Ye Xiao raised his brows. From his words, Ye Xiao could tell that the old man knew what that triangular white token is. He could not help but ask, "Senior, could it be that you know what thing is?" "Of course, I know." Yuan Mingda nodded, looked at the triangular white token in his hand, pointed at it with his other hand, and spoke again. "However, it is not a thing, it is a valuable treasure far surpassing the value of even that green crystal. At least, that's how I see this treasure." "Just what is this token?" Ye Xiao's curiosity increased when he heard Yuan Mingda's words. He felt like wanting to know everything about that token as soon as possible. He could not control his heart from becoming excited and asked the old man. After all, according to Yuan Mingda, the triangular white token's value was not something to be measured lightly at all. You can say this is the token of promise from heavens itself. Yuan Mingda spoke. Then he frowned and muttered, "It is just that I could not understand why the heavens, token of promise, will be given by realm of dreams." Although Yuan Mingda muttered the later part in a low voice, it was loud enough for Ye Xiao and others present at the scene to hear. Hearing Yuan Mingda's words, the other two old men also frowned and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Ye Xiao was even more confused. He asked hurriedly, "Senior, could you help me explain what that token of promise is all about? Look at the words here. The first word is Dao." Yuan Mingda showed the token to Ye Xiao and make him have a good look. Then Yuan Mingda spoke, "Every world has Dao. Laws were born from Dao. It is the Dao of heavens, the heavenly Dao. All the laws, rules, and profound meanings came from one source. Heavenly Dao, that is what the second word, source, is about. As for the third word, protect, even I could not understand this. However, I'm sure about one thing. Realm of Dreams has given you a very special mission by giving you this token of the heavens, promise. And as long as you complete that mission, you could make the heavens itself do one thing for you. No matter what you want, heavens will give it to you. The heavens will give it to me." Ye Xiao frowned, raised his head, and asked, "Why would the heavens do that? It has been my enemy for a very long time. Just a few hundred years ago, I escaped from death under the hands of the Emissary of Heavens. The Emissary of Heavens even made the entire divine realm my enemy. If not for my own strength and the fact that I didn't go outside that much, countless troubles would have been waiting for me. At that time, I would have to deal with all those people who come for my head. Since I'm heaven's enemy, why would it give me what I want?" Yuan Mingda shook his head. He spoke, "That I don't know as well. But I'm sure about this token. It is the token of heaven's promise." After saying that, he fell into deep thought. He knew everything about Ye Xiao from Yuan Shida and Yuan Shanda. Since Ye Xiao became the inheritor of the heavenly pearl, he was already standing against the heavens. He had already made the heavens his enemy. Not to mention, Ye Xiao cultivated the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and brought the 9 ancestral dragons back. And now, these 9 ancestral dragons seemed to have turned against the heavens itself. They were causing a ruckus recently, wanting to steal the source of the heavens. What Ye Xiao said is right. Why would heavens promise to do something for him? However, he was sure that the white token is really the token of heaven's promise. So what if the realm of dreams exists between reality and nothingness? In the end, it is still located inside the heavens. It is a part of the heavens. Or maybe, it is the plan of heavens. Although no one knows how the realm of dreams comes into existence, this is certain. Heavens must have given permission for the realm of dreams to exist. Or maybe, heavens is the one who decides what to reward people after they complete the test of the realm of dreams. If that is the truth, then the token of promise given to Ye Xiao is definitely not a mistake. But why would heavens do that? It was not only Yuan Mingda, but everyone including Ye Xiao was utterly confused. Ye Xiao suddenly thought of something. He frowned and asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Yeah, sure." Yuan Mingda nodded. "If I remember correctly, then it is Queen who told you guys how the primordial race could return once again. Right?" Ye Xiao asked. Yuan Mingda nodded, saying, "Yes, you are right. She told us to create the 3 trials. As long as someone could pass all 3 trials, it would be the time heavens will forgive us for our doings, and heavens itself will help us return once again." As expected, Ye Xiao nodded and then asked again, "Then, about the realm of dreams. How did you think of making the realm of dreams the 3rd trial ground?" Yuan Mingda didn't think too much. He spoke, "When we were creating the trials, each one of us was separated for a time being. At that time, the primordial era was about to end and the ancient era was about to begin. It was an extremely chaotic period. As I was thinking of what to create for the 3rd trial, maybe because of the war, a stone slab suddenly fell from the sky. There was a method to create a formation that could transport one directly to the realm of dreams. Thus, I thought of using the realm of dreams as the 2nd test of the 3rd trial." "Why do you ask?" Ye Xiao only nodded his head in understanding but didn't reply to anything. He seemed to have fallen into deep thought. He suddenly seemed to have come to a conclusion, but the next moment, his expression became confused again. It was as if he has reached the end of a path. However, upon getting there, he realized that he somehow returned to start again and had to walk on the same path again in order to reach the end. He could not even find any sort of answer at all. He sighed and shook his head. Then he looked at Yuan Mingda and said, "Let's talk about something else." Senior, what about my reward for passing the third trial? You are quite impatient, huh? Yuan Mingda shook his head and laughed. Then he looked at Yuan Shida. Yuan Shida nodded at him and then he looked at Paigan, saying, bring Ye Xiao there. He should receive his reward. And after he is done, heavens will help us return once again. Paigan nodded and turned to Ye Xiao, saying, come with me. And with that, he started walking toward the bamboo hut in the middle. There were 3 bamboo huts, and he was being led to the middle one. When both of them arrived in front of the hut, Ye Xiao found the gate of the hut open. But there was nothing inside, only darkness. However, he was someone who has already comprehended 100% of space law. He could feel a powerful spatial fluctuation at the entrance. It seemed he would be transported to another space upon crossing the entrance of the hut. As expected, the moment both of them stepped past the hut's entrance, Ye Xiao felt strong space energy in his surroundings. In the next instant, he and Paigan appeared in a green grass field. As far as Ye Xiao could see, there were only grasses and nothing else. Paigan then took out something with a wave of his hand. It was a long rod glowing orange. Then Paigan started searching for something on the ground, and after a while, when he seemed to have found whatever he was looking for, he stabbed the rod into the ground. Bang! With a loud sound, the ground trembled. Before Ye Xiao could understand what is going on, an extremely vast surge of energy burst out of the ground. At the place where the long orange rod was stabbed, the ground started crumbling. Very soon, a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters was created. Chapter 1057. Betrayal. Paigan gestured to Ye Xiao and pointed toward the pit. Ye Xiao nodded and arrived at the border of the pit and looked down, only to see a small pool full of pure white liquid. This liquid seemed more like milk but was more than 10 times denser. Moreover, Ye Xiao could sense a different yet very familiar aura from the pool of milky white liquid. This aura was the same as the aura of the primordial mark. The moment Ye Xiao sensed this aura, the primordial mark on his forehead reacted and appeared, causing Ye Xiao's forehead to shine with a pure azure light. Ye Xiao felt as if he was being called by something very attractive to dive into the pool. He first turned to Paigan to confirm if he should take that step or not. Seeing Paigan nodding with a smile, Ye Xiao no longer hesitated and jumped into the pool full of milky white liquid. He had thought of many kinds of reactions his body would feel the moment he would touch the milky white liquid. However, he had never thought that the moment he touched the milky white liquid, he would fall unconscious. Even with his powerful soul, he was unable to keep himself conscious and fainted. In fact, it would be right to say that his very soul fell asleep the moment he touched the milky white liquid. Paigan looked at Ye Xiao and sighed. Then he turned around and saw the 3 old men standing. He asked, is it really all right for not fulfilling our promise? Anyone who completes the trial could become a primordial, that was our promise. Is it really all right to betray someone's trust just like that? And it is him who went through many things to complete our trials, and it is because of him, the heavens is going to help us return. Yuan Shida sighed and didn't say anything. He was also feeling very conflicted in his heart. He was the one who took the trial of primordial. He had a very good impression of Ye Xiao and it could be said that he really liked him as a person a lot. However, when it come to truly becoming a primordial, he didn't know what to do or say. Thus, he chose to keep quiet. On the other hand, Yuan Shanda thought for a few seconds and finally said, Paigan, you must know what kind of race we, the primordial race, are. Say it yourself, is it really all right for an ordinary human to become a primordial? Ordinary. Paigan shook his head and laughed. Then he spoke. Senior Shanda, do you really think Ye Xiao is ordinary? Yuan Shanda nodded without hesitation. Then he spoke. He wasn't previously, but he is now. He no longer has the support of 9 ancestral dragons or the second universe. He is even the enemy of heavens. And even Queen had left him. Tell me, what part of him is more than ordinary? Finally, Yuan Shida could not keep quiet. He looked into Yuan Shanda's eyes and spoke. Shanda, you should know that he was able to complete the 3rd trial even though he no longer has the support of the Queen, the second universe, or the 9 ancestral dragons. Not to mention, he even obtained the token of Heaven's promise. It means, even as an enemy, Heavens is with him. Then be it for only once, but it could not be denied that Ye Xiao could ask for anything from the Heavens as long as he could complete what Heavens asked him to do. See, even you know he has to first complete a mission for the Heavens to make Heavens give him what he wants. Yuan Shanda shook his head and took out a point. Then he continued. Shida, I know you like him, but you should know that not a single outsider should become a primordial. Although we don't have a weakness, however, if we let an outsider become a primordial, it means we will be creating a weakness for ourselves. Yuan Shida knew it was true, so he could not refute it. Stop it. At this moment, Yuan Mingda opened his mouth, causing Yuan Shida and Yuan Shanda to stop. From this, it could be seen Yuan Mingda's status was higher than Yuan Shida's and Yuan Shanda's. Yuan Mingda spoke, "This conversation should stop here." As Yuan Mingda spoke, he looked at Yuan Shida and continued, "Although we are not fulfilling our promise of making him a primordial, we did give him the mark of primordial that belonged to our patriarch. How valuable is our patriarch's primordial mark? Nothing could be compared to it. Not to mention, we are letting him absorb the energy from primordial pool. With the help of primordial mark, he could absorb and improve in every direction. When he comes out, he might even break through and become an ancient god. Moreover, after coming out from the primordial pool, his ability to sense and comprehend the profound meaning of heavenly laws will also increase by many times. These benefits could be considered compensation for not fulfilling our promise." This time, not a single one of them spoke anything again. They chose to stay quiet and started waiting for Ye Xiao to come out. They had already made an excuse to explain to Ye Xiao why he failed to become a primordial. However, unknown to them, at this moment, inside Ye Xiao's small universe, his divine nascent soul that was sitting cross-legged on top of the domineering god crystal had its eyes opened. It was even looking in Paigan and others' directions. Its eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the layers of the small universe and see as well as hear everything they were talking about. When they stopped talking, the divine nascent soul also closed its golden pair of eyes. Although Ye Xiao's ancient divine emperor soul was sleeping, he was still able to hear and see everything through the divine nascent soul. Ye Xiao didn't expect these people of the primordial race to betray him as well. He was angered and wanted to immediately wake up so that he could go out and have a good talk with them. However, on second thought, he did not try to wake up his soul. Since there were still some benefits to gain, why should he lose them? He would counter them after obtaining every bit of benefit from here. And just like that, time started passing slowly. In a world somewhere in the divine realm, Wilderness City, are we really going to face an ancestral dragon? The city lord of Wilderness City asked in a trembling voice. Lin Hao nodded his head and spoke, "This is our mission. That dragon should be here anytime soon. Although it is coming for me to get the god-slaying sword, you all might be affected as well." God-slaying sword, is that the weapon of legend? City lord trembled and asked in a low voice as he realized what kind of existence was standing in front of him. Lin Hao nodded and spoke, "There is not much time. I came here to inform you so that you could get ready and protect the citizens here. Otherwise, even the aftershock of my battle against that 9 Hell Serenity Dragon is enough to destroy the entire city. City Lord, I'm going to begin. Please get ready." Lin Feng bellowed as he sensed something or maybe someone coming from a different direction. He stood and flew in the sky. After arriving at a savage mountain a few miles away from the Wilderness City, he roared loudly, causing the entire savage mountain to tremble. The city lord of the wilderness and many other experts flew out to watch this shocking scene. Lin Hao pointed at a distance and shouted. A terrifying savage and destructive aura spread out from his body. All the experts had no choice but to use their true essence to resist, barely managing to maintain their balance. However, they did not dare to breathe too loudly. A wave of pressure made them unable to move. This, Lin Hao, just who is he? Why is he so powerful? The city lord of the Wilderness City looked up at the sky with a face full of fear as Lin Hao pointed at the distant land in the sky, as if he was a god rebuking the heavens and earth. He was domineering and powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying aura caused the sky to change as dark clouds appeared and thunder started rumbling, making loud noises and flashing with long snake-like lightning. Roar. And it was at this moment that a dragon roar shaking the sky came from far. Very soon, a huge dragon made its appearance in front of Lin Hao. It was extremely huge and Lin Hao was like an ant in front of its size. However, there was not a single trace of fear in Lin Hao's eyes. He took out his god-slaying sword and was ready to face the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. Chapter 1058, Gathering Place of Ancient Gods, Roar. The 9 Hell Serenity Dragon soon arrived in front of Lin Hao and roared loudly, causing many layers of sound waves to sweep over, bringing a terrifying storm along that instantly destroyed the upper part of the savage mountain. But it was unable to affect Lin Hao, who was floating in the air in the slightest. There seemed to be an invisible shield in front of him, blocking every impact from the soundwaves of 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's roar. Boy, give me the god-slaying sword and I'll spare your life. As 9 Hell Serenity Dragon spoke, it transformed into the human form and spoke again with a small pause. Of course, you'll be safe only until we steal the source of heavens. Lin Hao didn't say anything. He was never talkative like guys. He just snorted and disappeared from where he was standing. The next moment, he appeared right in behind the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon and struck out his fist. However, 9 Hell Serenity Dragon was not an easy opponent though. Just when Lin Hao's fist was about to strike the dragon's back, a shadow-like liquid appeared out of nowhere and blocked his attack. Then it suddenly turned and punched Lin Hao. However, before his punch could land on Lin Hao's abdomen, his fist seemed to be blocked by an invisible energy, and the next instant, 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's fist was injured on its own and 3 deep cuts appeared. These cuts seemed to be sword wounds, but no sword was used at all. Sword soul. No, it is sword instinct. You have already comprehended the sword way to perfection. It now exists in your instinct. The 9 Hell Serenity Dragon was shocked. Even his body trembled for a second. He said, "In my whole life, I have seen only one person perfecting the sword way ever. He was a great person and was powerful enough to even threaten us, ancestral dragons' lives. He was Celestial Sword Emperor." Lin Hao spoke. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "That's me." What? 9 Hell Serenity Dragon was stunned when he heard this. He looked into Lin Hao's eyes and backed away. Then without saying another word, he transformed back to his original form. It is impossible. Celestial Sword Emperor should be dead. He can't be alive. It means you can't be the Celestial Sword Emperor. Oh really? Lin Hao shook his head, saying, "If you can come back by depending on the second universe, I have heavens with me. Why do you think I can't come back? As for making you believe, I don't get that much time. I'll simply start with separating your wings from your back, again." As Lin Hao spoke, he made his move. 10 years later, Ye Xiao finally regained consciousness and woke up, finding himself laying flat deep inside a pool filled with milky white liquid. However, unlike when Ye Xiao entered the pool, there was not even an ounce of energy was left. Ye Xiao was even more shocked to find that he has unknowingly advanced to the ancient god realm, and has become a peak one at that. Yes, Ye Xiao's very cultivation has risen from god realm to the point where he could take another step and become a fake divine god. His combat prowess has also increased a lot. In fact, Ye Xiao was now fully confident in taking down any fake divine god. As for the true divine god, he has no idea if he could fight one or not. Anyway, the important thing is, his strength has increased once again. Ye Xiao has to admit although cultivating true essence was no longer his main path of cultivation, it still boosted his strength to a whole another level. Having a cultivation base is still a lot better than not having it. Somehow, even though he had been unconscious for whole 10 years and was inside the pool of milky white liquid, he still had to breathe and he was still breathing. Ye Xiao stood up inside the pool and flew out, landing on the green grass field. He looked around and found no one. It seemed that Paigan and others had already gone somewhere. If Ye Xiao remembered correctly, they were clearly planning on how to explain the situation as to why he was unable to become a primordial to him. He didn't expect they would leave him even without trying. He was really greatly disappointed in them. He didn't expect them to betray his trust and not even try to explain. His impression of them dropped to rock bottom and he no longer wanted to have anything to do with the primordial race. As for having the mark of primordial, it was something he had earned. So he didn't think too much about it. Shaking his head, Ye Xiao soon left and appeared outside the bamboo hut. He still didn't find anyone here. Although he was betrayed and never wanted to see them again, somewhere deep down in his heart, he was still hoping to see them waiting for him outside. However, it seems that Paigan, Yuan Shida, Yuan Shanda, and Yuan Mingda were determined to completely break all hope in Ye Xiao's heart and make him completely give up on believing in them. Although there were only traces left, this action of theirs made even those traces of hope disappear. Ye Xiao shook his head and no longer think about them. He started thinking positively. It seems it was good that he didn't become a primordial. Does he need to become one? No, he doesn't. Although becoming a primordial might have increased his strength slightly, the improvement would have been almost negligible. He is already extremely strong. Why does he need another external support? Not to mention, No one could tell if the physique of primordial might have been devoured by his heavenly demon bloodline. After all, heavenly demon bloodline came from heavenly demons of the void. It is already a lot stronger than the physique of primordials. Ye Xiao no longer thought about them. He just left the place and disappeared using his comprehension of space law along with his teleportation ability that was boosted by the support of Mark of Primordial. 1 month later, back in the abandoned divine world, Ye Xiao appeared in front of the platform where a huge black lotus used to be. He came back here for his woman whom he left here, telling them that he'll come back soon. However, to his surprise, he didn't find them. He spread his divine sense but couldn't sense them at all. They seemed to have already left this world. Ye Xiao frowned and tried to sense his soul mark that he had left in their souls, and soon found out where they are. It seems they have already gone back to the ancient divine world. Ye Xiao also didn't stay here for long. He also went to meet them. Ancient divine world. Ye Xiao appeared outside the ancient feather city. It has been more than 3 months since he left the abandoned divine world, and only now did he come to the ancient divine world. He was here for his women. However, he was shocked to find many new figures in front of him when he truly met his women. In fact, he knew one of them. It was Princess Chen actually. Princess Chen was also one of the 2 strongest people in the previous era and was titled God Emperor. She also created weird energy that could immediately boost her strength by an entire realm. And Zhao Yufei has become her legacy inheritor as well as her disciple. She was also the second princess whom Ye Xiao met in the upper realm for the first time. Why is she here? This was what Ye Xiao thought, and then started observing the other people present there. It turned out that every single person present here was ancient god. There was not a single god or below cultivators present. Ye Xiao's women were also here. They all have already become ancient gods. Ye Xiao even found a familiar figure. It was Lin Hao. He was also standing not far away. And as always, he was standing alone and wasn't interacting with others. The more Ye Xiao observed, the more confused he became. He even noticed more and more ancient gods coming. Ye Xiao didn't go to meet his woman. Instead, he decided to stay away and see what is the situation here first. He really wanted to know why all these ancient gods have gathered here. But looking at the people's expressions and hearing their conversation, he doubted anyone even has an idea as to what is going on here. Right now, he really wanted to know why so many ancient gods have come and why more were still coming. So, he started waiting patiently. During this time, he saw a few more familiar figures. They were Fu Ming and elders of the Destiny Dao sect. Chapter 1059. 2 days wait. The wait lasted 2 hours, and finally, every ancient god that was supposed to arrive had come. There were more than 100 ancient gods gathered. Ye Xiao knew only a few of them. He just didn't know why these ancient gods gathered here. Is there a specific reason? Anyway, he is going to find it sooner now that the wait is over. He started waiting, and as expected, the event he was waiting for soon started. Ye Xiao sensed someone coming. He can't be more familiar with the coming person. As Queen arrived, she clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. All the ancient gods, including Ye Xiao, his women, and the Destiny Dao sect's people, were attracted. They raised their heads, turned, and focused on her. As for Ye Xiao, he immediately created a spatial shell around him that kept him hidden from everyone's eyes. And as for why he did this, even he didn't know. It was as if his instincts were telling him to do so. Even Ye Xiao was surprised when he really did this. He didn't know why he was hiding from his own women, friends, and queen, who is more than a friend but not a lover. He was surprised that he was being led by his instincts. However, since he had already done so, he no longer heeds any attention to this matter. Instead, he looked at Queen and paid attention to what she was going to say. He was also astonished to see Queen coming in front of everyone. He didn't know what exactly has happened during the days he was in the realm of dreams, going through 2 tests, and the days he spent to come to the ancient divine world. At this moment, Queen looked at everyone and spoke with her head held high. She spoke, "Hello everyone. You all are either ancient gods controlling the major forces such as Alchemist Association, Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Weapon Refinement Tower, and so on, or ancient gods who woke up in this era in order to face the coming danger that threatens not only our lives but also the entire heavens. As you all already know by now, I'm one of the firstborns, born along with 9 ancestral dragons. I've been assigned the task to lead you guys to face the 9 ancestral dragons and their forces by the heavens itself." As she started speaking, the entire crowd instantly became silent. They were carefully listening to her. Ye Xiao was surprised. He didn't expect everyone to gather here in order to talk about how to face the 9 ancestral dragons in his forces. Wait a moment, their forces? Do those ancestral dragons also have forces backing them? Who are those forces? Are those forces from the second universe? No, it can't be. After all, aside from the 9 ancestral dragons who are exceptions, no second person could enter the heavens unless he or she is a divine god realm martial artist. Then again, the question remained the same. What are those forces backing them? And Ye Xiao's questions were soon answered as Queen continued to speak. Some of you are here for the first time, so I'll explain again. Some races leaving in the shadows have joined 9 ancestral dragons and betrayed the heavens. Heavens wants them all exterminated since they dared to betray heavens. They were born and grown in heavens, but now they are supporting those 9 ancestral dragons in order to steal the heavens' source. If the source of heavens is stolen, the heavens will be destroyed and we will die as well. Of course, heavens has its own ways to protect its source, and if it wants, it could easily take care of those forces supporting 9 ancestral dragons for their deception and betrayal. However, according to heavens, it is not to deal with either the ancestral dragons or the coming world epic. There is someone else, someone that is raised by the heavens itself, someone that is destined to go beyond anything anyone has ever seen. When we'll be facing the 9 ancestral dragons and their forces, that person will appear, covered in golden light and unparalleled aura. He will seem strange but very holy at the same time. He'll be coming and would be the one to take care of every trouble. And it is to be expected since he is someone heavens raised itself. As Queen said this, she stopped, took a deep breath, and continued, what we would do is simple. All we have to do is to wait for that person's appearance. Until then, we'll have to continue facing and distracting those ancestral dragons and their forces. The more Ye Xiao heard, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect something like this to hear. It turned out this is the true purpose for these ancient gods gathering. As for the person personally chosen and raised by heavens, even Ye Xiao started to imagine his meeting with that person. And it was at this time, his gaze fell on Lin Hao, who was standing to the side, holding the sheathless god-slaying sword in his crossed arms. Could it be him? Ye Xiao doubted. After all, Lin Hao is the master of god-slaying sword. God-slaying sword was created to hunt down the 9 ancestral dragons in the first place. Its holder, Celestial Sword Emperor, is said to be capable of even slaying the ancestral dragons. And Ye Xiao believed Lin Hao is also capable of doing that. But for some reason, Ye Xiao felt a very different kind of sharpness from Lin Hao. It was not coming from his sword or aura, but coming directly from his body. It was as if those sharpnesses has a mind of their own, and could attack and heavily injure anyone who dares to try attacking Lin Hao. For some reason, Ye Xiao felt that he could not face Lin Hao even if he used both the spear soul and blade soul. The sharpness on Lin Hao's body alone is capable of dealing with his comprehension of weapon souls. Is there another way of sword above sword soul? Ye Xiao could not help and doubt in his heart. As far as he knows, even from the memories of 3 ancient gods, the last way of sword is sword soul. But what he was sensing from Lin Hao was far more than sword soul. It was something else. As Ye Xiao was still lost in his own thought, Queen's voice rang out again, we will depart to face our enemies in 2 days. We all know where they'll be, and we'll attack there. Let's now end this gathering and do our own work. Let's meet again in 2 days. And with that, the chatty session ended. Everyone started leaving one by one and very soon, only Ye Xiao was left in this place. He didn't leave with those people, but intended to go back in a while. Ye Xiao, you are back. A few hours later, Ye Xiao entered the courtyard his women were living. He came here to meet them, and strangely, this time, when he thought of meeting his women, he felt as if he was meeting them for the last time. It was not really the last, but after this time, he has a feeling it would be long before he could meet them again. The moment he entered the courtyard, his entry was noticed by his women. Su Shui'er hurriedly walked out of the room and spoke. Following her were Shui Xiaofei and others. Ye Xiao smiled at them, softly and nodded. There, he spent the next 2 days with his women. From them, he got to know many things that happened in the past few months. It turned out that a few days after Ye Xiao disappeared, Shui Xiaofei, Yu Ying, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Qing'er woke up. They also broke through and stepped into the ancient god realm. They waited there for a few days for Ye Xiao, however, they have to leave when a beautiful lady suddenly appeared in front of them to take them away. She was none other than Queen herself. Queen brought them out saying that heavens is in trouble and one additional ancient god can save millions of lives. They were needed outside. Ye Xiao's women could not reject Queen when they come to know that the heavens is in danger. They chose to leave and believed Ye Xiao would definitely come for them upon his return. Only after they got out of the abandoned divine world did they come to know that many experts from many previous eras have reappeared. Some were causing chaos while some were living in harmony. But this is not the worst. The worst case was 9 ancestral dragons who have already tried a few times to steal the source of heavens. These ancestral dragons were needed to be stopped, otherwise, something terrible is going to happen sooner. Chapter 1060. A period of panic and fear. In the past few months, there have been many showdowns between ancient gods and 9 ancestral dragons. Although those who fought against the ancestral dragons were heavily injured, they still stopped them from stealing the heavens' source in the end. But what seems to be the end was only just the beginning. It turned out that those ancestral dragons were deliberately causing trouble. They knew whenever they tried to steal the source of the heavens, many ancient gods would be standing in their way. It will be extremely difficult, to the point where it is almost impossible for them to steal the source of heavens. That's why they were deliberately stalling the time and keeping many ancient gods busy. Their true purpose was actually taking many forces living in the shadows to their sides. The forces living in shadows are mostly from races other than humans, but it doesn't mean no humans were supporting the ancestral dragons. Humans were never a creature to be completely trusted. If there are good people, there are bound to be bad people as well. If there were ancient gods trying to protect the source of the heavens, there were also many human ancient gods supporting the 9 ancestral dragons. These were mostly those people who wanted to dominate an entire world and demonic cultivators. Talking about demonic cultivators, in this fight against the ancestral dragons, many demonic cultivators came out supporting Queen. And even demons took part in protecting the heavens. After all, in the end, heavens is their home. They can't let it be destroyed. Of course, those ancestral dragons tried to poach them by giving them many offers, such as giving them an opportunity to enter the second universe and become a person who belongs to that universe. And being already extremely strong, they would be able to immediately control many worlds. Some agreed with the ancestral dragons while some denied the offer, saying that the heavens are already in chaos, they don't want even the second universe to fall into chaos. Of course, those people who agreed were completely unaware that the ancestral dragons were only trying to tempt them, they were not gonna fulfill their promise. Even for them, the 9 ancestral dragons, it took many eras to truly belong to the second universe. How could it be easy for the people of heavens to belong to the second universe? In short words, currently, many forces are supporting the 9 ancestral dragons and many forces were also trying to stop them. And in this fight, Shui Xiaofei and other women also participated in order to stop the 9 ancestral dragons and their ambition. In this battle, Queen was everyone's leader. She already became renowned in the entire heavens in the last few months and many rumors and her deeds spread throughout. Currently, there should be very few people and only those weaker ones who have yet to hear Queen's name. Many worlds' larger parts became desolated and were totally destroyed because of the battle between ancestral dragons and ancient gods trying to stop them. And when Queen appeared in those places, she instantly caused lush green forests filled with vitality. Those destroyed parts immediately became like a paradise. And with the help of a few ancient gods who have comprehended the profound meanings of water, earth, sand, and more, they caused the rivers and lakes to appear in those places. They created mountains and glaciers out of nowhere. They changed the entire look of those places. Those places immediately became a paradise for cultivators and many powerful forces went there in order to occupy those places. But even they didn't want to destroy those paradise-like places, so instead of fighting in order to occupy those places, they decided to sit down and talk their way out. Something like this had never happened before. It only happened after Queen appeared. She led people, teach people, work with them, and fought along with them. She was now a known perfect leader, perfect teacher, a perfect partner, a trusted person whom anyone could leave their back to deal with. People could let their guard down in front of her and their trust will never be broken. It is no wonder she was one of the firstborns. 2 days soon passed, and hundreds of ancient gods once again gathered in one place, excluding Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao didn't come. When the time to gather at one place came, Ye Xiao said goodbye to his women and left the planet. Shui Xiaofei and others tried to stop him, but he said he has to do something first. He cannot participate in this battle. He has more important things to do. But he did tell them when the person raised by the heavens personally will appear, they should try to contact him through the soul mark he left in their souls. He wanted to see who that person is. After all, it is very possible that that person might become a potential enemy he would have to face in the future, just like the Emissary of the Heavens. He was already determined to have a battle against the Emissary of the Heavens one more time. In his previous battle, he lost to the Emissary of the Heavens. He lost miserably and had to escape in order to save his life. He was too weak at that time to put up a fight against the Emissary of the Heavens. However, now, he no longer was weak. He has improved greatly, and he believed he was much stronger than the Emissary of the Heavens, for he has not only comprehended all the ordinary and unique laws and their profound meanings just like the Emissary of the Heavens, but he has also comprehended 3 out of 4 supreme laws. The Emissary of the Heavens was bound by the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao only gave him permission to comprehend and use all the ordinary and unique laws, but he could not make use of the supreme laws unlike Ye Xiao. Thus, Ye Xiao was very confident that he could not only fight against the Emissary of the Heavens but also defeat him. But, being confident in facing someone and truly facing someone is 2 entirely different things. No one could say who would win the true battle. After leaving the ancient divine world, Ye Xiao arrived in space, at a place where space was distorted and violent spatial energy was constantly fluctuating. He came here in order to comprehend the profound meaning of space law. It took Ye Xiao a few months to search for this place in space. After coming to this place, he started feeling the violent spatial energy coming from the distorted space. He even influenced them with his own comprehension of space law, and at the same time, he released the net of laws to add another subject that will help him comprehend the profound meaning of space law. And just like that, time once again slowly started passing. While Ye Xiao was comprehending the profound meaning of space law, the entire divine realm seemed to have fallen into a period of panic. Constantly, news of terrifying battles between ancient gods led by queen and ancestral dragons could be heard. Everyone was giving their all in this battle to stop the ancestral dragons and the forces supporting them. As years passed, many worlds went through a period of great battles. Countless places were destroyed, but they were transformed into a paradise by queen and other ancestral dragons soon after. However, a fact worth mentioning was that no life was lost. Whenever an ancient god faced an ancestral dragon, there were extra dozens of ancient gods protecting weaker people in the surroundings from the aftermath of the battle. The entire divine realm had an atmosphere of chaos and fear. However, no one lost hope and faith. The rope binding their hope was Queen. She was their hope and faith. They believed in her and knew only she could bring them out of their current situation in the current era that is going through a phase of destruction brought by the 9 ancestral dragons. They were holding on to their faith and waiting for the person personally raised by the heavens to appear. However, many ancient gods also became renowned and their fame spread far and wide during this period of time. These ancient gods also brought hope to countless people's hearts. And it has to be said that aside from Queen, Lin Hao became the second most famous and respected person in the entire divine realm. The legend about him was now known to many people. It is said that Lin Hao himself is a sword. Whenever he acted, he brought a terrifying storm of swords that instantly wiped out many ancient god realm figures supporting the ancestral dragons. Whenever he went, he never had the support and help of other ancient gods. He worked alone and dealt with ancestral dragons many times. Although he was unable to kill them, whenever he fought, ancestral dragons were defeated in the end. Chapter 1061. Ye Xiao, a child raised by the heavens. Lin Hao and his god-slaying sword became the hero of countless worlds. His statue was built and many people started worshipping him for his great doings and the protection he brought to their homes and friends. Whenever and wherever he slashed the god-slaying sword, that place became a holy land for sword cultivators. These cultivators found comprehending and strengthening the comprehension of their sword way easier in those places. Lin Hao left behind his marks in every world he has been to. Nowadays, he was like a legend and was renowned as one of the strongest ancient gods in the entire divine realm. No one could stop him, other than Queen. Knowing Queen is one of the firstborns, it is said Lin Hao once requested to fight her. He wanted to test the extent of his strength. No one knows the final result of that battle. However, when the battle ended, Lin Hao was injured while Queen didn't even have a single scratch on her body. Neither of them disclosed the result of that battle, but the rumor is Queen had the upper hand in that battle. Although she was also injured, her injuries got healed mysteriously. The healing ability and the boundless vitality are only a few of Queen's abilities. And since they are her abilities, they are also her strength. No one knows how Queen faced Lin Hao, and it no longer matters anymore. After an unknown period of time, Ye Xiao opened his eyes and a terrifying aura burst out of his body, causing a terrible shockwave to sweep over in every direction, creating many fractures in space. 70% profound meaning of space. Ye Xiao's eyes flashed with light as he took a deep breath. Then he slowly stood up and waved his hand, causing the fractures in space to start closing at a rapid speed. Even the violent spatial energy that was constantly emitting from the ruptured space stopped. This is enough for now. I should go to a different place and perfect my comprehension of profound meanings of all ordinary and unique laws first. Ye Xiao still had yet to comprehend the profound meanings of many ordinary and unique laws. Thus, he decided to do that first. However, at this moment, something happened that immediately attracted his attention. He felt something moving in his spatial ring. When he looked into it, he saw the triangular white token shaking constantly. It was as if something was about to come out of the token. Its shaking was constantly growing stronger with each passing second. Ye Xiao frowned and took it out. He did not have any idea as to what was happening, but somewhere deep down in his heart, he knew the so-called task was coming. Heavens was going to give him a task to do, and after completing the request of the heavens, Ye Xiao could ask for anything in exchange. If it was before when he was still in the lower or upper realm, or when he was still below the heavenly divine lord realm martial artist, this reward would have been something beyond amazing. Yes, he would have danced in joy at that time. But not now. It is because his aim was no longer the heavens, his aim now lies in chaos. So, if he is to be asked what he wants the most at the moment, he would ask the heavens to permit him to comprehend the law of time and its profound meaning. It is already a known fact that no one could comprehend the law of time. It is taboo and was restricted by the heavens completely. No one is permitted to comprehend the time law. Let alone comprehending, no one could even sense its existence at all. Let's take the net of laws for example. The law of time clearly exists in the net of laws, and it is something that now belongs to the domineering god crystal. Ye Xiao has comprehended, and anyone else could comprehend any law and profound meanings with the help of the net of laws. However, even with the assistance of net of laws, sensing the time law is impossible. He clearly needs heaven's permission to comprehend this law. Ye Xiao has no idea why this law was restricted by the heavens and made into a taboo, causing everyone to unable to comprehend the law of time, but if he wants to go beyond the heavens, he needed heavens to permit him. In short, without the heavens' permission, neither could he comprehend the law of time nor could he leave the heavens. And now, this opportunity has come. As long as he could complete the task given by the heavens, he could make the heavens permit him for comprehending the time law. At that time, he could obviously sense the time law and comprehend it. As Ye Xiao looked at the triangular white token in his hand, the words in them started to shine with white light. Then it slowly turned brighter, and the bright light was still getting stronger and stronger. Very soon, the light got so strong and brighter that it forced Ye Xiao to close his eyes. After a short moment, when Ye Xiao opened his eyes again, the triangular white token was nowhere to be found. Instead, someone was standing in front of him. Ye Xiao was very familiar with this existence. It is because the one standing in front of him was none other than the Emissary of the Heavens. Ye Xiao immediately understood that the Emissary of Heavens is here to give him a mission. We meet again, the child raised by the heavens itself. It is now time to do something for the heavens. The Emissary of Heavens looked at Ye Xiao and smiled. What do I need to do? Wait, what? Ye Xiao suddenly realized something and asked in shock, the child raised by the heavens itself. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? This came so suddenly that it gave Ye Xiao a huge shock. He was taken aback and didn't know what to say for a short period of time. How could the Emissary of Heavens call him the child raised by the heavens? He was clearly always against the heavens. Heavens even tried many times to kill him. Every time, he had to risk his life in order to fight the heavens, attack or escape from its attacks. 2 times, while he managed to escape, the 2 secret realms were destroyed. The attack of eyes of the heavenly Tao was so strong. If he had not escaped, he would have been dead without any doubt. Heavens had tried to kill him many times, and he went against the heavens' will from the very start. And now, the Emissary of Heavens was claiming he was raised by the heavens. How could he not be shocked? When he heard from Queen that the person raised by the heavens personally would come and solve the problem heavens is going through currently, he was attracted and wanted to meet that person very much. But he never thought himself to be that person. Ye Xiao was sure that the emissary of the heavens was kidding with him, or he has misunderstood something very important. It has to be known a few hundred years back, the emissary of heavens wanted to kill him at all costs. He caused Ye Xiao to escape and made him the enemy of the entire divine realm. If not for the fact that his face was changed by the mysterious Lady Jia Fei and he did not appear in front of the people of the divine realm more than 1 or 2 times with his real face, he would have been attacked by those people even if he is countless times stronger than them. But now, exactly the person who made him an enemy of the entire divine realm was calling him the child personally raised by the heavens. If it is not a joke, then what it is? Shaking his head, the emissary of the heavens smiled and spoke, "I'm not kidding, you are that person. Do you want to know why and how?" How could Ye Xiao not want to know? He also wanted to see why the emissary of heavens was claiming him to be the child raised by the heavens personally. He nodded and spoke, "Of course, I want to know. And I am damn sure you have gotten something very wrong. You must have misunderstood something vital. Of all people in the heavens, how could you claim me to be the child raised by the heavens personally? Let's forget about me. The chances of Lin Hao, holder of the god-slaying sword, being the child raised by heavens is 99%, no, a 100% higher than me being the one. I can never be the person you are claiming for me to be." When Ye Xiao was speaking, he was also observing the emissary of the heavens' face. He was surprised to see that as he spoke, a mysterious smile appeared on the opponent's face. Chapter 1062, The Truth 1. Oh really? When the emissary of heavens heard Ye Xiao saying that he can't be the guy he, the emissary of heavens, is claiming him to be, the emissary of heavens chuckled with a weird smile on his face. Then he asked, "Since you have already completed the 3 trials of primordial, by now, you should already know why these trials were set up and who told them to create these trials." Ye Xiao frowned when he heard this. Of course, he knew the answer. It was Queen. She told the people Yuan Shida and others that the only way primordial race can make a comeback was through creating a trial. And only after a person passes all the trials successfully will the heavens bring the primordial race personally. Ye Xiao told the emissary of heavens what he knew. The emissary of the heavens nodded his head and asked, "Then you know why exactly Queen told the primordial race those things?" Ye Xiao frowned. He could not understand what the emissary of the heavens was getting at, but he still answered, "It is because that is what the heavens told her to do." Exactly. The emissary of the heavens nodded and spoke with the same smile on his face. "And if you know all these things, then you must also know what the heavens told Queen about the 9 ancestral dragons even before the primordial era ended, right?" Ye Xiao nodded. It is a fact. Queen had told him that the heavens used the profound meaning of time law to see the future. It saw those ancestral dragons betraying it and trying to steal its source. That's why the heavens immediately acted against those 9 ancestral dragons. The heavens gave out the order to every single race to hunt down those ancestral dragons. It is not just because the ancestral dragons betrayed their will and chose to support the second universe, it is also because they were going to steal its source in the future. Thus, it wanted to clean the thorns from the path before they could stab and hurt. The emissary of the heavens continued, "Then why do you think you were able to obtain the so-called heavenly pearl as your opportunity without heavens even knowing? Heavens wanted to destroy the second universe at all cost. Since it was unable to destroy it because of 9 ancestral dragons' betrayal and Queen as well as the primordial race's support to the second universe, don't you think it must have kept an eye on the second universe after it transformed into the heavenly pearl and fell into heavens from the endless void outside the heavens?" Ye Xiao felt as if he was struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning. His entire figure shuddered when he heard these words. Yes, what the emissary of the heavens said is really possible. Many thoughts appeared in Ye Xiao's mind instantly that started messing him from inside. Before Ye Xiao's chaotic mind could even calm down, the emissary of the heavens struck the hammer again when the iron was still hot. He said, "And, don't you think if heavens could see the future where 9 ancestral dragons are trying to steal its source, it can also see you when you obtained the heavenly pearl, cultivated 9-dragon universal circulation technique, and stood against the heavens itself in order to go beyond the heavens?" Thump. Ye Xiao almost took a step back. He knew everything is possible. Why do the heavens not permit anyone to comprehend the law of time and its profound meaning? It is very likely because the law of time and its profound meaning is something that could change everything in the heavens, might even become the cause of its destruction, and might even become the source of catastrophe that will rule the heavens for an unknown number of eras. Anyone could try to change the past and future using the time law. Seeing the future will be as easy as snapping fingers. With the ability to see the future whenever one wants, one can easily avoid any danger, kill the enemy even before the enemy could be born, affect an entire world by becoming the lone ruler, and many more. Heavens used the profound meaning of time law to see its own future. It saw those 9 ancestral dragons trying to steal the source of heavens. And this is happening in his time. His women are fighting against the heavens, giving Queen a helping hand. Lin Hao, who came from the same country as him, has already become someone outstanding whom the entire divine realm knows. Heavens must know about them, and it is very likely heavens would have seen him as well. And if it is true, it means heavens noticed him even before he was born. He caught the heavens' eyes even before the end of the first era, the primordial era. An expression of fear appeared in Ye Xiao's eyes. If it is all true, then heavens could have killed him the moment he was born. But heavens didn't do anything like that. Why? To raise him, but Ye Xiao clearly knew he was never raised by the heavens. He could not help but look at the emissary of the heavens, wanting to obtain the answers to his puzzles. The emissary of the heavens clearly understood what Ye Xiao wants from him. He smiled and spoke, "Let's talk somewhere else." As he spoke, he waved his, causing a long fracture to appear in the space. This fracture was more than 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. There was enough gap for many people like Ye Xiao to come and go together. After the fracture appeared in the space, the emissary of the heavens stepped into it. Ye Xiao didn't want to be left behind. He wanted to know the answer to his questions. At this moment, those questions have already become very essential to him. Without the answer, no matter what he has to face, he would definitely leave the sight of the emissary of the heavens, nor will he let the emissary of the heavens leave. He also stepped into the fracture and everything around him became bright, which affected Ye Xiao's eyes slightly. It is mainly because the space was completely dark and coming in contact with light suddenly, it is very reasonable for his eyes to get affected. However, it was not for long. His eyes soon adjusted and he could now easily observe the surroundings. Ye Xiao was surprised to find many twinkling lights in his surroundings. As if these lights were stuck on dark walls, they were in order. Raising his head, he saw endless darkness. There was no light above. It was as if Ye Xiao was inside a room without any ceiling, and without any floor to step on. And in the middle of the room, there were 2 completely dark pieces of furniture in the shape of a chair, but Ye Xiao was sure they are not chairs. They seemed to be some sort of dark substance that could change shapes on their master's will. In the middle of the dark furniture, there was a dark table. The emissary of the heavens has already positioned on one of the chairs. Seeing that Ye Xiao has entered this space, he gestured at the chair in front of him. Ye Xiao didn't say anything. He went there and sat. The moment he sat on the chair, a cup of tea appeared in front of him. Ye Xiao frowned and looked at the tea and shook his head. He was not here to drink the tea with the emissary of the heavens, he was here to hear the answer to his questions. The emissary of the heavens smiled at Ye Xiao's behavior. He didn't speak anything, he just waved his hand and the tea disappeared. Then he waved his hand again and Ye Xiao again felt something shaking inside his spatial ring. Before he could even see what was shaking in his spatial ring, he felt something has disappeared. Before Ye Xiao could check what happened, a green crystal with a strange mark appeared in front of him and started hovering. This green crystal was his second reward for passing the test of Realm of Dreams. When this green crystal appeared in front of him, Ye Xiao immediately understood that this thing must also be related to the heavens itself in some ways. Instead of answering Ye Xiao of his questions, the emissary of the heavens pointed at the green crystal and asked, "Do you know what this crystal is?" Although Ye Xiao really wanted to know the answers to his questions, knowing what the green crystal is also seemed important. That's why Ye Xiao was not in a hurry to obtain his answers yet. Knowing about this green crystal first might not be bad. Thus, Ye Xiao shook his head and spoke, "You are going to tell me anyway. Just don't waste time." Chapter 1063. The Truth 2. The emissary of the heavens caught hold of the green crystal and observed it deeply. Then he heaved a deep breath and spoke, "This crystal is actually related to your birth." "My birth?" Ye Xiao frowned. He could not understand what the emissary of the heavens was trying to imply here. It is a known fact that Ye Xiao was an orphan and he didn't have any memory of his parents. When he was still young, he was used to begging in order to satisfy his hunger. It was not until Elder Yi Fan of the Silver Moon sect brought him to the sect that he knew what it is like to be cared for by others. He had never once thought about his parents before. He always thought his parents must have died even before he could gain enough intelligence to start remembering familiar faces. That could also explain why he didn't even have a vague memory of his parents. And now, the Emissary of the Heavens was telling him that a little crystal was related to his birth. How could it be? Can you explain? Ye Xiao suppressed what he was feeling deep down his heart and asked in a low but firm voice. That's what I'm here for. The Emissary of Heavens smiled and spoke. Then he threw the green crystal in the air and the green crystal started deforming and reforming again and again. During this process, its size was enlarging continuously. While the green crystal was going through a complicated process of transformation, the Emissary of the Heavens spoke. Ye Xiao, do you think it was just a coincidence that you were able to obtain the heavenly pearl? Ye Xiao was confused again. He spoke with a frown. Wasn't it? The Emissary of the Heavens didn't answer him this time again. He looked at the green crystal that has already gone through a minute of transformation and had now enlarged into a green cocoon, large enough to hold a newborn child inside. Finally, the Emissary of the Heavens spoke. You know what? You never had a parent from the very beginning. You were never born. Instead, Heavens personally created you inside this. As he spoke, he pointed at the large green cocoon floating in the void between Ye Xiao and the Emissary of the Heavens. Ye Xiao felt like being struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. What the FCK was this person talking about? How could someone be born without a parent? This was against the logic of the universe. You don't believe me, right? As the Emissary of the Heavens spoke, he smiled and then shook his head, saying, Then let me explain everything from the very start. Heavens was aware of your existence eras ago, even before you were born. Thus, it never allowed a person destined to go against its will to be born. You should know that the heavens can do anything to protect its source. It was Zhou Yan, the person who crippled you in the first place, destined to obtain the heavenly pearl, not you. What? An expression of great shock could be seen on Ye Xiao's face. Ye Xiao always thought of Zhou Yan as someone insignificant. But now, he was learning that Zhou Yan was destined to obtain the heavenly pearl and cultivate the nine-dragon universal circulation technique. How could he not be shocked? Yes, Zhou Yan was the person destined to walk on the path you walked once before. He was born with great luck, but that luck was also the reason for his demise in the future. Cultivating nine-dragon universal circulation technique could have brought him to a great height. However, after those ancestral dragons left his body, he would have become nothing more than a mortal once again. That was his destiny. However, his destiny was robbed by the heavens. As I said before, why would the heavens allow a person who is destined to go against its will to exist? Ye Xiao was feeling overwhelmed at this moment after knowing these truths. Somewhere deep down in his heart, there was also resistance. That part of his heart wanted to believe that everything he was being told is a lie. However, just as the Emissary of the Heavens spoke, why would heavens allow a person destined to go against its will to exist? The Emissary of the Heavens continued. When the heavens saw those 9 ancestral dragons appearing again and trying to steal its source, it traced back them in time and saw the reason for their reappearance, and found that the reason was Zhou Yan. Thus, the heavens robbed Zhou Yan of his fate and chose to create you with its own source. Ye Xiao, you were born from the very source of the heavens, along with the fate of Zhou Yan who was destined to go against the heavens. Ye Xiao got even more confused when he heard these words. He could not understand anything for a short moment. His mind was unable to process everything. He could not help but ask, wait. I'm not understanding a single thing you are speaking of. Can you speak in simple words? What more simple words do you need? The Emissary of the Heavens shook his head and continued to speak. In simple words, after heavens robbed Zhou Yan of his destiny to go against the heavens, it created you with its very source and gave you the robbed fate of Zhou Yan. Don't you think it is very strange for you to be a fateless person? No one in the entire heavens could see through your fate. All those who see the destiny of a person could only say that you should not be alive till now. Your fate should have ended a long time ago, without being able to avenge Ye Fan, your father-like figure. Now, this attracted Ye Xiao's attention. He had really never thought about this matter deeply. He always thought his fate changed and become something that others are unable to see through because of his encounter with the heavenly pearl. When Ye Xiao's mind was still processing these unnecessary thoughts, the Emissary of the Heavens continued, you were never meant to be born. There shouldn't have been an existence like you. However, to protect its source from being stolen, the heavens chose to create you. You were never born, you were created by the heavens. Why do you think other than the memories of begging to live, you don't have any sort of memories of the past? Ye Xiao was taken aback when he heard this question. He has no idea about it at all. The emissary of the heavens spoke, "It is because you never had a past at all. After you were created by the heavens, you were big enough to be called a 7 or 8 years old kid. Heavens never let you know the fact that you were created by the heavens. After you were born from this green cocoon-like thing, you were left on the street of a random village, and you stayed there until the 5th elder of the Silver Moon sect appeared in front of you and brought you to the Silver Moon sect with him. Now tell me, there were many others children along with you who used to beg to live, however, why is it that Ye Fan was attracted by you only and only brought you back to the Silver Moon sect? Have you ever thought of this?" Ye Xiao was again shocked. He really had never thought of these things at all. What the emissary of the heavens spoke was really the truth. He never had any memories of the past before his begging life. Also, there were many children who used to beg with him, but 5th elder Ye Fan was only attracted by him and brought him back to the Silver Moon sect. There, he relied on the resources given by 5th elder Ye Fan to cultivate the first stage of the Qi condensation realm before he was crippled by Zhou Yan. Now that he thought of those times, he realized how dumb he used to be. He even threatened the elders of the sect that he will definitely be back for revenge. It is no wonder why Zhou Yan started chasing him in order to kill him right after he left the sect. And if not for Zhou Yan chasing him, he would never have fallen down the cliff and encountered the heavenly pearl that changed everything in his life. But if he is to see everything from a different perspective, then every step that he took was planned by the heavens. As expected, the emissary of the heavens spoke, "Do you think it is a coincidence that you were chased to the cliff by Zhou Yan where you obtained the heavenly pearl after falling down? No, everything was pre-planned by the heavens. Heavens had always been there for you." Chapter 1064. The Truth 3. Ye Xiao was unable to believe those words told by the emissary of the heavens for a long time. It is because the very first sentence told to him was that he was never born like normal people. Instead, he was born in a cocoon that transformed from the green crystal. And he was born from the source of the heavens. No one would believe these words just like that. Ye Xiao was also the same. He could also not bring himself to believe these unbelievable words. However, just as the emissary of heaven said, he doesn't have even vague memory of the time before he started begging for a living. As far as he could remember, when he felt like dying because of hunger, he started begging. Ye Xiao can't deny this truth at all. It means, whatever the emissary of heavens was telling him is true. He looked at the emissary of heavens and asked with some doubt, "If I was born from the source of the heavens in the green cocoon, then why my talent for cultivation is below average? I mean, even if I didn't have any special ability, I should at least have a genius level of talent, right?" The emissary of heavens shook his head and spoke with a smile on his face. "You should know more than anyone else that if you were a genius in cultivation, your starting point would never have been the Silver Moon sect. And if you have never entered the Silver Moon sect, you would not have been plotted against and crippled by Zhou Yan, and then you would have never obtained the heavenly pearl. As I said before, heavens had always been watching you. You were given nothing by the heavens because it never wanted the second universe to be doubtful of you. You were very ordinary, so ordinary that without the help of the second universe, you would never have been able to achieve anything in your entire life. But these exact things made the second universe choose you as its inheritor." Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. He knew the emissary of heavens is right. If he was a genius, even if he entered the Silver Moon sect, he would have been taken away by someone else from stronger power because of his talent. Everything would have changed at that moment. Heavens had really calculated everything before playing its card. It stole the fate of Zhou Yan and gave him his fate. Being robbed of one's fate means death. And exactly this happened to Zhou Yan. Ye Xiao not only obtained his fate, he even killed Zhou Yan in the end. Not to mention, he obtained his first beast fire from Zhou Yan as well. At that time, he had just cultivated the first layer of 9 Dragon Universal Circulation Technique and had obtained the ability to devour. Knowing that Zhou Yan possesses the beast fire, he devoured the beast fire from Zhou Yan's body when he was still alive, causing Zhou Yan to die a painful death. The emissary of heaven spoke again. "Ye Xiao, you should still remember how you felt when you faced the eye of heavenly Tao for the first time, right?" Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. He clearly remembered everything. At that time, he had just obtained the mystic rank treasure, the golden brick that he later sacrificed to break the first seal of the Sea Dragon Spear. After he obtained the golden brick, he was attacked and chased by a person called Ma Bao and his minions. He was weaker than them, but his resolve and will to live were stronger. And the heavenly pearl reacted to his will, causing a thunderstorm to appear in the sky that covered the entire Great Xia Empire, startling countless experts. Ref. Ch 125 and 126. And when the heavenly pearl reacted to his will, it also caused the eye of heavenly Tao to appear in the sky. At that time, if not for the fact that the heaven-devouring divine dragon acted on its own, he would have been killed by the eyes of heavenly Tao. Ye Xiao could never forget that moment of his life. So of course, he remembered everything. Seeing Ye Xiao nodding his head, the emissary of the heavens asked again, "Compare that with the eye of heavenly Tao that destroyed the entire Azure Dragon continent. What do you think, which is stronger?" It was the eye of heavenly Tao that destroyed the Azure Dragon country. Ye Xiao remembered the time when the eye of heavenly Tao appeared and attacked him, and finally destroyed the entire Azure Dragon country. He could not help but sigh. Although the Azure Dragon country was destroyed by the eye of heavenly Tao, there is no doubt that the main reason was him. If not for him, the Azure Dragon country would have never been destroyed, and many people that he was familiar with would not have been killed and turned to ashes instantly. Then answer me, what would have happened if you were attacked by that kind of eye of heavenly Tao instead of the one from which you were saved by the heaven-devouring divine dragon? At that time, you have not even cultivated the first layer of 9 dragon universal circulation technique completely. So, it would have been impossible for the heaven-devouring divine dragon to save you from that kind of country-destroying attack. If that really happened, wouldn't have you died? In fact, think about the eye of heavenly Tao you encountered every time. Every time, it was stronger than the last time, right? And the strongest one you faced was the time before I appeared to attack you. Think about it, if those kinds of dangers you faced when you were still growing, do you think you would have still been alive? Before Ye Xiao could respond, the emissary of the heavens continued, "In fact, there were simply too many chances for the heavens to kill you, but heavens never did that. It just did enough to make you realize how weak you still were. You still need to become stronger in order to achieve your goal. The heavens' only goal was to make you aim higher and become stronger in the shortest period of time." Ye Xiao fell into deep thought. He knew everything that the emissary of the heavens is speaking is really the truth. The stronger he became, the stronger eye of heavenly Tao he faced. When he was still weaker, he would have died instantly under the attack of the eye of heavenly Tao that he faced recently. But the heavens never did that, and it is also true that every time, after facing the eye of heavenly Tao, Ye Xiao realized how weak he was, and there is still a need for him to get stronger. And last time, when he thought since he could easily deal with ancient gods, no one would be able to threaten him with his life, the emissary of heavens appeared who beat him up like hell. He felt like dying. At that time, if he had not escaped by making a crack in space, he would have died. Now that he thought about it, the emissary of heavens had the comprehension of every single law and profound meaning other than the 4 supreme laws. If he wanted, he would have been able to restrain him from taking even a single step further. But he allowed Ye Xiao to make a crack in the space and escape. If the emissary of heavens had not allowed him to escape, he would never be able to move his body, let alone create a crack in space and jump into it. Seeing Ye Xiao was able to now think things thoroughly, the smile on the emissary of the heavens' face became wider. He spoke again. "Now, think of the time when the secret realm of the Great Xia Empire was destroyed and you fell into a black hole. There, you encounter countless space blades that insanely injured you, to the point where your body was no longer in shape. Your body was like a meat patty. At that time, you showed great will suddenly and devoured the space blades before redirecting them at the empty space to create a crack. And then through that crack, you escaped from the black hole and fell into another world called Holy Beast Continent where you were saved by your women Su Shui'er. Now, answer me, you have already comprehended the profound meaning of space. Tell me, is the space, mainly inside the black hole, really that fragile that a crack would appear with just a single attack of space blades?" Ye Xiao took a deep breath again. He knew it was wrong. The space could never be fragile and weak enough for space blades to cut open a crack. When he was facing the space blades that were coming at him like a storm, he had dodged countless of them. But not a single crack was created by those blades. However, when he devoured some of them and attacked himself, a crack was created. It was too coincidental. Chapter 1065. The Truth. For after thinking for a while, Ye Xiao immediately understood many things. It turned out that, Although he was put in danger by the heavens constantly, it was also the heavens that always gave him a way out. It is just that he was unable to understand these things previously. And the reason why heavens always attacked him and showed him that it wanted to kill Ye Xiao is because it wanted Ye Xiao to realize how weak he still is, and how far he still needed to go. The emissary of the heavens didn't stop here. He continued to explain. Let's talk about the time when your inner world was destroyed. If your inner world was still there, how different would you have been from other people? How could you have the strength to face the 9 ancestral dragons alone? Although the heavens destroyed your inner world through the eye of heavenly Tao, however, it was also the one that led you to figure out how to create an entire universe instead of just a small world. Wait a minute, Ye Xiao suddenly realized something and spoke with a shocked expression on his face. Are you telling me that heavens knows about my small universe? Surely it knows. The emissary of heavens nodded and replied with a straight face. Its meaning was clear. Heavens knows everything, even those things that even his women and queen don't know. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. The emissary of heavens started speaking again. He said, let's not talk about these things, let's talk about the time when you were going through the first round of competition of the myriad worlds. In the demon world, you came across the Infinity Edge Blade in an auction house. Who do you think went to auction the Infinity Edge Blade there? Ye Xiao frowned his eyes. He could not help but look at the emissary of heavens with a questioning expression, and ask, don't tell me heavens is behind this as well. The emissary of heavens nodded and replied, of course. Let me tell you, it was me. I put the Infinity Edge Blade for auction so that you could obtain it. With your strong divine sense and soul force, I knew you could easily tell that the Infinity Edge Blade is different from other weapons and is definitely a treasure. Otherwise, why do you think Infinity Edge Blade, which disappeared from the surface of all 3 realms for many eras, suddenly showed up in an auction house when you were there to attend? Do you really think it was just a coincidence? It turned out this was the truth. Ye Xiao immediately understood that many things that he obtained were actually gifts from the heavens. Heavens gave those gifts to him in such ways that Ye Xiao always thought it was his luck and nothing else. He never related those things to the heavens at all. Heavens was really too secretive. He did not interrupt the emissary of the heavens. He wanted to know how many more things heavens has done for him that he was not aware of. The emissary of the heavens continued. Let's talk about the time when you were inside the well of hell. At that time, you and Lin Hao were walking on the supreme platform. Why do you think you were the only one who managed to become a true Tao manifestation realm martial artist? Lin Hao was also there. He was also walking on the supreme platform. He could have also transformed his body, soul, and spirit energy into divine body, divine soul, and true essence, and finally, become a true Tao manifestation realm martial artist instead of walking on the fake path of cultivation that appeared after the destruction of the supreme platform. However, why is it that only you managed to do so but Lin Hao didn't? Ye Xiao again took a deep breath. He remembered how excited he was when he understood that he has become a true Tao manifestation realm martial warrior instead of walking on the fake path of cultivation where he has to first cultivate the Tao body stage, Tao soul stage, and finally Tao tribulation stage of Tao manifestation realm to transform his body, soul, and energy. It turned out that this was also arranged by the heavens. It was not his luck or the supreme platform that chose him. It was because of the heavens. Ye Xiao even feared that heavens is also the one that helped him obtain the domineering God crystal. If that is really the truth, then this truth is too terrifying. But somewhere deep inside his heart, he wished that this is not true. At this time, the emissary of heaven suddenly frowned. Then he hesitated and spoke. However, at the supreme platform, something happened. I don't know what happened, however, your connection with the heavens was suddenly removed. Ye Xiao, you have to know that you are connected to the heavens by and through its source. Inside the green cocoon, heavens used its source to nourish you daily, until you were born. Your connection with the heavens was deep, so deep that nothing could cut the connection between you and the heavens. You are like the sun of heavens itself. As long as the heavens is not destroyed, you would have that special connection with the heavens. However, on the supreme platform, your connection with the heavens was removed by an extremely mysterious energy. Everything happened almost in an instant. No, it didn't even take an instant for your connection with the heavens to be removed. Even after years of investigation and observing you, heavens could only find out that it was a foreign energy that came from the void beyond the heavens which destroyed your and heavens connection. From that point, you were no longer related to the heavens at all. You became an existence that was fundamentally different from every single existence in heavens. When Ye Xiao heard this, he took a deep breath and sighed in relief. He understood that it must be the domineering God Crystal's doings. Domineering God Crystal came from the chaos. Its strength is beyond anything heavens could perceive. Removing his connection with the heavens was too easy for the domineering God Crystal. Ye Xiao thanked the domineering God Crystal deep down in his heart. It is because, if he was still connected with the heavens, he might have really never been able to leave the heavens at all. Being born from the source of the heavens, it could be said that Ye Xiao himself was like a small part of the heavens. As expected, the emissary of the heavens spoke again. You were always a trump card of the heavens. When this era begin, heavens already sensed that this era will welcome the world epic that will come from beyond the heavens. Adding to the fact that 9 ancestral dragons were going to try to steal the source of heavens, it is very likely that the heavens' very existence would be threatened. That's why heavens used a portion of its source and created you. Although you could not feel it now, when you'll truly come in front of the source of the heavens, you would know how special you are. Because you yourself are a small part of the heavens' source, even if the source of the heavens is stolen somehow, the heavens would only enter a period of weakness instead of completely being destroyed. It is all because of your existence. However, after your connection with the heavens was completely broken by that foreign energy, it is no longer possible. It means, if the heavens' source is stolen now, the heavens would be destroyed as well. When your connection with the heavens was broken, the second survival option of the heavens was lost as well. Because of this, heavens can't lose its source now in any situation. Its source has to be preserved. As Ye Xiao has expected, if his connection with the heavens was not broken, he would have never been able to leave the heavens. After all, he himself was a very small part of the heavens' source. Leaving that aside, Ye Xiao has to acknowledge heaven's craftiness. Heavens actually created a second way of survival for itself. With his existence, even if the source of the heavens was stolen or devoured by someone, it wouldn't have been destroyed. However, it was also true that the heavens lost this option now that his connection with it is broken. And its credit goes to the domineering God Crystal. Ye Xiao, the emissary of heavens, looked into Ye Xiao's eyes and spoke again. You should know that although your connection with the heavens was broken and heavens completely lost that small part of its source, it still never gave up on you. Heaven still watched over you and always provided you with everything you needed for your growth. Although you never knew, you can't deny heavens has always been there for you. Chapter 1066. The Truth 5. After a short conversation with the emissary of the heavens, Ye Xiao got to know many things he was unaware of. He also got to know how much help heavens had provided him from the dark, keeping him completely unaware of this truth. From the moment he was born, no, even before he was born, his path was already set up by the heavens. Heavens had already calculated everything. The only thing that the heavens never calculated was Ye Xiao and its connection being broken by foreign energy. It also meant Ye Xiao was completely free and not bound by its law anymore. Ye Xiao suspected that the net of laws that he obtained through the domineering God Crystal is also known to the heavens. To confirm his suspicions, he asked, "Does the heavens knows about the net of laws?" As expected, the emissary of the heavens nodded and spoke. How could it not know? Net of laws is directly related to the heavens after all. Heavens knows that foreign energy entered your body when you were walking on the supreme platform and broke your connection with it, and this foreign energy is still inside your body. Heavens also knows that this foreign has helped you many times as well. It was also this foreign that attacked the eyes of heavens, causing the essence of heavenly Tao to drip that was absorbed into your body. And from that essence of heavenly Tao, this foreign helped you develop the net of laws. Since the net of laws was developed from the essence of the heavenly Tao, it has every single law of the heavens. Heavens has always known this fact. However, it never took action against you because it already knew your path became different from the moment its connection with you was broken. Not to mention, heavens has its own motives behind making you stronger. With the help of net of laws, you could comprehend laws and the profound meanings of those laws more easily, and your strength could increase with that as well. Since that's the case, why would the heavens obstruct you? Isn't this what heavens also want? Ye Xiao nodded in understanding. It turned out that the drop of golden liquid, which dripped from the sky after the destruction of the Eye of Heavenly Tao, was actually the essence of Heavenly Tao. It is no wonder the domineering God Crystal was able to create the net of laws after absorbing the drop of golden liquid. He had long been in doubt why the heavens were not reacting whenever he released the net of laws in order to comprehend laws and profound meanings. However, it turned out that heavens wanted him to become stronger as soon as possible. Heavens needs his strength, and since that's the case, why would it obstruct him anyway? The emissary of the heavens continued to speak. At first, heavens was completely unaware of what you want to do when it saw you comprehending all the laws and profound meanings of those laws. However, as time passed, it guessed something. It must be the foreign energy that directed you to comprehend every single Tao of the heavens. This will also strengthen your small universe and help you create a true universe just like the heavens. Well, if it was before, even if you could have really managed to create a true universe with flourishing lives inside, it would have been a part of heavens itself because what you have comprehended as the laws and profound meanings of heaven's Tao. However, because of that foreign energy, it is no longer possible. Heavens already knows you want to go beyond the heavens. However, to do that, you have to first comprehend the law of time. After speaking this much, the emissary of heaven stopped and carefully observed Ye Xiao's face. Ye Xiao's face, on the other hand, changed as he continued to listen to the emissary of heavens. It turned out that heavens has always been aware of his every step. Although the heavens don't know about the domineering God crystal, it knows that this foreign energy, domineering God crystal, is directing his path of cultivation, and it is no longer related to the heavens at all. Ye Xiao was also stunned when he learned that heavens knows he wanted to go beyond the boundary of heavens, and to do that, he first needs to comprehend the law of time. Now that the conversation between him and the emissary of heavens came to this point, hope was ignited in Ye Xiao's heart. He hoped to hear those things from the emissary of heaven's mouth that he wants to hear deep down in his heart. After observing the continuous change in Ye Xiao's expression, the emissary of the heavens spoke. You should know that heavens had never allowed anyone to comprehend the law of time. However, if you help the heavens deal with those 9 ancestral dragons in the coming world epic, it will permit you to comprehend the law of time. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao itself will guide you at that time. With the help of Heavenly Tao, the speed at which you could comprehend laws and profound meanings would be on an entirely different level. However, before that, you have to at least get rid of those 9 ancestral dragons. Ye Xiao knew he could not lose this opportunity. He immediately agreed to help the heavens get rid of those 9 ancestral dragons. Although he still had some emotions attached to those ancestral dragons, he could not deny the truth that he was deeply hurt by them as well. His hatred for them is far greater than his hatred for the Supreme Ancient Devil. As for the Supreme Ancient Devil, Ye Xiao knew that it is his fault in the first place that the Supreme Ancient Devil was coming closer to the heavens with each passing day. Although ancient devils were already wreaking havoc in heavens from the primordial era, it is also a fact that they were never able to succeed in their ambition, which was to steal the source of the heavens, leave the heavens, and give the source of heavens to the Supreme Ancient Devil to devour. If not for Ye Xiao, who filled the hole in heart of the Supreme Ancient Devil's body and caused it to make a comeback, and provoked it during the fight, the Supreme Ancient Devil would not have targeted the heavens particularly so soon. Not to mention the fact the Supreme Ancient Devil was coming to the heavens mainly for its hatred for him. It was coming here to kill him. How could he not help the heavens with the coming world epic? Of course, the heavens were unaware of these truths. And Ye Xiao was never going to tell it the truth. After all, while hiding the truth, he was obtaining an opportunity to comprehend the time law. But still, there was something else that puzzled Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao asked, comprehending time law is taboo. It is completely restricted by the heavens, so much that let alone sensing it, even feeling the existence of time law is impossible. Furthermore, heavens also knows that I want to transcend and go beyond its boundary. Why would heavens let me comprehend the time law then? It could have given me some other gifts as well after all. Fu, the emissary of heavens, let out a deep breath, looked into Ye Xiao's eyes, and spoke. That's because, in the end, you were born from the source of heavens. Furthermore, since the world epic this time is coming from beyond the heavens, if you could comprehend the time law and complete the birth of the true universe, your strength would far surpass anyone. At that time, dealing with the world epic would become much easier. Saying this, the emissary of heaven stopped for a few seconds before speaking again. Don't worry about meaningless things. Heavens has its own selfish motive and desire behind allowing you to comprehend the time law. However, if you are thinking leaving heavens would be easy for you, then you are dreaming. Whenever you'll try to leave the boundary of this universe, you'll realize heavens is standing there for you, blocking your path. If you want to leave the heavens, you have to go against it and defeat it first. Ye Xiao frowned and then heaved a sigh of relief. Only when he heard these words that he understood that the Emissary of Heavens is not lying to him. After all, as far as Ye Xiao knew, Heavens would never allow anyone to leave its boundary. Whoever tries to leave will have to face Heaven's wrath. At first, Ye Xiao doubted when he heard that Heavens will allow him to comprehend the time law. Since that's the case, doesn't it mean Heavens is directly helping him achieve his goal even though it knows the entire truth as to what Ye Xiao wants to do? Now that he heard that he has to face the Heavens if he tried to leave, he heaved a breath of relief. His heart felt a kind of peace that instantly relieved his soul. Chapter 1067. What about Lin Hao? Hey, tell me one thing. Ye Xiao looked at the Emissary of the Heavens and spoke. What? The Emissary of Heavens asked. You said I have to face the Heavens if I want to leave. Why is it that Heavens would come to stop him personally but it doesn't want to face the coming world epic and those ancestral dragons? As far as I know, Heavens is extremely powerful. If it wants, it could easily take care of those dragons. Then why does it need my or others' help? Why doesn't it solve this kind of situation itself? The expression on the face of the Emissary of the Heavens told Ye Xiao that he was expecting this question. He revealed a knowing smile and replied, yes. If Heavens wants, it could easily take care of those ancestral dragons. As for the coming world epic, Heavens has no idea what kind of calamity is coming. It has no idea how strong the coming world epic would be. After all, it is the first time Heavens is facing danger that is coming from the void beyond the heavens. So, let's not talk about the world epic first. Let's talk about those ancestral dragons. As the Emissary of Heaven spoke, he stopped for a moment and looked at Ye Xiao's face. Seeing that Ye Xiao was listening to his words carefully, he started speaking again. It is because of ancient devils. They are not the native of Heavens, they were never born here. Instead, they also entered the heavens through the crack that appeared when Heavens and Second Universe were facing each other. Taking advantage of that opportunity, they entered the heavens through that crack. And from that time till now, they have played a vital role in the ending of every era. You could even say that they were the main reason why an era came to an end every time. They have been creating chaos everywhere every time they appeared. You could even say that these ancient devils are the true villains that want the heavens to be destroyed the most. Now that the world epic is coming, ancient devils have already started resurfacing. They are slowly integrating into big forces and are trying to control those forces from the dark. And at this time, if Heavens is to act, they would become alerted and hide. There are already quite a few ways to hide from the sight of heavenly Tao. If they were to be alerted and chose to hide, Heavens would not be able to do anything to them at all. However, this is not what the Heavens wants. Along with the coming world epic, Heavens also wants to deal with these ancient devils for once and all. And to do that, it has to stay put. It could not recklessly take action and show those ancient devils that it is weak. That's why it chose not to take action against the ancient devils and decided to use others' hands. Your hand to deal with them. Ye Xiao nodded his head in understanding. He understood what the Emissary of Heavens was trying to say. But then he thought about something that happened in the primordial era. So he asked again. As far as I know, even in the primordial era, Heavens never personally acted. Instead, it made those ancestral dragons an enemy of every single race. Among them, the primordial race chose to support the ancestral dragons. What I want to say is, even at that time, Heavens didn't act personally. Could it be that Heavens wanted to get rid of the ancient devils at that time as well, but for some reason, it failed? However, if that is so, many eras started and ended after the primordial era. Why didn't the Heavens try to get rid of those ancient devils at that time? The Emissary of Heavens nodded his head and started speaking. Yes, you are right. Heavens wanted to get rid of those ancient devils in the primordial era. They came from the void outside the heavens, they were a big threat to the existence of the heavens. If Heavens could not get rid of them, how could it stay peaceful? That's why it wanted to get rid of these ancient devils. However, killing them was not that simple. You should know that ancient devils cannot be killed normally. Only by some special means could those ancient devils be killed. Seeing Ye Xiao nodding his head in understanding, the Emissary of Heavens continued. However, you might not know, after being killed, those ancient devils leave a dark thread-like energy strand behind. Normally, anyone would think this is the leftover of ancient devils after being killed. However, this is not true. Those dark thread-like energy strands are like a second life to them. It is some kind of heart essence. A few months later, With the help of those thread-like energy strands, the ancient devils could reappear. When Ye Xiao heard this, he was shocked. He suddenly remembered, whenever he devoured the ancient devil, he felt that the dark thread-like line on the embryonic form of the Tao fruit, which represents ancient devils, filling up. And as the emissary of the heavens spoke, they were like some kind of heart essence. After Ye Xiao felt that dark thread had completely been filled, he was teleported to face the supreme ancient devil. There, he used that heart essence to fill the heart of the supreme ancient devil that instantly revived it back. Before this, Ye Xiao was not sure why the dark energy that belonged to ancient devils managed to revive the supreme ancient devil after filling its heart. At that time, he thought maybe it is because the dark energy belonged to the ancient devils. However, only now did he understand everything clearly. Ancient devils are the incarnations of the supreme ancient devil to begin with. That's why they don't have a soul. However, because of supreme ancient devil's special character, they all have the ability to think and do work freely. They could manipulate people, fight, and control others. They are a really terrifying foe. Not to mention, killing them is almost impossible. As the emissary of the heavens said, if not for the fact that Ye Xiao devoured them directly, if he had killed them and left, they would have reappeared after a short period of a few months. The emissary of heavens continued. In the primordial era, heavens was still growing and expanding continuously. Although it wanted to get rid of ancient devils very much, it chose to let others fight against them first. Heavens wanted to prove the strongest strength of those ancient devils. And when it was ready to get rid of them, many ancient gods have already developed a method to seal them. Thus, before the heavens could take action, all the ancient devils were sealed. Saying this, the emissary of heaven stopped to breathe properly for a few seconds before he started speaking again. After that, heavens wanted to take action against those ancestral dragons. However, before it could do so, Second Universe took action and forcefully sucked the 9 ancestral dragons inside before transforming into the heavenly pearl. Of course, in almost every era, ancient devils would reappear and cause the end of that era. However, heavens had never taken action against them because a large number of them were still sealed. Heavens wanted to get rid of them for once and all, but to do so, all the ancient devils needs to be released again. And then in this era, you appeared. You devoured almost half the number of ancient devils in the upper realm. But there are still countless of them, and more than 70% of them have already been broken free from their seals. Ye Xiao nodded his head in understanding. After that, Ye Xiao and the emissary of heavens talked about many things. The emissary of heavens cleared many doubts that Ye Xiao had. Ye Xiao also got to learn many things. In the end, Ye Xiao knew that, even though he was born from the source of the heavens, he was no longer connected to it. That's why heavens would never allow him to leave. If he wants to leave, he has to face the heavens first. And this time, he would really face the heavens, not the heavenly Tao or emissary of heavens. It means, he is destined to go against the heavens. But Ye Xiao was not worried. Instead, for some unknown reason, he became excited. Finally, Ye Xiao asked the last question that appeared in his mind after his conversation with the emissary of heavens. He asked, "What about Lin Hao?" Looking into the eyes of the emissary of heavens, Ye Xiao asked again, "I agree that I'm a trump card raised by the heavens. However, what about Lin Hao? He has also obtained the god-slaying sword and he is definitely outstanding. He is also heaven's closest one. Isn't he also a trump card of the heavens?" Chapter 1068. Scarlet Feather Race. Hearing Ye Xiao asking about Lin Hao, the emissary of heavens shook his head and spoke. In the primordial era, the Celestial Sword Emperor was the most terrifying genius among humans who came from a poor family. His talent in sword way was too high. That's why the heavens chose him to become the bearer of God-slaying sword. Celestial Sword Emperor did fight for heavens in the primordial era, but that's all. His relationship with the heavens ended right after he died. However, because of his contribution, heavens gave the Celestial Sword Emperor an opportunity to be reborn. At that time, the Celestial Sword Emperor asked the heavens to reborn him in the era when heavens will be in danger of destruction. And before dying, he divided his consciousness into 3 parts, sealing them within 3 wordless books. Each one of these 3 wordless books is a god-level treasure. These 3 treasured books were created by the Celestial Sword Emperor himself. Lin Hao is the reincarnation of Celestial Sword Emperor. However, since the Celestial Sword Emperor chose to seal his consciousness in 3 different books by dividing them, Lin Hao was born without any memory of his past life. He regained his memories only after obtaining those 3 wordless books. Talking about Lin Hao, Celestial Sword Emperor wanted him to grow on his own accord. With this, along with the experiences of his past life, when his consciousness rejoined Lin Hao, he became much stronger than his past life. Speaking till here, the Emissary of Heaven stopped. He looked at Ye Xiao, who was deep in thought. He didn't interrupt Ye Xiao and only started speaking again when Ye Xiao regained the light in his eyes and emerged from his thoughts. The Emissary of Heaven spoke. Although Lin Hao was born without any memory of his past life, his fate with God's slaying sword had not ended. His connection with this sword was still there. That's why Lin Hao was able to obtain this godly weapon so easily in the lower realm. In his past life, Celestial Sword Emperor had already comprehended sword instinct. Sword instinct is a level that far surpassed the ways of swords. Sword instinct stands above sword way. You can even say that the first and the last person to truly break the limit of the heavens was the Celestial Sword Emperor. Celestial Sword Emperor broke the heavens limit and stepped into an entirely new stage of sword way. And after his consciousness of past life rejoined him, Lin Hao once again comprehended the sword instinct easily. Of course, you could also comprehend spear instinct and blade instinct if you utilize the eyes of insight. You asked me what about Lin Hao. Its answer is actually simple. Although Lin Hao is the reincarnation of the Celestial Sword Emperor, he has nothing to do with the heavens in this life. His relationship with the heavens ended the moment he died in his previous life. Of course, he is still fighting for the heavens in this life because his heart is pure just like in his past life. In this era, you are the heavens, only trump card. After all, you are someone heavens raised itself. After that, Ye Xiao and the Emissary of Heavens continued to converse for a short period of time. In the end, Ye Xiao asked, "So, when should I take action?" The Emissary of Heavens knew what Ye Xiao was talking about. He was asking about when he could take action against the 9 ancestral dragons. The Emissary of Heavens closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. He spoke, "You should go now and take action immediately." With that, he waved his hand, causing the green cocoon to transform back to its crystal form. Then the green crystal flew back into Ye Xiao's hands, and Ye Xiao stored it in his spatial ring. When all this was done, the Emissary of the Heavens once again waved his hand, causing golden fragments of light to appear that immediately surrounded Ye Xiao's entire body. Now, his body could no longer be seen by anyone. All people could see is a golden figure without being able to observe his facial or bodily features. It was truly amazing. The Emissary of Heavens spoke, "Since your connection with the heavens has been broken and you are definitely going to go against the heavens in the future, heavens doesn't want your appearance to be known by other people. These golden fragments of light will act like a shroud, helping you keep your identity safe. No one could recognize you. Of course, you should also not use your spear to fight this time. Fight with a blade, take out the Infinity Edge blade and deal with the 9 ancestral dragons." Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. Then he thought of something and spoke, "I'll definitely help the heavens deal with those 9 ancestral dragons. After all, this way, I can also teach them a lesson and lessen my hatred for them. However, I will not kill them. I'll leave them alive, in a situation where they could no longer fight. After that, what you do with them is up to heavens and you." Ye Xiao decided to not kill them with his own hands because, in the end, he still have 9 amazing abilities that originally belonged to them. Seeing that Ye Xiao really does not want to kill the ancestral dragons, the Emissary of Heavens didn't force him. He nodded and agreed with Ye Xiao. Anyway, there are a lot of ways to take care of those ancestral dragons forever. If Ye Xiao could do what he just said, Queen would take care of them later. Go. As the Emissary of Heaven spoke, Ye Xiao smiled and disappeared. Where he was standing a moment ago, a very minute fluctuation of space appeared. In a certain world, in the depths of a deserted mountain range, a figure was slowly walking along a winding mountain path. The person was wearing a black long robe with fine red lines embroidered with lively phoenixes. Her pupils were as cold as ice and her lips were pursed lightly. Her noble and graceful temperament was vividly displayed on the woman's body. As the woman slowly walked forward, numerous pairs of scarlet and icy cold eyes appeared on both sides of the mountain path, and they stared fixedly at the woman. The entire mountain range instantly became silent, and a murderous aura filled the air. The woman seemed to have not noticed the scarlet eyes that had appeared in the mountain forest. She walked as if there was no one else around, and her clear footsteps resounded throughout the entire mountain forest. Buzz. At this moment, several Figures suddenly appeared on a boulder in front of the woman. The old man in the lead wore a plain robe and had a gentle smile hanging on his wrinkled face. However, the figures behind him were extremely strange. Their bodies were covered in black robes, and their bodies were filled with a fierce and cold aura. Their eyes were extremely red as they stared at the woman. Their gazes were filled with the desire to devour the woman. As expected of a person of the previous era. You sure have some guts to come here. The old man looked at the woman with a smile and spoke in a gentle voice. There was no threat in his tone, as if he was talking to an ordinary old friend. You have already said, I'm a person of the previous era. I used to be the strongest person in my era and I saw the ending of my era with my own eyes. Your race is nothing in my eyes at all. A cold voice came out from Princess Chen's mouth. Even though she was surrounded, her expression did not change. It was as light as a feather. As soon as she finished speaking, the 8 figures behind the old man were instantly infuriated. Their scarlet eyes stared at Princess Chen. Cold killing intent filled the air. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew that they were not a match for Princess Chen, they would have already rushed forward and killed her on the spot. Humph, is that so? It is just that I also want to experience what a person from the previous era is like. Show me your strength, Princess Chen. The old man was not angry, instead, he spoke with a calm face. He still had a smiling expression and a pleased expression flashed across his eyes. He did not expect his luck to be so good. This old man and the people behind him belonged to a race that used to live in the shadows. His race was called Scarlet Feather Race. A few hundred years ago, 9 ancestral dragons suddenly appeared in his race and asked for their cooperation. They promised that their Scarlet Feather Race will have a place in the second universe and they will also receive the blessing of the second universe if they side with them. Chapter 1069. God Emperor, although I've yet to recover to my peak, I'm strong enough to kill you. Princess Chen did not even raise her eyes as she spoke in a flat tone. Ha ha ha. Hearing Princess Chen's words, the old man looked up to the sky and laughed. His arrogant laughter resounded throughout the entire deserted mountain. After laughing for some time, the old man's face suddenly turned cold. He said mockingly, even if you are at your peak, you wouldn't be much in front of me. Let me tell you a secret, we are no longer just a race living in shadows. We are now a race who have the blessing of ancestral dragons. My Scarlet Feather Race is blessed by the Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon, and because of that, my race has a trump card that you couldn't have even dreamt of dealing with even if you were at your peak. Although I don't know much about you, I know that you reigned over the entire divine realm in your era. So, even if you are not at your peak, you should still be able to show me your strength to some extent, right? Show me your strength before you die, Princess Chen. The old man licked his lips, and a cold smile emerged on his face, like a poisonous snake. In the next moment, the old man's body swayed, and he appeared in front of Princess Chen in an instant. His withered palm suddenly slapped out and a majestic blood-red energy appeared on his palm. It condensed into a huge blood palm and smashed toward Princess Chen with irresistible force. Everywhere the blood palm passed, a thick layer of the ground was torn open. Cracks spread out in all directions, shattering big rocks and boulders in the distance. Facing this red palm that was powerful enough to heavily injure any ordinary ancient god, Princess Chen's face remained calm. Slowly extending her delicate hand, she also struck out with her palm. An azure palm print shot out in an instant. A cold and murderous aura swept in all directions. The temperature of the entire mountain forest suddenly dropped by a lot. Sparkling and translucent snowflakes drifted down from heaven and earth. Rumble. The red handprint and the azure handprint fiercely collided, and the violent power was centered around the two handprints. Powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. Under the impact of this force, mountains shook heavily. The sky was filled with dust as smoke and dust swept across. The experts of Scarlet Feather Race who were watching from a distance changed their expressions slightly. They quietly retreated, avoiding the impact of this terrifying force. Their eyes were fixed on the center of the battlefield. After the palm strike, Princess Chen took half a step back and stared at the old man with her cold eyes. Ha ha, I've said it before, so what if you were the strongest person of the previous era? Aren't you pushed back by me? You are no match for me. The old man threw his head back and roared with laughter. His wrinkled face was filled with pride. That palm strike just now was purely a clash of strength between the two of them. And he was slightly better than Princess Chen. Now, you can die. The old man grinned hideously. He raised his withered palm high and circulated all the true essence in his body. Instantly, countless broken stones on the ground were swept into the void, forming a huge hammer. It was dozens of meters long and carried a heavy weight as it smashed at Princess Chen. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out like a tornado, covering Princess Chen's entire body. It was as if Princess Chen was going to be crushed into smithereens in the next moment. Princess Chen's cold eyes focused as her robe fluttered. In an instant, her cultivation that has already reached the ancient god realm once again started increasing. Surprisingly, although her cultivation base was still in the ancient god realm, her aura far surpassed any ancient god. The next moment, a huge barrier appeared around her, blocking the smashing hammer. Boom! It was at this time that the huge hammer smashed on the barrier around Princess Chen, creating waves of terrifying impact that instantly shattered everything in many miles of land. Not only that, this impact was so terrifying that it forced all the people from the Scarlet Feather race except for the old man to retreat many steps back. Bang! Finally, after failing to injure Princess Chen, the hammer shattered into countless pieces of broken rocks and sand. Puff! After dealing with the huge hammer, Princess Chen's expression was still calm. She took out a tiny dagger and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on it. Fresh blood sprayed onto the small dagger, causing it to become blood red. Waves of extremely sharp aura spread from the blood-red dagger. Princess Chen's blood agglomerated into a blood-colored phoenix pattern on the dagger. Clang! With a light sound, the blood-red dagger flew out in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the old man. It ignored everything and directly shot toward the old man's throat. This sudden and powerful attack shocked the old man. His eyes suddenly focused as he stared at the blood-red dagger. The true essence in his body circulated as both of his hands struck out. At this moment, the old man's hands turned into a terrifying dragon claw covered in red scales. The dragon claw covered in red scales clawed at the blood-red dagger. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. A powerful force was unleashed, forcing the old man to take a few steps back. Blood was dripping from his red claw. Although he had suffered some minor injuries, there was no doubt that he was able to block Princess Chen's terrifying attack. It had to be said that the old man's strength was terrifying. And with the blessing of Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon, he obtained the ability to transform a part of his body into that of a dragon. That's why he was able to transform his claw into a dragon claw. Evil Extinguishing Sword, 3rd slash. No one knows when, but the red dagger somehow returned to Princess Chen's hand. And suddenly, its size increased and it transformed into a sword. A terrifying killing intent exploded out from Princess Chen's. As her voice faded, she slashed out with her sword. Bang! A dazzling sword light was unleashed. The sharp and fierce sword light split the surrounding space and created tiny cracks. Clang! The dazzling sword light seemed to have transcended time and space, appearing in front of the old man in an instant. This sword strike was dazzling. Describing this sword strike was difficult. Just by looking at it, one could feel their entire soul trembling. It was as though in the next second, they would be slashed into pieces by this sword. Such a terrifying attack caused great waves to arise in the old man's heart. His pupils constricted violently. The tremendous pressure that was pressing down on his body caused him to hesitate for a moment. It was also because of this slight hesitation that the terrifying sword attack had already arrived in front of him. In a hurry, the old man circulated the true essence in his body crazily and unleashed all the true essence, pouring them into his palm. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Arg! A terrifying sword beam descended and a shrill howl echoed out through the entire space. The endless deadly energy of the evil extinguishing sword instantly shattered one of the old man's arms. He was sent flying dozens of meters away. Blood spurted out from his broken arm like a fountain. It spread in all directions. The terrifying attack that Princess Chen unleashed with all her strength just now was something that no ancient god could block. The old man looked at Princess Chen with a terrified face. He could not believe what just happened. He could not believe that Princess Chen was able to cut off his arm in an instant. What shocked him was the rise in Princess Chen's strength. It was too sudden. He could not think of any secret technique that could increase a person's strength this quickly. At this time, Princess Chen looked at him with her cold eyes and spoke, "Since you know a few things about me, you should have investigated me further. In my era, after I became the strongest ancient god, I was called God Emperor by the people of the divine realm. Do you know why?" Sneering at his face, Princess Chen stopped to breathe and spoke again. It is because I have created a special energy that could increase my strength to an entirely new level. No ancient god could even think of facing me. Although I'm no longer as strong as I was in the previous era, dealing with you all is still nothing. Chapter 1070. Exterminating Profound Shadow Devil, You. The old man wanted to say something, but he was unable to utter a single word from his mouth because of the intense pain he was enduring currently. A cold smile appeared on Princess Chen's face. She looked at him as if she was looking at an insignificant person and said, "Be if it is the previous era or this era. Don't understand me, the God Emperor." As she spoke, she slashed out with her sword, separating the old man's head instantly. The old man never thought he would die here just like that. After killing the old man, Princess Chen looked at the rest of the people. The moment she looked at them, they immediately came back to their senses. They were terrified and started retreating. Princess Chen shook her head and spoke, "No matter what, you shouldn't have taken sides with the 9 ancestral dragons." Just as she was about to slash at the rest of Scarlet Feather Race's people, a golden light suddenly shone in the sky for a few seconds before disappearing. Princess Chen was shocked. It is because she could feel the aura of the heavens from the golden light. She is someone who once faced an enemy sent by the heavenly Tao to hunt her because she tried to go beyond the heavens. She was very familiar with the aura of heavenly Tao. What was that just now? Princess Chen could not help but frown. She muttered, "Is the heavenly Tao finally going to take action? Looks like I have to deal with these guys as soon as possible." In the same world, somewhere very far away from the place where Princess Chen was fighting the Scarlet Feather Race, there was a place called Endless Demon Territory. In the Endless Demon Territory, a huge black cocoon was currently floating in midair. It was surrounded by endless demonic essence, looking extremely strange. If Ye Xiao was here, he would have also sensed the aura of destruction from the demonic essence surrounding the cocoon. Under the black cocoon, a few ancient god realm experts of a race called Profound Shadow Devil Race were looking at the black cocoon devoutly. Their eyes were shining with envy. Apart from these ancient gods, there was no one else around. This pitch-black land was in ruins, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. Shadow 1, do you think the leader can comprehend the law of destruction and transform into an exterminating profound shadow devil? A glimmer of hope flashed across Shadow 2's red eyes as he asked. His hoarse voice echoed in this deathly silent demon territory. "It's hard to say, but it's very likely." Shadow 1 shook his head and replied. Then, without waiting for Shadow 2's question, he continued, "We were chosen by the world exterminating demon dragon and received its blessing. You have to know that, as an ancestral dragon, the world exterminating demon dragon would never do something that it doesn't have confidence in. Our race received the world exterminating demon dragon, and our leader even received an additional benefit from that ancestral dragon. So, it is very likely that he will be able to complete his transformation and become an exterminating profound shadow devil." Suddenly, all the devils felt something and they were terrified. Shadow 1, what happened? Shadow 2 asked in a trembling voice. His body was also trembling slightly. "I think, what we sensed just now came from the cocoon. Looks like our leader is close to completing his transformation," Shadow 1 said with a deep voice, his eyes flashing with a bright light. As soon as his voice faded, the few experts from the Profound Shadow Devil race nodded their heads one after another. They looked at the huge black cocoon that was floating up and down in the void, and their eyes sparkled with hope. TTNN. Just as the Profound Shadow Devils were having different thoughts, the initially calm black cocoon suddenly trembled. Strands of devilish energy along with a terrifying destructive aura spread out from the cocoon, shaking the entire region. Powerful pressure spread out from the cocoon, causing the devil figures of the experts of the Profound Shadow Devil race to tremble continuously, as if they were enduring an unimaginable pressure. At this moment, all the Profound Shadow Devils felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts, causing them to tremble in fear. However, although they were under an unimaginable pressure, their faces were filled with joy. Judging from the pressure, it was very likely that their leader would complete his transformation soon. Boom! As this pressure spread out, the demonic essence that filled the surrounding air seemed to be pulled by it. It gathered crazily towards the huge pitch-black cocoon like a whale swallowing. A huge pitch-black vortex appeared above the huge black cocoon. The huge cocoon was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the majestic demonic essence that had gathered. Dense demonic essence swept across like a tidal wave. Shadow 1 and the others were shocked when they saw this. They also greedily absorbed this pure demonic essence to improve their cultivation base. This was a feast for the devil them. In the past, Shadow 1 and the others didn't even dare to think about such pure demonic essence. But now, it was as if it was free of charge, allowing them to absorb it. How could they be willing to miss such an opportunity? The profound shadow devils were crazily absorbing the surrounding demonic essence to help them further strengthen their strength. Boom! As the black cocoon absorbed more and more pure demonic essence, the pressure emanating from the black cocoon also became increasingly dense. The powerful pressure was like a huge mountain. It firmly suppressed the entire world. Under the attack of this powerful pressure and the dense demonic essence, the strength of Shadow 1 increased tremendously. In fact, their strength was still increasing. All of them were so excited that their bodies were trembling. They had never thought that further strengthening their cultivation at the ancient god realm would be so simple. Kacha. Just as the devils were getting excited, a slight cracking sound was heard in this area, causing them to come back to their senses and look at the black cocoon. Under the gaze of all the profound shadow devils, a black light that was as black as ink suddenly appeared on the surface of the black cocoon. After that, something bloomed from the cracks. All the profound shadow devils could clearly feel an even stronger pressure spreading out from the black cocoon, shaking the entire area. Bang! A loud sound suddenly exploded in the area, and then a burly figure could be vaguely seen within the demonic mist. His scarlet eyes sparkled in the demonic mist, bringing tremendous pressure to Shadow 1 and the others. It made them lower their heads, not daring to look into the eyes of that man. However, their devilish figures were trembling with excitement. They knew that their leader had succeeded in transforming into an exterminating profound shadow devil. This newly ascended exterminating profound shadow devil's body was in an illusory state. As the experts of the profound shadow devil race looked at their leader, they were shocked to see that they could not sense their leader's existence at all. Their leader was clearly floating in front of them, but they could not sense his existence. How could they not be shocked? Ha ha ha! A wild laughter suddenly reverberated throughout the entire area. The laughter contained a majestic and powerful energy, causing the eardrums of many experts of the profound shadow devil race to hurt. Their souls couldn't help but tremble. Congratulations to the leader for comprehending the law of destruction and becoming an exterminating profound shadow devil. They suppressed the fear and terror in their souls and knelt down to worship the patriarch. They shouted loudly, and the sound spread in all directions. There's no need for formalities. Now that I have become the exterminating profound shadow devil, our chance has finally arrived. We will fight for ancestral dragons and fight those ancient gods who are standing in ancestral dragons' paths. We will kill each of them. Are all of you willing to follow me and trample those ancient gods? The exterminating profound shadow devil stood in midair with his hands behind his back, and his entire body was emitting a powerful pressure. His scarlet eyes were emitting an unparalleled sharpness that looked down upon the world. He looked like a devil that had descended to the world, and he had an unparalleled might. We are willing to follow the leader. Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and the other profound shadow devils had excited expressions on their faces. They bowed once again and spoke in a clear voice. Their emotions were unprecedentedly excited at this moment. Then follow me. The exterminating profound shadow devil nodded his head in satisfaction. He waved his hand and spoke in a domineering voice. Chapter 1071. 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. As soon as his voice faded, a powerful demonic essence emerged from his body and wrapped around Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and the others. The group of profound shadow devils turned into a jet of black light and flew away at high speed. They were now determined to go and fight those ancient gods standing in the path of ancestral dragons so that they could obtain more benefits from the ancestral dragons. They seemed to have a fixed destination. They knew where they were going. Very soon, they arrived in a valley. Not a single drop of water could be seen here, however, trees could be seen everywhere. This valley was more like a forest, however, tall mountain walls on both sides still made people know that it is not a forest but a valley. And currently, a fierce fight was being fought in this valley. Countless towering trees were destroyed. A huge dragon could be seen in a stalemate with a few ancient gods. Surprisingly, Wu Jiao, who once fought against the blood-slaughter abyssal dragon, was also present here. Other than Wu Jiao, 4 more ancient gods were fighting the dragon. The dragon they were fighting against was surprisingly 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. They have been fighting for more than 5 hours now, but no one had the advantage. Although the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon was constantly using his understanding of the 100% profound meaning of the law of darkness, he was still unable to gain an advantage. It is mainly because he was facing 5 ancient gods who also have 100% comprehension of the profound meanings of heavenly Tao. However, unlike the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon, they have already comprehended the profound meaning of more than one law. Still, no one could tell who will win or how long this fight will continue. While the situation of this battle was still at a stalemate, exterminating Profound Shadow Devil arrived at this location with his minions. "You are finally here." When 9 Hell Serenity Dragon saw who it is, it spoke in a hoarse voice. It could be seen that the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon was already expecting these demons to come to his aid. "Yes, I just completed my transformation and hurriedly came over." The exterminating Profound Shadow Devil spoke softly. He had already completely submitted to the ancestral dragons and would obviously fight for them. After all, he had already obtained a benefit from the world-exterminating demon dragon that increased his strength to an entirely new level. When these devils appeared, Wu Jiao and the other ancient gods were surprised, but then their expressions turned grave. They knew the situation has worsened, and with the arrival of Profound Shadow Devils, the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon automatically gained the advantage. If no miracle happened, then escaping with their life from here would be impossible. But they also knew they had to do their best. At the very least, they would kill a few devils before being killed by their opponents. And with this, a change once again occurred in their expression. A firmness appeared on their previously pale face that had grave expressions. They decided to fight with their life on the line without thinking of their final outcome. Thus, a fierce battle immediately started. Wu Jiao and other ancient gods started facing the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon, exterminating Profound Shadow Devil, Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and other Profound Shadow Devils. However, unlike last time, this battle was completely one-sided this time. The results soon came out. Wu Jiao and others were heavily injured and fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered in injuries and they were not even left with enough energy to move their bodies. They could only helplessly lie down on the ground and look at their deaths approaching them. One thing worth mentioning was that in this battle, Wu Jiao alone faced the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon, another ancient god alone faced the exterminating Profound Shadow Devil, and the other 3 ancient gods faced the joint attack of Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and other Profound Shadow Devils. "Can I kill them?" The exterminating Profound Shadow Devil pointed at Wu Jiao and others and asked. He was obviously asking for 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's permission. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He and his race had always lived in shadows, and since they are demons, they always dreamt of massacring humans. And now that an opportunity was right in front of them, they, of course, didn't want to waste this opportunity. "Do as you wish." Wu Jiao and other ancient gods were not important to the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. In fact, they were more like a huge boulder blocking their path. What it wanted the most right now is to get rid of these ancient gods. Exterminating Profound Shadow Devil nodded and a cruel laughter appeared on his face. He laughed loudly, looked at Wu Jiao, and raised his hand, causing a ball of demonic essence to appear. But there was another thing that this ball contained other than demonic essence, it was the law of destruction. Because it was demonic essence, this ball of energy was already destructive, however, its destructive force advanced to another level because of the destruction law. Fortunately, exterminating Profound Shadow Devil had only comprehended 1% of destruction law, otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos he would have caused. Looking at Wu Jiao with the ball of destructive energy in his hand, he spoke, "Do you know what it is? Don't mistake this ball of energy for ordinary balls condensed from demonic essence. You might not know, but it is also filled with the destruction law that increased its destructiveness. This small ball alone is enough to destroy almost half of this forest. And I'm going to kill you all with this ball now. Ha 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 ha." As the exterminating Profound Shadow Devil laughed, he threw the destructive ball of energy at Wu Jiao and others. Wu Jiao and others closed their eyes in despair. They knew they were going to die, so an unwilling expression appeared on their faces. However, at this moment, were helpless. They could do nothing other than waiting for their death. However, even after waiting for a few seconds, they didn't feel anything that surprised them. They slowly opened their eyes and were shocked to find a golden figure standing in the middle of them and the exterminating Profound Shadow Devil. His facial features or bodily features could not be seen. He was completely shrouded in golden light, and currently, he was playing with the destructive ball of demonic essence that was thrown at them by the exterminating Profound Shadow Devil. It was as if what this golden figure was playing with was just a toy, not a power that could destroy almost half of the valley forest. Actually, this golden energy was not only helping Ye Xiao keep his identity completely safe, but it was also helping him track the ancestral dragon. The nearest ancestral dragon was Nine Hell Serenity Dragon, who was causing chaos in this world. That's why Ye Xiao came to this world first. The moment he entered this world, he saw Princess Chen fighting Scarlet Feather Race alone. He knew about the mysterious energy and understood very well that Princess Chen, the God Emperor, is strong enough to take care of all her opponents. She doesn't need his help. So, Ye Xiao didn't stop and continued to fly at full speed toward the location where Nine Hell Serenity Dragon was fighting Wu Jiao and others. When he arrived, he happened to see exterminating Profound Shadow Devil throwing the destructive ball of demonic essence at Wu Jiao and others. Thus, he moved with lightning fast speed and caught the destructive ball of demonic essence. With his comprehension of destruction law, he easily calmed the destruction law that was constantly producing violent fluctuation, causing the destruction properties of this small black ball to increase rapidly and continuously. Everything happened so suddenly that no one had the chance to react. Only now did everyone, including Wu Jiao and other ancient gods, profound shadow devils and their leader, as well as the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon. It was mainly true for the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon, for it could somehow feel a sense of familiarity from Ye Xiao. However, it could understand why he was feeling like that. He could never think that the person shrouded in golden light is none other than Ye Xiao. In its eyes, in fact, in the eyes of all ancestral dragons, Ye Xiao has already become a cripple. He could no longer cultivate and was reduced to becoming immortal. Even if he has the memories of 3 ancient gods, the most he could do is to teach a few disciples before dying of old age. Thus, although Ye Xiao was standing right in front of the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon and it could feel a minuscule sense of familiarity, it could not think of Ye Xiao at this moment. Chapter 1072, Killing with 2 words. Looking at the golden figure in front of it, the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon could only think of one person that was mentioned by the Queen, whose rumor has already spread to every corner of the divine realm. Yes, after the gathering of ancient gods that Ye Xiao attended, the rumors about the person raised by heavens have already spread far wide. So, it was very normal for ancestral dragons to hear about this person as well. At first, they were angered by the fact that Queen never told them about this person even though she had been with them and Ye Xiao for so many years. However, thinking of the fact that Queen was now opposing them openly, they managed to calm their anger. Although they didn't want to admit it, they do fear this person who is said to be personally raised by the heavens. Thus, they didn't want to meet this person. They wanted to steal the source of the heavens before this person show up. However, now that Ye Xiao has already appeared in front of the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon, it knew that it has already been too late. The rumored person has already shown up. All it and other ancestral dragons could now do is to fight this person. However, Ye Xiao didn't have any intention of fighting them. It is because the strength of all the ancestral dragons combined might not be able enough to face a fake divine god. But Ye Xiao was sure he could at least now stand in front of a true divine god. So, in his eyes, fighting ancestral dragons has already become meaningless. He would instead like to save time and spend them on comprehending the heavenly laws and their profound meanings. Thus, he was determined to heavily injure all the ancestral dragons, to the point where they wouldn't be left with the slightest of the strength to fight, as soon as possible. Who are you? Just as Ye Xiao was about to take action, the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon asked. Although the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon had already guessed who Ye Xiao is, it still chose to ask. It wanted Ye Xiao to reveal his own identity. Unfortunately, Ye Xiao ignored it completely. Instead, he looked at Wu Jiao and others, then raised his hand at them, and muttered in his heart, "Life recovery." All others saw was Ye Xiao raising his hand at Wu Jiao and the other heavily injured ancient gods, and their injuries started recovering at a very fast speed, and in less than 1 minute, their injuries were completely healed. Ye Xiao was able to do this not only because of his life recovery ability, but it is also because of his understanding of the profound meanings of wooden life. However, this action of his shocked others completely. Even Wu Jiao and the other 4 ancient gods were shocked. They could not believe their eyes at all. Just a minute ago, they were so heavily injured that they could not move their bodies. And now, their injuries were completely healed. All it took the golden figure was 1 minute to completely heal their injuries. This was shocking. But the most shocked was not Wu Jiao and other ancient gods, nor the profound shadow devils, it was the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon. It is because he was very familiar with the ability Ye Xiao used. Life Recover. It was an ability that the Absolute Life Phantom Dragon was known for. But now, this ability was used by someone else. The Nine-Hell Serenity Dragon opened his mouth to ask something, but it was at this moment Ye Xiao looked at the profound shadow devils and spoke 2 words in a low voice, loud enough for everyone present at the scene to hear. Soul destruction. And just like that, all the profound shadow devils including the exterminating profound shadow devil fell to the ground lifelessly one after another. Exterminating profound shadow devil wanted to cause a catastrophe to fall in the human world with his hand. He has just transformed and comprehended the law of destruction. However, he died before he could kill even a single person. It was truly unfortunate for him. The Nine-Hell Serenity Dragon was shocked once again. It could never believe that the person shrouded in golden light actually displayed the soul destruction ability after using the life recovery ability. In his eyes, this golden figure was the 3rd person who displayed the soul destruction ability. The first one was, of course, Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. The second one was Ye Xiao, who received this ability from Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. And the third one was this golden figure. Could it be that this golden figure could display the abilities of all the ancestral dragons? Did the heavens give their abilities to this person? It is your turn now. Ye Xiao looked at the Nine-Hell Serenity Dragon and spoke. The voice that came out of his mouth was completely different from his original voice. It was also filled with majesty and seemed to be coming from a person with the highest status. You want to kill me? Although the Nine-Hell Serenity Dragon was frightened at first, he didn't think Ye Xiao could kill him. Surprisingly, Ye Xiao shook his head and spoke, I'm not here to kill you. You will be killed by someone else. I'm just here to make you so helpless that you'll be unable to fight back later. After Ye Xiao spoke, he no longer intended to waste his time on useless talk. He walked to an ancient god and stretched out his hand, saying, Can you give me your blade? Why yes. Here it is. That ancient god was stunned at first, but later, he nodded his head and gave Ye Xiao his long blade. Ye Xiao didn't intend to take out the Infinity Edge blade here. It is because, in his eyes, Nine-Hell Serenity Dragon was not worth him taking out the Infinity Edge blade to fight. In another divine world. Bang! On a certain battlefield, a loud explosion shook the surroundings. Fu Ming violently smashed onto the ground. The powerful impact caused the entire ground to crack like a spider web. His stooped body was covered with blood and wounds, like a bloody man, looking extremely miserable. Fu Ming, when Ren Long, who was fighting with 3 gods that were supporting the ancestral dragons, saw this scene, his eyes nearly popped out. He let out a worried cry, and his attack became even more ferocious. He broke away from the 3 gods and went to help Fu Ming. Unfortunately, the 3 gods were no pushovers. They were trying their best to hold Ren Long back. Although they might not be able to kill Ren Long, they could still easily stop him. In fact, the fact that Ren Long was able to fight the 3 of them alone was already enough to shock the 3 of them. Fu Ming, how are you? With Kai Yu's help, Fu Ming slowly stood up. Kai Yu was worried and asked. His true essence kept pouring into Fu Ming's body, trying to help him recover from his injuries. However, how could it be so easy to heal someone? Girl, I'm fine. You can leave. Don't get involved in this whirlpool. This is not a fight where you could participate. Fu Ming nodded his head and looked at Kai Yu before speaking. No. Kai Yu slowly shook his head. His gaze was so tough that it moved people. He spoke. I'm no longer Kai Yu of the past. Now that my troubles have been taken care of already, the least I could do is to help you. I would no longer run away from fights in fear. Fu Ming looked at Kai Yu but didn't say anything. The situation on the battlefield was not good. Fu Ming was facing the celestial poison Imperial Dragon, but he was unable to fight this dragon before he was poisoned. He became extremely weak in an instant, leading to his current miserable appearance. He didn't know if this fight could be won by them or not. It is because, other than the celestial poison Imperial Dragon, Blood Slaughter Abyssal Dragon was also present here. Furthermore, there were also hundreds of people in the God Realm and Ancient God Realm that came out from the shadows and were fighting for these 2 ancestral dragons. As for their side, aside from Fu Ming, Ren Long, and Kai Yu, all the experts of Destiny Dao sect were also present. It was only because of them that they were able to fight against these 2 ancestral dragons and their army till now. Otherwise, they would have long been annihilated. Dying on the battlefield will be a worthy death for me. I would rather die than retreat. Seeing that Fu Ming was not saying anything, Kai Yu waved his long spear and spoke with a loud and powerful voice. Chapter 1073, Absolute Suppression, Roar. While Fu Ming, Ren Long, and Kai Yu were in a perilous situation, a dragon roar echoed in the air, and along with this monstrous roar, intense shockwaves swept over, causing the battlefield to freeze for a moment as people tried to face the shockwave. The next moment, Fu Ming saw a huge dragon falling from the sky in the distance. There were also two beautiful women who fell along with this dragon. This dragon was neither the celestial poison imperial dragon nor the blood slaughter abyssal dragon. Instead, it was absolute life phantom dragon. As for the two women, they were Nun Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er. If Ye Xiao was here, he would have been shocked to find that these two women were no longer pregnant. It means they have already given birth to his child. However, at this moment, these two women were heavily injured. If not for Zhao Yufei, who has the mysterious energy that increased her strength to the next level, both sisters would have long been killed by the absolute life phantom dragon. Whenever they were fighting this dragon, they felt their vitality being sucked by this ancestral dragon. If not for the mysterious energy acting as a shield, absolute life phantom dragon would have long sucked dry them out of their vitality. Zhao Yufei also helped Zhao Qing'er withstand the absolute life phantom dragon's attack with the help of her mysterious energy. After Ye Xiao escaped from the Emissary of Heavens, Zhao Yufei was accepted by Princess Chen as her disciple. After all, she had already become Princess Chen's legacy inheritor. With the help of Princess Chen, she learned how to control the mysterious energy within her body. And now, she could manipulate the energy as she wishes. Using a part of that energy to protect someone else was no longer difficult for her. However, facing the absolute life phantom dragon still proved to be extremely difficult, to the extent that they suffered constantly. It was only after a lot of effort that they managed to land a heavy attack on absolute life phantom dragon's body that caused it to suffer deep wounds on its tail and wings as it fell down from the sky. They were fighting at some other place in this world. However, after a long fight, they unknowingly arrived at the place where Fu Ming and other people of Destiny Dao's sect were battling. On the other side, after Ye Xiao held the long blade in his hand, a shocking blade intent burst out of his body, dealing a huge impact on the surrounding space as countless cracks appeared. In an instant, the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon as well as Wu Zhao and other ancient gods felt as if the void around them have become an enclosed space filled with countless blades. If they dared to move even in the slightest, they would definitely suffer. Out of fear, all of them froze in their places. They could not understand how could a blade holder erupt with such shocking blade intent. Could it be that he has comprehended blade heart? The ancient god who gave Ye Xiao his blade spoke in a trembling voice. But another ancient god shook his head and said, "How is this possible? Only the way of sword has sword heart and sword soul. I have never heard of someone comprehending blade heart before. You never heard doesn't mean blade heart doesn't exist." At this time, Wu Zhao took a deep breath and started speaking. Just like the way of sword, way of blade also has blade heart and blade soul stage. The same goes for other weapons as well. It is just that no one has been able to comprehend the way of blade to this stage ever. In my era, I came across a person who comprehended the blade heart. But his blade heart was not as terrifying as this person's way of blade. Just the aura eruption actually caused the surrounding spaces to tear open many cracks. I think this person has already comprehended the blade soul. Her words shocked everyone at the scene. They looked at Ye Xiao's domineering back and trembled subconsciously. They could not believe that there is a person who managed to comprehend the blade soul. You have actually comprehended the blade soul. The Nine Hell Serenity Dragon looked at Ye Xiao and spoke. His voice was filled with shock. Unfortunately, Ye Xiao refused to say anything. At this moment, he was focusing entirely on his attack. Not only he was going to perform Blade Soul, but he was also going to use Space Law and a few other laws to take down the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon with a single attack. The Nine Hell Serenity Dragon also understood that the person shrouded in golden light has horrifying strength. If it wants to return alive, it has to deal with Ye Xiao as soon as possible. However, just as it wanted to attack Ye Xiao, it shockingly found out that it could no longer move. This is not because of Ye Xiao's blade soul, it is because of Ye Xiao's comprehension of the profound meaning of space. In this enclosed space filled with countless blade energy born from the blade soul, Ye Xiao imprisoned the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon completely with the help of his comprehension of the profound meaning of space law. The next moment, the Nine Hell Serenity Dragon felt as if the gravity has increased by 100 times, as it could no longer move its body in the slightest. The gravity caused the restriction of space profound meaning to be even more effective. 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's scales started cracking under the effect of such tremendous gravity that was 100 times more terrifying than normal, and the sharp blade energies that was attacking its humongous body from every direction. Finally, Ye Xiao raised the blade in his hand and slashed out. Ye Xiao was still standing more than 30 meters away from 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. However, the moment he slashed, countless blade wounds instantly appeared on the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's body as blood spurted out from the wounds. Roar! The 9 Hell Serenity Dragon let out a terrible roar. It felt its entire body being torn apart. There is no doubt the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon is extremely strong, to the extent that almost no one could face it alone other than Queen and Lin Hao. However, in front of Ye Xiao, it could do nothing at all. Then, Ye Xiao's body flashed and he appeared on top of the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. His eyes shone with light as he immediately used his comprehension of blood profound meaning to forcefully cause the blood to continuously flow out. At the same time, with the help of the profound meaning of poisons, he poisoned its internal organs easily. He was able to poison the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's internal organs easily not only because of the profound meaning of poison, but it is also because he was currently controlling this dragon's blood and there were countless wounds on its body that easily let Ye Xiao do what he wished to its internal organs. After dealing with such a heavy blow, Ye Xiao finally landed on the dragon's back, placed his hand on one of the wounds, and spoke, "Devour." And just like that, he devoured every bit of energy present inside the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon's body in a few minutes without letting it fight back. 9 Hell Serenity Dragon became extremely weak and fell down. It felt so exhausted that it fought opening its eyes extremely difficult. With a lot of struggle, it asked Ye Xiao, "WWH, oh. Eri Yu." Ye Xiao went close to its ear and spoke in a very soft voice, "The one who helped you return." After he spoke, he no longer looked at the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. 9 Hell Serenity Dragon was now in such a situation that it could no longer speak. It fell into a deep slumber and any ancient god could now kill it easily. Ye Xiao's body flashed and he appeared in front of Wu Zhao and others who were extremely shocked and their mouths were wide open. When Ye Xiao suddenly appeared in front of them, they were jolted awake from their shocked state. But their faces were still showing their stunned expression. Ignoring their stunned faces, Ye Xiao spoke, "All of you could now easily deal with this dragon. Do that before it could recover." And with that, he disappeared completely. As for Wu Zhao and others, they also recovered their senses and looked at each other. Finally, they nodded their heads and held their weapons. They were now ready to kill the 9 Hell Serenity Dragon. As for the person who gave Ye Xiao his long blade, he found it stabbed on the ground. When he pulled out the blade, he was shocked and then overjoyed. It is because he could still feel Ye Xiao's comprehension of blade soul on his blade. Although weak, there is no doubt it was there. He immediately understood Ye Xiao did this intentionally. He was thankful for this to Ye Xiao from the bottom of his heart.